when a drug is used. I appreciate we have surgeries, but we're talking about drugs. So the only drugs that are used, by and large, to treat serious health conditions are chemical drugs. And again, I know that there are exceptions. You know, if you're bleeding to death because you've had too much warfarin and you show up at the hospital, they're going to give you a shot of vitamin K because that's what works. But by and large, you're going to be treated with synthetic chemicals in our government-funded healthcare system, which kind of begs the question, which you need to ask, why is it that our government-funded healthcare systems only use chemical synthetic drugs that had a patent to treat serious health conditions? Why aren't they using natural remedies? You know, if you watch this entire health show for the 3 weeks that we're running at least 4 days a week for 3 weeks, you will absolutely understand that the natural health community brings tremendous relief. I'm of the complete opinion that natural remedies are far superior at treating chronic illness than the chemical drugs, and there's not even room for discussion, although that's hidden from you. Why is it that we are limited in our government-funded healthcare system to chemical drugs? Why are they the only drugs that are approved? Why is it that the provinces then pass laws which basically give medical doctors either a complete monopoly or an almost complete monopoly over other doctors, like naturopathic doctors and homeopathic doctors and traditional Chinese doctors? In a later opening, I'm going to be talking about a very recent Quebec Court of Appeal decision where basically in Quebec it is illegal for anyone but a medical doctor to make a diagnosis, to literally recommend any treatment. So the Court of Appeals made it clear that naturopathic doctors are 100% illegal in Quebec. They cannot practice. The Court of Appeal isn't saying they're not qualified. The Court of Appeal isn't saying that they can't help, that they're not helping people. The Court of Appeal is just saying the way that Quebec, the province of Quebec, has structured their law is only medical doctors can diagnose, can make recommendations, can treat. I mean, even parents would be violating the law when they're assisting their sick children. And Quebec isn't alone. I shared in my opening on October 4th about my journey with Jim Strauss and defending him. Well, he was charged with practicing medicine without a license because in BC, the law at the time was exactly the same. You couldn't make treatment claims unless you were a medical doctor. The question is, why is it that the provinces have all collectively, I mean, I get that some provinces now license naturopathic doctors, for example, but in a very restrictive way. Why is it that the starting place for almost the last 100 years has been that only medical doctors can treat us, can diagnose us, can make claims? You know, long ago, and literally it's 100 years, we used to have vibrant other traditions. You know, in Canada and the US, we used to have homeopathic hospitals. And they competed with what our mainstream system is, which is allopathic hospitals. And the allopathic tradition, which is the system of our mainstream medical system, the philosophy is we don't treat the underlying cause of an illness. You bring about relief of the suffering by treating the symptoms. So when drugs get approved in Canada, they're not by and large getting approved to treat sickness or like actually the underlying cause. We are measuring, well, do they address symptoms? So that's our system, where we used to have other hospitals like homeopathic hospitals. And I remember, I can't find it now, I've searched the CBC site, but I remember, this is probably about 20 years ago, you know, it's late at night, I'm driving to court in a different town in the interior of BC, and I'm listening to CBC radio. And there's a documentary on. And it's talking about how, you know, in the 1918 flu pandemic, we had homeopathic hospitals and we had allopathic hospitals. And I mean, that flu was truly a deadly flu. Something was causing a large number of deaths. And so if you were sick and you went to the hospital, if you went to an allopathic hospital, so if you went to a hospital that follows our mainstream medical tradition, you had, if I remember correctly, an 80% chance of dying. But if you went to a homeopathic hospital, you had an 80% chance of living. And I remember thinking, oh man, if there's ever a big flu pandemic, I want to go to a homeopathic hospital. Oh wait, we regulated them out of existence with things like our provincial laws giving medical doctors the sole monopoly on the practice of medicine. And every province did this, every state in the United States. This was a concerted move around the Western world to basically lock us into a chemical drug model. You know, for those of you who are aware of the history, you know, if I say Flexner report, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was a, you know, a dubious report that was brought in basically as the justification and excuse to regulate us out of existence. But you have to ask the question, why is it that in Canada, in every province and supported by the federal government, we basically have created an environment where we're doing everything we can to restrict anything but chemical drug treatments by what we call medical doctors? Why aren't we privileging the naturopathic doctors? Why aren't we privileging the homeopathic doctors? Why are we structuring our laws to limit ourselves? And why have we structured our drug laws so that it's only legal to treat ourselves with chemical drugs? Now remember, our purpose of this is to have an honest discussion on our drug policy, asking the question, how do we get good health outcomes? So let's apply that question to our chemical drug model. So here we are, where it's only legal to treat serious health conditions in Canada with synthetic drugs that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. So let's ask the question, is that how we get good health outcomes? And let me get you thinking about it this way. So what, there's 8 billion people in the world? So let's say in Canada, we just abolished all our drug laws and drug policy. So we've just wiped the slate clean. And we ask every single person in the world, tell us how we should structure our drug policy so that in Canada, we get good health outcomes to treat serious health conditions. You know, not a single person is going to come back to us and say, I got it. I know how you Canadians can get good health outcomes to treat serious health conditions. Just make it illegal to treat them with anything but synthetic chemicals that haven't been invented yet. Now, when I say it that way, I hope you're saying that's absolutely mad. That's crazy. How would we expect to get good health outcomes by limiting our treatments to synthetic chemicals that haven't even been invented? Except for those of us that are being treated with serious health conditions with chemical drugs right now, they by and large didn't exist when we were born. And our children will be treated with chemical drugs, if we don't stop this, with synthetic drugs that didn't exist when they were born. It's madness, but it's deliberate. It's deliberate. This hasn't happened by accident. We've been in this model for almost 100 years. It's deliberate. Now, what's interesting about this, you know, one of the people that is a speaker, Professor Alan Castles from University of Victoria. He is a drug regulation expert. He has written several books on the regulation of drugs. We're pleased to have him as a speaker. And while I'm interviewing him, he says, well, you know, and I knew this already, and this isn't really hidden hard. You can find it if you dig. The third largest cause of death, as he shares with us, in Canada are chemical pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed. As directed. So we're not talking any abuse. So the third leading cause of death are chemical drugs, so our only legal drugs, taken as directed. Now, the mischief doesn't end there, because if you look into it, you will find that the chemical pharmaceutical drugs are connected to other leading causes of death in Canada and the other Western nations, such as highly preventable medical accidents. So, which is another top 10 leading cause of death in Canada. And those highly preventable medical accidents involve large number of times the chemical synthetic drugs. But let's just tie ourselves back to, so the third leading cause of death in Canada are our synthetic chemical drugs taken as directed. Now, this isn't news to you because, I mean, that's pretty significant. Third leading cause of death, that's why in the mainstream media, pretty well weekly, they're talking about how dangerous our synthetic chemical drugs are, and they're asking, how do we get better health outcomes? How do we structure our drug policy so that we can reduce this? So it's not our third leading cause of death. Of course, I'm being completely facetious because it's not part of our public policy discourse at all. But third leading cause of death are chemical synthetic drugs. Shouldn't our drug policy be, and I'm asking the question, start thinking about this, shouldn't our drug policy be, if we want to have good health outcomes, that we should discourage people from taking synthetic chemical drugs until they have tried all of the reasonable natural alternatives? And I've already shared with you that in my opinion, especially for chronic illness, the natural remedies so outperform the chemical drugs. But because the chemical drugs, let's say the chemical drugs were as effective or even more effective, because they're so dangerous, likely if we were honest and asked the question, how do we get good health outcomes? Certainly for chronic illnesses, our health policy would be, no, we try the natural remedies first. And only if they don't work do we allow you into this much more dangerous paradigm of the chemical drugs. But of course, that would just be recommendation, because we have to have the right to make our own health decisions, informed health decisions, without government censorship of truthful health information. But we're just having a discussion here, because I'm wanting you to start thinking about our drug laws and coming to understand that if we wanted good health outcomes, likely what we would do would be to try and limit the use of chemical drugs, not make them the only form of treatment options. Now, I also want to discuss our drug approval process itself, because we just assume, oh, well, Health Canada's acting in our best interests. And if you believe that, and I'm sorry, I can't not smile, and please don't close your mind. Watch all of the openings. And and if you miss any, we'll post the whole show online after it's finished. But watch the openings, because I'm going to have discussions with you about these types of topics. I'm going to be sharing with you, real life experiences where Health Canada's in court and the truth has to come out because they're under oath or they're under a legal obligation to disclose internal documents. Watch experts like Professor Alan Castles. You're just going to be shocked. You're absolutely going to be shocked. So stay with me for a second here, because we're just asking questions. And if you're not open to asking questions, you're in trouble. So with Health Canada, everyone just assumes, oh, no, they're approving our drugs, so obviously everything's fine. And we hear the word safe and effective. Oh, well, these drugs are proven to be safe and effective, safe and effective. Should we have government-approved drugs at all? That's almost a heretical question, isn't it? Should we have the government approve drugs at all? But let's just talk for a second of what this means, because what happens when we have a body like Health Canada approving drugs is we basically rare, and they're really just the cost of doing business. In fact, pharmaceutical companies, when there is a dangerous drug and they know the safety signals are their business analysis will take into account paying out lawsuits. And they'll take that into account, figuring out, well, is this good business or this is not? So understand, when we allow government approval, instead of having criminal courts hold them liable, instead of having civil courts holding them liable, we may not be getting better health outcomes. And let's just, hey, you and I were on the board of a big chemical pharmaceutical company, and we're having a discussion. Oh, we've got this drug. It's on the market. We're making money hand over fist. But there are these safety signals, like really ethically we should withdraw it. But you know, our lawyers here and risk analysis people are saying, well, likely we're going to pay $1 billion in damages at most. But we should be able to keep it on the market for a couple more years, and we're going to make $4 billion. So we're looking at $3 billion profit. Would you know we're actually under a legal fiduciary duty to pursue the profits? We have a duty to our shareholders. Now there are other ethical and legal duties, but they know they're never going to be held to account personally, civilly, and they know they're never going to be held to account criminally. So you know, we're in this discussion. You know, it's a little easier to go, well, yeah, let's make the profits. Now, same scenario. So you and I are on the board of you know, the chemical drug company. Oh, okay, well this drug is causing deaths, and if we leave it on the market, you know, bad things are going to happen. But there's profits to be made. But let's say that we lived in a world where no, if people are actually making a business decision that leads to death and suffering, they go to jail. And let's say we lived in a world where if you are selling a product and you know that it's causing death or suffering, you don't get fined a nominal amount, you get bankrupted. Now we're on the board and we're going, oh, if we go down this path, we're going to be spending personal time in jail and our company is going to be bankrupted. We're actually held to account for hurting people. I promise you and I, if we hurt people, we're going to be held to account. We would be making different decisions. Well, the fact that we approve these drugs as safe and effective by a government body allows that type of behavior. And I'm just asking the question, is what we're doing leading to good health outcomes? Is that how you get good health outcomes? Now, even, you know, let's say we are going to have the government approve drugs, and let's say they actually are looking at, hey, are these safe and effective? Because in later openings, I'm going to explain to you how this whole thing is a fraud, how it's gamed, how, you know, what a shame it is. But let's say, you know, Health Canada truly was looking, hey, is this drug safe? Is it effective? And, you know, do the benefits outweigh the risk? So let's say we didn't have to worry about that being done competently and or honestly at all. Do you get good health outcomes that way? Because that process for the chemical drug companies, when they're running their clinical trials and that, what they're measuring for short periods of time. So for short periods of time, because they don't want the safety signals to get too long with long clinical trials. So by and large, they're very short clinical trials, and they're measuring a reduction in symptoms. And I get there'll be exceptions, but generally speaking, to treat serious health conditions, but we're approving them by and large for short-term symptom relief. Do we get good health outcomes? You know, we don't compare. It's not a drug approval requirement that we compare, well, is this new synthetic chemical approved on clinical trials that run for short periods of time, where the measurement is there a reduction in symptoms? Is there symptom relief? Not curing the underlying condition, not long-term leading to better health outcomes. So if we are only measuring symptom reduction, and so our treatments are based on symptom reduction, shouldn't we be asking the question, well, is that how you get good health outcomes? Shouldn't we be asking the question, well, wait a second, if we approve these drugs and allow them onto the market, and we know that just even though, this clinical trial was for a short period of time, doctors will use them long-term. So what are the long-term consequences in the population? And do we get better health outcomes? You'll see health experts talk about how if you treat the symptoms with chemical drugs, you actually may get the gastrointestinal bleeding. Well, shouldn't we, as a policy, if we want good health outcomes, before we approve drugs, compare them to the natural that it was derived from other natural remedies that are out there without the side effects? I'm just pointing out to you that we're locked into a system that doesn't ask the question, do we get good health outcomes by what we're doing? So, and this is all by design. This is all by design. Now, we are getting sicker and sicker. Full stop, we're getting sicker and sicker. I forget the stats, but I think it's almost 20% of our young people, our children, are now chronically sick. This isn't a secret. More of us are moving towards natural remedies. There's millions of Canadians that rely on natural remedies to stay healthy. All of us need vital nutrients, which we must supplement for, just to be healthy and definitely to recover if we're sick. Why is Health Canada presently taking steps to further restrict our access to vital nutrients? Why is Health Canada deliberately taking steps to take away a large number of our traditional and natural remedies that millions of Canadians are relying on either for their lives or to stay healthy? Why are they doing this? They are. I'll talk about it in a different opening, the self-care framework. Why are they doing it? For the patients, even though they have symptom relief. So even by way of example, on October 4th, when we're in Victoria, one of the speakers is Dr. Stephen Malthouse. He's a medical doctor, practiced for over 40 years. And he was saying, if you treat the symptoms, but not the underlying cause, you may get relief here, but you actually, because the underlying cause isn't being dealt with, you can create worse problems. And he gives examples. So even this idea that we're approving drugs for short-term symptom relief, so synthetic chemicals, we may not be getting good health outcomes, but because that's all we're measuring, and this is why I'm bringing this up. So not only do we only approve chemical drugs to treat serious health conditions, but we're approving them by and large for short-term symptom relief. Do we get good health outcomes? We don't compare. It's not a drug approval requirement that we compare, well, is this new synthetic chemical, does it work better than the old synthetic chemicals on the market? What if the older ones work better and they're safer? Well, should we then be approving a new one that is less safe, so it poses more of a risk, and it doesn't work as well as the old one on the market? When we know the business model is well, to phase out the old one, then will become an orphan drug and stop being made because now we have new ones available. And the new ones, they charge more because they're on patent and the medical literature is pushing it and the drug reps are pushing it. So we know how the game's played. Should we approve it if we want good health outcomes? Is it even ethical because when you approve it, it's the government stamp of approval. It's an endorsement. The Canadian public, Health Canada is protecting us. Should we be doing this? should we be approving drugs without comparing them? People take baby aspirin. A large number of people take baby aspirin to help address the risks of heart disease. But even though it's a very small dose, because it's a synthetic chemical derived from white willow bark, but the synthetic chemical part, so ASA, can cause gastrointestinal bleeding, and even in small amounts, I mean, there are some serious health complications from the practice of taking baby aspirin. Well, my understanding is the British government ran a study comparing white willow bark to baby aspirin, and white willow bark, and baby aspirin is just a derivative of white willow bark, but it's a synthetic derivative. But white willow bark had the same positive effect without the gastrointestinal bleeding. Well, shouldn't we, as a policy, if we want good health outcomes, before we approve drugs, compare them to the natural that it was derived from other natural remedies that are out there without the side effects? I'm just pointing out to you that we're locked into a system that doesn't ask the question, do we get good health outcomes by what we're doing? So, and this is all by design. This is all by design. Now, we are getting sicker and sicker. Full stop, we're getting sicker and sicker. I forget the stats, but I think it's almost 20% of our young people, our children, are now chronically sick. This isn't a secret. More of us are moving towards natural remedies. There's millions of Canadians that rely on natural remedies to stay healthy. All of us need vital nutrients, which we must supplement for, just to be healthy and definitely to recover if we're sick. Why is Health Canada presently taking steps to further restrict our access to vital nutrients? Why is Health Canada deliberately taking steps to take away a large number of our traditional and natural remedies that millions of Canadians are relying on either for their lives or to stay healthy? Why are they doing this? They are. I'll talk about it in a different opening, the self-care framework. Why are they doing this? Now remember, I started this talk, this opening, with the theme, nothing in government happens by accident. I don't know the question to that, but I know that Parliament understands clearly that Canadians want increased access to their natural and traditional remedies, that they don't want Health Canada restricting them. And let's just give you an example from the NHPPA that I work with. In the last 18 months, we can track roughly 3.1 million communications that have gone through us to MPs. Now back then, and now I think we have 340 MPs, but we had 338 then. And a large number of those communications, paper communications, so our postcards, and I'm just talking about NHPPA postcards, not other groups. MPs would send us photos of them, these large stacks in their closets. And the number of letters and the number of faxes and the number of telephone calls, it was the largest single issue in the last Parliament of citizens communicating to MPs, protect our access to natural health products. They didn't. They didn't, and it's not in the news. Why isn't it in the news that we're losing access? Why does the NHPPA have to have the world's greatest health show just to share the forbidden knowledge that can't be shared about Canadians being helped? Why isn't our drug policy based on the single question, how do we get good health outcomes? Why is nutrition illegal? One of the speakers is Dr. James Lunny, and he's speaking about vitamin D. Well, do you know it's illegal for a manufacturer to sell in Canada vitamin D with a dosage amount above 2,500 micrograms? It's illegal. They will get fined, they will get jailed, they will get shut down. They'll have the mainstream media running, articles about and stories about how dangerous this company is. Well, you can't be healthy if you limit yourself to 2,500 micrograms of vitamin D. It's impossible. You can't do it. Your immune system will be compromised, other systems will be compromised. So why is it illegal in Canada for Canadians to access vitamin D for optimum health? Why are we locked into a system where if we follow Health Canada, if we follow the law, we're going to be sick? How is that possible? So my purpose this morning is to just get you asking fundamental questions, because this is your life. This is your family's life. And continue watching. This is happening, this whole show is happening because we're banding together. Again, the NHPPA, we're a small group. So tonight in Vancouver, we've got another event. So we've got, if you're in the Vancouver area, just go to nhppa.org and get the details. Obviously, we're doing this online, but it's volunteers putting that together. It's volunteers helping us all along the way. We're banding together to say we need to have an honest and serious discussion about our health policy. We're no longer willing to be getting sicker and sicker. We're no longer willing to have to fight for vital nutrients that are necessary for us to be healthy. We're just not. I'm inviting you to participate with us. So please subscribe to nhppa.org. Please get everyone involved in this. If you go to our site, we have, a whole page on tools to help you get the word out. So we have social media posts that you can repost and share. Like there's actually a whole bunch of them there because we're shadow banned. And we need everyone watching Canadians tell their story. It's going to break things open. We have posters that you can print off. If you're not in one of the cities where we're having a live event, print off the posters that say this is an online event. It's really the online event that we need people watching. Those speakers that all day long are going to be sharing truthful health information. And please donate. We understood that this project was going to be a huge financial expense. You can't march teams across Canada. You can't get an AV team to be doing this broadcasting, all of that stuff. So we've taken a step of faith that as Canadians participate with us, that they'll help support this. So please help this tour keep going. Please donate. We're here because we actually want to pass on to the next generation health policy that is solely directed at the best health outcomes, and we're inviting you to participate with us in that. Thank you. So I want to talk now about Section 4 of the Act, which is a very small section, and it just sets out what the purpose of the Act is. And this is very common in legislation to just set out, hey, here's one of the purposes. And again, it assists courts and it assists government departments in knowing how they should be interpreting the Act. Because if you know its purpose, it helps with the interpretation. And the purpose of the Act, as set out, is to actually protect and promote our health freedom by ensuring that we have access to things like natural health products and traditional healing practices. So that's the purpose of the Charter, and that's why that section is there. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association.
And I'm very pleased to have with me Wayne Elliott. Wayne and I go back a long, long ways, decades and decades, literally. Almost 30 years, I think.
Since King
Wayne,
Street was a path.
Yeah, welcome to the Health Show.
Thanks, Sean. Great to be with you. Great to see you again. It's been a long time since we've been face to face, even if it is over the airwaves.
Yeah, no, it truly has. Now, can you just introduce yourself? Like now you're involved with the Strauss Herb Company, or you guys are called Strauss Naturals now.
Correct.
Can you just share with the audience kind of your background and then we'll switch to your personal health journey?
Well, my background, I guess, is starting as an entrepreneur early and not really by choice. My dad arranged for me not only to do hours, but 5 different neighbors cut and trim their lawns and sweep their walks, and in the wintertime shovel their snow and simonize and wax their cars if they wanted. And everything was $2. So I always had $1 in my pocket from age 7 on, but I was in business, I guess. And then I worked at a Dairy Queen for 2 years part-time from 14 to 16. And then I leased the Dairy Queen. So it was my business. I didn't own the property or anything, and that almost killed me. My love of milkshakes and milk. I had a heart attack later at age 35. So I was lucky I didn't stay in that Dairy Queen business because I could live on milkshakes. I just loved them like nothing else.
Can I just slow you down? So a heart attack at 35, like that's almost unheard of.
Well, it isn't a surprise though, Sean, when I tell you that, during those years, call it 3 years, I guess it was 3 full years, that 15 milkshakes was an average day. Started at 8 in the morning when I was cleaning the ice cream machine. As soon as they were ready, I made a milkshake for myself to start the day. And that's what I drank all day long on the grill and everything else. So all that ice cream, syrup, and milk. I was always crazy for milk my whole life. And then after, I continued to play football for a couple of years. And when I went to school in Miami, they had in the cafeteria was wonderful, and they had the ice cold white and chocolate milk. And I just drank dozens of glasses a day. So I also ate tremendous amounts of beef through most of my life, but I do attribute it to all that milk and ice cream and dairy. So yeah, I had the old sledgehammer in the chest, my youngest son's 5th birthday party. And I didn't know. I went down on my hands and knees till I could see again. I couldn't see for a little bit. Everything was white. And then might have been 30 seconds. I have no way of knowing. And when I could see, I was on my hands and knees on the lawn. I didn't hurt myself. There was no pain left. And I didn't even go to a doctor for 6 months till the irregular heartbeat started and my blood pressure went higher. And I didn't like really anything that they had to say, open heart surgery and so forth. I sure wasn't interested in the pills. Statin drugs.
So can I slow you down? So why didn't you go to the doctor right away? What was the problem there?
Probably fear of what they were going to say. I was a rough and tumble guy, an athlete my whole life. If not for my fear of flying, I had a choice between pro football and baseball. And my only fear really was flying, still is. And so that wouldn't have worked out. I don't, what even bothers me more, Sean, is that in the 5 years after the heart attack, I never once thought of alternative medicine or natural anything or seeing a naturopath. Never crossed my mind. I did prepare to die young. I got everything out of my name, our companies, my house, everything into my son's name.
So you have this heart attack at 35. Yeah. And so you understood you were in trouble, and you're actually making it so that when you die, that property isn't in the estate. It's just, I assume, goes
they
to
didn't
your
even
wife.
didn't even have to call a lawyer. Just collect the $2,500 death benefit from the government and carry on. That's what I wanted. And
okay, so you you were preparing to die. Now,
Yeah.
you did go to the hospital after 6 months because, as you described, irregular heartbeat and your blood pressure's going up. What was the diagnosis at that time?
Well, then I ended up really getting scared. A friend referred me to a cardiologist local. There was only one, I believe, in those days in Niagara. Anyway, this gentleman agreed to see me without a referral or anything. And, he confirmed everything. Supraventricular tachycardia was the irregular heartbeat cause. The blood pressure was higher, not scary high, but it had gone up. And I did, by that time, had the angina symptoms, the night sweats, leg cramps, shortness of breath, pangs in the chest sometimes. I can't really say any real bad ones, but pinches, I call them. And so I guess as I figured I was getting closer to the end, I thought about I should do something about it. Still never considered alternative. So this cardiologist said, why don't we, for that irregular heartbeat, why don't you try these pills? Excuse me. And he gave me a prescription for 30 pills, 30 days. I didn't fill it for a couple of weeks. I'm thinking, I don't want to take any of these pills. Then I went and filled it because the arrhythmia just never stopped. It was 24/7 and I felt every race beat. So thankfully I knew the pharmacist from our children's soccer matches. And I said, Stephen, no trouble trying this for 30 days and then stopping. He says, have you talked to the doctor about what he's prescribed? I said, not really, but he just said, let's try it. So I'm asking you, would I have to be careful if I wasn't going to? He said, Wayne, from the day you take a pill, don't miss one ever. And that boy played basketball for North Carolina on these same pills to regulate his heartbeat, decided to skip it for the big Final Four basketball game and had a heart attack and died right on the basketball court. So this pharmacist said to me, you're a pretty young guy to be on something like this for life. I said, I'm so glad you spoke up, Stephen. Please don't fill the prescription. I'm not going to take that. So, anything I knew, heard, or experienced like that only made me more wary of Western medicine. And you hear of some bad stories, and I'd had family die under doctor's care with heart disease, with cancer, and nobody succeeded. And then, of course, when I met Jim Strauss, that changed my life.
Let's slow down before we get to Jim. And I definitely want us to talk about Jim. In fact, I want us to tell his story. It's so profound. Yes. But were you diagnosed with clogged arteries?
Yes. And supraventricular tachycardia and a blood pressure. I think at its worst then it was maybe 150/90. Might have been that high. So anyway, and the businesses that I ended up in were very difficult businesses, all kinds of nasty things we deal with. I'm a shipbreaker. My son's the third generation shipbreaker. We're the oldest active ship recyclers in the world, our company is, and the first ISO certified by 12 years since December of 2000. We've been ISO certified in our companies. Anyway, the shipbreaking business, you're dealing with asbestos in every ship, lots of it in the steamships, PCBs, lead paint everywhere, oftentimes cadmium and mercury in paints, mercury in the ballast gauge devices. So surrounded by toxic materials. And then I look back, I wished I hadn't, but I started in the battery recycling. And we had the best demonstrated technology in the world we developed in-house. I didn't develop it. Some smarter people than me in-house that worked for us, engineers did. And we broke the world's record for collections here in Ontario.
So, Wayne, can I focus you though? Did they want to do surgery on you for the clogged arteries?
Well, sure. That's what they would want to do. Yeah. Bypass. Something I forget it was one or two because as soon as the doctor talks to me about anything like that, cutting into me, when I broke this arm, it freaked me out. He was talking about parts. The Strauss bone and joint formula fixed it. I don't have arthritis 20 years later. I can throw the football still. He couldn't believe it, that I was crazy enough to think herbal medicine would work to patch bones together, but it did. So no, I just, I also watch family members, like a grandma I was close to with heart disease. She was like a vegetable for 20 years. And I was pretty sure that wasn't going to happen to me. I didn't want that. I didn't want that burden on anybody else. So I really wasn't looking for any patch jobs or take pills or I just figured, geez, I'm going to be the youngest Elliot to go this way. And thank God. So it's 5.5 years after the heart attack, by chance, I get introduced to Strauss heart drops. And I was in, as I say, these other businesses, scrap metal and batteries. Batteries, we handle all the worst stuff: lithium, cadmium, lead, mercury, exposed to all this stuff. And boy,
So
oh boy.
Can I just put this in the context? So you have a heart attack at 35.
Yeah.
You know, you have a reluctance to engage in the medical system. So, you know, they want to give you a drug for this tachycardia and you're not willing to take it. They want to do a bypass. You'd forget now whether it was a single or double bypass.
Yeah.
You're preparing to die. Like you're just preparing to die. How was it that you came across the Strauss heart drops? Like, tell us the story.
That was lucky as heck, because then I think the reason I'm confused, I think it was 2 arteries, but later on, the carotid arteries, an ultrasound said that they were over 50% blocked with the stringy fats and stuff that we get blocked with there. So, yeah. And as time went on, you know, things got worse. I didn't know I had anxiety till I didn't have it anymore. I went 11 weeks in a row in my bedroom on the weekend watching the History Channel, hoping nobody called or come to the door. I sure knew I wasn't tip top on top of the world. Mentally, I wouldn't have said, yes, I'm thrilled to death, Sean. I'm so happy I could. No, I knew that, but I wouldn't have said to you, yeah, I got anxiety, Sean, until I didn't have it. And then my friend Ted called from BC and said that he'd had a heart attack and they were going to do open heart surgery. And at his AA meeting he was at, he's telling his friend he's scared to death, this open heart surgery. His friend had a bottle of Strauss heart drops in his sweater coat. And he said, Ted, you got to try these. And he told Ted his story, how these heart drops had helped him. So Ted went right to Kamloops the next day, and he was living in Surrey, I think. I'm not sure, White Rock or Surrey, something like that. He's moved a couple of times over all these years. He drove right to Kamloops. He did meet Jim Strauss. He went home with heart drops, and he avoided his open heart surgery. And I said, he's telling me this, and I know the issues I got. I said, Ted, you got to give me the name. Give me the name or telephone number. So he did. And that was my next call. I said, Ted, you don't know how much I appreciate this call. I was just so hopeful, you know, from the moment I spoke to him. I talked to the lady on the front desk at Strauss on the phone for half an hour. She told me all kinds of great things. And I asked her to please send me a bottle as fast as you're able to send it here to Ontario. And, you know, you never know. If you had one heart attack and I know I didn't get better, Sean. I wasn't improving. Mm-hmm. So as far as I was concerned, could be a miracle coming. So it came.
No. Wayne, before you tell us what happened, my understanding with this story, like you said, the guy never had his surgery, but my understanding is they canceled his surgery because he didn't need it anymore.
With Ted, yes, and my dad at Boston.
Right. Well, we'll get into that. So, but I just wanted people to understand it's not like this guy's taking the heart drops and he decides not to have his surgeries. The doctors canceled it because it wasn't necessary anymore.
Yeah. I didn't go back to the doctors for mine, so I don't know if they'd have canceled it or not. I just knew I wasn't going to have that, Sean. But my dad and Ted, yes. Yeah, it was because they test you before you have the surgery, you see, whether it's a recheck, see if you've changed or you're worse, or I don't imagine they're used to seeing anybody better. But with both those men that I know well, their surgery was canceled by the medical profession. So anyhow, does that answer your question?
Yeah. So tell us what happened with you. So you get your drops. What happened?
Boy, I was so hopeful. So I didn't take them 3 times a day like they had suggest you do, because I worked long hours, and I didn't want to leave them in one of the offices at the shipyard or the plant or something. So I left them on my bathroom sink, and I took them at the start and finish of my day. And I took a little extra to make up for the 3rd dose that I wasn't taking. And so for me, most of the time, that first dose was between midnight and 1 a.m. and the second dose was between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. So not only was I not taking it the way I was supposed to, I was taking the 2 doses within 4 or 5 hours of each other. So not ideal, However, the rest of the story, in 2 weeks, I was shocked at this. 2 weeks driving in my car, on the phone like you're not supposed to be, having a conversation, and the man wants to make an appointment with me. And I told you I use a day timer, paper day timer, not the computer or my phone for my schedule, my calendar. I use paper. And so I had to reach for my day timer to make a date with this gentleman.
Wayne,
there you go. There you
paper
go.
day timer.
Right
I'm
on.
with you.
Right on.
Kindred spirits.
Yes, sir. So here I am driving. I'm on the phone and I'm reaching for my day timer to look. So I took the phone and crooked it into this ear, the left one, where I could hear noise, but I'd never be able to have a conversation with you. See, couldn't hear good enough. And I heard him speak to someone in the background at his end with the phone in my left ear. That was 2 weeks on the heart drops. Never dreamed it was cholesterol. And, wow. So
you got hearing back. You got hearing back in your left ear.
Yes, in 2 weeks. Yeah. And to this day, I can use the phone in either ear. This is 30 years later. I can use the phone in either ear. So I was just blown away by that. I thought I'd lost my hearing from running cranes, heavy equipment, listening to music when I was young, like most of us did. And it was cholesterol. So the next good thing that happened to me was probably 3 weeks after that. So say 5 weeks into taking the heart drops, my bronchial began to clear. I'd smoked at that time, see, I was in my 41st year. So, it's a long time. I'd smoked for 25 years. And my bronchial began to clear. And over the course of maybe 10 days, I couldn't even do this without phlegm and things clearing out of me. It's gross to talk about, but incredible what I got rid of in a 10 or 12 day period out of my bronchial and lungs. Well, that, boy, I guess between the breathing better, but it was at that point then, week 5 and 6, that my energy started to increase, and it went like this, Sean. It wasn't like this. It was like this. After 3 months, truly, I acted and like I was Superman. When Jim Strauss, I was on the heart drops was my 5th month. I went out to meet Jim. He rode the train back with me. Going to do lectures on Ontario radio shows. He's going to teach me, live with me and my sons. And that's what we did. And we'd talk till 11 or 12 o'clock at night, and he'd get up maybe to use the washroom at 4 or 5 in the morning. And I'd still be working, doing my day job, running these other businesses. And he'd tell me, Wayne, you have to sleep. You can't, I don't care how much energy, you can't go without sleep. Well, sometimes it was an hour here and there, and most of my life it's been 4 hours a night, which they say isn't enough. I guess I always cheated. That's the time I stole to work extra or whatever. With me, it was generally work, but I robbed that time, I guess. And then I just got used to it, Sean. I'm in my 72nd year now, and somebody was dumb enough to give me a football helmet, I'd probably put it on, So I've had great energy all this while. Angina, not one pang in whatever it is, 30 years.
Okay, so let's stop then, because you're 35 to 41. You're having night sweats, and my understanding from speaking with you, I mean, you're getting soaked. Like when you say night sweats, you're not meaning a little bit of sweat.
No,
you're
like
meaning soaking.
Like I understand some of the ladies on with menopause, they have these night sweats and they'll soak their bedclothes and soak the bed. Well, that's what I was doing. Even leaving my window open in the wintertime at the head of my bed, I couldn't find an excuse for that one. I always tried to find excuses for why this or why that, because I didn't want to go to the doctor really, and I didn't want any pills. And I just thought I could tough my way through this. I didn't really change much of anything, Sean. I still ate like I was going to the electric chair and smoked, and so I didn't do much in my own best interest. I did lose 30 pounds from the heaviest I had gotten, and so that was a good thing.
I'm just wanting to draw a contrast. So you, for 6 years after you have this heart attack, you're having the night sweats, you're having the leg cramps, you're getting this pinching in your chest, you're having angina symptoms. They go away also, right?
When I started the heart drops, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, you bet.
So you've gone 30 years without angina.
Yes. Yeah, I sure have. And my lungs weren't so good. I went to Halifax, the hospital in Halifax. The boys were doing a big job raising a shipwreck out of Bedford Basin, across from Halifax, Dartmouth. And I was just cooking for them, going to the grocery store, running for parts and so forth. The guys were running the job. And one morning, I started to put some stuff together for their lunch, and I would take it to the barge. They'd pick me up on shore, and I got a fly in my face, and I would take the lunch out. So early in the morning, and I'm cutting some meat, and the pain in my chest was something, and I knew it wasn't my heart. I knew it was my lungs, and it did scare me. And I went to the hospital. And it was fabulous service, 4 hours in and out, saw the wonderful doctor, a bunch of tests. And he said, this was the part I already knew, but I liked hearing it. He said, your heart, you're 69 years old. We don't expect to see a heart like yours at 69 years old. You have the heart of a young bull. I said, I know that, Doc. What about the lungs? He said, well, they're getting pretty tired of coughing. You've been coughing a long time. I said, yeah, I sure have. So that was that. I didn't even miss that day's work. I still made dinner that night. And so I've always been lucky, Sean. I've had good health. I always tough through things, had lots of broken bones, some of the same ones more than once, ribs and so forth. And I always healed good. And so, I guess I had some faith in the human body, but I had more faith in Strauss formulas.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that people understand. I mean, you had gotten title out of your name on all the property, or put it in joint with your spouse and everything. Like from age 35 to 41, you were expecting to die.
Yes.
And you're having angina, and you're having night sweats, and you're having leg cramps, and you're having pinching in your chest, and you don't have the energy, and you're anxious. That all goes away. So for 30 years. You have had no heart disease at all. You didn't get your bypass surgery.
No, never took a pill.
Never
took a pill.
So basically, you escaped death by the heart drops.
I did. There's no question about it, because it's the only thing I did in my own best interest, Sean. I didn't do anything else that a smart person that was putting themselves first would do. Didn't even quit smoking. And truly, I thought, like my Uncle Ed, anytime the lights could go out. That's what I thought.
Mhm.
That's how he went out. That's how, I guess if you're lucky and if you're going to die, that's the best way, where you just go,
Okay.
instead of suffering.
Now this transforms you. You get involved with Strauss.
Right. Oh,
So
yeah.
tell us about that. Like,
Well, it's an emotional story still, but in Florida, one Christmas time, see my mom and dad down there, took my sons, and there wasn't room for us all, so I rented a motel room across the street, and me and a couple of the boys stayed there. So anyway, they were all out. They were having some fun at the Grand Prix racing place or something. This place for kids, and I was by myself. And I, by that time, as far as I was concerned, if I'm not Superman, I'm on deck. I'm just a little bit from it, and so grateful. You got to remember, none of these symptoms anymore. And boy, oh boy, I wanted to take on the world, really. All the energy I ever thought I had. So there was a pen and a yellow writing tablet. And I thought, geez, of just the men, I've been very lucky to have great mentors in my life, some great people in my life. If just the men that died from heart disease or stroke could have had the heart drops, they're just the men that had a significant effect on my life.
mhm.
And I started listing them. Just the ones that I figured could have been saved with heart drops. And Sean, I got to something like 19 men, and it hit me. And then, of course, I didn't know about the heart drops then, and some of those men, they weren't even available then. They were made for Jim Strauss and Peter Strauss, by Jim and Peter, for Jim, after that massive heart attack he had in 1980. So some of these men couldn't have been saved. I didn't even list the females, like my grandma's, that could have been helped, the one that was a vegetable for so long. And my dad, who was supposed to go like that, was told at age 60 he'd go just like his mom. They called it hardening of the arteries. He died at 77, as sharp as a tack. My dad was a sharp guy. And he did, thanks to the heart drops. It also canceled his bypass surgery.
Let's use this as an opportunity to tell your father's story. Because so you've already shared with us. So he's having heart disease. He's getting the hardening of the arteries. And my understanding, he's 60 at the time that he gets this diagnosis.
Yes. And he goes through the session at Boston Medical in the US. My dad basically resided in Florida the last whatever years of his life, 15 or 20. I don't really remember. But
he also needs a open heart bypass surgery, doesn't he? Like, he has the angioplasty. Tell us all about that. Like, tell us his journey.
My dad had was having issues, was told that, by the time you're 65, you probably won't know your name, just like your mom went through. And then had the angioplasty treatment in Boston, the balloon treatment, to try and help increase your blood flow at the worst points where you have restrictions or blockages. So they did that, and they booked him for open heart surgery. Well, I'd just gone through what I'd gone through, and I was a new man. And my dad was from the generation, they loved doctors and pharmaceuticals. My dad especially had a lot of doctor friends, built houses for them. He did all kinds of things for them. And so I said, Dad, it's not going to kill you in 3 months. Look what the heart drops did for me. Take these, go back to Boston. They're going to test you. And then they're going to tell you whatever the situation is, and you do what you want. It's your choice. By all means, if they say you should have the surgery and you want to, then have it. So he did that. He waited the 3 months, taking heart drops properly, and they canceled the bypass surgery. They also, 2 or 3 years later, canceled the prostatectomy with my dad because, again, he went on pills, didn't say anything.
Let's just, I want to just make sure people fully understand what you're saying about the heart. So your dad has heart disease. He's got hardening of the arteries. He has blocked arteries. He's being told he's not going to know who he is, in 5 years. He's 60 years old. They've booked him in Boston for a bypass surgery, open heart surgery. And you give him heart drops for 3 months. He goes down for the surgery. They test him because they test you before the surgery just so they know what they're facing when they're in there, and they cancel the surgery.
Yeah, they wanted to do the surgery sooner, of course. There's not the lineups like there is in Canada. So they would have done his surgery, Sean, and whatever. I have no idea about that. It could have been a month. But
so does he ever have bypass surgery?
No, my dad never had a bypass surgery or a heart medication. No.
And how long did he live after that?
He died in his 77th year. And but just after that, at age 62 or 3, tells me about the prostate, how he'd been on some sort of medication or pills for 2 years, didn't work as they'd hoped, and now he had to have a prostatectomy. And I said, Dad, remember the heart drops? So we've got prostate formula too. At least give it a try. Your prostate won't kill you in 3 months. And so because of the heart drops, I know that's why he agreed to take the prostate.
he was listening now.
Yeah, went back to Boston. So help me God, Sean. They canceled that surgery. He didn't determine he didn't need the surgery. He had the PSA count of a young person, they told him. And my dad died at age 77 with his prostate, healthy prostate. That's the truth. So, I was so grateful. You can see why I'm so grateful to the company, my own life, my dad, so many dear friends, and so many I wished we could have helped save, but we just didn't know about the heart drops.
You told me an interesting story the other day about a lady in her 30s that you basically see in a wheelchair taking donations for the Salvation Army. And that was a really interesting story. Do you want to share that one with us?
Yeah, sure. I was coming out of the Sobeys grocery store. It was very close to Christmas time. Everything was decorated, and the Salvation Army had started their collections, and this lady a young lady in a wheelchair, she's collecting and got the Salvation Army bell for you to put your donation in. And I went over and put something in the bell, and I noticed the wheelchair, and I couldn't help. I probably stick my nose in more than I should, or certainly more than most people would. I said, young lady, do you mind me asking you? I could have been her knee. She had a knee surgery or something. I said, do you mind me asking you why you're in the wheelchair? She said, no, that's fine. Diabetes. I said, diabetes has got you in the wheelchair. Yeah. She said, I forget if it was 2 or 3 toes, Sean, cut off. And I said, are you in pain? She said, yeah, all the time. I said, do you take something for that? And I think she told me, whatever it was, 8 or 10 Tylenol 3s a day. And it helps some. And so I tell you, it broke my heart. Here she is collecting for Salvation Army. She's probably sitting there in pain and, not thinking about herself. So I had a bottle of heart drops in the car, an unopened one. I went and got it and brought it to her. Just had a chat with her of how to take it. She wouldn't be sorry. And I promised her, and I gave her my business card so she at least knew, that she wasn't some total stranger. And I never saw her again. But when we opened the store a few months later we actually opened a couple of Strauss stores, Hamilton and Port Colborne, just to get customers that we could send to other health food stores. And so this lady, our ladies told me that this lady had told them she met me at Sobeys and she was back in for heart drops. And their joke was she told the 2 ladies in our store she buys her heart drops before she pays her rent. And no more pain pills and no more toes lost. And, so this is.
And walking.
Yes, I'm walking. Yeah. Which I'm sure she must have practiced at or used a cane having 2 or 3 toes missing. But yeah, not the pain. I mean, and that's what's so rewarding, Sean, to be any part of that, whether you're the messenger or the genius behind the formulas, it's all very rewarding. So there's been many, many stories like that. And that's That's my juice. That's why I'm doing this, is because it just makes me feel fabulous. One person at a time, mostly, but every day. And yeah, it's been wonderful.
I'm wondering, before we move on to Jim Strauss's story, if you have a really good friend named Joe Curry. And I think it's so important for people to understand, Wayne, because you didn't have hope before you were told about the Strauss heart drops. You were actively preparing to die. And, and as we were interviewing people for this show, it's a constant theme. Like the stories they have a happy ending, but people really were suffering beforehand. And we know that there's people that don't understand. Keep looking. Like, just because the mainstream medical system, is a death sentence for you, or you're disabled, or you're suffering terribly, like there are answers out there.
Yeah. Well, there sure is.
So
Jim Strauss was famous for saying everything our bodies need has been provided by nature. Now, he was some upset, Sean, as I'm sure you know, about all the genetically modified foods in our world. How 93% of what's on grocery store shelves are or contain GMOs. It's man-made food, not as nature intended. Our soil's depleted. I guess they try and make up for it with everything from chemical fertilizers to all the sprays for insecticides, pesticides, fungicides, herbicides, chemical fertilizers, and then chemical preservatives often. So we're surrounded by.
I think it's deliberate, Wayne, because if people watch this whole health show, they're going to see expert after expert explaining how like, it's so simple. Our bodies need certain nutrients to be healthy. Yeah. And if we don't have them, we're unhealthy, and it develops into chronic illness. Well, Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency are in control of our food supply. And they know we don't have the nutrients in our food that we need to be healthy. And if they were doing their job, they would require full spectrum fertilization. They would require foods to have our fruits and vegetables to have the nutrients we need. They deliberately don't require that. They're allowing glyphosate, which takes the minerals out of our food.
Yeah, well, I'm convinced myself, whether we're talking about the environment or our food or the big money, the big business, the Wall Street, which is a nameless, faceless, money worshiping game, the Wall Street game. I'll give you examples that are not pharmaceuticals, but it's a crying shame. Heard it one day on the radio about 10 years ago, and they actually named the fast food hamburger chain. It's the biggest one, so I don't have to say their name. They named them. Health Canada did in this news report. I only heard this once. I thought, what a sin, that there is more salt in the small patty than humans can tolerate in a day. Tolerate. Now, I'll tell you, I worked a lot of 16, 18-hour days, lots of them, most of them. So there were days I went by that very same fast food joint and got 4 or 5 of those little cheeseburgers and, ate them in 5 minutes. But supposedly there's more salt in one than we can tolerate, certainly than is good for us. So did the government regulate anything? No. It was voluntary. So what did it create? It created a market for more expensive canned goods and products that advertise low sodium on the label, that only reduce the sodium by 1% or less because they can't. It's the preservative. They can't only reduce it so much. And here we think we're doing good for ourselves. Another example, I was with Jim Strauss, or I may never have known this, and I went to pick up a jar of Miracle Whip sandwich spread, and I picked up the low-fat one. And he said, "Why are you buying that?" I said, "Well, it says low-fat. There's nobody in my house that needs to gain weight." He said, "If you eat that one, it'll make you fatter." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, the fat your body knows how to deal with, they replace it with refined sugar when they say low fat, it's replaced with refined sugar, and your body can't deal with that properly. So if you eat that low fat one, you'll get fatter. I looked at it.
Yeah, it's all backwards. Can you
It's to
share with
trick
us?
us, why would they be allowed to trick us like this, And this is where the government has, I think, let down their guard. These are huge multinational corporations, huge conglomerates that own huge companies inside of them, like Kraft and Cargill and the Archer Daniels Midland Company. These are giant, mega billion-dollar companies. And they obviously, they hire a lot of people, and they sure have more clout than Wayne and Sean.
Yeah, it's something, and I think because now we're all living it, right? Like, I forget what the disability rate is in small kids now, but it's staggering, and we never had any kids disabled before,
Right.
And we're becoming so sick. I think it's becoming apparent, and we're definitely, hoping and so thankful that you're sharing with us to break that narrative so people understand our food supply isn't safe.
No.
Like we can talk all we want about how Health Canada, our drug laws don't serve us at all, but we're in this mess because our food supply isn't safe, and it's deliberately unsafe. That's what upsets me.
Yeah. Well, and the depleted soil and so Strauss has nothing to do with making vitamins and minerals. However, I take them every day, and I advise folks that they should consider that. The minerals are not in our soil, so they're not going into the foods, veggies, and so forth, fruits that we eat. And so we're not getting them. And my mom was the same as me. We took the full spectrum minerals, and if we didn't, we'd get leg cramps. So, to a lot of us, they're very important. And you're supposed to have those minerals.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not in the soil, I think the luckiest people, Sean, are the people that have a garden space to grow a decent sized garden. And if they get the original seeds, I think you can even get them. Someone told me from American Seed and Feed, you don't even have to go to the World Seed Bank. But the Italians are smart. They'll take some of their lovely tomatoes, smash them and dry them out, and replant those seeds the next year. So they've got beautiful tomatoes as nature intended them, so that's the best. If you can do that, and then you can also control not putting chemicals in your food,
Mm-hmm.
We've got a product called Iron Earth that was fabulous. It was from an asteroid, I guess, millions of years ago, but 100% natural, that works and puts the 76 minerals and the humates back in the soil. But otherwise, they're basically doing it chemically, and it's a shame, really. And you're younger than me, I believe, by quite a bit, but they didn't have any GMO foods till I was about 20. So I'd grown into an adult man on real food. And then, my children's generation was always the seedless grapes they wanted. I didn't know better. So I was buying them the seedless grapes. They tasted good. The oranges that haven't been real in decades, they're seedless. Bananas, you won't find real bananas. Well, we kept eating this stuff. And, so my children's age, my boys are all in their 40s now. They didn't grow up on real foods. Now their children, I got 8 grandchildren. It really frightens me, Sean, because there's going to be nothing real left.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be chemicals on everything. So, I don't even want to say what Jim Strauss's summation was of the result of what happened here. But, basically, I'm not going to use his exact words, but basically the average lifespan is going to get younger.
Well, it is. It's shrinking. Our lifespan is dropping, Wayne. So
Okay.
Can you tell us Joe Curry's story, and then I want to go on to Jim Strauss's story.
Yeah, Joe was a great pal. I met him when some older boys, I was 10 years old, and some older boys who had just finished playing catch with me with my football went to take it on me and leave the park. And I was pleading with them. They were a couple of years older. I was pleading with them to give me my ball back. And Joe came along, and I guess he heard as he's walking up what was going on, and he went and got my ball back anyway. And we were pals from that day, and we ended up just being great friends. And Joe worked for us and worked with us. We played football together, and after football, Joe got up to 400 pounds, and he had so much wrong with him when he moved into my house that it's crazy. Had he not been such a tough guy, he is dead. He had a tumor on his kidney, sleep apnea, bad diabetes, blue and red legs, 3 or 4 black toes, enlarged heart, irregular heartbeat like I never saw in my life before, go from 0 to 200 like a pinball machine. It was just crazy. Blood pressure, high blood pressure, just about everything you could think of, in this damn sleep apnea. So anyway, and when he moved in here, he was on 13 drugs, 13 pharmaceuticals. When he moved out of here, he was 240 pounds on no pharmaceuticals and working full time. He was running our railroad yard, loading the rail cars and so forth, climbing up on the cars and everything. And it was amazing return to health. And I'll tell you, there's no doubt it was just in time. And in 60 days, he lost 60 pounds with the Strauss liver formula and the heart drops and a change in diet. Joe's mother loved him so much that she would, growing up, he had a pound cake for breakfast, a whole one. And then as he was a bigger guy, he had two pound cakes. And he always had lazier jobs where you could sit all the time or most of the time, like real estate or car sales. And of course, when you're sitting around, you're eating pizzas and donuts and soda pop. So Joe had a very unhealthy lifestyle. And, it was if you didn't live it every day with him, he lived right with me, traveled with me, everything. It was as close to a miracle as you can get, I'll tell you. And
yeah, like my understanding is he couldn't even stay awake, like for
30 seconds at a time, middle of a sentence. It was. I thought it was too late. By about the 3rd month living here, and yeah, he was using the bathroom a lot and so forth. So he was detoxing all right, but nothing else was changing. He wasn't able to stay awake, and he had the machine, the I forget what it was called, but the breathing machine where you wear the mask.
CPAP, I think.
Yeah, and I had him in the bedroom next to me, so if I heard him snore, I was right in there like a grizzly bear with the light on, get that mask on, and so he did use the mask religiously, and that was a help too. I mean, he was in such bad shape. But anyway, the end of the day, before he moves out, just shy of 2 years later, he's 240 pounds. He has no tumor on his kidney. He'd been going to the Firestone Clinic for 10 years over his kidney tumor, kidney cancer. Sleep apnea gone, no longer a diabetic. His legs normal color and growing hair, never lost any toes, and no drugs. And able to work a long day. And when he was living with me, we'd go, when we had to get groceries, there was a store open all night. We'd sometimes go 11 o'clock at night after the rail yard. So, he went from death's door to a normal life. He should have been the poster boy for Strauss, really. It was so incredible.
Right.
What happened with Joe.
So tell us the Jim Strauss story, because it's a fascinating story, and you had spent a lot of time with Jim. Yeah.
It was the most profound relationship of my not so short life, was Jim Strauss. And of course, saved my life. So that's pretty darn important, pretty profound. So I guess it was the most important relationship. And what he taught me was life-changing, And I've been able to help so many people and understand so much more myself. He understood everything about nature. He certainly understood in the human body, everything connects. And he was just so intelligent. And he was a character. He was a character indeed, but he was fearless. You probably know that. You were his lawyer at going way, way back. And, he obviously believed. And he'd say some things, that I think, oh, geez, I wish he hadn't said that or wouldn't say that. But to tell you, to be honest with you, he never said one thing to me ever that didn't turn out to be absolutely true. Whatever it was always true. And so it was just a great relationship him and I had. And I loved him, really. He was wonderful. And we spent so much time together. We living here twice a year for a month at a time. We rode the train to and from Vancouver a couple of times together, and Jim would hold court in the coffee and tea car, in the afternoon, and have a crowd of people around him, and it was just wonderful. I'm so grateful for having, first of all, met his heart drops and his formulas, and of course meeting him, having that relationship. Wouldn't trade it for the world. One of my favorite pictures is my last picture with him and I at his kitchen table. So I think his Strauss heart drops, he made me promise I would never quit trying, but I think not only should his heart drops be on Medicare, and then as Jim said, maybe everybody could get a livable pension if we knocked out most of this heart disease, this expensive surgery and drugs. But I think he should have got a Nobel Prize for that medicine. It's it's incredible. There is nothing like it. There's competition in the market right now. There isn't anything like Strauss heart drops. It just doesn't exist. And I'm sure grateful I ran into them, Sean. That's for sure. I wouldn't be talking to you though. I'm pretty sure about that.
And maybe we'll share for those watching. So Jim Strauss was an older fellow. He flew for the German Air Force in World War II.
Yeah.
From Austria. His family were traditional healers for 400 years.
That's right.
And he was trained by his grandparents. So here you've got a gentleman who grows up in a family with 4 centuries of healing expertise. Like that's what the family did. And he's trained by his grandparents. Like I remember, he would say it grudgingly, Wayne, that he would be dragged into the forest by his grandparents to pick herbs and taste herbs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Because it's, hey, now, because we've got Health Canada forces us to do it a clinical way, you have to test for the active ingredients, but they would do it by taste.
Yeah.
How strong is this? What does it taste? It's like a master chef in a kitchen. And I remember them complaining when they had to transition over to the testing instead of taste that, they preferred doing it by taste.
Yeah.
But
we put Jim to the test years ago, which I'll tell you about this in a minute. But they had that craft down so cold, so well. You've likely heard the story when they were making the heart drops and Jim was in such pain from that massive heart attack, sitting in an easy chair and Pete helping him. Pete had made mixed up formulas for him since he was knee high to a grasshopper, And when they finally knew they had it right, Pete made the tincture and Jim drank every day what they consider about 2 weeks supply now. Can't hurt you. I once drank a full bottle at a lecture years ago. So Jim knew himself that they worked. And yourself, Sean, he went, he could walk to his mailbox in 2.5 weeks. And he went back to work in, I think, 6.5 or 7 weeks and never had the heart surgery or the medicine for that.
And
And they said he could die at any time. He needed a quadruple or a 5 artery bypass. I forget which it was, but he said it was all that pork soup that had that much fat on it when it was cold, and all those bacon and eggs and all them sausages, that he loved. But yeah, his grandmother and his aunts taught him, and what a valuable education. I mean, just terrific. Yeah.
Yeah. So he made the heart drops to save his own life.
Yeah. Yeah. So it really is the newest formula at 46 years old. The Strauss Heart Drops is the company's newest formula. And no surprise, really, when you consider what they're for, after heart attack or diabetes, to ensure blood flow, that they're our flagship product. It's the number one.
And again, just to drive home, I mean, and I've seen the angiogram because I was his lawyer, and I was going to call him as a witness at his trial, because Health Canada, as you know, was trying to shut him down for telling the truth that he can treat heart disease.
Yeah.
But he was sent home, because he refused, like you, to have the bypass. He's like, no, I can solve this. But he's sent home to die. They're not expecting him to live. He's rushed by ambulance to the hospital because he had a bad heart attack.
Yeah.
And didn't he live 35 years, died of old age? It was a long time.
36 years after the heart attack.
Okay, well, I was close. So yeah, I knew it was a long time because I was in touch with him, and he was old when I met him. He grew older, right?
Yeah.
So never.
Well, here I am, Sean. I'm 30, almost 32 years since the heart attack myself. So I hope to beat his record, but we'll see.
Well, it's looking good. Now let's just kind of segue then to Health Canada, because I met Jim because Health Canada was trying to shut him down. In fact, I mean, just full disclosure for the audience, I met Jim when I was Health Canada's lawyer against him. So,
is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Health Canada Jim was importing herbs from the US, perfectly legal to import, and Health Canada had Canadian Border Services seize the herbs. Now, in the legal community, there's a special term to describe when the government takes your property. So many people may not have heard it, but in the legal community, we call that theft. So Jim is suing Health Canada to get his herbs back, and I'm acting for Health Canada against him. That's how we met.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, he sure felt strongly about it, and he's right. I mean, you should be able to tell the truth. It's getting to be a scary world when you have to be, it's more important to be politically correct than it is to be truthful. So I just don't know what to say about that, and I sure don't know what to do about it. I'm just going to keep telling the truth, Sean. And if anybody has a problem with that, it's going to have to be their problem. I don't know what else to say.
Wayne, can I tell you a funny Jim Strauss story? You probably heard it, but I want the audience to kind of appreciate, because you'd kind of said, he's a bit of a character. So in Health Canada, just so the viewers understand, they were totally always trying to shut him down because he wouldn't stop saying he could treat heart disease, which is, I came to understand it was true preparing for the trial. Wayne, that's how I came to understand this is real. It's your own personal health journey, so I don't have to tell you. But so Health Canada, he's living in Kamloops, Jim Strauss, and they've got to drive from Vancouver. So, they're not out there all the time, but they come out to harass him. And so once they're out there harassing him, they're in his, herb shop, Natural Way Herbs, remember?
Yeah.
And they're saying, well, there's a door to the back, where he stores stuff. And I assume he did mixing back there and everything. And they said, you have to put a sign there saying employees only. They're adamant about it. You got to put a sign there, employees only. So they come out months later and they want to go in the back, and he won't let them in the back. He says, can't you read the sign above the door? Employees only. And he wouldn't let him in the back. And that was Jim Strauss. I mean, he understood he understood that you had to stand up, and I tell you, he was persecuted, and they tried to they put him through the fire, but he would not back down, and I so respect that. Wayne, what do you think?
100%, 100%. And he's given me the teachings and the strength, really, that I wouldn't back down either. If it's, first of all, you have to be some kind of not nice person if you're going to be cavalier with anyone about their health. It's so serious. It is our wealth. It's our most important thing, is our health. So to be cavalier or careless with it, with anyone, would be a crime, in my opinion. And he would never do that. I'd sure never do that. But it's nice that it's a rigged game. Our products can't hurt anyone. So there's not been one complaint in 46 years to the FDA, Health Canada, or the company about any kind of serious or harmful side effect. Of course, you might use the bathroom more often from time to time. That's how the poison comes out of us, and the toxins and the waste. That's the only way, and gas. But there's nothing. It's safe. That's proven in 46 years commercially available, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
So it's safe. It's your satisfaction guarantee. The Strausses wouldn't, and neither will the company today, take anybody's money if they're not satisfied. We do everything we can do because what we want to do is help the people. So some of the calls I get, and people aren't taking it enough, or the right, or didn't for long enough, or whatever the case may be, I always am grateful to be able to talk to them, to tell them what they ought, they need to do, do what the bottle says, and take it regularly. Don't stop. It just works. And that's why it's a shame that it wasn't made available. People have these health benefits. And, but in order for insurance companies to put natural medicine on there, they'd have to have the doctor's approval. And as you know, doctors can't do that. College of Physicians and Surgeons set up very poorly, not to help us, I'm afraid.
Well, here, let's put this into context again. So, I mean, you spoke about your father who had a bypass surgery canceled. And, you never got a bypass surgery. Jim never got a bypass surgery. When I was preparing for that trial, Jim had given me, I forget now if it was 3 or 5 boxes, because, I mean, we're talking like 1995, 1996. This was a long time ago. But boxes were filled with letters that people just wrote him. Like, he wasn't asking people to write him letters, but they felt compelled. And it was like they were all the same, Wayne. I had heart disease. I was sick. I was dying. I took your heart drops. I got well. Like, God bless you. Now, for the trial, I couldn't enter those. Those were hearsay. But I started phoning people because I can call the authors of those letters. For that trial, I had 5 middle-class professionals, which I cherry-picked. I mean, I've got there's thousands and thousands of people to pick from. The judge is a middle-class professional. When they had all had heart disease, they had all had at least one open heart bypass surgery. I think one or two of them had 2. They all continued to have heart disease because the reason their arteries were being plugged up wasn't being addressed. They all needed another bypass surgery. 1 or 2 of them were too sick to survive the surgery, so they're sent home to die. And the others weren't willing to do it again, just to buy another year or 2 because it was so awful to go through. So for them, the mainstream medical system is a death sentence.
Yeah.
They all get the heart drops, usually through naturopathic doctors. They all get well. Here's the kicker for me, Wayne. They're all working full-time at the time of trial, and most of them have been disabled for 10 years or more. And you can't fake that stuff. No. You can't be working full-time after you've been disabled, having open heart surgeries. And it's like, what are we doing? Why can't we tell the world, if you're suffering from heart disease, you might want to try this?
Yeah, there's no reason, between the safety, they've had no complaints. They know it's safe. And the satisfaction guarantee, and the company has never cheated on that. I don't get it either. You'd think everybody'd be screaming it from the hilltops. Open heart surgery today, depending where you are in North America, and just a couple of days thereafter the surgery, it's a couple of $100,000, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see now. A couple $100,000 or $500 in heart drops. Cut me open, long time to heal. Maybe I die during the surgery. Everything's okay. I don't get it.
Oh, yeah, it
For every
makes
person
no
they
sense.
cut open, for everybody they cut open, my Lord, I guess, I don't know. We'd save thousands of people anyway.
Yeah.
with
And to me, it's just the fact that we can't tell. Like, it's the censorship of truth of health information that gets me. Wayne, is there I always ask the last question is, your message to Ottawa, but before I ask you that question, is there anything we've missed that you think we should talk about concerning Strauss or your life?
Well, I think when it comes to your health, people, I think, should know that sometimes it can be too late, yes. But for the most part, don't lose hope. There is a path to a healthier existence. And, I'm just a firm believer that when these 8, 7, 9, 13, like Joe, drugs get into us, they've never been tested like that. It's one at a time, one pill at a time on clean bodies. You can't be on anything to be a test candidate. And then what happens in real life? Joe was on 13. Little Nick was on 10. One of our best welder fitter in the world, this guy. And when he finally gave up on the drugs after open heart surgery, and he quit them suddenly, he shouldn't have done that. That could have killed him. But he did quit them suddenly and went on the heart drops, and then went back to work for 12 years. Tough stuff, laying in the mud, fixing heavy machinery. He's an incredible welder, built seawalls, fabricated machinery at our battery plant. Unbelievable. So he got 12 more years of life, good life, like active, working, physical working life. He's 78 now and he is retired. But I've just seen so much of it, Sean, and it's wonderful. And I also love, there's times I'm not that fond of the government, but I love that these products, and I'm sure some other great products on the market, have saved our country, saved the taxpayers big money, big money. Open heart surgery is free of charge in this country, and it costs a lot. So, and all that, but better than that, of course, that's not the win that's closest to your heart. I love that fact that we've saved the country so much money. It's the lives, It can make the difference whether dad's well enough to keep working and the children get to go to college, or maybe they can't because he's not well enough and he's got years of pills and not a healthy life, a diseased life. So it's the effect that one heart attack, one heart disease can spoil the chances for a whole family, Sean. So, it's just so important. I'll never quit. I'm like you. I'll not quit fighting for this and hoping common sense prevails somewhere along the line and not Wall Street's money. That should not be the top priority here. Let them give the drugs to themselves and their kids and their families if they like. But they shouldn't be rigging the game the way it is and promoting their products the way they do and getting away with what they do. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that.
Well, I think that's probably the most important part. I mean, you're basically sharing that the natural products. You're talking specifically about Strauss because that's your experience, but I mean, it's changed lives and it changes families.
I take these vitamins and minerals that other companies make, silver, oxidized silver, and all kinds of things. My table and counter is full of good stuff, and So yeah, it's we just got to hope that I'm a little hopeful with. I wish I could speak with him, Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. He seems to really be looking at changing things and getting away from the pharmaceuticals the way we've all been forced to. So, that's some light at the end of the tunnel. He's in a powerful position and he's a powerful man.
Wayne, can I just say something? Because so the NHPPA, we've got social media channels and the like, and I think it was in the spring. So, Kennedy gets doing this thing at the CDC and all of that. And we just put out some trial balloons like, oh, this is happening in the US, maybe we should. And boy, the negative response we got. So our mainstream media is so demonizing Kennedy and Trump and the like. And what concerns me is you don't have to agree with other people, but if you find yourself in a situation where you're no longer willing to consider what they say, then you can't change your mind, right? Like, surely we're not afraid of being brainwashed. Like, we can, but if we close our minds to new information, then we actually can't change our minds. Like, we can't choose to change our minds. And then we're the ones that are trapped.
Yeah.
So, you brought this is an important point is we're talking about health. And like, if they're talking in the United States that maybe we shouldn't have dyes in our food for kids because there's health effects. Well, don't close your mind. Look at the evidence. You don't have to agree. You don't have to change your mind. If they're saying some things that are different from what you've been led to believe, Wayne, we're talking about stuff you didn't consider natural health because it wasn't on the radar.
Right.
But your own life and your own family has been impacted. Like, so my message would be, let's not close our minds. Now, final question to you. What's your message to Ottawa?
Bit of a multi-headed one, I guess, but
and yeah, you can't swear. So
consider taxpayer money a little closer and do a little better job. But and one way to do that is to really help straighten out the healthcare system, which is in trouble. We have these tens of thousands foreign nurses, and I'm sure, and I hope they're good nurses. I'm sure they are. But before couldn't be approved, had to go to school here and so forth. To be a nurse here, but they've done that to help us out. But it's just promoting the same stuff, building bigger hospitals all the time. They have to, I pray that they start considering ways to not need bigger hospitals, not have a shortage of doctors, not have a shortage of nurses. Just, and these are educated people. I'm not trying to insult anybody, but a little common sense, a little truth, a little accept the facts. Don't, it's not hocus pocus. We're not medicine men selling snake oil. I'm not a witch doctor. Or the product wouldn't still be for sale for 46 years. And nature can be cruel, Sean. It can be cruel indeed. Hurricanes, tornadoes, it's all necessary, I suppose. Forest fires and whatnot. But if we don't at least stay in sync with it and recognize these things that Strauss used to say, like, if you're not made from it, it cannot fix you. So to expect man-made chemical drugs to fix us, now they don't claim to. They never claim to fix you once. They'll help you. You'll feel better. Your numbers will change, whatever the hell. But if you want to be fixed, you need cells that you're made from. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, Jim would say it's like taking your car to the lumber yard to fix with 2x4s and plywood. You can't do it. You need materials the car is made from. We're the same way. So my message to Health Canada would be, stop going the way of the money. Stop allowing the money to drive the wagon train here, meaning big pharma. Stop splitting the cost with them on all these clinical studies where we use mice for clinical studies. What kind of model is that against a human? And they spend billions, Sean. This is no small deal. Let's, you know, they could invest the money so much more wisely, but when there's no harm, we need more common sense. I don't know what to say it without insulting everybody. To me, it's as black and white as black and white. So I'm just going to hope that smarter thoughts prevail, that more caring people. I like Mr. Kennedy in the United States. I hope he's real successful there, and I hope some of it can catch on here and when it's proved out. So yeah, and stop fighting nature. Health Canada, stop fighting nature. Promote it. Without it, there's no you. Simple. Without nature, we're not having this conversation right now. So high technology can't do everything for us, Sean. Nature provided a lot. Try going without fresh water. See what that technology does with your air that you can breathe. Won't help you. And you can't eat the money either. Won't sustain you.
Well, that's a great answer, Wayne. So it's been a pleasure to interview you, and pleasure to see you again after decades, literally.
For me as well.
And on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for sharing with us.
It was my pleasure, Sean. I hope we see each other again sooner than later.
Me too.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks again. Let's talk about Section 5 again. And Section 5 is very important. It sets out how the law is supposed to be construed. Because you could pass a piece of legislation to, let's say, regulate aquariums. I'm just picking a strange example. And that act just regulates aquariums, but it doesn't affect other things. But when we're talking about fundamental rights, that act has to have paramountcy over other acts. So this is what Section 5 is about. If you were to look at the Canadian Bill of Rights, you would find the similar language, because the Bill of Rights takes precedent over all other acts, unless the other act actually says, well, we're going to not apply the Bill of Rights. Because whenever you're setting out rights that need to be protected, that act has to be above other acts. And so this is what Section 5 is doing. It's saying, look, we have these rights, and the Charter of Health Freedom is above other laws unless the other laws specifically exempt themselves. And the same applies for treaties. It's all fine and good for us to have health freedom, but if Canada passes a treaty that would undermine our rights, this Section 5 says, no, unless the treaty actually addresses this, or Parliament specifically exempts the treaty, that these rights are protected and they apply. And that's why Section 5 is there. It's an extremely important section. Welcome to the world's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me today Dr. James Lunny. James, welcome to the Health Show.
Thank you. It's a great privilege. There's always only one beginning and a new great show starting.
Yeah.
I appreciate being part of it.
Well, no, I'm glad that you're on for a couple of reasons, but you're going to be sharing about vitamin D today. But we go back decades, so it's good to see you again. And you, just to introduce you to people that may not know who you are. So you practice as a chiropractic doctor for 24 years. So you'd gotten a Bachelor of Science in Zoology and Chemistry, and then you graduated from the Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College in Toronto and practiced for 24 years in 2 different provinces in both Ontario and British Columbia. And then you had a shift of career for 15 years. You were a member of Parliament for the West Coast riding of Nanaimo, Alberni. James, I wanted to ask, why did you become a chiropractor? What led you? Because that's a healing tradition. What led you into that?
Well, I was always fascinated with the human body. I mean, just as a boy, I used to look at my hand and say, how does this work? How can I just think and it turns like this? So I just always was fascinated with the human body. So I wanted to know more about it. And I wanted to be involved in a helping, healing, profession. But I was never a big fan of chemical manipulation, physiology. I wanted to understand. I think the way to fix anything is to understand how it's supposed to work, whether it's a car or a computer. So I had a passion to understand the body better. This was why I got the zoology and chemistry background at university before I went into chiropractic college.
Okay. And then what led you into becoming an MP?
Well, frustration for one thing. My passion was to see people live well until they die. And so, every patient, many of my patients were on medications. I needed to know what they're doing to them, even though we didn't study pharmacology per se. We did study nutrition. And I hung out with naturopaths in my first years. The first naturopathic college was in Kitchener, where I practiced for 15 years. And so, I just continued to learn, and patients come up with all kinds of things that I'd never thought of and that weren't part of my training. And, they put me onto some things. I'd look it up and I'd say, well, never knew that. It's like saying anybody says they know everything about the human body. It's like saying that you know everything about the universe, because we're 80 to 100 trillion cells in our bodies, 25,000 miles of blood vessels that trip around the world at the surface. And these 80 to 100 trillion cells, 200 different cell types, they're all reading the same code, different parts of the code, and they don't operate the same. They don't look the same, but yet it's all marvelous. And every single cell is worlds within worlds of finely tuned molecular activity. So there's lots to learn, and it's been my life's pursuit to understand the body better.
Yeah, I don't think we ever will. I think that's that it's beyond us. We're fearfully and wonderfully made.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, okay. Well, thanks for sharing that. And I know we're going to do another video where we talk a little bit about politics. So just for people watching, you're not going to want to miss that one. Dr. James Lunny has been a champion for health freedom for decades. And there was a period of time there where he was almost like he was a lone voice in Parliament. And you introduced Bill C-420, and we'll get into that in our next thing. So just so that everyone knows, and James, I just have great respect for you and for your integrity and how you've stood up, even when it was uncomfortable within your party, to ensure that Canadians would have access to treatments that they needed. So let's move on. You're here though, because your passion in making sure that people are healthy, you've kind of latched on to the importance of vitamin D. And maybe I'll ask before we go into your slide presentation, how did that journey go? Because there's a lot of topics you could have chosen as really important to educate people on.
Well,
passionate D?
Yeah, well, we have a health clinic in Vancouver. I was taking vitamin D. I went to an integrative medical doctor, a very good doctor on Vancouver Island. I was already taking D according to what was recommended. But Inspire Health in Vancouver, 4 GPs got a grant from the Canadian Cancer Society to treat the patient, not the cancer. And they had persuaded the city of Vancouver to declare November the 2nd Vitamin D Day, and some 20 cities had picked it up during the period I was a member of parliament. And so, of course, I had to visit Inspire Health to take a look at what they're doing, because the BC Cancer Agency have very good statistics, and the patients going through their clinic were getting superior outcomes, saving the government money, explaining what was going on in the body. Very calm place. And their MO was nutrition, exercise, optimizing vitamin D, explaining what's going on in the body so people aren't stressed out. And so the government had given them a $12 million grant to expand their outreach. And so that certainly caught my attention. And then I sponsored the bill C-388 in 2012 to make Canada officially accept a National Vitamin D Day. So that brought me in contact with the top vitamin D doctors. And I think for the purposes of the Great Health Show that's launching, I don't think there's a better example of why the measures, personal measures, and the legislative measures that you're promoting are absolutely essential. And that everybody, I hope, that hears this will be able to do something to protect themselves, to help their families, and to help other Canadians do something, because we're in desperate, we'll get into that as we work through the presentation.
Okay, well, I'll pull that up and off we go.
Okay, yeah, so just the title page. Now, I think the vitamin D story is going to show why the changes that you're promoting and the legislative changes you're promoting are absolutely essential for Canadians to have choice in, and why would we expect less choices in how our bodies are treated based on the evidence that's available? And would we expect less in a free and democratic country? I would say no. It's an absolutely essential that we actually have choice and that we get accurate information from our government agencies. So next, please. Oh, of course, the sunshine vitamin has been treated as a nutrient by Health Canada officials. But in essence, 90%, almost all experts would agree that at least 90% of the vitamin D in our bodies does not come through food, although it's available in food. We'll get into it in more detail. It comes from the sun. So one of my favorite sunrise pictures, I'm sure.
James, stop you there just so that people fully get this, because, you know, you go out in the sun and it feels good, and that you actually need sunshine on your skin.
Absolutely.
And your body uses the sunlight to manufacture vitamin D, which, you know, Dr. Lunny's going to explain is super important for several reasons. So I just want, James, people to understand we're talking about something your body manufactures. So most of it, your body manufactures more than we'd supplement, but in the wintertime we can't in the Northern Hemisphere, right?
Absolutely. Our solar panel is the skin. And being in the northern climates, we simply cannot produce it in the winter after November, which is why International Vitamin D Day is November the 2nd, because by then we're covered up. People say, but I walked the dog yesterday. I said, well, were you naked? And usually get a pretty definite no from most people. But of course, even in the winter, if your whole solar panel was exposed, or most of it, as you might happen in the summer when you're out absorbing rays, which we still can today. But in the winter, there's too much atmosphere. As our part of the world turns away from the sun, it's going to be too low on the horizon for us to produce vitamin D, even if you were exposed.
I heard a general rule. I'm wondering if you think about it, or if you agree with it, that if your shadow is longer than you are, the sun's too low on the horizon to really effectively be making vitamin D.
That's right. That's absolutely right. That's good advice. So where the story begins here is really a look at how the regulator operates. And is the regulator, well, it'll raise some questions about how the regulator uses the information that they're entrusted to deal with. So this goes back on the vitamin D story, and there were pre-existing guidelines before 2009, but Health Canada undertook a review of the vitamin D in 2009 with the Institute of Medicine. It's now called the National Academy of Sciences in the US. And Health Canada wrote along, but the study was linked to vitamin D and calcium. And they, out of that study, updated the dietary reference intakes. And this, of course, is treating vitamin D as a nutrient. But the focus of the study was linked to calcium metabolism and bone health. And we'll see that calcium actually, even in 2009, there was abundant information that calcium had roles that were far beyond calcium, healthy bones. Okay, so next slide, please. So this is what they came up with out of that. And this is right off the Health Canada website, the main website. They've now introduced another one, but this is still up there. Calcium and vitamin D updated dietary reference intakes. Again, you raise a question about putting it under a food-based reference when most of it comes from the sun. And the assumptions of the day were that people should be avoiding the sun, and therefore they recommended that we stick with nutrition. Here's 3 statements they make here that we want to take a look at. So the date of this update and this communication was November 30th, 2010. And as you see, it was jointly commissioned and funded by US and Canadian governments, but all the experts were from the United States, and Health Canada wrote along with them. So we'll take a closer look at these 3 things if we just flip them over, because it's a little hard on that screen for everybody to read it.
Yeah, no, James, can I just go back to that slide? And
Sure.
it says there's no additional health benefit associated with vitamin D or calcium intakes above the level of the new recommended daily allowances. And can we just talk about recommended daily allowances so that people understand what we're talking about?
Well, that's the second position here. So we're getting ahead of ourselves. The first point there was that Health Canada their goal is to ensure Canadians benefit from the most up-to-date health and nutritional advice.
Okay. Well, we'll go on, but eventually we have to talk about these RDAs. So
yeah, and so that's their purpose. Ensuring Canadians benefit from the most up-to-date health and nutritional advice. So there you go. Everybody would say that's a great idea. We want the best updated health advice from our regulator. Carry on to the second one. And now here we are. You're picked up on this right away, Sean, with your legal beagle eye, that the report states there's no additional health benefit associated with vitamin D or calcium above the level of the recommended dietary allowance. So there, first of all, it seems to me that there's a problem when you ignore the sun, which they do because they think people should be avoiding the sun for fear of skin cancer. That was the attitude of the day. And the 14 experts that were doing the review focused on bone health and refused to look at the evidence that we want to show what else was available at the day regarding cancers being down and heart disease being down and autoimmune diseases being down and mental health being up and glucose metabolism being much easier to regulate. Next slide, please. Yeah, sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
Before you go on there, I just, because it comes up as we interview people. It's one of the tricks, right? So, because correct me where I get this wrong, is you believe vitamin D is so essential that every Canadian should be supplementing with vitamin D
sufficiently. They need sufficient vitamin D, whether they get it from the sun or from supplementation. In the winter, you have to supplement.
Right. And and immune system, everything else, we'd have better health outcomes if we got enough vitamin D.
Absolutely.
Okay. So they do this study, but they're not measuring, hey, if we give you more vitamin D, you're going to be healthier on a whole list of outcomes. They're going, does it affect bone health? Like, isn't that a red herring? Like, why are we studying vitamin D and bone health and not just vitamin D generally, immune system, mood, this and that, right? But it's just
Yeah,
expert after expert says that's the game they play, is they create a criteria that's not going to be terribly meaningful. And then, oh, well, there's no point supplementing more with vitamin D, and everyone gets the message, oh, you don't need vitamin D.
Exactly. It's way beyond a vitamin. It's a master molecule.
Yeah, like the reality is you follow the RDAs, you're going to be dead. So, okay, sorry, I couldn't, I couldn't resist there.
So this is a very odd statement for them to make, that there is no additional health benefit when they didn't even look at the evidence for other health benefits beyond the low level that you need for healthy bones. So the next one, please. So here we are. The third position is that Canadians, they're reminding Canadians that the total nutrient intake should remain below the level of the new tolerable upper intake to avoid possible adverse effects. So they didn't look at the evidence that certainly the levels they recommend, 50 nanomoles per liter for bone health, is insufficient to get the benefits of doubling or tripling that. And I'm going to explain that as we move along. But that's the position they took in 2010. So, and then this is actually right off the website. You can see there the top, infants 0 to 6 months, 400 international units, and an upper tolerable level of 1,000. And then for, let's skip down, for children, 600 to, with a maximum of 2,500, 1 to 3 years old, 2,500 international units. And for adults up to 70 years, 800 international units with an upper tolerable level of 4,000. Now, that's the starting point. And Sean, I'm going to be talking about a major conference when others looked at the same data that Health Canada experts from the United States, that the bone health experts, they looked at the same data and they discovered they made a huge statistical error with these recommendations. And the 400 for infants, well, let's just say for adults, their data showed 600 to 800 international units. You see 600 and 800 a little lower for adults up to 70. But the actual data showed 6,000 to 8,000 for the average person. So from the beginning, there's a huge statistical error. And any of you involved in business that are listening to this today, if you're selling your widgets or automobiles or whatever it is, and you're selling them at a tenth what it costs you to bring them in or to produce them, sooner or later, you're going to notice as you go bankrupt. And a full order of magnitude mistake, 1/10, is an unconscionable mistake, an outrageous mistake. Anyway, we'll get into that as we move along. Just those are the figures that were there at the beginning. Next, please. So it wasn't long before this appeared from a website in a Calgary group called Pure North's Energy. And other scientists looked at the very same data that these Health Canada experts, borrowed from United States experts, bone health experts, and they found there was a huge mistake. So we'll talk about that as we move along.
So, but I just want to talk, so these Pure North people, so basically they've got a whole bunch of employees working in the oil patch up north. They're not, and they want their employees to be healthy. They don't want their employees to be sick. They actually give for free different vitamins and minerals. They've got medical doctors on staff to advise them on this. So just so that people understand, when Pure North is looking into this and saying, well, these guidelines are insufficient, they're actually for free at their own cost, keeping employees healthy by having medical doctors advising them on what supplements to provide for free. And I know they're all over vitamin D because they don't want their employees or their employees' families sick. So, I mean, just for context. So here you've got them paying out of their own pockets because it's cheaper for them to have employees not booking off sick.
That's right.
Or having to stay home because family members are sick, who just think Health Canada guidelines are crazy.
Yes, the CEO of our largest oil company of the day founded Pure North Energy because the oil workers are exposed to heavy metals in the extraction process. And he would provide free, this is where it started, free intravenous chelation programs to remove the heavy metals from their blood if they were willing to undertake it. It's a simple procedure. It's in the literature, and that's where it started. But then they soon found, if they agreed to do a blood test, that there were other interventions they could do that contributed to their health as well. And Alan Markin, I mentioned that name, was the founder and the CEO of our largest Canadian oil company of the day. And he persuaded his colleagues, the other companies that were his competitors, to contribute to the same fund to help their workers. And that's where it started.
No,
An amazing story, really.
Alan Markin's quite a remarkable fellow. And, the fact that he actually cares about the employees that are working for him to say, hey, you're working for me, but I want when you leave for you to be healthy and your families to be healthy.
Exactly.
And he didn't have to do that. Like, I mean, a huge cost. And it's really an example of people helping people. Like, it's, if everyone was, took the health of their employees that seriously, we'd be in a very much better place than we are now.
Well, sports fans will be pleased to know that Alan is also the co-owner of the Calgary Flames. But this is the kind of stuff that should give him an Order of Canada for what he's done for the health of Albertans. And Health Canada should have been all over taking a look at what are they actually exposing? What can we do better? Because certainly the government of Alberta, I think he did receive Alberta's highest award. Not up to date on all of the details, and he rightly so, because he was saving the government of Alberta an immense amount of money because of the health of his workers, and they expanded the program to anybody in Alberta or beyond. I know people who didn't even live in Alberta who would take the nutrients. They would send them out to them if they'd agree to an intake questionnaire and a blood test once a year and just give an update every year. They'd send them the vitamins and nutrients to your home. All you had to pay for was the shipping, and agree to be tested once a year and fill out a questionnaire on how you're doing. And they were accumulating tremendous data through that process. Next, please. All right, so this is what we've already jumped into this, but 600 to 800 was actually a tenth of what the data should be. And the reviewing scientists found the evidence pointed to an optimal daily intake of 7,000 or 6,000 to 8,000. But Health Canada, being generous, rounded up the 600 to 800 to 1,000 and said that would be enough for all adults. And I'll tell you how things have changed, but not for the good, not for the better. But that's what the reviewing scientists found out, and they were published. Carry on, and next slide, please. So here's some of the people that were calling out the mistake. This is Dr. Reinhold Vieth from the University of Toronto. And the link there is to a CTV News interview. Now, the date of that would be in my notes, which I don't have access to with this presentation. So I can't give you the exact date, but Reinhold Vieth was interviewed on CTV News in about the 2012 issue era, I believe. And he was talking about the mistake, and in particular the impact on Canadians' health, and that they recommended that Health Canada actually look at the data, acknowledge a mistake, and it was harming Canadians. And particularly, he mentioned something important to me: dark-skinned Canadians. In that interview, he drew attention to are impacted the most, and we'll talk about why that is. There's nothing wrong with their skin. Dr. Vieth was the first one calling that out on CTV News, and that link. You might still, it's still, I think last time I checked, it was still active. You follow that through, you can hear that interview. Carry on, next one. Back one, please. And so who else is calling out? Well, this is Dr. Jerry Swalfenberg, an Edmonton GP, and he published in the Canadian Family Physician, about this mistake that was made. And I would be able to quote him. He basically went on to say that it might take 8,800 international units to achieve 99 97% of the population with sufficiency that they were proposing could be met by 600 to 800. It might take 8,800. But you see, the data was well beyond what Health Canada acknowledged, and that was back in 2015. Next slide. So here we are, coming out all this. There was a conference. The middle there, you can see the syllabus or the agenda for the day. A full day, May the 5th, 2014, the Chateau Laurier. That's a hotel right next to Parliament there, one of the Fairmont hotels. And who brought it in? Well, that was right out of Alberta. There's some, and thank God for the influence of people like Alan Markin. And Dr. Jack Mintz is one of our top economists. He's from the University of Calgary School of Public Policy. So Jack, they contacted Health Canada. He brought a whole team of doctors, including Dr. Michael Hollick, who's from Boston. He's an endocrinologist. Robert Heaney, Creighton University, Nebraska. David Hanley, University of Calgary. Edward Giovannucci from Harvard. Paul Vaglers from University of Alberta. Susan Whiting, and Cy Franks I think he's an orthopedic surgeon. And that was on May the 5th, 2014, a whole day. So that's more than a decade ago now. Here we are, 11 years since this happened. And it was all about, hey, you made a mistake. Why don't we do something about it? Next slide, please. So who was attending on behalf of Health Canada? There he is, Dr. Hassan Hutchison. He was the Director General, Office of Nutrition Policy and Promotion, the Health Products and Food Branch. He was there the whole day. And Health Canada, really, the response was somewhat disappointing. But carry on, next slide. So what changed after the 2014 symposium? Well, Health Canada was there the whole day. The first response was denial that there was an error. And eventually there was a two-part review, and phase one, as you can read there, confirmed that there were in fact two material errors of calculation. And phase two claimed that although these errors of fact were acknowledged, that they had not influenced the recommendations. Now that raises some questions, doesn't it? Next slide, please. So first of all, just finishing that off and say, what did they overlook when they set the RDI? So first of all, the question that came out of that was, hey, you made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. Let's fix it. And they said that the data and the mistakes actually didn't influence the recommendations. So how can that be? Well, how it can be when they were asked was actually it's hard to believe, Mr. Buckley, but Health Canada didn't use the data in making the recommendation. They preferred the collective opinion of the 14 experts from the United States to the data. So they let Canadians believe the good advice we were getting was based on the data, but in fact it was not. And when they were called out.
So James, I think we have to talk about RDAs because I think the politest thing I can say about RDAs is they're fraud on the Canadian public. And here's what I mean, and you can agree or disagree. Because, as a lawyer that's represented a whole bunch of natural health manufacturers, Health Canada will attack anyone who provides a vitamin or mineral in a dosage form above the recommended daily allowance. And so the public will pick this up and go, oh, recommended daily allowance in vitamin D now, that's 2,500 micrograms or international units. Well, I better not take more than that, because the RDA from our trusted regulatory body, Health Canada. So people need to understand what an RDA is and where they come from. So, and it's a bit of a history lesson, and it goes back to World War II, James, is the Allies were going to invade France. They were going to open up a second front in the Second World War, and they actually thought that they would break through in every breach, not just one and get bogged down in all the others. So they thought, okay, we're going to break through every breach. We're going to have these soldiers march into the interior of France and start fighting wherever they can find the enemy. And we've got a supply problem. we're not going to be able to set up our supply lines for 2 weeks. So the question was asked, what's the minimum nutrition that a healthy 20-year-old needs for a 2-week period and still be able to function? They can collapse after 2 weeks, but they got to carry this on their back. They got to carry their ammo. They got to carry everything they need. So what's the minimum amount that for a 2-week period a healthy 20-year-old male needs and can still, pull their trigger finger? They can collapse and die after 2 weeks, but for that 2 weeks, what's the minimum? Bingo, that's our recommended daily allowance. And Health Canada will agree with this statement, the next statement, because the recommended daily allowances, that's where they came from. But the recommended daily allowance, James, and Health Canada, anyway, I challenge anyone to phone Health Canada, they'll confirm this. The recommended daily allowance of any vitamin or mineral is the amount that every single Canadian can take every day of their life, the entire population, and we will never have a single adverse reaction. So, the smallest child of mine was the first, just a little over 4 pounds when born. Well, heck, what's the RDA? We can give that 4-year-old child they're not even a day old, all the RDA, every vitamin and mineral in those amounts right until I hope my son lives to be 100, and there'll never be an adverse reaction. So the RDA has nothing to do with what we need. And James, the reality is, and we've had, guest after guest after guest, if you follow the RDA, you will be dead. It has nothing to do with optimal nutrition. I had to jump in. So we'll go back to your slide presentation, because you were suggesting, why would they ignore the data? And
it's shocking for most Canadians to hear this, though, Sean. And by the way, I didn't know that about the connection to the war.
Oh yeah, no, that's where they came from. And the difficulty, like what I'm struggling with, James, is the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. Like, as shocking as that is for people, and we can't get our basic nutrition out of our food anymore. And if we follow the RDAs, we for sure won't. And who has control over our food supply? The Government of Canada, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and Health Canada. And they should be demanding that our foods are higher in vitamin D and everything else. And they're not.
Yes, it's shocking for most Canadians to actually hear this. So let's go on and build the case here, though, because vitamin D, I think, is such a good example of what they didn't do. What did they overlook? So they overlooked Michael Hollick, Boston University endocrinologist. He's really the grandfather of the whole movement, because he identified the active molecule of D, and he's a textbook author. So there you are, the vitamin D solution. But things this, by the way, was published in 2010. Yeah. And you see cancer's down, heart disease down, autoimmune diseases are down. His first research was done with psoriasis, which is not easy to treat. And it's a nasty condition for people that have it. It's an autoimmune disease. And MS is down, diabetes is down, preterm births are down. I mean, that's just the beginning. Next slide, please. Here's another great hero in this story is Dr. Robert Heaney, Creighton University, that's Nebraska. More than 50 years in the study of osteoporosis, vitamin D and calcium physiology, author of over 400 articles, 3 books, and he did a lot of work with grassroots health for many years. But he didn't stop learning with bone health. He went beyond to talk about health because he was a real doctor. One of my personal heroes. I was a privilege to meet Dr. Heaney. Now the late Dr. Heaney passed away at 92. And he's really a hero in this whole story. Next slide, please. So here's Dr. Robert Carruthers. This is something Health Canada missed. I mean, this was in 2018. We're a little bit past that now, but this is for multiple sclerosis and northern climate disease. We have 19,000. I think it's 80,000, excuse me, because I don't have my presentation notes in front of me there, but I should have printed this off and I could have looked at them that way before we got on this. Nevertheless, I think it's 80,000 cases, I stand to be corrected, of MS a year. Health Canada, is one of the things they simply won't address. He recommends, Dr. Crothers, a neurologist, UBC, 5,000 IUs a day. And he referenced safety data for 10,000 international units. That was in the Vancouver Sun, November 2018. Go ahead. And here's one of my personal heroes. I had a little earlier discussion. That's Hal Gunn from Inspire Health in Vancouver. 4 GPs. They get a grant from the Canadian Cancer Society to treat the patients, not the cancer. And so their MO was really explain to people what's going on in their body so they're not terrified. Make sure they have support at home, because in British Columbia of the day, they had to travel to the big cities, to either Vancouver or to Victoria for treatment for cancer. Make sure that somebody's looking after things at home so they're not stressed out and they have a support team at home. And optimize the vitamin D. They were limited to the 4,000 IUs that Health Canada recommended as a maximum. But even at that, they were getting superior outcomes. The BC Cancer Agency noticed that, because we had very good statistics in British Columbia in that day. And they awarded this organization $12 million to expand their outreach to other people going for cancer treatment.
So Health Canada probably wasn't limiting the patients in how much chemotherapy drugs they could get, which are poisons designed to actually kill. They're poisons to healthy human cells, but the theory is they're going to kill more cancer cells first. But my gosh, a vitamin that our body needs to survive, we better make sure those oncologists do not give over 4,000 IU, which you can't find a realistic expert that would agree with that.
It's too bad that most doctors are totally unaware because of the misrepresentation of our health officials, and they don't have time to research everything themselves, and therefore almost all Canadians are insufficient. And there was a year ago, November, there was a vitamin D conference with a group of doctors from many universities here just past November, because the data came in from all over the world, and in recent years, severe infections that were a problem in that day. The vitamin D directly related to the serum level of vitamin D. Inversely, the higher the vitamin D, the lower risk of infection and worst outcomes, hospitalization and worst outcomes. So next slide, please.
Yeah, so absolutely, thanks.
Yeah, Beyond Health, Hal Gunn, please, next one. Okay, so here we are. The Canadian range is less than or equal to 250 nanomoles per liter. And not to be confused, an international unit for vitamin D is actually 0.025 micrograms, not milligrams, micrograms. So it's not a standard measure. An international unit is different for vitamin A than it is for vitamin D. And when the numbers are low, our colleagues in the big pharmaceutical industries decide for us what the number should be. And working with Health Canada, they set the level at 50 nanomoles per liter for healthy bone. But you see that the schedule goes up to 250 on the top orange line there. And 50 is only a 20% of what the maximum in Canada should be, according to this measure. But if you take that 50 and double it at 100 nanomoles per liter, there's a 50% reduction in breast and colorectal cancers. Now, that data was available in 2009. And if you triple the 50, you're at 150, you get an 80% reduction in breast and colorectal cancers. Now, we only use those because the mega studies were already done in 2009. The target range for the Vitamin D Day conference last November was 125, getting everybody up. Most Canadians are 50 less, and they're dropping 50% every 5 to 6 weeks after November if they fail to supplement. And nobody is lower than the dark-skinned people.
Okay, so James, a very inexpensive vitamin that our body needs to survive, that we make when we're in the sun, if you have 150 nanomoles per liter in your blood, there's an 80% reduction in breast and colorectal cancer. So if Health Canada actually cared about our health, this would be in mainstream news. Please take vitamin D. Let's get to this 150 moles per liter. There's no health risks at all at that level. And you can't find any credible person to say there is. So why isn't this front page news? We could have an 80% reduction in breast and colorectal cancer just by taking a supplement that we all need that's inexpensive. Or am I missing the news? Am I watching the wrong channels? Surely this is happening.
Well, what you're saying is absolutely right, with one exception. There is a contraindication, and that would be anybody who has a borrowed organ, anybody with an organ transplant. Because if you're taking anti-rejection drugs, then we can't take you that high. The recommended, I know the Ottawa Heart Institute, for example, allowed their people to take 2,000 international units. But if you took 5,000, if you've got your own body intact, even regardless of what ailments you're suffering from, if you have severe kidney disease, because one of the conversion factors in making vitamin D optimized in the body, in the blood, involves kidneys. There might be a concern for somebody who has very severe kidney disease, but those are very rare and they're easy to manage, because if people have those conditions, they know about it. Most people don't forget if they've had an organ transplant, right?
And that's a very small part of the population. And isn't the problem is vitamin D just gets the immune system working better, and you want to suppress the immune system if you have had an organ transplant so that you don't reject the organ.
Absolutely. Next slide, please. So here's the thing about the dark-skinned citizens. That first website dismissed skin color entirely. And this is a study way down. Now it says North Carolina here. It should have been changed. It actually was South Carolina, 34 degrees latitude. Ottawa's at 45 degrees. Most of Canada in the west is 49th degree of latitude. But this study was way down there at 34 degrees, South Carolina. Sorry, that's a misprint there. And that study, they compared Black people way down there with white men. So it's dark-skinned males matched with white males who were not supplementing. And they gave those Black males 4,000 IUs, which Health Canada and the Institute of Medicine, now National Academy of Sciences, said is the maximum, 4,000 IUs a day. They tested them every 2 months, but it took a whole year, 12 months, for these Black individuals matched with the white guys for age and comorbidities to catch up to the white males. And that's way down there. So can you imagine way up in northern Canada, well, Americans think we all live in igloos. At least some people do. Forgive me, you people in America, you don't all think that way. Let me just say, though, that there's a lot of misunderstanding about how the latitude makes a huge difference, especially for these dark-skinned people. And let me be clear to say this right away. There's nothing wrong with their beautiful Black skin. It's simply designed, the darker the skin, the closer to the equator. The further from the equator, the harder it is for dark-skinned people to produce the skin-based 90% that most people are getting if they don't supplement, especially in the winters. And so anybody listening to this, if you know you have a friend, families that are dark-skinned, you have to supplement in the winter. So Health Canada dismissed this entirely. They did change their website because there was a lot of interaction happening across the country during a recent period of illness that brought in a lot of health challenges. And there was requests for updating the amount of vitamin D required. But that mistake by Health Canada has caused dark-skinned people immense harm in our country, and it has to be changed. Next slide, please. Now, here's a lot of bad things been said about the World Economic Forum, but this is out of one of their publications in 2017, that scientists have discovered that vitamin D is necessary to activate the immune system's T cells, which identify and attack bad pathogens circulating throughout the body. If you have enough vitamin D, your T cells get called out of the fort and out to the front lines, and they will identify, attack, destroy bacteria and viruses. Sepsis, that's bloodborne infections, 11 million deaths a year around the world, would not happen if you have sufficient vitamin D in your body. Your T cells will be doing their job and reining in the pathogens.
So I just want to, because you said, just wait, 11 million deaths for sepsis. If people were getting enough vitamin D, because it's necessary to activate that part of the immune system, the T cells, and there's no way we could we would have one death a year if we, in Canada, if we overtook vitamin D. Like I'm not aware of a single death. I know that they went overboard in the Arctic with and tried to do it, and people got, sick and flu-like, and then they just stopped taking it and the symptoms resolved. Are you aware of a single vitamin D overdose death ever, Dr. Lunny?
No, I'm not aware of it. Yes, you can become toxic. What they call toxicity is hypercalcemia, hypocalciuria, but you need to take an enormous amount, 100,000 IUs a day for months and months and months, for years. And even at that, there's not a lot of literature on it, but the studies for high dose D that have been done, there's a study out of a psychiatric institute in the US where they put everybody on vitamin D, but they have 15 years of pharmacovigilance. And, people were taking for all kinds of things because depending on anyway, the bottom line is they did find a couple of people that when they were discharged continued to take high doses for long periods of time and eventually became toxic. And nobody died from that. What they did was they just stopped taking it for 6 months and the blood level gradually comes down, and then they get them on a regular amount that will keep them healthy without the toxicity that would, you have to really work at it to overdose on vitamin D.
Yeah, so we know then that vitamin D is safer than water because many people die from drinking too much water each year. The long distance runners who, trying to stay hydrated while their bodies are under stress. In Canada, every year we have some deaths caused by water. So by comparison, water, your tap water, is so much more dangerous than vitamin D.
Yeah.
You should disconnect the water from your home because you're probably over the recommended daily allowance that Health Canada would allow.
It's self-regulating. And if you're just talking about sun alone, you can't overdo it, but you could if you took an enormous amount of vitamin D daily for long periods. It is possible, but it's very rare.
The point I'm making is they've deliberately done long-term studies where they've just given you obnoxious amounts and nobody's died. When people start just feeling ill, they just stop and it resolves. But you just mentioned we could solve 80,000 deaths a year if we would just supplement properly with vitamin D. And I'm just trying to juxtapose here because what on earth are we doing?
Oh, it'd be far more than 80,000.
That we would save.
The point is, if everybody was optimized, it would reduce the cost of healthcare tremendously. And everybody would be healthier. There's no doubt about it. And it's a simple, cost-effective means. Most people could do it themselves, but you should check your blood levels because people are individuals. And you see, like you mentioned the North, I didn't quite get that study, but the Inuit would have died out generations ago had they not eaten the traditional diet, which was not Coke and chips as it is for so many today. The cost of food is outrageous in the North. But they ate the traditional diet. It was the whale and the mammal blubber. And vitamin D is fat soluble. That's where Arctic mammals store their vitamin D, is in the blubber, which for most people, eating fat would be a shocking thing to contemplate. But it kept these people alive. They would have been extinct without the vitamin D to drive their immune system. So, this is the kind of impact that vitamin D could have. And everybody in Canada, and if you don't know and are not supplementing, you're all low. Those that are outdoors all the time, somebody who's working in landscape and walking around in shorts, mowing grass, would probably be very healthy. And those are golfing every day. That's not most Canadians. And, and if it costs you to have your blood level tested. In Ontario, it's $40. Last time I had it done in British Columbia, when we lived out there, it was $90 to have your blood. That's a terrible disincentive to the poor. And that's all based on Health Canada's misrepresentation of how much people need. Next slide, please. Okay, now beyond this, so something happened in 2020, so we say, respiratory virus that really changed our way of life. And I'm not want to say a lot about it, but I think it does need to be at least acknowledged because our whole health system is in great peril today because of changes that they want to make permanent. Carry on.
Oh, just
next slide, please. So what was response? Well, just say something here. One of the first clues for me during that era is 40% of the early deaths in Sweden, which didn't lock down, were Somali immigrants. And it was written up in the British Medical Journal. Just one winter in Sweden, like Canada, northern climate, these dark-skinned women, their vitamin D levels will never recover. They're covered up. They never get a chance to. So British Medical Journal wrote that up early, before it had even arrived in Canada. UK had it before us, like Sweden. And anyway, just saying the impact on dark-skinned people. Next slide, please. In the UK, I checked this once I heard about the Swedish study. 25% of the early deaths in the UK were citizens from the Middle East and Southeast Asia, dark-skinned people in a northern climate. Britain, unlike the picture shown here, is not known for its sunshine. They do get the occasional day that looks like that, but they're known for rainy times in their location most of the time, and they're not noted for sunshine. Go ahead. Now, okay, this is Italy again. They're using vitamin D. They got excellent outcomes in Italy. Go ahead. These are just examples. The data came in from all over the world, even in Israel. Lots of sunshine, but they have it's a managed healthcare system there where they have statistics. And in July of 2020, Israel researchers put out the sunshine vitamin D lowers the risk of sickness and disease. Go ahead. And here in Germany, just another one, insufficiency that was published in Nutrients in 2020, may account for 9 out of 10 deaths, insufficiency of vitamin D. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to stop you there. So here, a study in Germany is saying that 9 out of 10 deaths in Germany can be connected to vitamin D deficiency. That's death by malnutrition.
That's right.
Like, it's death by malnutrition. And like that, this should be front page news, and they should be going door to door giving people vitamin D in the Northern Hemisphere. Exactly. And we'd be saving lives. But instead, we're restricting by law the amount to a level that is causing death.
Yeah, it actually gets worse with the change to the Health Canada website at the beginning, just prior in 2019. Something unusual appeared there. We'll get to that in a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I just want to drive home. Like, Germany's kind of, similar latitude to Canada, similar skin colors. And that study is linking 9 out of 10 deaths in Germany being linked to not enough vitamin D. So it's death by malnourishment. And we're the same, and our government is preventing us from getting the nourishment we need to prevent those 9 out of 10 deaths that would be linked. That's the point I wanted to make.
Absolutely. And I've only picked a few of these as examples. The presentation I did for the vitamin D conference, I had many more. Indonesia, even Ireland. Ireland was one of the first to call it out. And around the world, many countries where they had data concluded this. And many of the countries where the dark-skinned people are from, they didn't have COVID at all. In countries where they're at the equator, like Nigeria, for example. I know a postgraduate student that stayed in our home for a while. We were in Ottawa. And she went home. Nobody had COVID, except that the ones that from northern climates that went back and brought it with them. Anyway, next slide, please. Now, CTV did cover these things back in May 25th, 2020. There was some interviews with doctors talking about this very issue. It's linked to the meat plant closures, Cargill plant in High River, Alberta, the Brooks, Alberta plant, Laval, Quebec, are meat packing plants. The headlines went, cold, damp, crowded, a breeding ground for viruses, which is absolutely false. It's not that. Yes, they were in close proximity, so any pathogen could spread easily. But the underlying issue here, super spreader events in Alberta. I was on a call with pastors who wanted to open at Pentecost. They're worried if they opened the churches, they'd have to open the other faith communities that have even more people crowded in small spaces. But what do they all have in common? The super spreader event involved people from Singapore and dark-skinned people. Well, they're darker skinned than most Canadians. The Cargill meat plants of 2,000 employees, there were 1,700 were either from, they're all dark-skinned people, most of them from Vietnam, from China, from the Philippines, and one other country. But anyway, I don't have the full data in front of me right now. But I tell you, it's all dark-skinned workers. They go in with the lowest vitamin D into the winter, and they deplete 50% every 5 to 6 weeks, just like everybody else. So they're more vulnerable because their T cells are not being activated, spread through there. They terrorize the entire community. And there is, behind it all is a simple intervention that would have protected everybody. And they've been advised to take the D levels and get their T cells working for them.
And I just wanted to reiterate. So the problem with having dark skin is you have pigment that blocks the sun, so that your body cannot make the vitamin D, as well as somebody with less pigment. So you go into the winter with lower levels of vitamin D already. So you're more malnourished in vitamin D.
Yeah.
So that's what you're drawing attention to, is if you're dark skinned, you're at a higher risk of not having enough vitamin D, simply because the pigment in your skin means you have to be out in the sun so much longer.
That's right.
And in the northern hemisphere, you can't. So you're just not making enough.
Yeah, and that's something that's so easy to address. Now, when I said there was something even more disturbing, this little underneath the Health Canada picture there, this box, a text box, appeared at the bottom of that website that you looked at before. You might think it's the last word. Health Canada continues to recommend that people over the age 50 take a daily vitamin supplement of 400 international units. And for those who are paying attention, that's a baby dose. And most of us would have enough sense to realize that an adult is way bigger than a baby. And every cell in your body has receptors for vitamin D. So there was no explanation when this was added in 2019 as to where this came from, what data there was to support it. And if we flip to the next slide, you see, okay, that's just highlighting the very same thing, 400 international units. That's a baby dose. Go ahead, next slide. So going back to the original website there, this footnote comes right at the bottom. You might think it's the very last word, but here you can see infants 0 to 6 months, 400 IUs, adults 800 IUs, and a maximum of 4,000. And here the last word is they continue to recommend 400, a baby dose. Totally inconsistent. Carry on, the next slide, please. Now, so during this same period of dysfunction, because as other people were paying attention to the fact that the people with the lowest vitamin D were actually the ones getting sick, there was a deluge of calls to Health Canada, and they admit that that they had a lot of calls from the producers to be able to produce more than 1,000 IUs in a single serving. And also there was demands from people saying, why aren't you saying that? You see over here, it says product license applications were coming in ranging from 2,000 to 10,000 IUs on the left side of the screen there. And so they did, without any fanfare, bring this change in February 22nd of 2021 to allow the sale of 2,500 IUs per dose in a single serving. And if somebody wanted to get 10,000, if you took 5,000 IUs a day, it would take the average person 3 to 6 months to get their blood level up to the middle of the scale, about 125 nanomoles per liter. So that's 6 months at 2 a day, 3 to 6 months minimum, depending on how big you are and how much fat there is in your body. And if you take 4 of them, it'd be 10,000. And so that was a good thing, but there was no explanation as to why. And they decided that children over 9, it was probably safe for them to take 2,500 IUs a day. And for adults, 2,500 is probably safe. You'll get further with 2,500, but you should take multiples, and you should have your blood tested to know for sure. So like I say, 4 of those would be 10,000 IUs. That would help other people get there quicker. If you start now, by the time they're anticipating, by the way, a very bad flu season this year. You probably heard Health Canada warnings coming out. They're anticipating a very bad flu season. The pre-COVID years, I don't like to even mention the word today perhaps, but in the pre-intervention years that we just went through, 2017-18 was a bad flu season. And there was, maybe it was 17. His normal flu deaths would be 4,000 to 8,000. I think there was maybe 16,000. They're anticipating a very bad flu season this year. and they're referencing the bad one in that year and encouraging people to take interventions, but not vitamin D. Get your T cells working for you, get your blood level up. And that's the kind of intervention I hope people will do. And we absolutely need a change in our management style so Canadians have the support of their own government in choosing how to be well. Next
Well,
slide.
just, you know, I kind of
Oh, go ahead.
like have a legal philosophical question is, you know, so vitamin D, you already mentioned, like every cell in our body has a vitamin D receptor. Like every cell needs vitamin D. So it is a vital nutrient. And, you know, we manufacture, our body's designed to manufacture it with sunlight because it's vital, and we get some from our food. And yet we have a regulatory body that is basically standing between us and a vital nutrient and saying we can't have enough. They're preventing manufacturers from selling us enough. And James, how can it be that we have a regulatory body basically forcing us to be malnourished? Like, how does a regulatory body get authority where they can say, no, you can't have the nutrition that you actually need, let alone want as an adult? Like, we're not talking about cocaine or heroin, but we are, because it's the same model.
So, you know, we can talk where we're headed in the presentation is towards regulatory capture. What does that mean? When authorities are not acting in the public interest? And there's a lot of people have put thought into how this could happen, how we got here, and I'll deal with that a little more thoroughly maybe when we get the slides in front of us. So there you are, the 2,500 recommendation came in. And also, this was another website they added under nutrients. They added another site. Go ahead, the next slide. You see, so this appeared mysteriously under nutrients, getting enough vitamin D. Now they acknowledge for the first time that the sun's important. Oh, now, so they had an awakening in Health Canada in 2022, and they did at least acknowledge the sun and food and supplements, and eggs are good for vitamin D, and fatty fish, such as salmon, you know, are good for, they do have some vitamin D in the fish oils. But on the same page, they say, if you're between 2 and 50, eat foods that contain vitamin D every day, or take a supplement of 400, a baby dose. A baby dose is bound to help you when you've got 80 to 100 trillion cells as an average adult, and some are much bigger than average. You know, 300 pounders got a lot of fat, and it's fat soluble, so it'll be in the parking garage and not available in circulation. So this was added. Again, all these additions were superficial and appended with what they think is the last word, which is inconsistent with everything else that's still on the main website. Next slide, please. So there are contradictory and unexplained actions, confusion. Is it just confusion with the regulators? Is it incompetence? Is it deception? Sir Walter Scott had something to say about this centuries ago when he said, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. People have to decide for themselves whether it's incompetence. I have heard quotes that never assume that malfeasance is at play when incompetence may well be the answer. But you'll have to decide for yourselves. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Now, I'm asking here, was the regulator's attention on vitamin D impaired because the focus was in the opposite direction? So simple and complex, you know, there's something called Occam's razor. You see in the illustration here, a crowd of people running one way, the complex way, and the other people that are aware of another relevant factor that most people aren't aware of, that good doctors calling out, hey, what about vitamin D? But the crowd is running a different direction. Could that have been a factor? Next slide, please. I just mentioned this because during that same period of dysfunction, the fact that the recommendations were so low led to some very serious allegations. This is a Kitchener-Waterloo Record in Ontario. Here, an article saying that the data shows that infections tend to rise in neighborhoods where more people are Black, and they tend to fall where more people are white. Maybe there's an explanation for that other than racism. The health in, again, I'm missing the full details on this, but to say that this article came out with the medical officer of health in the region saying that they felt that it had exposed the challenge we were going through, it exposed in embedded racism, because racialized Canadians were more seriously affected, and they blame it on overcrowding and lack of economic opportunity, where in fact there might be a much simpler explanation. Occam's razor says that when there's a complex solution and there's a simple solution to the same problem, the simple one is usually right. And it may well be Occam's razor at work here because of Health Canada's misrepresentation. Every Black person coming into Canada should be welcomed by Health Canada officials. Welcome to Canada, but you're going to need to supplement with vitamin D in the winter. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's some people put some thought. This name, Dr. William Grant, has been a real champion on the vitamin D file for many years. And this was published in Orthomolecular Medicine. It's a Canadian publication, actually, on their website, the Orthomolecular website. Dr. Grant, who's a very well-versed in vitamin D advocacy for many years and doing research, he took a look at what other scientists had found in looking at other industries like the tobacco industry, and even in the football, for example, on the failure to discuss concussions for many years. Researchers looking at that said that they noticed they came up with this analogy out of football: the fake, the blitz, the diversion, the screen, the fix. This is what's happening with the big money interests in healthcare. That number one, the fake, they conduct counterfeit science and try to pass it off as legitimate. Number two, the blitz, they harass scientists who speak out with results or views that are inconvenient for the industry. Anybody seen evidence of that? The diversion, manufacture uncertainty about the science where little or none exists. The screen, buy credibility through alliances with academia or professional societies. And the fix, manipulate government officials to influence policy inappropriately. That's Dr. William Grant's publication. It bears discussion at a time like this. Next slide, please. Now here's a term, KOL. Sean, I'm not sure if you were aware of this term, KOL. That stands for Key Opinion Leader. Experts for hire. Now, just one company. This is a quote from just one company, and there are many, many KOL firms. If you Google that term, KOL/pharma, you will see there are many companies fighting for the attention of pharmaceutical companies when they're about to introduce a new project to receive some help from identified opinion leaders. And this is a quote from identification to engagement, everything in between. We help our clients to build lasting, meaningful relationships with key opinion leaders. And they go on to discuss how they will fly people in to when they're introducing a new product, doctors, or when they put out their press release for a Canadian audience to the reporters, the health reporters. They will provide a Dr. A in Singapore and Dr. Y in the UK or somewhere else that will back up their product information. So the journalist has a person to contact in doing due diligence on getting the whole story. And everything in between, they'll fly people into schmooze. They'll help them get the right people on management boards and influential regulatory agencies. The help of key opinion leaders. Next slide. So it begs the question, this is from a site called Investopedia.com, regulatory capture. Is this a real thing? And they define it as for people in making investments and people that are concerned about, is the truth being made here? Do they want to invest in somebody where maybe they're being misled? Regulatory capture is a process by which regulatory agencies may come to be dominated by the interests of the people the interests that they regulate and not by the public interest. Next slide, please. So unlike the giraffe, it should be made clear that in our healthcare industries, regulatory capture in business and healthcare is through incentives, not like the giraffe is an unwilling capture. And the incentives are reward, so dollars, pension, shares in the enterprise, promotion, career promotions, prestige of being a key opinion leader. It's shady, it's dark, and it's compelling information that people have taken note, and people that are concerned about it have been talking about it and talking about what we can do about it. Next slide, please. Now, I just say it can result in a revolving door between government service and industry. Could this happen in Canada? Well, I'll just raise one issue here. This is something that happened in Canada. We still don't have full answers for. My hometown is Winnipeg. That's our level 4 laboratory there, the microbiology lab that was doing research. Two scientists from Wuhan marched out under RCMP escort with 9 of their PhD students from Wuhan. This is our most secure microbiology lab, dealing with the worst pathogens, doing gain of function research, which very likely contributed to what was going on in Wuhan. And the story there, from what we do know, is that the doctors that were discharged and have not come back to Canada, and their research assistants, were taking modified viruses, including Ebola, on commercial flights back to China. Well, that's hardly a biosecure methodology. This man was in charge of the laboratory in the day. That's Dr. Matthew Gilmore. And, as the members of parliament are trying to find out what really happened here and what was this really about and what was the risk presented to Canadians, Dr. Gilmore, who was in charge of the lab, took a job with a pharmaceutical company in the UK, and his whole family moved, according to this article, to the UK. So sadly, he's not available here to answer questions on what actually was going on with this and where was the biosecurity that should have been protecting Canadians from tremendous hazards, and what was really going on when Wuhan was, certainly implicated, and out of China was the beginning of the health dysfunction that we all experienced for the last 5 or 6 years. Next slide, please. So what's needed if a public service has been captured? There's a right way and a wrong way. If they're acting in a wrong way, it's clearly wrong to not do what Health Canada, even on the vitamin D file, said they're here to make sure we get the most accurate information. That's their stated raison d'etre, reason for existence. The elected people are the ones that have the authority to act if they're not representing the public interest. And so we have to raise the issue with our elected representatives if we want to see this change, and to elect one who will engage, understand, and commit to pursuing remedial action. And probably the very initiative that the NHPPA, Natural Health Products Protective Agency, is undertaking, at this stage, it's very clear we have to have legislative protection for the right to choose our healthcare intervention. Next slide, please. Is there a remedy for regulatory capture? Yeah, it's accountability, and there should be consequences. There should be removed from their jobs at the very least, and they should be held accountable, because this is criminal activity. It actually comes down to malfeasance when they're taking benefits for themselves at the public expense. There needs to be accountability. Next slide, please. So we need the sun and we need accountability. We need the sun. Next slide. And maybe I think there was one more, wasn't there? What can you do? What can we do to help solve the problem? Well, next slide. Yeah, you can sign the Charter of Health Freedom. You can go to NHPPA and sign that charter. You can support your right to choice in healthcare. You can help support this effort to get a charter legislation so that we have the right to choose therapy when something could be life-threatening, to choose something that may offer tremendous benefit, even if it isn't supported by the top experts. And you need to engage. Is there another slide there? I'll just say this. There is something everybody can do. Get your own level checked. Start taking more vitamin D. If you have your own organs, no matter what you're suffering from, it'll be easier to manage if you get your blood level up. You won't know what you've achieved without testing. get your MD to test you if you've got any serious malady. What is your blood level? And if it's only 50 and decreasing in the winter, you're going to be, anything you have wrong with you is going to be worse as your blood level drops 50% every 5 to 6 weeks. So that means after November, by mid-December, you're 50% down. By the beginning of February, you're 50% of the 50%, and so on. And by the spring, you're depleted in vitamin D. Your T cells are not going to be functional. You're going to be vulnerable to not only any flu coming along, but any other malady you're suffering from. By the way, just to review, your inflammation, anything with itis attached to it, is down when your D levels are up. The immune system function better when your D levels are up. Glucose metabolism is easier to manage. So anybody who's got blood sugar problems, it's going to be easier to manage. Watch your blood levels drop if you're testing yourself, if you get your blood level up to the middle of the scale. And it's $40 to find out in Ontario, whatever it is in every province. Find out what your levels are. And there's something everybody can do to help see the kind of change. And by the way, if you allow me to say this, Sean, when they're predicting the worst the worst flu season ever, possibly ever, and undoubtedly so. But we just found out that our Prime Minister has signed on to the World Health Organization pandemic international health regulations. That means you have to follow international bureaucrats that are not elected by anybody will be determining how to manage any potential sickness that comes our way. There's something everybody can do to protect yourself. And the cheapest, the most available thing that everybody can do is at least make sure you protect yourself and your family, get your D levels up. And Canada should never have signed that. The US and 10 other nations did not sign on to that. It means that you agree to follow the WHO advice, and a lot of bad advice came out of that institution in the last pandemic. It means that we have to follow their recommendations for 3 months. We agree to do that before we can do anything ourselves.
You know, what's interesting about that, Dr. Lunny, is the implication is that we in Canada don't have enough expertise
That's right.
to decide how to handle a pandemic. When, different regions, different hemispheres, I mean, it's just known that they react differently. So that's what I find interesting. It's just the idea, like, wait a second, do you mean in Canada we don't have the expertise to determine how to best handle a pandemic?
Mm.
That's what's interesting. And I just, I think that people viewing need to understand, like you're talking about how once winter comes, once the sun's lower on the horizon, our vitamin D levels just go down and down and down. I don't think we should refer to it as the flu season. We should refer to it as the low vitamin D season, because that's what it is.
Yes.
Vitamin D is necessary for your immune system to be healthy, let alone other systems in your body. And as it goes down, we call it the flu season, but it's the low vitamin D season. It's not that there aren't colds and viruses in the summer, but there's sunshine.
Absolutely, Sean. Thank you for that statement. I think that's a very good concluding statement. So that ends my presentation. We need the sun. We need accountability.
Yeah. So I always ask one last question, and it's a good one for you because you worked in Ottawa for so long. And that question I'm asking everyone is, what's your message to Ottawa?
Well, Ottawa needs to start paying attention to the needs of Canadians. I don't think Canadians voted for a globalist government. I don't think we did. I don't think even the people who supported the current party that's in charge voted to be managed not for Canadians' interests, but for global interests. And the opposition is listening, but we just had an election and we're only a few months into it. And it's going to be a rough winter, I'm afraid. So we have a very slim window to act on this if we want to see democracy actually survive what's coming.
Well, James, it's just been a pleasure having you on and seeing you again. And, thank you for coming and sharing, because we didn't have anyone else sharing on vitamin D. It's absolutely important. And I think many people watching will go, what? I need vitamin D. Like there's no idea that it's so essential, not just for immune system functioning, but definitely for immune system functioning. And on almost every measure, people are healthier if they're getting well above what Health Canada is suggesting. So thank you so much on behalf of the NHPPA and the World's Greatest Health Show.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Section 9, which creates the Ministry of Wellness. Because under this act, natural health products, traditional practices, low-risk healing modalities are all going to be regulated, not by Health Canada, but by a new Ministry of Wellness. And Section 9 also sets out that this has to be separate from Health Canada. In fact, the Minister of Wellness cannot be the same person as the Minister of Health. And the purpose here is to create a cultural divide, because Health Canada is regulating novel chemicals that have never been in our food supply, and there's a tremendous risk. And they have to approach that with extreme caution, almost paranoia, just to try and protect us. And the protocol and the rationale and the culture is not appropriate to actually protecting and promoting access to not only low risk, but treatment modalities that we actually want to encourage people to be taking. So the purpose of Section 9 is to create this new ministry, but also to create a divide with Health Canada so that they can have different cultures. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Zoltan Rona. Dr. Rona, thank you for coming to the Health Show. Welcome.
It's a pleasure. Nice to be here.
Yeah, and it's good to see you again. It's been a while. So,
yeah.
Now, I just want to introduce you to people. So, you practiced for an entire, literally a lifetime. How many years were you a medical doctor?
Well, I was a medical doctor for at least 44 years.
Okay. So you graduated from McGill Medical School in 1977. And then you decided, you finished in 1994 a master's degree in biochemistry and clinical nutrition from the University of Bridgeport in Connecticut. And that's a different thing for a medical doctor to do. Can you share with us why you kind of decided it was important to go and get this master's degree?
Well, the big problem was that in medical school and during my internship, there was next to zero training on nutrition and on prevention. So I thought it was very important because I was getting, at that time, more and more into natural remedies, vitamins, minerals, diet changes, herbs, and all that sort of thing. So I wanted to learn more, which is why I took the master's degree course.
Right. And it was another medical doctor that got you interested in looking at nutrition. Am I right about that?
That's correct. His name was Dr. John Barker, and he was a general practitioner who worked in Mississauga, where I started my medical practice. And he got a hold of me and decided to help me learn more and more about the kind of things that I could be doing in practice, in addition to or in conjunction with conventional medicine. So he got me interested, first of all, in vitamin E, and then natural thyroid treatments, and also antioxidants, herbal medicines, and that sort of thing. So I learned a great deal from him, and that got me interested in doing more courses. And one thing led to another. I went to various nutrition and biochemistry seminars, and finally I took the master's degree program.
Right. And so you're talking about Dr. Barker and vitamin E. That's for cardiovascular health. Am I right about that?
That's correct. Mostly for circulation problems, yes.
Okay. Can you just kind of just share briefly why vitamin E is important and what it does?
Well, what I learned over the years about vitamin E, not just from Dr. Barker, was the fact that it was extremely important to provide more oxygen to your red blood cells. So one of the benefits of it is to improve oxygenation of all your tissues. So it helps prevent things like certain types of anemia. It keeps your red blood cells alive for a lot longer and prevents them from being destroyed. So it's kind of like a insurance policy for the health of your red blood cells.
Right. Okay.
So it can be used for multiple reasons, almost anything to do with poor circulation, heart disease, blood pressure problems, anything to do with the cardiovascular system.
Right. And are medical doctors, like when you went through medical school, were you trained in the use of things like vitamin E for treating cardiovascular health?
Absolutely nothing. And unfortunately, that's pretty much true for every aspect of nutritional medicine. There was absolutely no training whatsoever on anything to do with diet changes, food allergies, food intolerances, autoimmune diseases that are linked to a lack of vitamin D, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I decided that this was a real problem. That's why I decided to study it. And I studied it so much that I ended up writing books about it.
Right. My understanding is you've written 12 books in this
Yes.
area.
The biggest
Right,
one
and-
I wrote was the Encyclopedia of Natural Healing, which was published in 1998 by Alive Books. It's no longer available, but you can still get copies on Amazon, some old copies.
Right. Now, a lot of people watching this will have no understanding on the importance of nutrition on health. And so I'm wondering if, like, and I'll just, set this up and just ask the question. So you practice as a medical doctor for over 4 decades. You've probably seen hundreds of thousands of patients and many with chronic illnesses. I mean, how much of our illnesses are connected to nutritional deficiencies?
I would say it's close to 100%. And the only exclusions I would make are the people that have suffered various traumatic injuries, car accidents, severe fractures, various sports injuries, etc. And even those will get better to some degree. Their healing would improve if they were to use some of the principles of nutrition and using some of the nutrients that speed healing. But I would say close to 100% of all the other problems, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, chronic skin conditions, autoimmune diseases, digestive disorders, pretty much you name it, has a cause or a strong association with nutritional health.
Right. Okay. And I just want to flesh this out because, again, for some people watching this, the idea that nutrition is fundamental in our health, because what you're telling us is most or almost all of our chronic diseases, so heart disease, cancer, diabetes, and the like, have a nutritional basis. So why aren't we getting that in our food then? Why are we getting these chronic illnesses then because of nutritional deficiencies?
Well, one of the problems is that most of our food is contaminated with a lot of chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, additives, glyphosate, genetically modified foods. They are not real foods, they're hyper processed, and that kind of those kind of ingredients in foods unfortunately destroy many of our own nutrients, and they actually make our cells sicker. The one ingredient that I focused on over many years is sugar itself. If you eat a lot of things that are high in sugar, this will affect not only your pancreas and your insulin levels, but it will also deplete you of important nutrients like B vitamins, vitamin C especially, and many others. So we don't realize, the vast majority of the population does not realize how many bad things are found in our conventional foods that can contribute to ill health. One typical example is ADHD, hyperactivity disorder. That's been linked to the different types of chemicals found in most of our foods, our processed foods, not just to sugar, but also to various food dyes and toxic heavy metals like aluminum, cadmium, arsenic, and many others. So, there's an education gap. We are not taught these things in either grade school, high school, or college, and certainly not in medical school. Unfortunately, all of that's been eliminated from our education system and has to be put back. As you may or may not know, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has recently announced that this kind of education has to be put back into the medical system. And the reason for it is because the population is just getting sicker and sicker and sicker. And the only thing we're offering them is drugs. And that's not the answer. The answer is, looking after our own health and finding things that will support it, not try to destroy it with drugs that have numerous side effects, too numerous to list.
I hope that a lot of parents watch this because, you use the example of, ADHD. So some behavioral problems in kids being linked to not just the sugar in our foods, but some other, number of chemicals. And you're basically saying we have an information gap. So sugar itself, which seems to be in everything, Dr. Rona, it's hard to avoid sugar unless you're actually preparing all your foods yourself.
Well, yeah, this is it. This is the problem. And this is what I've been trying to educate people for over 40 years, that we should be getting our sugar or carbohydrates from fruits and vegetables and from real food sources, not from something added in like, high fructose corn syrup and, numerous other sources of sugar that are chemical based,
Right. And parents will be using fruit drinks and stuff like that with added sugar, not knowing that actually they will be taking nutrition away from their kids.
That's right, because sugar itself uses up nutrients like zinc, chromium, manganese, calcium, magnesium, and numerous other nutrients. It destroys many of our vitamins like vitamin C and B complex vitamins. So it's not uncommon for children who have this kind of poor diet to become deficient in very essential nutrients and develop colds and flus and bronchitis and any kind of infection.
Now, my understanding also is, and I'd like your comments, is I've heard that, basically even if we're trying to eat well, so we're eating lots of fruits and vegetables and the like, that the amount of nutrients, of vitamins and minerals in, what we call healthy foods has changed. So, like 100 years ago, you would have more. Is there any truth to that?
There's a lot of truth to that because, when I used to do blood tests for things like vitamin A and vitamin D, and also for nutrients like zinc and chromium and so on, I found that numerous people, I would say close to 100% of them, were deficient in one or more nutrients. So it's not just iron, and it's not just vitamin D, but there's a long list of other ones that are deficient in the majority of people, especially in children whose diets may not be optimal.
Yeah, children don't gravitate towards raw broccoli, for example, right? So for parents, it's important for them to understand not only do you have to avoid the processed foods and the sugar, but even if you're making your own food and you're eating healthy, more likely than not, your children are not getting the nutrients they need.
Oh, that's absolutely true. That's what I've been finding in the vast majority of children that are coming to my practice. And we mentioned ADHD, but also autism. The incidence of autism has gone from 1 in 10,000 back in 1978 all the way up to 1 in 36. So the incidence of autism is just getting worse and worse and worse. And in many cases, it's linked to various toxic heavy metals that people are consuming in foods. Like, for example, you have something like tuna. Tuna is loaded with mercury. Mercury is a neurotoxin. It can damage the brain. So I'm not saying that mercury is the cause of autism, but it certainly can affect the nervous system in a bad way. So I do something called hair mineral analysis, and we find very high levels of mercury in some kids that have behavior problems, autism, ADHD, learning disabilities, and other neurological problems. So this is somehow being totally ignored by mainstream medicine, and instead children are put on psychiatric medications, which really don't cure the problem. They just keep the kids quiet. If that's what you want to do, I mean, you could hit them over the head with a big rock or a baseball bat. It would do the same thing. So I'm not in favor of totally ignoring, the fact that, we are slowly but surely being poisoned by things that are found naturally in our food supply.
Right. Okay. And again, I think this might surprise a lot of parents because I think a lot of people just assume, well, wait a second, we've got Health Canada out there and they're, deciding what chemicals can go in our food and what amounts. They have like food eating guides. They, and I think a lot of people, it's almost like, okay, well, it's got to be okay because we've got Health Canada taking care of our food supply. Do you have any comments on that? Because you're basically saying you've really got to pay attention to eat healthy.
Well, I don't think that Health Canada has any kind of real good experts on nutrition and preventive medicine. They don't have anybody that, is a natural health practitioner there. They may have naturopaths perhaps, but from what my experience is in talking to people who represent Health Canada, they give you the wrong information. They are lacking. They themselves need to be educated in this. And, like I once recommended someone take some echinacea to treat a cold or a flu. And, they came back and they said that there's no evidence for this and that echinacea is toxic and can cause autoimmune disease, blah, blah, blah. They gave me a complete phony fake story, which is totally untrue, and I have proof otherwise. Health Canada also, when COVID started back in 2020, I wrote an article about natural treatments for improving viral infections, and I got it published in Vitality magazine, which is still online, by the way. But then when I put it into my website, I got a 3-page letter from Health Canada saying that I should take it out of my website because this is unproven, and that none of these things like zinc and iodine and vitamin C, etc., or vitamin D have anything to do with, there's no proof that it would help with COVID. So unfortunately, Health Canada is the master of censoring vital, important information that all parents should have. So if their children get a virus, they should know that, zinc and vitamin C would likely help them recover quicker, and that it would help prevent further infections, particularly vitamin D. Vitamin D deficiency causes the immune system to weaken, and because of that, children are more likely to get various types of infections. So they are not providing that information to parents. And I think that people at Health Canada, I don't mean to sound negative, but I think they need an education in natural medicine.
I just want to pick up on that vitamin D, because I think a lot of people don't understand how essential it is. And they don't understand, especially in Canada and the Northern Hemisphere, that we need to supplement it. Because my understanding is that vitamin D is something the body manufactures, but we need, like, not just sunlight, but, direct sunlight. Like, I've heard if your shadow is longer than you are, you're not making vitamin D. So you actually need the sun. And if we're not getting enough, it's basically so essential to our immune system that we're setting ourselves up for failure.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And, 9 months of the year, we do not get adequate amounts of sunlight. And, if you do a blood test on vitamin D, you'll find that well over 80% of the people during the winter are low in vitamin D unless they are taking a supplement.
Right.
I wrote a book on that, by the way.
Oh, just on vitamin D?
Yeah, vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin. Yeah, I wrote that up in 2010.
Okay. Yeah, so it was so essential, you thought you better write a book on it. So, so back to this, we kind of started this discussion on, how much of our illnesses are caused by a lack of nutrition. And so we've talked about, the food supply itself. So things like sugar take our nutrients away. We've talked about how we just don't get nutrients in our food. Can we just talk about some of the major chronic illnesses that we face and how they manifest as the result of a nutritional deficiency, and then how using nutrients and other natural health products can help them? Pick the top ones like cardiovascular and cancer and diabetes and the like.
Well, I think certainly cardiovascular disease, the most important antioxidant for the health of the heart is coenzyme Q10. Coenzyme Q10 is often deficient in many people that have cardiovascular disease. It weakens the heart, and it also, if you're deficient in it, it'll raise your blood pressure. The other one that's very important for heart disease is magnesium. And in general, I've read in many different sources, magnesium deficiency may be the most common deficiency found in people with cardiovascular problems. And yet the testing for magnesium is very inadequate. The blood tests don't tell you. Hair mineral analysis doesn't tell you the full story. Red cell magnesium levels may give you a clue, but I found so many people with low magnesiums because they respond to a magnesium supplement. Suddenly they sleep better, their heart functions better, the arrhythmias and the blood pressure problems improve. And it's so often deficient in people. So those two nutrients are very important for cardiovascular. Of course, vitamin E we talked about earlier. That one's very important because that brings more oxygen to all your tissues, and it improves circulation a great deal. Conventional medicine is fond of speaking about lowering your cholesterol and taking drugs to suppress cholesterol. This is complete rubbish. According to the most recent studies done on 6 million people, having a high cholesterol is actually beneficial, will make you live longer. So the last thing that I want anybody to do is take a medicine to wipe out your cholesterol. In other words, don't be chicken of the egg.
So this is interesting because, when people have a heart attack and the mainstream medical system, invariably does a test for your cholesterol levels. And then they'll want to put you, I think they're called anti-statin drugs, if I'm correct.
Yes,
to lower your cholesterol level. And basically you would be on these for your entire life. And yet my understanding is our body manufactures cholesterol because it's so essential for our nervous system and cell walls and everything else. So
Right.
You're basically trying to tell your body not to manufacture something that's essential.
And that's exactly right. I mean, our brain requires cholesterol in order to make proper nerve cells. And one of the first things that happens if your cholesterol is too low is that your memory starts to fade. And so diseases like dementia and Alzheimer's may well be linked to low cholesterol levels. And, how long you live to a great extent depends on cholesterol, because the liver manufactures it in order to help repair cells, in order to improve nervous system cells, in order to protect the liver and do many other things. So if you suppress cholesterol, the next thing you know, apparently, if you take cholesterol lowering medications like statins for many years, you will even develop things like diabetes and certain types of cancer as well. So these things are very important to help, keep us healthy. So suppressing it is a bad idea.
I think this is going to surprise a lot of people, but it's just, the body knows what it needs, and it needs cholesterol. And so why do you think the medical system is fixated on lowering cholesterol when the data shows that we need cholesterol and we live longer with high cholesterol levels?
Well, the one good thing I could say about statin drugs is that it's anti-inflammatory. And all disease, cardiovascular disease, is the result of chronic inflammation. So if statin drugs have any benefit, it would be that it reduces the amount of inflammation in the system. But we have many other natural nutrients that will reduce inflammation, such as, for example, curcumin and serapeptase, vitamin C, bioflavonoids, vitamin E. All these antioxidants that we talk about all the time are also anti-inflammatory, which is why they work so well to reduce the risk of heart attack. So in order to reduce heart attack risk, you need to take antioxidants and anti-inflammatory nutrients. And you can reduce inflammation also by watching your diet, by eating, more vegetables and fruits and things that are salad and not so much of the simple carbohydrate foods and the breads, pastas, and starches. So eating more greens, even if you don't like eating greens, you don't like eating broccoli or spinach, you can juice them, and they make nice juices, and mixed with carrots and celery and so on. So if you had a drink like that every day, you'd be doing yourself a big favor.
Right. So fruits and vegetables, avoid the sugars and carbohydrates.
Yeah.
Okay. What about cancer and, in the context of nutritional deficiency and treatment?
Well, it's been shown that, for example, if you give vitamin C in super high doses, we're talking about 50 to 75 grams, and you give it intravenously, that it has an anti-cancer effect. It basically causes the formation of peroxide in your system. Peroxide is toxic to cancer cells, but not to your own cells. So the peroxide liberates oxygen, which fights the cancer cells. So we found that giving intravenous vitamin C, it bypasses the GI tract, so it doesn't produce any side effects like diarrhea. If you tried to take 75,000 milligrams of vitamin C orally, you'd have massive diarrhea, so we don't want that. But we do want the oxygen providing effects of very high doses of vitamin C so that the cancer cells can die. And vitamin C seems to attack the cancer stem cells, whereas various drugs and chemotherapy do not. So, and there are other nutrients that will help with cancer, which would include curcumin. Curcumin is an extract of turmeric. And there's a doctor out in British Columbia who I spoke to a few years ago, and he was getting liquid curcumin from Australia, and he was actually infusing patients intravenously with it and getting amazing cancer cure results. But he wanted me to keep it quiet because he didn't want anybody to go after him, you know. But, you know, there are nutrients like that. And lately, I don't know if you've heard about, you probably have, you've heard about the benefits of antiparasitic treatment against cancers. And there was a naturopath by the name of Hulda Clark back in the 1980s and 1990s who wrote a book called The Cure for All Cancers. And she described how the use of antiparasitic herbs like wormwood and black walnut and garlic and numerous others were able to kill the parasites that are associated with cancer. And recently, there's been a lot of good research done on two drugs. Now, I'm not recommending any drugs here, but ivermectin and something called fenbendazole has been noted to help reverse many kinds of cancer, particularly breast and colon cancer and ovarian cancers and a lot of other cancers as well. And these are drugs that are initially intended for the use of killing parasites, but they apparently also kill cancer cells without any significant side effects. So there are all kinds of testimonials online about this. And I've seen several patients who are on those drugs. And one of them got rid of prostate cancer. Another one got rid of breast cancer. So this is, I didn't prescribe it, but they went online, bought it from India or wherever they got it from, and they were able to do some amazing things with that. So it's not just the natural remedies, but it's also some of the prescription drugs that are being used for repurposed reasons that are able to fight cancer. So cancer is one of those. There's a Dr. William Mackes who uses a combination of natural and drug therapies to reverse many different kinds of cancers. Of course, he's gotten into a lot of trouble for it. You know.
Well, this is now. So you've mentioned, you know, okay. So Dr. Mackes has gotten into trouble. You mentioned this doctor in the Vancouver area using curcumin intravenously, and he doesn't want to be mentioned. You've mentioned, you know, that there's censorship. I have the experience. You've mentioned that intravenous vitamin C is something that's very effective in helping to address cancer. And I appreciate you've listed fenbendazole and ivermectin and wormwood and you know, so vitamin C isn't the only thing, but there's a lot of research I understand on IV vitamin C, and I've run across, you know, naturopathic doctors that really get attacked and hammered by Health Canada. They can't share with people that it could be effective. But can you comment on this? Because there's this fear, and it's the fear of Health Canada attacking us and our colleges on behalf of Health Canada attacking us. And I think that people watching will be surprised to learn about this censorship and this fear of stepping out.
Well, this is exactly what is happening. And that's why there are fewer and fewer doctors like myself who are in practice, because they are basically told what they can say and what they cannot say. So there is a large degree of censorship. The censorship is also on social media. I tried many times to to post various articles on natural therapies. And somebody from Facebook or from X or from whatever, Instagram, they come by and they say, we can't put this because this does not conform to social guidelines or whatever. So I've been censored many times. I've been censored by Health Canada, by the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and by numerous other publications. So, this is unfortunate. This is why we keep on fighting and hoping that we do get some freedom of speech in this country. We're supposed to be able to question science, to question authority, to question experts, and to present information based on good studies, which I have tried desperately to do over many years, but unfortunately the fight continues. And you will probably encounter this yourself, I am sure.
Well, Dr. Rohn, it's one of the reasons we're doing this health show and why I'm so pleased to have you on here and why I'm trying to pull this information out is, we're not selling anything. We're not giving practice advice. And, maybe we're going to be attacked, but we feel that this is one way of getting around the censorship is we're having ordinary Canadians come and tell their health stories.
I see.
Right?
Well, if you do come in contact with people that are that negative, you can ask them to show you some evidence of harm. And in the past 30 years, there has not been a single death reported from taking any nutritional supplement, even in massive doses. So you can't say that about any kind of drug. I mean, I could list you off the top of my head at least 30 drugs that can kill you even if you take the correct doses. And I'm not even including things like chemotherapy, which, I've had numerous patients who take chemotherapy and, they're told by their oncologist, don't take any supplements because they're going to fight the chemotherapy, which is complete bunk. If anything, chemotherapy is helped by nutritional supplements. So there's a lot of wrong information, misinformation out there. And if you are attacked, you have to ask the people, can you show me the evidence for this? And they don't have any evidence because there's nobody that's died from taking supplements. I mean, these natural health products are basically food extracts. They're in a word, harmless. The worst thing that ever happened to anybody taking supplements is maybe diarrhea, which stops the minute that you stop taking the supplement. But is that so bad? Because, 3/4 of this nation is constipated. So, the point I'm trying to make is that we are all being fed a bunch of lies. And we're being fed these lies by Big Pharma because they see natural health products as a threat to their incomes. I mean, the amount of money that Big Pharma makes is huge in comparison to what natural health products make. Natural health products may make $1 billion a year, but Big Pharma makes about 100 times that, So I think they're trying to avoid, the reason for the censorship is they want to avoid, a hit on their profits. That's basically, what it's all about. You follow the money, you'll know what it's all about.
Well, I think we're on something pretty important here. So, because most Canadians actually don't step back and think about our government-funded medical system. But, so we've got Health Canada that basically we've, instituted into law the situation where we will only approve treatments for serious health conditions like cancer and diabetes and, cardiovascular disease. Right. The only approved treatments are, by and large, there'll be the odd exception, but by and large, chemical drugs that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. So, and this is by design, and I'm just telling, this is the way the reality is. Like, just look at the drugs that are approved for serious health conditions, literally all health conditions, and they're chemical drugs that had a patent when they went through the drug approval process. So we've got this system where the only legal treatments, because for some reason we said we can't take anything not approved by Health Canada. That's our law. Every treatment is illegal unless it's approved by Health Canada. what could go wrong. So the only legal treatments are chemical drugs. So our mainstream medical system funded by the government, the only treatment's chemical drugs. Dr. Rona, you as a medical doctor knows if anyone watching this has a heart attack, or they've been screened and they rush to the hospital, or they've been screened for cancer and they get a text during this interview, it's stage 4, go to emergency, or their diabetes flares up, or they have a mental breakdown, anything they go to the hospital for. The only treatments they're going to be offered are synthetic chemicals that had a patent.
Yes, and then they take these chemicals for years, and they finally realize that it doesn't work, and so they come and they look to the natural world for some kind of solution. So they go to a naturopath or a medical doctor who does natural medicine, and they're looking for alternatives. And in many cases, these people who are on these chemicals, they just stop taking them of their own accord. I don't have to tell them to stop taking them, and I never do. So they start to feel better on the natural therapies slowly. It's a lot slower than a quick fix drug, but as they get better, they are less likely to want to take the medications ever again. So there is an alternative out there, and people know it, and that's why they are constantly seeking these natural therapies. And you can't really say that natural therapies are a fix or a cure for anything, but you can say that they can help improve the general health of the body and resist infection, resist cancer, resist heart disease, and you name it. So if anything, it's more of a preventive. There is no quick fix, unfortunately, and people are going to have to learn that, it takes time to get better. It took a long time to get worse, unless you're a child, age 3. But, if you're somebody in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, it took you many years to get sick. It's going to take you many years to get better. And it won't be with a drug. It'll be using a lot of the principles of nutrition and prevention.
So this is interesting because, again, you're a medical doctor that has practiced for over 4 decades, but you practiced, you were in the mainstream medical system. So you prescribed drugs and you had the power to do that, but you also had trained yourself in using nutrition and natural remedies. Can you compare the two treatment modalities? I mean, in your career, how successful were you in using the chemical drugs? Because I also assume like the patient gets to choose. You can say there's this or that. And in some cases, even though you're hoping, you're going, I think the patient's going to get better outcomes going with the natural route, they'll still choose the chemical drugs.
Let's, for example, take somebody who comes in and I diagnose pneumonia. The first thing I'll do for them after sending them for an X-ray and various tests is prescribe an antibiotic, a prescription antibiotic. I'm not going to recommend echinacea and golden seal and probiotics. However, that's the first line of therapy. And then after they have recovered from pneumonia, then I could start talking to them about preventing a second occurrence. And by taking zinc and vitamin C and friendly bacteria like probiotics and vitamin D, of course, they are likely never to get another infection like that again and require the antibiotics. So that's the way I used to approach it as a conventional medical doctor, but that was years ago. So now I have many patients who I used to see. They're still coming back to see me, but it's only for advice on how to prevent illness. And if they do happen to have a particular problem, I can suggest for them what kind of tests they should get through their medical doctor. So I don't think that either kind of medicine is bad. Like, I think there's a lot of good things in conventional medicine. Like I said, when you're in a car accident, you need the medical system to take the steering wheel out of your chest cavity after the accident so that you can live. So there's a lot of benefit to trauma medicine. There's a lot of benefit to emergency treatments. I'm all for that. I'm not against that. I'm not going to tell somebody who's just had a heart attack to take vitamin E. They're going to need to get the immediate emergency treatment and later on get onto a program that's going to help them prevent any worsening of their condition, and maybe reverse the problem. So I think you have to use common sense and use the best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm. Right. Now, you were talking about, the risk of natural remedies. And I just realized, I'm even saying it wrong, but you're saying Health Canada talks about the risk, but you said in the last 30 years, there hasn't been a death by a natural health product.
No, there hasn't by statistics from the National Poison Control Centers in the United States, where they actually document any kind of toxic reaction to drugs and natural remedies. For natural remedies, the actual number of cases of deaths reported is 0.
Right, and so that's using U.S. statistics, and they're like 400 million people. I know it's been, it's probably dated. It's probably about 14 years ago. I did an access to information request of Health Canada, and I asked them, for all of Canadian history, can you show me, evidence of any deaths caused by a natural health product? And they got back to me and said, we can't go back to 1867, but will you limit your request to 1965 when we started our adverse reaction database in response to the thalidomide crisis? Because they said, we've been pretty good at tracking deaths caused by therapeutic interventions. And,
Right.
and I agreed, and they couldn't point out to a single one. So, and, whether there have been deaths or haven't been deaths caused by natural health products, if there have been, there's so few that they're not on the radar at all. And so, you compare them with peanut butter. The peanut butter itself is so much more dangerous than the entire natural product industry. That why do we even discuss risk, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, I would totally agree with that. And the whole concept of toxicity caused by vitamins and natural health products is completely overblown. So, as you know, these are just basically food extracts. If you're sensitive to a food like peanuts, why isn't there a label on peanut butter that says that this is potentially a toxic food extract, which can cause death? I don't see that on the peanut butter labels anywhere.
No, and in fact, labeling is frustrating because we don't have GMOs labeled, we don't have glyphosate levels, all of this. But for natural health products, Health Canada they try to create this appearance of risk. And one thing that frustrates me, Dr. Rona, is okay, everything has some risk. So even if this is being silly that we're talking about risk, but if you want good health outcomes, you also have to understand the benefits, and then understanding the benefits and risks go, well, how do we get the best outcomes? So trying to maximize the risks and minimize the benefits. And my frustration, and one of the reasons for this tour, is to emphasize the benefits, because if health's the goal, then we actually have to understand the benefits. So I'm wondering if you can share with us some of the benefits, and maybe even give us some examples of patients, some of the benefits of natural remedies.
Well, I could certainly start with somebody that just came in to see me today, a 16-year-old girl who had a 2-year history of hives and rashes from head to toe. And she had gone to numerous doctors, including dermatologists. And each time that she went for her appointment, she was given a steroid cream. The steroid cream worked temporarily, but the problem kept coming back. And eventually she was prescribed prednisone, which is an oral corticosteroid, which suppresses inflammation. She took that for a while, but she got very sick with it. And she decided to stop, and her mother sent her to see me, and we did some tests on things like food intolerances and deficiencies and toxins in her system. I was able to tell her what foods she should avoid and what foods she should eat more of. And I gave her a list of natural remedies, which would include things like quercetin. Quercetin is a bioflavonoid which blocks any kind of adverse allergy of any kind, whether it be food or chemicals or you name it. So she started taking that, and she started to take omega-3 fish oils and vitamin C and other antioxidants. And within a month, her skin was completely healed. And she was off all the medications, including antihistamines, steroid creams, and you name it. So I've had over the years a number of cases just like that. There was a child who came to see me with his parents from Rochester, New York, who had the same kind of thing, was actually admitted to the hospital and put on intravenous steroids because he was head to toe covered with eczema. And none of that really seemed to work. They came to see me. I did food intolerance testing. We found that he had a strong allergy to eggs, took eggs out of the diet. Within 3 weeks, all his rashes and everything completely disappeared. You know, I've had cases of ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. There's a special kind of diet known as the specific carbohydrate diet, which was something that was discovered and formulated by a woman by the name of Elaine Gottschall from London, Ontario. And she wrote a book called Food and the Gut Connection. And I put these people on those kind of diets, and 90% of the time, they completely reversed their Crohn's and ulcerative colitis just from the dietary changes. Never gave them any nutritional supplements. They were, of course, deficient in some things like iron and vitamin B12, and also some other nutrients which I recommended for them. And within 3 months, no colitis, no Crohn's disease, completely off of medications. And, you know, I've had many cases like that. So this is not something that, is some kind of fluke or based on, psychosomatic type of treatments. This is actually documented. I'm not the only one who's seeing these kind of results. There are dozens of doctors and naturopaths in the city who are seeing the same kind of benefits from diet changes, food intolerance testing and treatment, as well as various supplements like enzymes, digestive enzymes. You know, at one time, believe it or not, Health Canada wanted to ban a certain type of digestive enzyme called Womanzyme. And I think the reason for it is because some people were using it to treat various types of cancer, like pancreatic cancer. And I guess they thought that this was some kind of drug that should be taken off the market. But finally, after many years, we convinced them that these were okay and that they should be legalized, you know. But this is the kind of misinformation that I'm facing day in and day out over here. I keep hearing stories about how oncologists are saying that vitamin D is toxic and you can't take more than 1,000 units, and this kind of crazy censorship is going on. So, you know, I've seen enough to convince myself that natural therapies work, and in most cases they're completely harmless, and at worst they don't work. At best they produce a complete cure. By the way, the word cure is a dirty word in medicine. It's a
we're not
word.
allowed to share that. Yeah. So
We're not
I
allowed
just
to
want
say
to
it.
I just want to talk first about this Crohn's and colitis, and then go back to the 16-year-old girl. But you know, Crohn's and also colitis and that. I mean, some people are like basically glued to a bathroom. Like they've got to plan where they're going. They've got to, if they're going to go someplace, know if there's bathrooms along the way. It can be extremely painful and
Yes.
literally can just disable you, and you suffer terribly. And so you'll be having people that basically will have found no answer in the mainstream medical system with the chemical drugs. Am I right about that?
Well, most of those patients that I've seen were put on drugs, and the drugs to some degree controlled the symptoms. However, did not take the disease away, because as soon as they would stop taking the medications, the symptoms would return. So what I try to do in cases like that is I tell them to stay on the drugs while they start or they make a big change in their diets. And as soon as they feel themselves improving, they can themselves or even their specialists wean them off the medications. And that's exactly the way we get the cure. That's a 4-letter word, as you know.
Mm-hmm. But basically, they get off the medications if they're willing to make the diet changes and, take supplements that they need, and then they're fine. Like they literally are cured.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly what happens. And according to that book I mentioned before, Food and the Gut Reaction, usually they would have to stay on the diet for a minimum of 1 year. And after a year, chances are very high that if they challenge themselves with the wrong kind of foods, like if they go out and they eat a donut or something, that nothing bad will happen to them, So to me, a cure is that, hey, you can eat anything you want and you won't be running to the bathroom with bloody diarrhea.
Mm-hmm. And back to this 16-year-old girl. So, I mean, you described she literally had hives and rashes from head to toe. And now hives can be extremely painful. And then like a 16-year-old girl, like I don't care what age you are, if you got, hives and rash on your face, you're going to be self-conscious.
Oh,
But
absolutely. She wasn't able to go to school. She had to take time off of school because she was in such rough shape. And the only thing that would get her back reasonably at the time was to take these steroid creams, but they would only work temporarily. So, I mean, it was very traumatic, and now she's completely better.
Right. And then you also said she was on prednisone. And my understanding is you don't want to take that long term. It can have some real negative effects for you.
Yeah, it can cause your bones to dissolve, for one thing. It can also affect your adrenal glands, and it can affect your blood sugar levels and numerous other things. So not a good drug.
Right. And so she basically became cured.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've seen that time and time and time again.
Yes, it's quite common. At least that's what I've seen in my practice, and I'm sure many other doctors in my position have seen the same thing.
Yeah. So, and the, just for a positive then, it's like, Dr. Rona, what I'm finding is I'm interviewing, Canadians who have successful health stories. They share with me how, before they find a solution, a lot of them are just totally in despair. Some of them become suicidal. And, those that, have conditions where they can't sleep and they're so uncomfortable in that, then they report their mental health goes down, they're catching everything because their immune system. And I've had to come to realize, like, some people are in real hopeless places. And they need to understand, keep looking, right? Because, am I right that in your experience, almost every condition can be improved once you understand what's going on and you start addressing the real problem?
I think that's absolutely true. I think many people give up far too early, and they're afraid to or unwilling to do their own research. And I strongly recommend that people with almost any kind of condition, I know it's a bad thing to recommend go on the internet and find information, but the more knowledge that you have and however you gain it, that doesn't really matter. But as long as it offers you some hope of getting better so that you persist and you have a positive mental attitude, because mental attitude is so important too. I mean, you have to have a positive mental attitude to confront illnesses like cancer, diabetes, heart disease, almost any condition. And it is possible to get better. I'm sure you also read testimonials every day, of people who, were in dire straits and were able to reverse some incurable condition. One example is that Joe Tippins, I don't know if you heard of him. He had stage 4 terminal lung cancer, and he put himself onto a combination of Dr. Mackis's treatment, with ivermectin and fenbendazole and curcumin and vitamin E and numerous other nutrients. And he's still alive today after he was told that he should go home and, basically die at home, So he is just one example of somebody who, didn't take it lying down and say, I give up. Don't give up. It's too early to give up. It's always too early to give up. So,
Well, when we were talking, before the interview, you were sharing the story of an 80-year-old man that had lymphoma.
Yes.
And that just came to mind as you were talking about this other person. Can you share that story with us?
Yes, an 80-year-old man with a certain kind of lymphoma, which failed to respond to chemotherapy. And he was told to get his affairs in order, and there's not much more that we can do for you. He came to see me on the recommendation of somebody in his family, and we started him immediately on intravenous vitamin C in very high doses, and put him onto, among other things, curcumin and vitamin D and fish oils and numerous other supplements. And, within 3 months, his tests normalized to the point where he'd go back to the oncologist, and the oncologist would say to him, wow, why are you still here? The oncologist was surprised that he was still alive, because frankly, his tests reverted to normal. So he lived 10 years past his diagnosis, when he was told that he was only going to live for 3 months. So I think
And my
that's pretty good.
understanding is he was healthy for those 10 years. I mean, he had quality of life for those 10 years.
He had quality of life. His only problem was that he had to come in twice a week to get the intravenous vitamin C, which he did dutifully for many years. And, towards the end, he unfortunately wasn't able to get the treatments anymore, and he developed an infection and passed away. But, frankly, I think if he would have continued, he may have even lived longer.
Right. And as it was, he would have been 90 when he died.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's pretty compelling. And so basically, this is a person with cancer that's sent home to die. Just the oncologists are saying we can't do anything for you. Get your affairs in order.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying. And, it's unfortunate because, oncologists do get some good remissions here and there. But, for the ones that I've seen in my practice, unfortunately, these people are in many cases coming too late. But even the ones that are coming late are getting some benefit. I've had some people reverse prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer. I have one gentleman right now who is also 10 years past his diagnosis of colon cancer, and he never got any chemotherapy, he just got surgery. He refused chemotherapy, and he's still doing quite well, and his tumor markers are negative for cancer, and he's perfectly healthy, and he's now in his 70s, cancer-free. And that's only after intravenous vitamin C and the same regime of, antioxidants and herbal remedies.
Right. So this is, you seem to be describing for us literally life and death for many people that come to you, that, whether they would live or die depends on them being able to access natural remedies.
Well, this is, a brief and correct way of saying it. And, that's why I'm always interested in broadcasting and writing articles. I still write articles for Vitality, because basically what I want is the public to be educated in these alternatives, because they can be, in many cases, life-saving, life-prolonging, improving longevity, improving the quality of life, and basically creating, a completely different scenario from dropping dead in the hospital or at home.
Right. So what, like I know you've written 12 books, and I think, we need to invite people to read your books. And it's interesting that one, the encyclopedia, I think Encyclopedia on Natural Medicine, is not in print anymore.
No, it's, they printed, I think, only 40,000 copies and sold out. And people have been asking me to get it reprinted, but the company that printed it, Alive Books, has gone out of business. So nobody wants to take it over. So if you know somebody that wants to republish it, by all means, let me know.
Okay, well, that, you know, we don't know who the audience is, so perhaps somebody will contact us, and then I can put them in contact with you. So thanks actually for bringing that up. Now, what, you know, just kind of briefly, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, but what are maybe some of the most important things that people should know that they may not know?
Well, that's a very good question. I think the most important thing that you should know as any human being is how your body is functioning. I mean, you don't have to go into the details of all the biochemical reactions that occur, but you have to know in general what the heart, the spleen, the liver, the brain, the nervous system, what it does, and how to feed it with the proper things and to avoid the things that can damage it. So that's something that can be taught in grade school and certainly in high school later on in courses like biochemistry, physiology, and clinical nutrition. All of those things can be taught at the teenage level. They can also be taught at the grade school level. I've gone into grade schools and I've talked to kids about what foods are good for them to eat and what not to eat and so on. None of that is discussed, you know, and not every child needs milk. Dr. William Crook many years ago proved that if you take children off of milk, the incidence of middle ear infections virtually disappears, because the vast majority of children with recurrent middle ear infections are allergic to milk. You take milk out of their diets, they never get the ear infections. So these are the kind of information bits that people should know, even at grade school level. Never mind high school and college. College is unfortunately more of a matter of choice of what you're going to study. But in high school, you know, instead of teaching us, you know, about all kinds of unnecessary information, you know, social studies, I know they're important, and I know history is important, but they should know about their own, you know, body health, what makes them healthy, what makes them unhealthy. And these are things that we have to put into the education system. And then the other thing we have to put into the education system is of the medical profession. The medical profession gets 0 hours of information or education on nutritional therapies. They should know about herbs. They should know about vitamins and minerals. They should know how to test for them. They should know how to recommend things for various conditions. And they should realize that the medications that they are going to be prescribing are actually destroying essential nutrients that can lead people to develop infections, autoimmune disease, cancer, and heart disease. So these, I think, is all a matter of getting the right education for doctors, not just for the general public. But if we change the school system and we got more and more people educated in these basic things, it's not rocket science. This stuff is easy to learn, easy to remember, and also, although it may not be too easy to apply, one can learn. One can easily learn. You don't have to be, you know, a world-class chef to be able to eat healthy.
It's interesting because, you know, if I understand, and I'm, you know, just going to really kind of simplify, you know, if I understand, if we take, you know, this entire interview that we've had, you know, our bodies need nutrition, you know, vitamins and minerals and the like, to do what they're supposed to do. And they have the ability to keep themselves healthy, but we have, you know, and that includes staying free from the chemicals and toxins. So you need the good stuff in, and you need to manage and keep the bad stuff out.
Exactly.
And if we don't do that, then we slowly develop chronic illness, and we have to then restore our bodies, which is slow. It's not like, you've made this clear, you know, it's not, you know, with nutrition and supplements, it's, you don't get a quick reaction because you didn't get into it quickly, and you don't, but our bodies can be healthy.
Yes.
And we're not taught this, like, which is why we're buying the wrong foods, which is why we're not eating, you know, healthy, and it's why we're also not supplementing, because we can't get what we need, and we don't even know to get tested, and the doctors don't know to get tested. So really, it's kind of learn about ourselves is the most important message to us.
Absolutely, and I think it can be done by, just about anybody. You don't have to have a PhD or a master's degree in order to get this kind of information. I mean, it's freely available, even at the grade school level, and we have to put it into the medical system somehow, because right now many of them don't even know how to test for vitamin D. They don't know the proper tests to do. They don't know that they can, check, not just one liver function test and not just your blood sugar, but a lot of other different factors that, can point the way towards, a more natural therapy. So we have to basically improve the education system. In a nutshell, that's what I think it's all about.
And also educating doctors on how nutritional deficiencies manifest, I expect. Just by way of example, and I'm assuming it's correct, but I remember it's probably 20 years ago now, I saw Dr. Carolyn Dean, and she had, a list of, well, here are the symptoms of heart disease. And she then put up the list of symptoms from magnesium deficiency. And my memory is they were almost identical.
That's right. Yeah,
So,
I knew Caroline very well, and she wrote several books. She's a brilliant lecturer, and I think she's still working, but she moved to Hawaii or Maui somewhere, and I've lost touch with her. But she was a brilliant doctor, and unfortunately, she was attacked by the sugar industry. They complained to the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and the college basically took her license away for saying that sugar can cause all these diseases, which she was absolutely correct, but she didn't want to fight, and she, left the country. So, but she was absolutely right about magnesium being the most important of all of the nutrients for the cardiovascular system. That and coenzyme Q10.
And I'm just, following up on what you were saying about educating doctors. So somebody shows up to the doctor and they're having magnesium deficiency, the doctor can misdiagnose them as having cardiovascular disease.
Yes.
And won't even be treating the magnesium deficiency, which would then resolve the symptoms.
Yeah. And if they're being smart-assed about it, they will order a magnesium blood test, which is, in a word, useless. Doesn't reflect the true status of magnesium in the body. So
you'd mentioned that earlier, and you'd also mentioned the hair test isn't good, but that you see in your practice when you supplement with magnesium, super results, which tells you there was a magnesium deficiency.
That immediately tells you, of course. And sometimes hair mineral analysis will tell you. Sometimes red blood cell magnesium blood levels will tell you. But it's expensive to do those tests, and most doctors aren't even aware of them. So, that's the problem. So the best way to test, actually, in many cases, is a trial therapy. I mean, it doesn't hurt to take magnesium. It's worst thing that happens if you take too much, you get loose bowel movements, but there's really no other toxicity.
Right. So if somebody's concerned, they may not have enough magnesium. Just take some and see if there's a difference.
Try taking it at bedtime. You'll sleep a lot better. The best form of magnesium is called magnesium bisglycinate, which is the highest absorbed form of magnesium. And if you take it before bedtime, it helps you calm your nerves and you'll sleep better. It's kind of, in my opinion, it's probably better, more effective than melatonin to help you sleep. Do you remember when melatonin was banned in Canada? This was back in the 1990s sometime. They wouldn't allow it to be sold in Canada. And finally, I think there was such a huge public outcry that they finally decided to allow it to be sold in health food stores,
Well, and this gets back to your risk. So Health Canada comes up with, some, alarming risk. Another one that comes to mind is, do you remember when Kava was banned?
Oh, yes.
So some person with multiple, basically they're dying with, of chronic illnesses. They're on a whole bunch of chemical drugs, and they happen to also have some cavity. And the public health nurse sees cavity in the house, and all of a sudden, even though the person was, on a whole bunch of chemical drugs, adverse reaction reports don't tell you causation. They're just meant to be a flag that maybe you should investigate something. And we lost cavity, I think it was 11 years, Dr. Rona.
Yeah, I remember that. And also it happened with ginkgo, and it happened with tryptophan.
And nattokinase, and that's one
Yeah.
that I think led to, and so here's my theory, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I was acting for so just so people watching understand, nattokinase is an enzyme derived by soy, and it can dissolve fibroids, it can thin your blood. And so widely used in other countries, it was widely used in Canada, and we're transitioning into this licensing scheme. So there's a whole bunch of manufacturers that are legally selling it, but Health Canada knows they're selling it because they have license applications in, and it's listed as the ingredient or an ingredient. And Health Canada decides we can't have nattokinase, and so orders everyone, not just to stop selling, but recalling. And Dr. Rona, I'm working for a company at that time. They approached me as a lawyer and said, well, we've got this recall, should we recall? And as a lawyer, I have to protect clients actually not just from liability from Health Canada, but I have to look at all of their interests. And under the criminal code, you can't put a treatment on the market, have people come to rely on it, and then withdraw the treatment. So we actually hired a medical doctor with some expertise in risk analysis and said, what should we do? And it was interesting. The medical doctor said, well, stop selling, but do not ask the stores to recall. Instead, send every health food store you can a poster announcing to Canadians that they are no longer going to be able to purchase nattokinase in Canada. So they should go see their healthcare practitioner that has them on nattokinase. And but that they can purchase from the United States, which wouldn't have been any benefit to this. And the rationale just was some medical doctors were using nattokinase to manage high blood pressure, thin the blood. And you had to give those medical doctors, and also natural health practitioners were doing that. You had to give those health professionals and patients time to decide what they were going to do. Are they going to transition on to other drugs? Are they going to source their nattokinase out of country? Because that was the paradox, is you can import it freely. But what struck me as interesting at the time, Dr. Rona, is this was the exact time where in our mainstream media, emergency room doctors are complaining about Pradaxa, the new blood thinner, because at that time they didn't have an antidote and people were showing up at the emergency ward bleeding out from Pradaxa, and there was nothing the emergency room doctors could do. It's not like warfarin where they could give you a shot of vitamin K. So do you think that, was there any health, what do you think of Health Canada taking nattokinase off? It's back on the market now, but do you have any thoughts about what I just said?
Well, the information that I had, because I had several patients on it, and these patients, they went off their prescription blood thinners and were doing fine on nattokinase, but the College of Physicians and Surgeons said that because atrial fibrillation is a life-threatening condition, they have to go on prescription blood thinners. But Pradaxa can make you bleed out and can kill you. So why would you take a life-threatening drug to treat a life-threatening illness? I mean, it didn't make any sense. Nattokinase was producing no side effects, no excessive bruising, no heart problems, no blood pressure problems, nothing. And unfortunately, it comes down to, competing with the pharmaceutical industry is not what Health Canada wants to see. So if you have a natural product that can do the same job as a prescription drug, that has loads of side effects, the prescription drug will always be favored by Health Canada, regardless of the side effects and regardless of anything else. So that's why it really came down to a competition, squelching the competition. That's what Health Canada is trying to do. They're trying to suppress natural therapies. They're trying to censor any information that promotes natural therapies. And basically, they want a monopoly for the drug industry, and I don't think that's really necessary. We can have both drugs and we can have both natural products. Why not use the best of both worlds? I'm not against the pharmaceutical industry. I just think that using Health Canada as a tool to crush the natural health industry is a very bad decision.
Yeah, it's not going to lead to good health outcomes. And you're aware that Health Canada is once again trying to get rid of our natural remedies.
Yes.
What would be the health consequences if we lost access to our natural remedies?
The first consequence would be that people will try to get their natural health products from other countries, notably the United States. When that becomes too expensive, they'll try to get it from India or from somewhere in the Caribbean, maybe Mexico, maybe Central America and so on. But eventually the prices will be so high, the basic problem will be then access. And you limit the access, you will limit health. And you will cause more and more people to gravitate towards drugs that they can't tolerate anyway. So it's going to be a really bad state of affairs, and I hope it never happens.
Right. So I guess I always ask every guest, it's kind of like the final question is, what would your message be to Health Canada? So, let's broaden it to Ottawa, our MPs also, because I know that you became a doctor and you're still helping people because you actually want to help people be well.
That's correct. The whole name of the game, in my opinion, is how many people you can help, not how many people you can profit from. So health should not be a profit motivated activity. It should be basically a desire to help people find health themselves, to educate people. It's like the best doctor in the world is yourself. You can learn how to treat yourself better than any other doctor who just gives you a bunch of chemicals. So I hope that Health Canada will hire people, not necessarily myself, although I would probably volunteer if they paid me fairly. But, the point is that they should hire people that have some knowledge in the treatment of natural therapies and have experience with things like nattokinase and with, things like ginkgo and digestive enzymes, et cetera, and not people that are basically paid by the pharmaceutical industry to suppress any kind of natural therapy. This is wrong, So I think if Health Canada did that and actually consulted the real experts and not the fake experts in natural medicines, I think we'd be far better off.
That's an interesting answer. I just find it interesting. Everyone's got a different approach. And here you are, a person that's dedicated their life to helping people, which has forced you down two roads, the medical and the integrative, the natural, and basically have the right people that can advise you properly so that we get the best health outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Like I'm not putting down McDonald's or Burger King here. I think that if you're going to eat that kind of food, you need to also know how to protect yourself from the toxins that are in there, the hormones, the additives, etc. And I think you can get the best of both worlds. Not that you should, eat at fast food restaurants, but, at least you should have the knowledge of what those kind of foods are doing to your body. And that's something that you could learn as early as grade school. And it's something that the medical profession should be, practicing and teaching their own patients, So, Doctors are not the answer for everything. So you're going to have to basically take some responsibility for your own health, and that's by educating yourself. There are many ways of doing that.
Well, Dr. Rona, thank you so much on behalf of the Natural Health Product Protection Association and the World's Greatest Health Show. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much.
So Section 10 is a section that protects against fraud. We've created this new Ministry of Wellness to actually protect and promote our access to natural health products and other treatment modalities. But for this to actually work, they have to have some powers. And one of the powers they have to have is to protect us against fraud. So this Section 10 makes it illegal to be fraudulent in manufacturing and promoting these products so that we're protected against those that would want to, deceive us and mislead us. So this is actually very important. It's one thing for us to have our access guaranteed, but we also need to have truthful representations, and that's what Section 10 is about.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm here today on the World's Greatest Health Show with Barb Bain. Hi, Barb. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Hi, Teresa. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for agreeing to come and share your story. And it involves your daughter. So I'm really looking forward to hearing you share. So maybe just give a little bit of a history of who Barb is.
Well, I have 3 children and 19 grandchildren. And I grew up in a home where it was just typical North American. My parents were restaurant owners, and it was a family style restaurant, and we just ate at the restaurant quite a bit, but even at home, my mom would cook meat and potatoes, always dessert, a lot of desserts, a lot of candy in the house, a lot of sugar. And I carried that into when we got married and with our family, and never thought anything of it.
When did your parents buy the restaurant?
When?
Yeah.
In
How old were you?
1963.
And where was the restaurant?
In Red Deer, Alberta, a family style restaurant. People loved it. One of the main features was the butter tarts that the cook had made, and people came from all over to buy their butter tarts. Sugar.
So growing up in the 70s or 60s, this was just the way that what you knew, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And so what happened when you got a little bit older and you ended up having a family of your own? How did your youth impact how you started with your children in terms of nutrition?
Well, I wouldn't use the word nutrition. but just typical North American. I can remember a conversation I had with a friend one time of how often do we make a salad for our family, and it wasn't very often. So I didn't understand the value of real raw vegetables and fruits, and but a lot of baking, a lot of sweets, and it was just normal. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. It was just, that's the way I grew up, and that's the way I carried on. And so three
Did you ever
children.
did you ever take a home economics class in
Oh,
high
yes,
school, or?
I did. I loved the sewing aspect, but I also took the cooking aspect, and I learned how to cook meals, but I didn't learn the components of food. It was really very much like the restaurant, you know, and I think that was a just typical family eating patterns for a lot of people. At least we didn't know anybody that handled things differently.
And what would so you described before in our when we spoke about candy that you had in your household growing up. What was that like?
Well, my mom always had a bowl of candies on the counter, and I would get chocolate bars from the restaurant or chocolate bars from a vending machine at school, and that was pretty normal, everyday kind of thing. And that's just the way it was. I love chocolate, and I was working, so I could afford to buy what I wanted, and yeah, that's just the way it was.
So tell me about your children. So you have 3 children?
3 children, basically 2 years apart each, and boy and 2 girls. And when the middle child, our one daughter, was about 3 years old, I really started to recognize there were some challenges here. And it was a buildup of things, really, but there was one day that just really came to mind. I need to find some answers.
What was going on with her? Or and she was how old? She was 3?
She was 3. And do you want me to go into the story of?
Yeah, please.
It was a Sunday afternoon, our typical Sunday afternoon nap time. She was agreeable to lay down beside me, and her body just wouldn't let her settle down. She tossed and turned, and just was very anxious, kind of. And she had agreed to lay down. Her mind told her she was okay to lay down, but her body wouldn't quit moving. And as she's laying there, I'm thinking, what happened this morning? We would take our children to Sunday school and to church, and typically what they would have in both occasions was sugar cookies and a sugar juice. And
what kind of sugar juice?
Well, you know, what was that? What was that called? We talked about it. I can't even remember the name of it. Tang, but there was the other one. Kool-Aid, yeah.
And you had to put a cup of sugar. You had to put a cup of sugar in Kool-Aid, right?
Oh, I don't know, because I wasn't there to make it. I just know that they had that. I don't know that we had those. I mean, sure, we had them in the home sometimes, but it wasn't. I didn't like them. But she had that in the morning, and I knew that. But as I'm laying there and she's struggling to be still, I remembered.
What does that look like? What does that like?
Well, she was just.
What does it mean?
Tossing and turning. She wouldn't settle down. Her body was just moving all the time, and so she couldn't fall asleep.
Was she always like this, or?
Well, there were times. Also thinking back, I remember one occasion she was under 6 months. I nursed her up till 6 months, so she was around that age. We were at a family member's home, and it was quiet and it was darker, and I had nursed her and everything was perfect. And she was laying on my chest and just couldn't settle in. she was just bumping her head against my shoulder, and it just seemed odd. I thought, did I eat something wrong that is affecting her? I didn't know what was what. So there was that. And then there was other occasions where she would just have a difficult time with simple little tasks like tying her shoes. It was an emotional roller coaster of can't do it and just can't. She would fly off the handle, and it was difficult for her emotionally to just be calm and do the task. And so there was all these things that were kind of coming to my mind as we're laying there. And then at the same time, I was remembering an article that I had read just a couple months before in a doctor's office, that this Dr. Feingold was doing research on the effects that sugar and artificial food coloring had on a child's body. And I found
this would have been
fascinating.
this would have been in the early 80s, right?
That's right. That's right.
So that was really cutting edge.
That's right. Well,
There must have been a lot of controversy to
I didn't
that.
know any of this before, other than observing, other families who had children too that were, we called it hyperactivity. I don't know if that would be a proper name. I never did have her medically tested for anything. I just was going by what I was observing and learning. I had seen other parents use discipline to handle their child in these difficult times, and discipline's important. But like I said, it seemed like she was willing to lay beside me, but her body wasn't willing to settle. And so I'm thinking, what is going on? And this doctor really felt that, well, in his research, he did a lot of research, and there was a lot of, that would be controversial because that was new thinking of how do these particular foods affect a body, and especially a child's body. So I started thinking about this, and I just felt a nudge to find a nutritional solution. Some parents had chosen to go a medical route and give children a medicine to help calm them. And I don't know why, but I just knew I didn't want to do that. And
at that time, they were medicating children, like in the early 80s?
As far as I can recall, there were some that were medicating. I don't know how prevalent for hyperactivity.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mean to use a medical term. I'm just saying she was hyperactive in many cases. Mm-hmm. And so I wanted to find some answers, wanted to find some nutrition that would help. I think at that time, I don't know if it was that same doctor or another doctor that indicated that the relationship of excess sugars in the body depleted vitamin B. So I wanted to find a vitamin B that I could use with my daughter. So at that time, I signed up with a nutritional company, Amway, and because I wanted to buy vitamins at the wholesale price. And so thankful, right at that same time, there was a medical doctor that was affiliated with the company, the group that I was with, and he taught a winter-long course on nutrition and what the body needs for functioning well. And so I learned a lot that winter, and used the vitamins for not only our daughter, but my husband and my other two children as well. But for our daughter, I noticed a difference in using the vitamin B. And so I continued to learn and find out more things.
What difference did you notice? Because she's still 3, right?
3,
so
4.
She's
yep,
3, 4, and she's hyper and she can't sit still.
I'm thinking that we probably use the vitamin B most days, but maybe not every day. But for example, if she was going out to a birthday party where I knew there would be sugar you know, cake, cookies, drinks, whatever. I would give her vitamin B before she went to the birthday party. And it just helped her to be calmer and not allow that sugar to make her hyperactivity. And so it was, I just felt that it was of great value. And I also changed our diet too, with taking sugars out of things, the whites, the white flour, the white sugar, the white pasta, the white rice, and eating more whole foods and more vegetables and fruits.
So what do you mean by whole foods? Just to
Well, for example, I bought a flour mill, I ground wheat, and I made my own bread. That's whole food. Whereas the white bread you buy in the store, that is not whole food. It's as God intended the food item to be grown, the real food with all the nutrition in it. Whereas our diets are so lacking in many nutritional substances because it's just not in the food as it used to be and at one time. So in order to make sure that our bodies had sufficient nutrients, I chose to use nutritional health products that I felt were good quality and were effective.
what was the change in the overall family? I mean, they must have seen the benefit from it. Like your daughter's improving, so she's handling her 4-year-old stress
Yeah,
a little better.
I don't know that it affected our other two children directly, but indirectly. I mean, our kids have grown to adult and they've done their own research and they follow through with nutritional health products as well. So as far as how it changed the family, well, with our daughter handling anxiety better, sure, that's going to affect the family in some ways. It's not I don't think of it as being a major change, but it was definitely a small change that affected our lives to the point of wanting to know more, wanting to learn more, wanting to make sure that our health was optimum by using natural health products.
So 40 years later, we're still struggling with sugar. Like, because you're talking about
Mhm.
a lesson you learned in the early 80s, and you would have been a young mom. I think you said when we spoke before, you early 30s.
Yes,
And that's 1982.
right.
And we're
Yeah.
2025.
So the
And
things I
we're
was
like
learning,
sugar everywhere.
yeah, the things I was learning, I assumed our whole culture would learn and changes would be made. I remember a doctor saying way back then, if sugar was invented then, which it had, it had been invented years before, if it had been invented then, it would be outlawed because it's a poison. And I assumed that information would get out there and people, governments, medical societies, and nutritional professionals would grab onto that and make changes. But no, we haven't. It's gone the other way of allowing more and more into our food supply that is really dangerous to our bodies. And so I really strongly believe in using nutritional health products to supplement our needs and make sure that we're going to be healthy, as well as taking out the things that we can take out of our diet that doesn't do us good, like all the junk food stuff and the sugar stuff. The two go together.
Yeah, it really struck me when you said early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And just thinking that's 40 years later, I wonder how many moms out there now. I mean, I think of myself. I mean, how I failed my kids, right? When they would have been young, because I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yep.
I thought, giving a vitamin, like a multivite was enough, but it probably wasn't. Not if I was packing on everything else, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's why I'm so passionate to learn and to share with people. There are options, and we need to take responsibility for ourselves and for our children, for our grandchildren. We need to take responsibility in ensuring that the foods that we're putting into our body are not contaminated with toxins, and that we are filling in the gaps with proper nutritional health products. That's a very strong thing for me.
What would be the effect if you think if with more and more regulation of natural health products, if you were back in time to that kind of that juncture in the beginning of the 80s, and you're paring back the sugar, you're changing the white flour for the whole grain, and you're now supplementing with natural health products. If the natural health products weren't there at that time, what would your option have been?
I have no idea. I'm just so grateful that I have had opportunity to learn these things, and I continue to learn about new ideas in taking better care of ourselves and implementing different natural health products. And I believe that's very important for us to do for ourselves and to share with others.
Well, and that's why we're here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like someone needs to know. You picked up that book in the doctor's office, or the article, and you read the article.
Yeah.
It sounds like that was intentional. It was a godsend.
It was.
Yeah.
Because it got me on the track of learning where I didn't know about these things before. I just didn't.
Well, and I mean, and I always think, like, because we're looking back at what was back 40 years ago, right? And now that, like, there's actively right now, there's moms that are actively in the trenches right now with their little ones, like you were, right? Having to choose, like, well, do I go here? Do I go there? I've got problems with my kid. I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. That's a big thing. They don't know what to do, and they don't know where to find answers, because the grocery store supplies all of your needs, supposedly, and many people aren't aware that they really do need to read labels. Many people don't want to know about the dangers because they like what they're doing, and they'll deal with things later. But later creeps up very quickly sometimes. And the choices we make today are going to affect us one way or the other in the future, whether that's the near future or the distant future, we don't know. But it's worth it to, like for a child, their bodies are growing. They have needs. They have needs in their brain. They have needs in their gut. They have needs in every cell of their body, that a child is dependent on their parents to supply for those needs in the best possible way. And so to educate parents on how to feed their children is very important.
And somehow that message isn't quite getting through, I think, these days.
I agree.
There's some sort of block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it. You can see it when you see the kids. At least I can see it now. Maybe my eyes are just opening up a little bit.
It would be interesting to know, I do not know this, it would be interesting to know in any given school how many children are on medications of some kind.
Mm.
I suspect it has skyrocketed in the last few years. From what I see and hear on nutritional speakers, So it would be good to know, because I have a suspicion it's very high.
And those moms would have been in bed with their kid going flip flop, and not knowing.
And going to
Maybe
the
it's worth-
doctor and getting a prescription, because that's what we do these days.
Yeah.
But people don't realize the damage that can be done and the setbacks. It's yes, how do we get this message out? That's the big deal.
Yeah. Well, I sure appreciate you coming on, Barb. And I mean, it's, you have a lifetime of knowledge, and this is what needs to keep being pushed down, because you were there, right? You were there, and you recognized your daughter she was suffering.
Yeah. Yeah.
So one final question for you. We're going to Ottawa,
Mhm.
and we're going to bring the Charter of Health Freedom to Ottawa, and we've been called to do that.
Mhm.
What would be your message, Barb,
Mhm.
that you would want to have taken to Ottawa?
I guess I would like to see natural health practitioners brought more into the agreeable light as far as their expertise, what they have found and promote, and not shut down. I would like to see natural health products as a valuable component to living a healthy lifestyle and also recovering from illnesses that have beaten someone down. I have heard so many stories of people's lives being absolutely turned around by learning a new lifestyle. There's so many testimonies, but people don't necessarily have access to those. So I would like to see real education brought to people so that they understand there are options. And I'd also like to see that the natural health products that I choose to use, particularly, are made in the United States, and I would like to see them available in Canada. I would like to see natural health products being more available and not refused to people. I guess that's the two main messages: products being available and education being available.
Thanks, Barb.
You're welcome.
On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you so much for participating and sharing with everyone what it was like.
Okay,
and
thank you.
where we should go.
Mm.
Thank you.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Justin Victor. Justin, welcome to the Health Show.
Thank you, Sean. Very grateful to be here.
Oh, Justin, you have an interesting health journey, and I'm wondering if you can share that with us, kind of, what the issue was, and how long it went on, and how you, well, I guess just start telling us what it was and what you tried to do to solve it.
Yeah, it was about 4 years ago when I noticed a lot of superficial skin eruptions, so acne. And it wasn't just face, it was shoulders, back, it was nowhere near localized. And at the time, the only thing that was offered to me was steroids, essentially to suppress what was going on. And I knew, because with something like that, if anyone's ever had that, it kind of wrecks your sense of self-worth, which impacts how you relate to everyone and everything that you're experiencing in the world. So I knew already at that point, I just had a feeling that that was not a solution. I didn't even count it as something that would be useful. And so I probably struggled with about 2 to 3 years, just trying to go through it, trying different topicals, things touted as natural, essentially cosmetic things. And so at that time, I had actually recently graduated from the University of Alberta with geology. And it was my intention to be employed in that field, which, I was excited about, looking forward to. But I knew that with the skin issue that was going on, that sense of self-worth that was really just depreciated so extensively, I would carry that with me no matter what I did. It was also in that time that I was struggling with a lot of pain from years of bodybuilding and overtraining. And so, without having any solutions with that from different professionals I consulted, specialists.
Can I slow you down a little bit? So
Yeah.
we'll go back to the skin issue first. So you're talking acne, and I mean, you're talking a really serious problem, not just in your face, but it would appear in other places.
Yeah. Face, neck, shoulders, back. It was quite uncomfortable in a number of ways.
Okay. So, I mean, emotionally, you're already describing it. It affects your whole self-worth. And I mean, I know, like, I'm concerned about how people view me. And if I've got pimples all over my face, I'm just going to assume people think I'm not healthy. And then there's the attraction thing. So that's type of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Because you really just feel like less than, I don't know how else to describe it, but less than anyone else you're interacting with. And it's very difficult to break out of that for anyone that's actually experienced it.
Right. And then this is going on for 2 or 3 years, and you are actually referred to a dermatologist, a specialist in skin, but there's not really a solution other than, a steroid cream.
Yeah, suppressing what's there, and their job is done at that point, but that doesn't do anything for me.
Right. Now, back to the bodybuilding thing. So my understanding is you used to be like heavily involved in bodybuilding.
Yeah, quite so. I wouldn't say as healthy as I would like. Quite intense, overtraining maybe. So undernourishing, lots of that. And I did use a few supplements at that time, but it was really just to kind of fit into that mentality of what a bodybuilder is supposed to do, pounding protein, that kind of thing. Sure.
Right. But you were left with joint and muscle pain because of the bodybuilding that you had done.
Yeah, it was lasting, and it was chronic and inhibiting basic movements of life. So I had to lose that at some point because I couldn't continue.
Right. So this kind of prompts you to start looking elsewhere. Can you share with us kind of how your journey progressed?
Yeah. So after I finished my degree, I was somewhat open to continuing that, but I was almost a little bit more than casually pursuing holistic options, just looking online, just searching. And I came across an energy healing modality, And I was desperate at that point. I wanted to just have relief from the pain because that was the biggest thing at that point, and just to see if I could have some other opportunity, some other option to try anything. And that is what started me into my journey as a practitioner. So I actually changed vocations at that point, and I knew that I wanted to not only formulate a better sense of self for me, but for the people that I knew were probably struggling with something similar. And I don't know what that looked like other than just I couldn't be the person that I was being set up to be with the specialists and with the current quality and state of life I was in.
And again, I just want to slow us down a little bit. So you look into this one energy healing technique, but that's to get relief yourself from the pain that you're experiencing from the bodybuilding. Am I right about that?
Pretty much it. I wanted to have relief so I could go back to the same lifestyle that brought me that pain. Kind of backwards, but that's how I thought.
Right. But it actually did bring you relief, didn't it?
Yeah, it was actually, I don't know where along the line, a number of years of slowly inching into that type of work, it dissipated, and I had a large frame shift, mental shift that accompanied that as well. But the pain is gone at this point, so I have no inhibitions.
Right. So you find relief, and that gets you thinking, I need to find out about this now. And so you proceed down this journey. My understanding is you're kind of looking in different areas, but you were talking about one thing that caught my attention, this neuroacoustics. Do you want to share with us what that's all about?
Yeah, so in essence, I use specific, very precise sounds and vibrations, certain frequencies to actually influence and modulate or change the nervous system activity. So people are familiar with the fight or flight, rest and digest. What neuroacoustics, or it's actually called biotuning, does is I can actually visualize the fight or flight, rest and digest in real time, see it on a screen. And then my goal is just to find a single frequency that balances the whole system, brings them to zero stress, if people can imagine what that might feel like.
Right. And you're having real success with helping people get better sleep so that their sleeping patterns, and also with digestion, right?
Yeah, so the majority of people coming in, 90+%, have a long grocery list of things they want worked on, autoimmune, inflammation, anything. And stress is kind of the last thing they're thinking about. But the majority of the activity I'm seeing is just fight or flight activity. So there's no rest and digest, or very little, and then there's no opportunity to actually heal or recover. And so that explains to me a little bit about why they're kind of stuck in this loop, because they can't really absorb anything from their diet, therapy, supplementation. So yeah, a lot of it is people just stuck in this chronic fight or flight, and they don't even know it when I ask them how they feel.
What I'm finding interesting with this conversation is I've been interviewing people from different, treatment modalities, homeopathic doctors and naturopaths and the like. And a theme that keeps coming up is that the body can heal itself if you give it what it needs, but it's got to have that nutrition. And I'm getting the same feeling from you. It's just you're finding people are locked in the fight or flight mode, so their system is kind of locked in the stress mode where you can't digest your food properly and get the nutrition you need. And then so they're coming in with complaints that flow from not having the nutrition, not realizing that the problem can be solved by getting their nervous system to calm down.
Yeah, exactly. It's like having a car that runs properly. You got to have the combustion engine functioning right, so the digestive system optimized, so the nervous system working well, and it has to have that steady stream of fuel. And ideally, you'd have a really nutrient-dense, minimally processed fuel. But yeah, basically, if they're in that fight or flight, they're getting maybe a fraction out of all that. And there's a lot of fantastic therapists and practitioners out there using supplements and remedies, and they deserve to continue to grow and be shared amongst their clients. But if their clients are getting the results because of that chronic stress, that's not fair to them. So I find myself indirectly supporting their efforts as well.
Right. So this acoustic or neuroacoustics is particularly good at getting the nervous system to settle down. And as I understand it, so we kind of have it's, I think they refer to it as the reptile part of our brain, you know, fight or flight. So if we interpret that we're in danger, then we get all these stress hormones and we stop digesting, like, because we're now, you don't want to use energy doing that. You're to run away or to fight. And some of us get locked in that, where our brain just will not settle down. And there can be different reasons, like repeated trauma and the like, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So everything that people come to me with, I say it's on the list. The body has two lists. One when you're born, and it's just to maintain day to day, to detox, digest, bring new cells into life. And then usually that list just gets longer over time. We add things to it because it's a never-ending to-do list. And so essentially the best way, like many therapists have probably mentioned, is for the body to work on it. And that is a huge source of relief for people, because once you know that you're in that zero stress place, when you have a balanced nervous system, you can actually see whether or not the body's able to heal. And that removes a lot of uncertainty for people, because they could be finding, or they could be experiencing a lot of great supplements and diets and therapies, but they're not getting the results because the system is not open to working with them, to processing them. So my main job is just to wake up the internal physician, internal healer, finding the specific frequency unique to each person. And then it starts working on that list better, and things just start to alleviate on their own.
Right. Now you've also been trained in something called visceral manipulation, which it just sounded to me when we had an earlier conversation, it's a real compliment to this digestive problems that you find are solved, you know, with this neuroacoustics. Can you tell us what visceral manipulation is and some of the results that you get with that? And I appreciate that often you're using both techniques at the same time.
Yeah, so the viscera or abdominal organs are not fixed in place. They're attached with different connective tissues, and so they can move around a little bit. But if they move outside of a normal or standard area, then they can cause physiological symptoms that we notice. And so what this modality does is it actually, I use muscle testing or muscle feedback to help show me where the organs are. And then I use massage-based techniques to actually move them back into place. So with the biotuning, I'm supporting the digestive system from the neuroscience or nervous system side of things, and the physiological, the actual organs. So actually checking the position of the stomach, the colon, the reproductive organs, all tied in together, finding where they are and then guiding them back. Again, the body knows what to do, but if we push it outside of this optimal range, artificially using, you know, whatever it could be, stressors, toxins, what's not natural, now we have to almost intervene because we notice the symptoms. Because people don't think about it. I mean, if the body's working optimally, you shouldn't have to be thinking about it. There'll be no symptoms that come to your attention, and then it just works as it should on its own.
Right. Now, let's kind of segue back for a second. So you were talking about your own health journey and how you had, you know, this skin difficulty. That's putting it mildly, and the bodybuilding thing. How is it that you found relief for your issues?
Yeah, so a couple of different facets. The obvious ones were the attenuation or decreasing of the skin issues, the eruptions, that kind of thing, and the slow resolution in that realm, the superficial, just mirroring the inside. As I worked more within, then the without started to improve. And then over time, the pain started to dissipate. And it took some time, so it was hard to notice it, but I have no restrictions now. But one of the most profound transformations was the own internal investigation of that, my own self-worth, what I carry into my relationships with my clients and people that I meet wherever. So if I'm more established with myself and I, you know, skin is clear, I can come up to people and they're not automatically judging me. What they may or may not be, but up here, that's what people will usually think. then that allows me to settle into those experiences a lot better, and my whole quality of life just improves in every realm.
Right. Now, but you went and you saw, you were actually taking a course from a traditional Chinese practitioner, and you found out this person did live blood analysis, and that actually led you to seeing the person, and that helped you on your healing journey. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so with the neuroacoustics or biotuning, I wanted to incorporate in muscle testing, specifically Touch for Health. And so that's initially why I sought this practitioner out. I wanted to do training in muscle testing to help in getting information from my clients' bodies to find out how I could best support them. And then when I went there at the time with these skin issues, he mentioned that he did live blood cell. So essentially what that is you look at drops of blood underneath a microscope, and you can see undigested proteins, fats, parasites, excess acids. You get a whole glimpse of the inside of the body. And it's from that modality primarily where I found out exactly how everything superficial wise was connected to my digestion.
Right. So my understanding is this this TCM practitioner, that after analyzing your blood and giving you a consult, basically gave you kind of a regime of natural products that helped you get well, literally.
Exactly. Yeah. So I didn't see him every week. I didn't even see him every month. I saw him probably every 3 to 4 months. And in that time, all I was doing was taking his supplements. That was it. I still worked on myself with my own biotuning with the neuroacoustics. But from the digestion side of things, it was primarily just the supplements, the natural health products that he gave me. And yeah, 3 to 4 months between appointments, that's all I did to maintain and eventually get resolution from the skin issues, one of the main things.
Right. And so what supplement, do you recall what he put you on?
Yeah, so there were some changes, but a lot of it was digestive enzymes. So supporting what the liver should be doing. There were deworming protocols, so wormwood-based supplements, specific strains of probiotics, as well as B12. That was another big thing. And then at some point, when I did a lot of digestive work, at some point, I started actually working directly on the gallbladder, and that was food grade Epsom salts. And that has been huge. I've been doing these cleanses with these natural food grade Epsom salts for years. And it's been incredible to see the changes in my digestive system.
Right. So you slowly notice your skin problems resolve.
Yeah. Yep. And it's hard to tell when you're with yourself every day, but I definitely do notice a huge difference now.
And my understanding is your energy went up and you didn't even realize that it was down.
Pretty much. So in my time with bodybuilding, I would just push through whatever the discomfort, the fatigue was, and that was just my normal. And I didn't realize I was debilitated in energy until it was restored when I had moved out of that. So it was really just a contrast, not like I felt like I was drained before because I was really horrible at listening to my body. But when it came back into balance, then I noticed what balance actually felt like with regard to energy.
Right. Right. So it was the supplements that moved you along so that your skin problems cleared up and your muscle pain and joint pain went away. What type of a difference has that made in your life?
I can live my life. Basically, I don't even have to think about it. If the body's not working as it should, then now I have to think about, okay, well, what can I do today or what can't I do? So I have to now limit myself to what can possibly happen. And so I could actually move freely again. I could exercise without pain. I could get the natural endorphins and the resistance training and the exercise, the stimulation my body needed because I wasn't inhibited. And not only, like I said, I wasn't just uninhibited, I didn't even have to think about it. I want to go move, I can do that. It's not like I need to schedule my life around my body's calls for me to attend to it. So it was freedom, really. That's freedom to actually live.
Oh, I like how you phrased that. So, okay. we'll bounce back to your practice. So you, as I understand it, like where you really are making a difference with people is in the area of sleep and digestion, but that resolves a whole bunch of other things. Like they come into you looking for something else, like they got a list of problems, but
Mhm.
you're finding that really the main culprits are, you know, this nervous system upset, which is preventing both them sleeping right and digesting properly.
Yeah, pretty much. So basic way to think about it is if the body is chronically high flight response, basically resisting anything and everything that comes at you, there's no way it's going to be willing to let go into a deep non-REM sleep at night. Because what could happen? You're going to become vulnerable. And if you're in that attentive state, they're just not compatible. And so essentially, that non-REM deep sleep is where all the tissue repair happens and the memory consolidation, and essentially just lets us to be who we are again the next day instead of being or feeling like less because we didn't get a good night's sleep, for example.
Okay. Now, my understanding is you don't sell supplements, so you don't sell natural health products, but you will recommend to people that they pick certain ones up, just based on your training. What is the importance? Like I get for you, it was absolutely necessary to get healthy to have supplements. What's your thoughts, you know, for the people that are coming to you for help, the importance for them to be able to access natural supplements?
It's often to make up the shortcomings in the diet, whether that is something that they have control over easily with their choices or are limited based upon poor soil quality and just lack of access to those resources. So my main goal is to bring people to that point of zero stress so the body can heal itself. But we need to put that nutrition in so it can decide what to do with that. You know, it has its energy to pay for projects, and and that energy comes from the foods and supplements that we consume. And so no matter how balanced the nervous system might be, for example, no matter how much I do, if they don't have those resources, then it just doesn't work. So it's really just having balanced stress response, balanced digestive system working well, and the proper intake of nutrients and supplements and diet. And if any one of those come out, then the system doesn't work properly. And then that's where a lot of people end up being stuck in the allopathic system, like I was, and you have limited options until you find the right opportunity.
Right. And just for those who, you know, may not know the term allopathic, you're referring to the mainstream medical system when you say
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, quite useful, but limited and not always working cohesively.
Right. Do you think there's any danger if people were to lose access to their natural health products?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not something that's going to be readily apparent until the body, starts showing different symptoms. So there's been a lot of talk about different micronutrients and macronutrients and what exactly to put in, which really isn't too much of our business to try and figure out if we had a balanced diet with regard to the foods we're naturally growing. But we have to think about it at this point because, like I mentioned, if the soil quality is quite depleted from pesticide use and poor farming practices, then we have to have some way to make up that difference. And supplements are the only way you can do that, as far as I know. There's no other substitute for them.
Yeah. And just, you know, some people watching might not understand what you're referring to, but basically, a long time ago, the plants we would eat, the fruits and the vegetables would be filled with vitamins and minerals that they've absorbed from the soil. But because of the way we farm, they only contain a fraction now of what they used to. So we're actually not getting, a lot of the time, we're not getting what we need from our foods. And that's why being able to supplement with, nutritional supplements is important. Am I kind of interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. We have our own microbiome, our own colonies of good bacteria, and so does the planet. But if these farming practices aren't sustainable, then that becomes disturbed, and it ultimately comes down to us because we're consuming the foods that come from that environment.
Right. And then my final question for you, Justin, is what is your message to Ottawa? So
Yeah, I'd just like to ask them who they're accountable to, who is their priority. Having that answer would tell us a lot about if these individuals are actually representing us. And if we are their priority, I'd like to actually see the data behind that. What is the data behind their actions showing us that this is actually for us? So I want them to answer that question, who they're accountable to, and I want the transparency behind that answer so that I actually know what or who is governing all of Canadians.
That's an interesting interesting message. Thank you, Justin. So I really appreciate that you've come on to share your health journey and also, share with us a couple of treatment modalities that many of us would not be aware of. So on behalf of the world's greatest health show, Justin, thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to be here and all of the work you guys are doing to keep them accountable and keep
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl. Thank you for joining us for day 3 of the Health Charter Tour and the world's greatest health show. We launched in Victoria at United Commons Saturday night, and it was an incredible evening of insight and inspiration. We heard from Dr. Magda Havas on dirty electricity and EM radiation.
That was actually shocking. Like, there's a physical change. It's undeniable. They're hooked up to an ECG. It's measuring what's happening with the heart. And so it's really undeniable. You plug in the cordless phone and the person's heart rate goes up, but it also becomes irregular.
That's right. And that wasn't even the worst example. We've published 2 peer-reviewed papers on this, and we've tested about 75 people in Canada and the United States. And a certain percentage of them reacted to this radiation. Now, because we didn't select the people randomly, we can't say that that number corresponds to the rest of the public population. But we know that there is some percentage of people whose heart reacts to this radiation and it makes them feel ill.
It's not being able to do its job of carrying oxygen and nutrients around. And so they're literally all day, every day they're in school with high Wi-Fi suffering physically, and nobody will have any idea that this is happening, except that there will be signs that they're under stress physically, emotionally, and mentally.
Dr. Bonnie Kaplan shared her groundbreaking work on mental health through micronutrients.
One of the things I try to do, Jason, is I try to educate people as to how we get nutrients, because people don't know. But the minerals have to be in the soil, the plants have to be healthy enough to uptake them, and then the plants have to be healthy enough to use the minerals to manufacture vitamins. Then we come along, we eat the produce that comes off of those plants, or we eat the animals that have eaten the produce, and that's how we get most of our vitamins and minerals. But it all begins in the soil. 6 inches of topsoil is determining life on Earth. And so if the soil is depleted, and we have very good evidence that in many places it is, then we are not getting the ideal amount of vitamins and minerals in our food.
Amazing. 6 inches of topsoil rules life on this planet. Isn't that an amazing thought? Does the processing of food strip nutrients out as well? Modern processing techniques.
What we are much more aware of is that we as a people in Western society are replacing healthy whole foods with ultra-processed foods. And when you do that, you are depleting yourself of what you should be getting, the minerals and vitamins that your brain cells need. And the latest data on this are utterly shocking. But 2/3 of the caloric intake of our children in North America, 2/3 is now from ultra-processed rubbish. That means that they have chosen, or we as parents and school systems have chosen, to give them ultra-processed rubbish. I refuse to call it food. Ultra-processed rubbish to fill their tummies 2/3 of the time. And so they're not consuming the nutrients that are needed in the brain. Our brains need minerals and vitamins because they're cofactors. And my fondest wish is that the word cofactor would be taught in our school systems down at around maybe grade 5 or 6. Because once you understand that everything that happens in our brain is a metabolic step, which requires enzymes, and that enzymes are dependent upon cofactors to work, then you understand why every single step that we want to be accomplished efficiently in our brains is dependent on what we have put into our mouth, which is now in our bloodstream. So the cofactors are the foundation of enabling our brain cells to talk to each other. They're the foundation of our brain cells being able to synthesize and break down neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine and all of that. Cofactors are absolutely vital. They're the foundation of how our brain works.
And we welcome 2 live guests at United Commons in Victoria. Dr. Stephen Malthouse and Jason Watkins of Purica, one of the World's Greatest Health Show's visionary sponsors. But everyone wants to know where the van is. Well, the health truck right now, while the World's Greatest Health van is getting its engine fixed. We've got pictures from the road to show the journey on Saturday and yesterday, as well as the World's Greatest Health truck approaches Vancouver. All right, Jeff, can you pull up that slideshow? Thanks, Jeff. You're doing a great job. All right, let's take a look. Okay, the day starts from Tsawwassen, taking the ferry over to Victoria. Stops at local health food stores and arriving at the bed and breakfast where Saturday's opening was recorded. Staying with Valerie and family, the team leader in Vancouver. Off to United Commons Church, get set up. Big crowd there. Look at all the staff. Thank you everyone for helping. The stage is set. Dr. Stephen Malthouse speaks. Jason Watkins from Purica speaks. Wrap it all up and back on the ferry to Vancouver. And put some toes in the ocean to ground ourselves for the big show tonight. For today's World's Greatest Health Show daytime programming, we have an amazing lineup of voices from across the natural health community. Today's speakers feature Wayne Elliott, James Lunny, Dr. Zoltan Rona, Barb Bain, Justin Victor, an episode of NHPPA Talk Forum, which is a panel discussion on the challenges of protecting access to natural health products from industry professionals and experts. Stay tuned throughout the day for these interviews, discussions, and panels, bringing you the stories behind the movement. And let's cut to Saturday, Jason, to tell us about the upcoming shows and how you can get tickets. Be in Vancouver on the 6th at Mountain View Christian Fellowship. Then it's Aldergrove for a pop-up at Alder Natural Foods on the morning of the 7th, and Kelowna that evening at the Apple Blossom Room. Kamloops follows on the 8th at Nutter's Everyday Naturals. Crossing into Alberta, Grand Prairie on the 9th at JP Event Center, then Edmonton on the 11th, Sean and Teresa's Stomping Grounds, for an afternoon at Health Matters Store and an evening at Church in the Vine. Lloydminster hosts us on the 14th at Legacy Center. In Saskatchewan, we're in Saskatoon October 16th at Christ the Healer Gospel Church, LOC campus, and then on to Manitoba for Winnipeg October 17th at Park West Inn. And of course, we're rolling towards Ontario, Collingwood on October 21st and Manito Lodge Temple Building before our big arrival in Ottawa on October 25th. On Parliament Hill at 1 p.m. for the big ceremony, followed by Bikers Church at 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you, Saturday Jason. That was very informative. Everyone, don't miss out on this historic event. Follow the Health Charter Tour. Get tickets for events near you and show your support for the Charter of Health Freedom. Go to nhppa.org/join the tour right now to see the full schedule, secure your tickets, and join thousands of Canadians on this journey. And when the world's greatest health van visits your city, come down and get your picture taken with the van. Post it on social media. Let everyone know how you stand for natural health, freedom, and we'll share your posts if you send them to us. Sean, Teresa, and the world's greatest health truck are now in Vancouver. We'll keep you posted on every kilometer, every event, and every broadcast. Join us tonight at 6:30 p.m. Pacific from Mountain View Christian Fellowship for another unforgettable evening. This is The Highway to Health.
Welcome to the NHPPA Talk Forum. My name's Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Dr. Sean Caesar, ND, and Natasha Morley-Lissus, R decimal TCMP, and we'll go into what all of that means in a moment. I'm going to have my two guests introduce themselves. It's interesting, though, you don't know when you watch these we kind of have a pre-discussion, and oh well, what are we going to cover and all of that, and we were just talking about, because both Dr. Sean Caesar and Dr. Natasha Morley-Lissus. Oh, I'm not supposed to say doctor. Sorry.
Right.
I don't want to get anyone into trouble. Well, that's not true. But we were just discussing the health show. So the world's greatest health show that the NHPPA is putting on, because both of you will be sharing your stories and what it's like to practice, and some of the most important people you've dealt with, and they're the most important because they came to mind. When you're trying to figure out, who do I talk about? And I was sharing with you, and I feel I want to share it with the audience here, that I've been affected. I've been doing these interviews, and I'm getting affected personally with the stories. So, and what's surprising me is I knew going into this that, just as you do, and I'm going to invite everyone to, seek out what you share at the health show, because it's going to be, people will find it compelling. But I knew going into this that this is our access to natural health products, and our access to, natural health practitioners like yourselves. It's a matter of life and death. Like, I know this. That's why I got involved with this, because, 1994, 1995, I learned that this is life and death. And I've had file after file where I understood this was life and death. And I can't tell you how many people share their stories. Through the years, if I was lecturer, there's always people that come up to me after and share their stories with me, and just try to encourage me, because they understand it's life and death. And yet, interviewing these people for the show, I'm finding I'm distressed. Like, I'm distressed. I'm having moral distress because I'm hearing, and they're success stories, right? Like, they're success stories, and I'm still finding this difficult, because why are we having to go through this exercise? Can I just share with you, an interview I had this morning, and it's not a life and death story, but it just kind of slapped me, and I'll tell you why it slapped me. So I'm interviewing this lady, and at the time of the story, she's a young mom with 2 young kids, and that's exhausting by itself. But she gets restless leg syndrome, and it's not a problem during the day, but at night when she goes to lay down, like, she feels like she's being shocked in both legs. It's painful, it's uncomfortable. So the only way to stop it is by walking around. But it means she's walking around all night, through the night, and she's getting fatigued and grumpy, and she knows her immune system's run down. She's catching every cold and flu that comes along. And the medical doctor is only offering a drug that they use for Parkinson's disease. Has no answer at all. And, she looks into the side effects of those. And one of the major side effects is actually, twitching, tingling muscles. And it's like, she wasn't willing to do that. And then, somebody says, well, go see a naturopathic doctor. And, like, just right off the bat, naturopathic doctor puts her on a type of, magnesium diglycosate, or whatever form of magnesium it is. And problem solved. And so she studies holistic nutrition, does a bachelor in science in Florida in holistic nutrition. And basically it's kind of like, well, and then works in health food stores. And then it's kind of like, well, of course, for muscle twitches, you would start with this form of magnesium. And what upset me was not that this, because this was a success story, but what upset me is if, a patient went to either of you with that problem, you would solve it quickly, and likely with magnesium. It's kind of like, go to any health food store. That's what, it's kind of like everyone knows. How come the medical doctor didn't know?
That's such a big question. So on the medical side, we can talk about, number one is a diagnosis, and number two is a drug, and this is how it's defined, how it has to be acted upon by the medical colleges, right? So if a patient fits into any gray category, and Natasha and I, as alternative practitioners, we look at the whole person and to say, okay, what's the cause of this? What's the root? How do we get to the bottom of this? And sometimes restless leg syndrome can be a mineral deficiency, whether it's magnesium and you give a right form, or whether it's calcium, or whatever it might be. But we're not obligated to come up with a diagnosis and a primary drug that comes after that. So it might be a number of different causes that cause that, but the medical system is a little bit tied down because they have to follow what the college tells them, and that is usually diagnosis followed by, most of the time, first line therapy is a pharmaceutical.
Can I just stop you there? And I see, Natasha, you're nodding your head. So, okay, so what you're communicating is so the medical doctors are basically obligated to come up with a diagnosis, and did. Like, it wasn't just restless leg, there was also a second name for it. I just forget from the interview what that was, but definitely restless leg syndrome, and then offer a treatment. But would the medical doctor get in trouble for saying you're magnesium deficient? Likely. And I get there could be other minerals too, but I mean, can't the medical doesn't the medical doctor know this is most likely a nutritional deficiency? Let's solve it. That would be a treatment, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, the problem is that with the medical test that would be done, sometimes treatments are justified medically, and I'm talking on the medical side, but I'm not a medical doctor, I'm a naturopathic doctor. So I'm trying to think about what they would have to go through. So I'll just give you an example of what a medical doctor that I know, who's since retired just because he's been in such crisis. He had a patient in that had ulcerative colitis. He said, okay, well, maybe you're deficient in zinc, did the test, and he got a letter from the College of Physicians and Surgeons saying, this is not part of the protocol. You can't use the province's money to pay for a zinc test for this fellow, even though he was thinking, how can I get this guy better? And how can I find out what might be going on? So for ulcerative colitis, that's not in the ABCs of the protocols. The diagnosis, it comes with X, Y, and Z as their treatments, and that is it. If you're outside of that box, you get a disciplinary letter. And for us as naturopathic doctors, I can only speak specifically for myself, is our naturopathic board runs what we can and what we can't do, and our training does too. So our training says, get to the root cause, figure it out, and then let's give natural medicines as a possible solution to these things. So I would be frustrated like crazy, and I would retire like this medical doctor probably has. And to say that, well, wow, if I can't do this test and I'm in trouble for doing this test, then I'm not really helping people.
Yeah, I do feel for them as well, because I think their hands are tied in many cases. So yeah, they might have potentially thought it was a magnesium or any sort of mineral deficiency. But yeah, and with us as well, I mean, we cannot really make a diagnosis. We can make a Chinese medicine diagnosis, right? Sean, you can probably make a sort of a proper diagnosis. Ours is Chinese medicine first, and that we're able to diagnose. So ours would be, we wouldn't say mineral deficiency. We might say a body and a body fluid deficiency and a blood deficiency. That would be our diagnosis.
Right. I mean, is it even remotely possible that if somebody came to either of you with, restless leg syndrome, that you wouldn't be able to solve the problem?
Well, there are so many pieces to it. So the idea of mineral deficiency comes up pretty quickly. The other is there a musculoskeletal issue with this, right? And this is where this is where we come in as well. So Natasha, I mean, a big thing for her, and I can only speak really quickly because we are trained in Chinese medicine as well, is the idea, is there a channel that might be contributing to this? And it's interesting if you back up the medicine to the ancient times, and we're talking Chinese medicine and Ayurveda, which are thousands of years old, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years old. Back in those days, they only had an element system, that an element was out or an organ was out, and you had to treat those. Now, with our modern science, we incorporate the Chinese medicine with the modern day. But for me, it might be an examination to say, what are the tendons, ligaments, muscles involved here? And if we need to use something like prolotherapy, which I use, and PRP therapy, perhaps that works for them to get their legs settled down. And where are the trigger points that are causing this kind of thing? So that would be my approach if it wasn't, and we're kind of focusing on restless legs because of this particular case, but there's so many thousands and thousands of different things that can be treated using traditional Chinese medicine or using naturopathic medicine, because we see everybody.
And I was going to say, sorry to interrupt, but you said she's a mom with 2 young kids. So again, for us looking at the whole picture right away, you've given birth, potentially you've had 2 pregnancies. So what is that going to do to, your minerals, to your blood? Just from you saying a mom with 2 kids, you start thinking a different way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like because postpartum depression is probably often just a nutritional deficiency that's leading to a mood disorder.
It can be.
I'm just guessing. I practice as a lawyer, and that's what I say. I guess I'm putting the cart before the horse, because I want people to know who the 2 of you are, and also, how much training is involved. So maybe Natasha, will start with you, because I think both of you have got more training than the average medical doctor would get, and the training that both of you have gotten is kind of like the norm. So Natasha, do you want to start with maybe how? Well, let's just start with who you are, like what you practice as, what your qualifications are, and how much training it takes to get to be able to do what you do.
Sure. I practice traditional Chinese medicine, as we've discussed. And so it starts with about 4 years of an undergrad or college program. And then you go into a 4-year traditional Chinese medicine diploma. And that's really to learn how to practice acupuncture. After which you could go back to school. Some will just be acupuncturists, and others would like to learn the herbal component. And that's potentially another 1.5 to 2 years. And those are followed as well by board exams in order to make you a regulated practitioner. So that was 6 years. And then 4 years prior to that was the undergrad in kinesiology. So that's 10 years. And I was lucky to use the kinesiology degree towards it as well, because we talked about potentially biomechanical issues maybe causing restless legs. So I find in just using your example, I found that came in helpful with regard to the orthopedic nature as well of many problems we treat as well.
Right, and then you actually even took further training because you wanted to specialize further. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, and in our phone call, I had mentioned orthopedics was an interest. So I took another 2-year doctoral program through a college in San Francisco. And so it specialized in the classical Chinese medical formulas. And we didn't really explain, but those go back to the original formulas, as well as a specialty in orthopedics. And then I also work with many fertility cases as well. So we didn't discuss that before, but.
Right. So it's really 12 years of training that you've done.
That's right.
Okay. And Sean, tell us about your training, because again, like, it's a lot of training, and why this is important. So like, we'll just go back to Natasha. Is a lot of people have no idea what the practice of traditional Chinese medicine is. They have no idea what the practice of naturopathic medicine is. You know, I'm older than I come across. I don't think I heard of, you know, a naturopathic doctor or a traditional Chinese practitioner until I was in my 30s. Like, it's just now kind of really coming into its own. So I want people to understand that these disciplines, I mean, it requires tremendous discipline and training to be able to do what you do.
Yeah, and thanks for that acknowledgement. That just isn't really that well known. In my experience, folks in BC, for instance, it's everybody has a naturopathic doctor on board or traditional Chinese practitioner on board. It's a very, very common thing. I would say maybe 70%, and that's sort of due to the local feeling, and that it's totally acceptable and this is something that you should do. And people tell people, and soon you've got a whole bunch of referrals in your office. And so as a naturopathic doctor, we're trained for 7 years altogether. So Bachelor of Science degree first. And then we have 4 years of full-time naturopathic training, which is similar to a Harvard or Yale medical program in its length and its intensity. So we go over all the sciences, we go over all the specialties. And then after the training is done, we have our licensing exams that as soon as we graduate, and also those go into each of the specialties. And then finally, if you're in a province like BC, where you have your drug license, you go through an exhaustive course to have your drug license. There was 3 pharmacists in my class, and all 3 of them failed. So it's that intensive that they hammer it to you to make sure you know what you're doing when you have your drug license, and that's in BC as well. So I'm not quite as good as Natasha at hanging out in school. It drives me crazy, but it's to get to your degree, and in Manitoba, Ontario, and also in BC, Alberta, in Saskatchewan, it's all licensed. So you can't call yourself a naturopathic doctor unless you have a license in the province. Nova Scotia is like that too. So, and in the States, there's various states that have naturopathic licensure, and you have to graduate from an accredited college. And there's a handful of accredited colleges in North America that have these programs.
Yeah, so that's just a crazy amount of training. So what's Natasha, why did you become a traditional Chinese practitioner? Because that's a pretty big commitment.
Yes, well, and again, as Sean's mentioning about the medicine, you can pick and choose, but I feel with Chinese medicine, like, you uncover one layer, one spectrum, and it's just so vast, and we're still learning about it. So that is why it just keeps bringing you back to study more. But what had originally brought me there was an injury that I couldn't resolve through the, physiotherapy, traditional, like, Western medicine routes. It was like a few tears on an Achilles tendon, plus the muscle leading to the tendon, the gastroc. And so I had tried the cortisone. I had tried many bouts of physio, as I'd said, and went to China, and it got resolved with like 5 days of just acupuncture, Chinese medicine. And that kind of alerted me to there's a lot more to learn. It kind of sparked a passion.
Mm-hmm. A personal experience. Sean, how did you end up, deciding to commit to become a naturopathic doctor?
Let me see if I can phrase this in kind of a short. It was a long journey. The first was kind of soul searching when I left home. I was 18, 19, and I just went down to Mexico just to travel around. and I wanted to find a home, and I didn't find a home in Mexico. I thought, oh, I could live on the beach here and just make a few bucks there and here and there. But it ended up being that I came back to Canada, and I ended up in Vancouver. And Vancouver, it was like a reverse culture shock. It was really weird because Mexico is so alive. Everybody talks to each other. It's all thriving, and everybody is just into this sort of discussion. And when I got back to Vancouver, I landed in the airport and I thought, this is really weird. No one's talking to each other here. And this was way, way, way back. And so, but I got into Vancouver because I knew I needed to change location. And I started playing water polo, and I was always fit. I had done international water polo. I had trained, and I was into sports as a kid, you know, and so I thought I'm going to keep fit. So I went to the gym, worked out every day, and then I got a men's workout magazine. And the men's workout magazine had in it this thing called yoga. And this is way back before this. There's yoga centers everywhere now, but this is way back before that. And I thought, what is this? This looks interesting. Let's try it out. So I tried it out that night, and I thought, wow, this is really, really amazing. So I practiced that every day, and I thought, I'm driving a truck here in Vancouver. I really don't want to keep doing this for the rest of my life. So I thought, let's make a profession out of it. So what I knew about, and the funny thing is, it was physiotherapy was what I thought about Natasha, believe it or not, and massage therapy. That was only that came into my conscious. So I said, okay, let's go back to school. Let's study to get into physio, because I picked that one. Because it was stretching, it was doing all these kinds of things. It was yoga enough like. And I got into also the way of eating, which is an ancient science that's paired up with yoga. It's called Ayurveda. Mm-hmm. And that is very much like the ancient Chinese medicine, very much together. And it was using herbs and the way that you eat according to your body type to fix up your health issues. And this is what they did 5,000 years ago. So I thought, isn't this something I can eat? And I can do yoga. Now I want to do a profession. So physiotherapy, I went to school did 5 courses at University of Winnipeg. And then I did the interview. And after the interview, I didn't get in. Thank goodness. Like, that was the best gift that I was given. I was pretty upset at that time because all I knew was physiotherapy. So I went back to the guidance counselor at University of Winnipeg, and I said, Elfie, you know, I'm going to go into physiotherapy. I need to do some courses. And Elfie looked at me and said, you shouldn't do a physiotherapy. I said, what? She says, she knew me for 2 minutes. She says, you should do naturopathic medicine. I said, what is naturopathic medicine? I've never even heard of this thing. She goes, and I'm 23, 22. And she says, well, you use herbal medicine, you use dietary therapy, you use acupuncture, you use traditional Chinese medicine, you use IV therapies, you do all these natural things to make people better. And I thought, that sounds interesting. So at that time, this dates me like crazy. You couldn't go on the internet and find the colleges, but she says, get a hold of the colleges, mail them, and they'll mail you the books about what they're all about. So I went ahead at that time, I sent off to the colleges, and I got the information. I looked at it and I said, this looks great. I can't afford the American one, but I'll go to the Canadian one. So I applied, got in, and after the first year, I switched over to the National College of Naturopathic Medicine, which was in Portland, Oregon. And my grandfather actually gifted me some money because it was quite a bit of difference between those two. And then that was the shortest version I think I've given of how that whole journey went along. But it was not something that I thought of at all as a kid. I did not want to become a doctor or a doctor of naturopathic medicine, anything at all like that. That was I was going to be a rock and roll star, or you know, that was kind of my dream as a kid, but certainly not this.
Did you go back to the guidance counselor after?
Well, the interesting thing about that is she had a sister in naturopathic medicine. And then her sister, who was in naturopathic medicine, became a good friend of another naturopathic doctor I had met and became friends with. So every Christmas, we'd all 4 of us, Elfie and her sister and the naturopathic doctor and myself, would go out for tea together to kind of celebrate every Christmas every year. And it's a matter of like lots of things in life. You know, sometimes you meet your partner, it's a 5 minutes, you could be in the same place and that's it. And then bing, everything happens. If it was the next day, I said, okay, forget it. I'm not going to go to this guidance counselor today. I'm going to go tomorrow, right? That would have been a life changer and I wouldn't be here where I am right now. So that's one of those, you know, eclectic magical moments that I thank goodness every day, because really every day I'm at work, I love it. I've been doing it for over 25 years and I've never looked at the clock and said, wow, I can hardly wait till 6 o'clock or whatever. Every moment is a huge joy, just because you're giving the gift of life. You're giving that gift of health and happiness. You're giving a gift that's bigger, I believe, than anything you can give. Bigger than money, for sure. I'd rather be able to give patients, you know, the joy of a better life every day and a longer life. And I just think I'm pretty lucky to be able to find, I call it a path with heart is what I call it.
That's beautiful.
Do you feel similar, Natasha? Like what's
Yes.
the kind of like it?
No.
It almost segues into his suggestion. Are you in the right place?
Oh, no, absolutely. I love what Sean was saying about coming home. Many times it's the same thing. It's like, am I going to go home? But it feels like home, treating patients daily, you know, it is. And as he said, giving them life, because each case is so unique, and you have the tools, like you feel like you have the tools. That's why I'm not upset not following the route that I had thought I would go, because I would have been limited, as Sean's saying. Like within our scope of practice, we can try, you know, we have many tools at our disposal to take our patients to literally another quality of life, another standard of health. So I feel very, very honored to be able to practice it.
Just to put some context for people watching. So we'll start with you, Natasha. What percentage of people coming to you for help as a traditional Chinese practitioner have, you know, prior to seeing you? So for the first time, because I appreciate after somebody's seen you for something, they will come back for something else. But for the first time, so when somebody's first coming to you, what percentage of those have tried to find relief in the medical mainstream system first?
I would say about 95%. And then I will push it a level further. Like once they do come to me, I really talk about a circle of care, and it takes a village. So I have a lot of naturopathic doctors that I work with. Also in the physiotherapeutic world, osteopathic support as well. And I feel like you're sort of a meeting place. Your patient does come to you, and then you're able to give them other guidance that potentially, so hopefully they won't be waiting that long, you know. But yeah, many times it's about 95%, and they've exhausted all routes in the Western medical world.
Right. And you see, that's kind of interesting. And I think we can understand, well, I don't know, maybe we can't understand but when I grew up, like the only option was the medical doctor. And I still think that's my first thought. And then it's kind of like, no, I don't want to go, right? So yeah, I can't even remember the last time. But you know, if something acute happens, I may go to the hospital, right? So yeah, so Sean, same question for you is, and so I'm not talking about people that have come to you already and then they're coming back, but when somebody first comes to see you, what percentage have already been through the mainstream medical system?
Yeah, so very similar to Natasha. I mean, I'd say 100% have been through the medical system, because it's for me, it's cancer and pain. Those are two of my focuses, right? So for pain, they've usually tried the traditional route, like Natasha had, which is first of all painkillers. Then there is the option of physiotherapy, and then they say, okay, you know what? If that hasn't worked, then they see a surgeon. That gives them some advice, which is usually they get much more information. from coming to see us than they have for certainly in the medical system. That was without a doubt almost 100% of the time, because I'll go through and tell them through a good exam exactly what's going on, or through their lab work, and they say, I've never heard this. This is all very scientific and very legitimate, but it rings with them because they understand, okay, you know what, this shoulder problem, this hip problem, you're set up to do hip surgery. I don't want to do hip surgery and I have to wait 2 years. How can I get out of this? And I said, well, let's first of all do an exam, and I'll find maybe it's the SI joint. They came in, they say it's my hip. It's not their hip. They don't need their hip out. This hip surgery wouldn't do anything. The treatments that I use, PRP, prolotherapy, are to fix up an area that that was misdiagnosed. So very often it's not an area, and people say with their low back, it's always a disc problem. They've got a pinched nerve back there, which is rarely the cause for low back pain. And these are instances where, so people will come in 100%, they've been through the system, they've either chemotherapy has failed them, or their medical system, they want to incorporate the natural treatments with their chemotherapy, their radiation, their surgery, these kinds of things for cancer treatments, which is validated again and again and again, and patients do better. They do better in Germany, which the system is incorporated. So there's lots that have been through the system, and it's really seeing how you can fit in for their best results. Mm-hmm. Can you pair in with what's happening medically? And then the patient decides, well, I never take anybody off painkillers, but virtually at least 75% come off. And I say, how's it going with the Tylenol? How's it going with the Robaxacet? Oh, I stopped that because their pain is resolved. They're off it, and they're off it permanently. They don't have to go back to these things. So the medical system has its pros and cons. The pros are, if you're in an emergency, don't come to my office. You got to get to the Health Sciences Center. You got to have, that's the way to go. As far as the cancer and the pain, in my experience, that's what I treat almost exclusively. There is a lot that can be offered together, and a lot that can be offered solely by the natural practitioners.
I think that might surprise people. What's I guess both of you said, oh, I really like going to work and stuff like that. And, but
and we made, yeah, that's very authentic, right?
Yeah, well, then that was foreign to my experience. So as a lawyer, but then I didn't like conflict, and I never planned on being a lawyer. So I'm a little envious here that you guys are in a career that you like, but it's probably on a day-to-day basis. I mean, you have a lot of responsibility. And, I imagine you are kind of seeing patient after patient after patient, and you're dealing with a lot of people in distress. So like, Natasha, kind of what is the day-to-day like, and how do you handle it when you're, because I imagine you have people showing up and they're in tears and they're suffering, and how do you handle that, and what's that like?
Yes, and even when you're saying, you're hearing people's stories, so that is what our day is about. It's about really listening to patients and hearing them, feeling their distress. So there's many mechanisms to help. Like in my case, I practice, you have to have your own practice. So I try to practice Qigong, which will, again, it's called the gathering of energy. So you do some Qigong on yourself. You have to have your own practice in order to be the best that you can be, right, for your patients. I also go for many treatments. I love going for osteopathy, naturopathic, craniosacral. Sometimes I have a business partner, sometimes says I should go for psychotherapy. So you have to do everything to be the best that you can be for your patient. So you're right there. And there was a saying in the Psalm tradition of acupuncture, which is based it's a Korean tradition. It's a saying like, your patient is the emperor before you. So that is how it starts. Obviously, if you feel like a patient is out of your scope of practice, or you need to refer them, in order to get extra support. This is what I'm trying to gauge my first visit. If it's solely myself that can take care of them, or so that's why I have my circle of support. And that's the thing, Sean, you have to just do the best that you can do. I think you're a team, both with your patient, with their subconscious, where they are in time and space when they come to you, and where they are in their healing. So yeah, it's quite a bit to gauge, and that takes time, obviously. I mean, you said you've been practicing law for 30 years. So as a new practitioner, it wouldn't be that simple, but over time you start to understand what which direction to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep on you here because I'm just wondering how you carry the weight. And I'll just use I'm not a healer, but I practice law where in the health field, people's ability to continue to help other people, their very livelihood would be at stake. When I had a case where, let's say, Health Canada killed people and yet then charges the company, I would feel the weight of the people who died. So if I lost, then basically we'd be validating deaths caused by Health Canada. And, on the criminal end, because I did a lot of criminal work, that's where constitutional rights are in play. I would empathize with my clients like these, criminals. I'm sorry. We're dealing with people in crisis. And we're often dealing with people that are in generational crisis and, families that are on the line, then dealing with the system that, mercy is a new word and it definitely doesn't apply in our criminal law system. And you're against a machine. And I would take that on and, find it, a lot of cases took a piece of me with them, right? Like you basically suffer at a spiritual level. Do you ever experience that, Natasha? Because you'll be dealing with some people that, you're really rooting for, but they're terminal and like we're finite here.
Yeah.
We don't get to stay around for long. And sometimes you can't stop that. It doesn't matter what the healing tradition is. So do you ever experience some of those tough emotions?
Absolutely. Yeah. On a daily basis. I mean, you are going on that journey with your patient, and I think, Sean, you mentioned something about love. I can't remember, something with the heart.
Yeah, path of the heart. Yeah.
Yeah, path of the heart. And that's the thing. I mean, I think that's what brings us all together. We ourselves are going to be a patient one day. We're going to find ourselves. So you do live a little bit through each of your patients. That's the empathy plus the sympathetic realm. And yes, I think what you're saying is when it does start to get to you, that's often when I do believe I have to pull back and I have to get more treatments or take some time off in order to better support everyone. But yes, I don't think you would, I don't think there's any practitioner out there who could potentially be blind to what their patients are going through and not take it back.
Yeah, and Sean, I'll turn to you in a second, but just sticking with you for a second, Natasha. So, somebody comes to you and they're suffering. I mean, you end up empathizing and, kind of in a way participating in that and then you're walking with them in the healing journey. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but you become emotionally invested.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so there's, you're not just being analytical and saying, do this, do that. That's only a part of what's going on. Another part is literally, on an emotional, spiritual level, you're participating in the experience they're having. Am I right about that? Because that's definitely the practice of law.
You are. I mean, let me give you an example. Let's say a patient comes in and they're, laden with grief, like they've lost a spouse and they cannot stop crying. So obviously, I mean, your first instinct as well is you would like to cry with them because you understand, But at the same token, if you were just crying the whole session, then you are losing your energy in order to be there to support them. So it's that fine line of understanding, okay, how far do I go? Obviously, you are there with the pain, right? But you also have to be there to hold the space for them. So it's just learning to differentiate.
Mm-hmm. Sean, turning to you, kind of the same discussion is and especially because of the areas you've chosen to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
And, and for both, the people watching, like you have to watch, the interview with Natasha, the interview with Sean, at the health show, and some of the experiences they've had. And so Sean, you're dealing with some people that, I mean, they may have been sent home with 3 days to live or 2 weeks to live, and you can help them live for years and years, but it's not going to be long term for many of them. And how do you deal with that? What's that like?
That's, it's interesting because you two are way more sensitive. And I feel a little bad because I really have to, I can't get in 100% with my heart. As much as I love what I do, I know that I have to give support for them. So first thing this morning, so I get in and it's a patient that's in early. She's a stage 4 cancer patient, just new diagnosis, very early. She's in her 40s. And I get in there to do the IV and I can look at her face. She looks at me and she just weeps. She starts I haven't met her before. This is the first time I've met her. And she starts to really, really cry. So in that time, I have to be really, really strong for her. I have to let her know that she's taken care of. And so I grabbed her arms and I said, you know what? You're going to be okay. We're going to take our best care of you. Don't worry. And I explained the therapies, everything that she's doing, the hyperthermia, the IV vitamin C that she's doing, the mistletoe. I explain everything. I look her in the eyes and I just say at that time, look, you're looked after. You don't have to worry. All you have to do is lay down and you just have to get the treatments done and you'll be okay. And we'll go over it, make sure that you're doing right and you're being monitored. So in that part, I kind of come out with as much support to let them know that I can work with them and I can be strong for them if they need me there. And sometimes I do just kind of sit back and listen if there's stories or whatever it is. So the next patient that I had seen, we did it over the phone. Is stage 4, same age as me, a colorectal cancer patient who is now on palliative care. That means palliative care means the treatments have gone through, they've all failed, and they're waiting for him to die. He's 57, the same age as me, right? And so he's not on the emotional level of it. He's on more determined saying, there's got to be something that I can do. Why do I just have to, everybody's saying palliative care, there's no more treatment. Palliative care means that there's no more treatment against the cancer. They're not fighting the cancer anymore. They're just giving him medicines for his pain and his discomfort. So the important thing there is to be, invested. I'm invested to get them as well as they can. And I like that each of us are doing what we're doing, because Sean, I couldn't go to court and do that properly. Like as much as you feel, you're a lawyer that has a real strong heart, and Natasha, you're TCM practitioner that has a real strong heart. And I don't put up a barrier, but I'll lose patience. It's just part of the game with cancer. And I know them and I love those people, and I am invested in getting them better as quick as I can. And it doesn't always happen that way. It happens for a vast majority of people who come in. But so I take a look and say, okay, what could I have done better is kind of how I look at it. How do I learn from what's happened here and turn on sort of my my analytical side, if that's a guarding of me getting in, but I don't know. I think that each one of us handles, these cases that are life or death in a very unique way, and thank goodness we come up with ones that have kept us at our professions as long as we've been doing.
Yeah, so you do, if you kind of reanalyze things to become the best healer that you can going forward.
Perhaps that's my coping mechanism. If I lose people during treatment, or if I don't get them better, their pain isn't quite there, and I say, okay, let's make this a learning. Let's get better. And that's the beautiful thing about doing what we do, is that you can always get better. You can never say I know it all, and that's it. And hang your hat on that, because you're always learning more and more. And every patient teaches you more and more. Everyone that steps in that door, you'll learn more and more. Like today, for that stage 4 cancer patient, there's new genetic testing. So this is what happened to him, if I can go into it a little bit. He had been given a traditional chemotherapy for colorectal cancer. It's called FOLFOX or FOLFIRI. And I looked at all his reports. He had been genetically tested to say that one of the chemotherapies is not going to work for him. This is what the medical system had done. And I said, okay, so you went full FOLFIRI, and that sent you to the hospital for 3 weeks, right? You did 1 chemotherapy. And he said, yeah, I was floored. I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks after my first chemo. And I said, did they let you know that that chemo wasn't going to work for you? Genetically, they did the test, and it said fluorouracil, which is 5-FU, that chemotherapy is not going to work for you. In fact, it's going to say it probably will injure you. Did they tell you that? And he said, no one mentioned to me about this genetic test. You're the first one to mention that anything was done like that kind of test. And I said, really? So they put you through the test, but didn't follow through with actually treating you properly and not using the #1 chemo for colorectal cancer, because it's going to be injurious to you. They did preemptive medicine, and then they didn't follow up, and they gave him the chemo anyways. So that's the perspective he only got from me. He did not get that from his oncology side, who had treated him way back with chemotherapy that not only failed, it almost killed him.
So, Natasha, getting back to you. So,
those are tough cases, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, and they're challenging, and really, it's satisfying, as you know, Natasha, to be able to give not only hope, but very real hope. That means they're moving ahead with your experience. You've dealt with so many cases like this, and you've got so many better. And so you're not hanging your salesperson hat. You're hanging your experience hat up and saying, okay, listen, this is what we've worked with, and this is what we can do. And it comes, people know how you're talking to them, and they appreciate that they can connect with those that are looking after their health, because it's a rarity these days to have, especially in the oncology and the cancer side, to have someone who really cares. I really care that patients will do better. I really care. I treat everybody like my sister or my mom or my kids. And people just know that they can feel it, because we're the ones that they complain about the medical system too.
Yeah.
If only I could tape it. And I did lectures, and I'm sorry, I don't want to go on, but I did lectures at the University of Manitoba, where they train the medical students, and it was called pharmacognosy. They had this great guy who was teaching the medical students about herbs and the science behind herbs. And he said, can you come on in and talk to the graduating class? And I did this 2 years in a row before he graduated. And I wish that I could have these tapes and edit them of all the things that people say is happening in the medical system, the complaints about how they're treated medically, and just give it to the students just before they graduate and say, don't do this.
That would be excellent.
I think they have I think that's probably now one of the hardest jobs. Like Natasha, you know, you can tell us a story about how your grandfather practiced, and we'll go there in a second, but I get the feeling now that you know, they're really well trained in diagnosis, but it's almost like it's a plug and play. So, and you had alluded to this earlier in the conversation, Sean, that, you know, they're supposed to come up with a diagnosis, and then they kind of like plug in a drug or drugs, chemical drug or drugs, to, you know, deal with the symptoms. They know that they're not solving chronic disease. I mean, what like they do surgeries and they do crisis medicine and they excel, and I don't think they excel in diagnostics. I think that's more smoke and mirrors, truly, to be honest with you. Like we have to show deference, but I mean, I remember, and this is probably a good decade ago, but they did a study where they took 3 hospitals in the United States, and just in the order of that people died, they had pathologists do autopsies, and with the question, why did this person die? And, you know, what, if anything, were they suffering from? But they weren't given the medical records. So for, you know, 3 hospitals, we're having all these autopsies done. And I think it was over 50% of the people that died in these 3 hospitals were being aggressively treated for conditions they didn't have.
Wow.
Right? I mean, they're engaging the medical system because something's wrong, and then they're being aggressively treated for conditions they don't have. And when you're given synthetic chemicals and you're given, you know, treatments that you don't need, that in itself is going to rock you, right? So, so that, you know, but they do diagnostics. But I was just talking about, I think, how unhappy it must be to be a medical doctor, and you know, medical doctors are watching this, like, call in, we'll talk on NHP Talk Forum, and you can share what, you know, what your experience is like, and you can contradict me or confirm.
Absolutely.
What's that?
I have one for you, Sean. I think you'll enjoy
Yeah,
it.
well, but I think they've lost a lot of their autonomy in the last several years. So, and just like naturopathic doctors in BC have lost their autonomy. I mean, you guys can't go against public health directives that in BC, no medical profession can. They've consolidated you all. And you can't go against public health directives, or your college will go after you. Well, it wasn't that way before. And I think they're getting funneled in. You know, one of the people that we've interviewed for the health show, Dr. Stephen Malthouse, he was a medical doctor for 45 years. He's retired now. And he was finding it really dissatisfying, I think, for about the first 11 years of his practice, because he had gone into medicine, and that's a big commitment. And he'd gone into medicine to help people, and he was really just getting frustrated because he wasn't really feeling that he was helping people. And then, you know, his journey, he comes across homeopathic medicine, and he trains as a homeopathic doctor, and he spent the last 25 years of his practice as both. Like, he managed to navigate his medical college so that they would allow him to practice homeopathic medicine also. And, you know,
yeah. Sorry,
people are, oh yeah, go.
Yeah, no, I think that is the best way. I mean, Sean was mentioning that in Germany, right? They practice the naturopathic medicine mixed in together with the Western medicine, allopathic. And I know in China as well, they will have within the hospitals, and they'll decide, you know, at least they potentially, if they needed, let's say, an MRI or something a little more aggressive, they could be seen, but then they can also be seen by alternative Chinese medicine practitioners firstly. So I think, you know, what you're mentioning about your doctor, that he became homeopathic, and then he was able to merge the two and decide, you know, how acutely do I have to treat? Do I have to, you know, can I use homeopathic remedies versus, you know?
But the the biggest limiting factor is actually his patient's choice, because people going to the medical doctor, like, he can offer both, but they're expecting these scripts. And do you guys think that maybe we're the most restrictive? You know, like I think in every other continent other than North America, there's kind of more latitude for kind of a blending of traditions.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not practiced out of Canada. I did practice. Actually, that's not true. I practiced in the States. So I practiced in Oregon. We were at a research clinic right after our graduation. And I just find that, like today, the same patient said, I couldn't get an MRI or a CT scan for my cancer for 3 months. Okay, now this is enough for a patient to die real quickly. I mean, you can die within a month. They said, so I said, okay, forget it. They're offering me a CT scan in 3 months. I'm just going to go down to the States. So they just drove down to Fargo, which is, you know, a couple-hour drive, got everything the same day.
Wow.
And was able to come back. And of course, it showed where the cancer was and what the size was and this kind of thing. So as far as, are we restricted here in Canada? Absolutely. Do we have things that step beyond the reach of what Health Canada should do? Absolutely, 100%. However, the FDA is not too much better down there. You know, the story of Dr. Jonathan Wright, a medical doctor whose office was held up at gunpoint as they went through all their files, because Dr. Wright teaches us as naturopathic doctors. He's a medical doctor, but you can hear you see these stories. I know him quite well, and it's a matter of infiltration from the top, saying you cannot use these unscientific, quote unquote, meanwhile there's thousands of studies, methods over drugs as a medical doctor. Here in Canada, is it bad? Yes, it is. But down in the States, there's more freedom to advertise. You can say, we see lots of doctors on social media who go over all these alternative treatments and don't hesitate about exactly what they're doing, because the regulation isn't so strong there. Here, we have to mention everything and be careful about what we say. You can't say vitamin C is an antioxidant. We can't say that. So it's, are we over-regulated? Absolutely. Well, we will look back at this time and say, oh my God, remember when we couldn't do X, Y, or Z? I certainly hope so. Mm-hmm. So as I see it evolving, and we had talked about this, is that Health Canada goes into the Health Canada for the medical side, the Health Canada for the natural side. And we have practitioners of TCM, naturopathic doctor, massage therapists. We have doctors of chiropractic, all taking care of the regulations in Canada, not Health Canada as it is now, because that's pharmaceutically driven and it moves ahead with all their agenda, which is completely different from how we function as alternative practitioners.
Natasha, do you feel that you know, we're inhibited in what we can say and perhaps how we can practice?
Yes, I was teaching for a while, like the ethics of practice for Chinese medicine, and we were not allowed to, you know, say that we cure anything. Like you cannot say even that you cure back pain, or I'm just going minimally. Not to mention, you know, you wouldn't be able to say you cure cancer or you cure colitis. You couldn't say that. You basically say that you are well versed in treating these diseases and these conditions, and that's basically it. Otherwise, it's classified as like a false advertising.
Yeah, which is interesting. So just so that the viewers understand, Sean, what you were saying is one of the treatments that naturopathic doctors like yourself, and not just naturopathic doctors, but I definitely, you know, I think, okay, if I need an intravenous vitamin C treatment, where's the first place I'll look is a naturopathic doctor.
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's study after study after study showing that high doses of vitamin C are extremely favorable for treating many cancers, whether, you know, you're also engaged in the mainstream medical system or not. But you can't share that or you're going to get hammered.
Yeah, we can't pair the IV vitamin C or the Oncotherm hyperthermia or the mistletoe therapy, anything that we do, or the ozone therapy that we do with a condition. You can't say IV vitamin C treats cancer. You can't say you're a cancer treatment clinic. You can't say any of those things, and you can't provide the studies. So, and this was what we were able to do a while ago, is we could say, okay, Oncotherm hyperthermia helps cancer in these several different ways. There's a myriad of studies. In fact, there's studies published every 3 months, and we would post them. I would put them on the webpage. People got to know. They're searching. Another woman that came in today, she says, I've been looking for you for 2 years. And she says, I haven't found you. I said, well, she said, what's up? And I said, we can't promote. We cannot advertise that we do anything for cancer at all. She says, I put in a specific term, and she gave it to me. And she said, finally, I put that in and you came up. And I said, okay, well, thank you. I'm glad that you finally got here. Now let's do some work together. So the restrictions just go to kill people. No, like that can happen. That is very much a worst case scenario for restricting these ability for Natasha and I to say what we do and what we've done. We can't put up testimonials. People can't. We've done, such great work with Natasha. She's, wonderful. Thank goodness for her, because my leg pain is gone. My back pain is gone. She's also helped me with X, Y, and Z because of her Chinese medicine. All these things we can't even say, and we cannot post anywhere as well. So the limitation is probably 1 or 2% of what we should be able to tell people. And that's the restriction. I mean, you can put IV vitamin C in here, you can put Oncotherm hyperthermia, but you can't, on the separate page, you can say the things that we treat. We can't even say that we do treat cancer. So it's a real, I want to bump it up and say, who put these rules together? Which was the person responsible for this? And when the investigators came from Health Canada, they sat down in the clinic. I said, well, where does this come from? And none of them knew. None of them actually knew why they knew why they were there at the clinic to investigate, but they didn't say where those directives came from.
The whole thing's really interesting. It's not the purview of this conversation, but, likely I'll explain it, sometime during the health show, is we've structured, so the federal government doesn't have jurisdiction over health. So we have a constitution that says the federal government has some jurisdiction, the provinces have others. And generally speaking, courts agree the provinces have jurisdiction over health because they handle hospitals and they handle property and civil rights. And, they've just traditionally interpreted that, which is why the two of you are regulated by provincial authority. Your colleges are provincial colleges, and why, even doctors that are paid for, medical doctors by the, in the healthcare system, the province pays them. The province runs the hospital. The province decides what treatments, I'll say in quotation marks, the province decides what treatments to provide in the healthcare system that's paid for by the provincial government. The provincial government pays for the hospitals and pays for the prescription drugs if they're covered and things like that. So in the federal government, when they step into the drug approval world, this is actually the exercise of the criminal law power, which is why they likely, if courts were, I'm sorry, but if courts were doing their job, likely the federal government would not have jurisdiction over natural health products. So if we're going to talk synthetic chemical drugs, you can make a pretty good argument that they present enough of a risk, because in most Western democracies, one of the top 5 leading causes of death are prescription drugs taken as prescribed, so we're not even abused. No, that's risky enough that you could exercise the criminal law power and say you can't just put a synthetic chemical on the market without our approval. We're going to regulate that. But when we're getting to something, like encapsulated parsley, the natural health products, all of them on the shelves, like, I don't know, is there 80,000 of them? There's less now than there used to be. Well, in a given year, we can't point to a single death caused by them. in a 10-year period, we're hard pressed to show a single death. And yet peanut butter causes a number of deaths each year. Shellfish cause a number of deaths each year. And none of us would agree that the federal government could criminalize peanut butter and put people in jail and give them $5 million a day fines, because yes, there's harm, but we live in a world where we're mortal beings and there's some harm and there's a criminal threshold line. So likely they don't have jurisdiction over these products at all. But, you know, Sean, you raised an interesting question. Who gave them the directive when they're in your office? Who gave Health Canada the authority to be the sole decider of what treatments we can take? Because they take the position, if we haven't approved it, chemical or natural, you can't access it. How do they get that type of authority?
That's the question I want answered. I want someone to say, look, the directive came from here, and why not talk to them directly? Like, why not just say, okay, if that was the case, let's talk about it. And let's talk about the people. So, why send people who have no clue? And they were all young. They were 22, 21, and about 19. There was a guy sitting in the back scribbling notes as they came in to inspect the clinic. And I thought, these poor kids, they really don't know, you know, what they're doing. They have no clue whatsoever. But I want to talk to the person who thinks that they're getting, because this is our taxpayers' money. This is where our taxpayers' money is going, to spend thousands, tens of thousands, probably even millions to say, okay, these natural health products and these natural treatments are not allowed to advertise X, Y, and Z.
So
yeah.
Let me answer my own question. You know, who gave them authority? Well, at the end of the day, our Food and Drug Act is written to define drugs so broadly that it includes anything used therapeutically. And then they've allowed, you know, Health Canada to put in this licensing requirement. But, you know, I went back and I looked at, well, when they changed this definition of drug to make it broad, you know, what was said in Parliament? Because they had to introduce the change and then Parliament had to discuss it. And all of this happened, I think it's 1947, 1948. I've got the Hansards. And they're making this change. And one MP asked the Minister of Health, like, well, this is broad. Like, this would include mustard packs. And the Minister of Health said, no, it doesn't include anything like that. And that was the extent of the discussion, one question and one answer, where Parliament's told, no, it wouldn't include things like mustard packs, things like natural remedies that are low risk. But here we are, it's written so it does, but without any consideration. I don't think any of this was ever intended, but here we are. So where we can't say anything and they're the sole arbitrator of what treatments we can take. But now I feel depressed.
I want to say it's time for change.
Yeah.
What do you guys think do you think there's been, because both of you have practiced, you know, since Alexander the Great was, you know, conquering, you know, the Mediterranean. Well, maybe not that long, but have you guys seen a shift in kind of patients' attitudes? This is, you know, toward, like, because both of you have been at this for decades. And have you seen kind of a shift in, you know, what patients think about naturopathic doctors and traditional Chinese practitioners and, you know, the whole medical system generally?
Sean, you want to answer first?
Happy to answer first or second, Natasha. But I'll take the reins here. The biggest changes in the medical side, to me, there's just more complaints about how patients are treated in the medical system. Patients are much more fans of coming to me for expert medical advice, going over their labs, going over what their trouble is, their cancer treatments. They'll come to see me to say, should I do this chemo or should I not do this chemo? Should I do this immunotherapy or should I not? because no one explains it to them. There's no time in the medical system to spend 5 minutes to go over a lab that says this chemo is not going to work for you and explain it to the patient. Today, my last patient came in and said, okay, all my labs, they said was normal. And I looked at it and said, did they tell you that you have a thyroiditis that's caused by your immune system that's attacking your thyroid? Because she had the antibodies in her lab. She says, no. The doctor just said, you know, everything looks good, everything's normal. Just go home. That's fine. Everything's good. And so she had TPO antibodies, which means that she's got an autoimmune disease she had no clue about. And she just came in because she knows to trust me to look at the details and to get the medical answers that she really needs. And who wants to bypass the fact that she's got an autoimmune condition just because her medical doctor said, well, everything looks good, it's all normal. Not only that, but she had problems with her iron and her iron storage. So she had total iron binding capacity was a problem. So she has overload of iron in her system as well. So there's two things. And then her inflammation markers, her CRP, was elevated as well. So there's 4 things that are out in these labs, was mentioned not at all by the medical system. So this is something that happens probably 5 or 6 times a day for me. Wow. Which is the medical side has come up short, not giving them even the medical information, CT scans, MRIs, whether it's their laboratory medicine and whether it's the treatments and their genetics, all of those are missed. It's just the medical system has so much little time, like they don't have the time to go through anything, and must be frustrating journey. Not that I feel for that, I can't. I say, I can't apologize for that system. I'm sorry, but I'm going to take care. I'm going to help you. I'm going to do everything I can to make this journey easier for you. So that was a long answer, but that's, Natasha, I apologize. That was so long.
That's good.
That's been my experiences.
Yeah. And us too, it is, I do feel for the medical doctors, because I think, and I mean, the whole medical system, I am treating nurses and nurse practitioners. It's overwhelming, the system. They don't have enough care on that side. They don't have the time, the 5 minutes, I don't believe. At least that's our experience in Southwestern Ontario. I had a professor, and he's from Australia, a PhD. He's been doing acupuncture even longer. He's in his 70s, and he was saying it is our fault as practitioners that people don't really know much about Chinese medicine, or you know, what we can do, the scope to support them. And he said, you've got to get out there and basically educate people. And again, we are fairly limited, as we had discussed before, as to what we can promote, right? So, but I did take him to heed, and will try to educate people in the way that we can within our scopes, and with what is allowed. But yeah, I find the same thing, Sean, in terms of that people say, could you please read the blood work? Is it okay? Is this blood work okay? And yes, they do look to you as a representative of their health and an advocate for them. So I'm happy that they can come to us for that.
So do you see that as a change?
I do. If you think about, like, even people who were in our age group, like I'm saying 50s, I recall when I was in my 20s, most of them were taking multiple medications. Now even though they get the scripts, they will seek out alternative and say, you know, should I be taking this cholesterol medication? And they come for other advice. So I think that we're in the right direction, that potentially with there is more knowledge out there that you could find, and more side effects that you can come to learn about. Whereas before it was just take this, and you know, there were no questions asked.
That is interesting, and my observation is that the medical system the mainstream medical system is in partial collapse, and I feel for the people in it, because I think they're so overwhelmed that they're doing their absolute best, but they can't give a level of care that we would expect even as a bare minimum, you know, and that's having an effect on people. I mean, it's having an effect on the level of care. Somebody very close to me just recently had surgery for breast cancer. And they're released from the hospital after the surgery without being told at all, even what the surgery did. And now it's a good month out, and you know, really hasn't been given a diagnosis and hasn't seen an oncologist. And like, this person's close to me, and we're both absolutely shocked that, like, we don't know what happened at the surgery. We don't know what the diagnosis is. We're like, it truly, I could not have expected less of the medical system in that case. And the last time I was in my local hospital, I was shocked at how filthy it was. We're talking filthy. So I was shocked. Like, it was so noticeable. It was shocking. So I've been in hospitals in third world countries, and nothing was ever that dirty as my local hospital. And you know, I might be off the wall, but as medical practitioners, I can ask you, like, maybe when people are sick, they should be in a clean, sanitary environment. Like, I might be off.
Well,
So
the system is just so overwhelmed. My dad was on his last day, and I was with him in the hospital, and he was just out on a stretcher in the hallway, and he passed away within 6 hours after that. But I pleaded with the doctor, who was just walking back and forth, and I found finally someone who would listen. And I said, you know what, my dad, he couldn't even speak at that time. He could barely breathe. And I said, can you just please get him a room? That's all we want, is to get him in somewhere. And he had been out there. We had been out there for about 8 hours in the February in Winnipeg, so it's minus 50, you know, outside, and he's freezing, and you know, he doesn't know what's going on. And so finally we were able to get him a room, and then the nurse called me in the morning that he had passed away. So the system is that it was broken before COVID. COVID broke the system. It's shattered. Doctors are leaving. So I have a personal connection with one of the oncologists who is a friend of a friend. And she said, I would love to send patients to see Dr. Caesar. I really believe that he's going to help them with his medicines. But as an oncologist, my college doesn't allow me to do that. So guess what she did? She packed up and she left. She went down to the States, where she could have that freedom as an oncologist to do better things for her patients. So we're losing the good doctors, and who's left? They're not necessarily bad doctors, but the doctors who are just following the system, which is not an effective system. It does not put the patient's care first. For someone like that to have to wait 3 months for an image, no, I'm going to drive down and get it done today, right? So we really do not have a system that is built for the patient's survival and for their utmost health at all. We're built as a system to go for emergent healthcare, and that is it. There is no maintaining health prevention involved in the system right now whatsoever, and it's getting worse. It's not getting better.
yeah, well, and hopefully, I mean, none of us are happy with this state of affairs, because I mean, I'm seeing somebody close to me, you know, really suffer, and part of that suffering is mental, spiritual, because of the uncertainty, and you know, really, what I can frankly say is a total lack of caring. Like, I know the two of you touch your patients. You look them in the eye. You do what you can to let them know that you're there. And in fact, you know, Sean, it became clear that's part of your practice, because you're dealing with people in crisis that kind of need that steady hand, so to speak, right? Although, you know, everyone watching this knows you're a softie. So It's just the way it is. Sorry, busted. Yeah. So, but I think we're in a transition right now. Like I think that sometimes you need, well, a system has to falter for us to learn to do something better. And what I really appreciate about the two of you is it takes some bravery to come on this show, it takes some bravery to participate in the health show, and I think you're doing it because you want us to have this dialogue. And it's not without risk, right? Like you guys are speaking about the system being faltering and suffering, and you're speaking about making a difference, and we're trying to do it all carefully. It's crazy that we even have to do that, but I think this is part of the journey. I have to tell you, like here we are, we're marching the charter across the land. And I remember when it was drafted in 2008, I remember I was right, I participated, I did most of the drafting, but not the idea creation. This was a collaborative effort. And I remember we have a big, ceremony, we take pictures, we've got like this nice bound book with the charter. But did I believe we would ever see the Charter of Health passed into law back then? Do I believe we can now? Yeah. We got a battle ahead, right? But I think we can, because I think the system's going to be in crisis. And I think Canadians are getting tired of being told that they can't. They want to be able to control their own health journey, and they want their practitioners to be free to, with their best efforts, right? And Canadians, I think, are getting tired of the truth being hidden from them. Like, I think it's time. So I think yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Natasha.
I said we're there with you, and for me, the best image is that we're can all work together. So potentially, because the system at this moment in time is overwhelmed, hopefully they will reach out. People will reach out to us. We're here to help. And until everything, because instead of waiting, potentially even the person that is close to you, if she sought out a naturopathic doctor in the interim, that would also help her, right? Because there's the guidance. Or if she came to me, for example, we could at least do some support, like mental, emotional, spiritual, give her a little bit of extra energy until she is seen. So inevitably it needs to be a full care, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I can't imagine, like during the election, and the figures were inflated, but just how many Canadians don't have the medical doctor, and the system's so taxed. And you mean like now Health Canada is trying to shut down the natural health community and throw us all into chaos and take our products away? Like, do you really? Like, I mean, really? And yet that's what's happening. So I just, but it can't work because people aren't gonna take it.
That's right.
I think maybe. Oh, sorry, Sean.
Yeah, no, I don't think that that's a possible future, because there are so many that trust the medical system. That's the natural system for them. It's without a doubt the number one, I would venture to say, place where people are now turning to because of their disappointments with the standard medical care. It's just built into the system now that you have to look elsewhere. You can't get your things that, and I go out on a limb to say that, but being in the chair, seeing the patients coming in, that's the story again and again. It's that the help isn't an adjunct health. The help is essential that they get from practitioners like Natasha and myself. It's ingrained. It's part of their DNA. There is no turning back, and the momentum is forward. The momentum is forward for us as practitioners. The momentum is not forward for the medical system and the drug system. It is either stalled or moving backwards and broken. And it's a frustrating system for patients. Patients are at the center of everything, and I tell them that everybody should be working to get you on board, to get you better. And they do not feel that at all from most of the medical care. There's a group of, like today was a great medical doctor who said, you know what, whatever journey, if you're going to see a naturopathic doctor, I'm supporting you, I'm helping you out. I don't hear that a lot. I wish I heard that more, but it was refreshing for me because I really want to be part of a team, as Natasha does, to say, okay, you see your medical doctor, I'm going to send the medical doctor a note, or the oncologist a note, and say, okay, this is what we're doing. This is how we're supporting. And these are all the studies behind it.
Yes.
You know, and that's the group that we want, our patients want. And the medical colleges, they're the limiting. So the medical college says, nope, there's none of that. There's no support of anything that is alternative or complementary. We're going to come down on you if you do go into that realm. So as much as patients want it, as much as we want it, the medical system is not set up for success. It's
part of the control grid. And so, you know, I was talking earlier how Health Canada is the sole gatekeeper on what treatments we can use. Well, we've set up our drug approval process where for serious health conditions, for the conditions that, you know, we're offered, you know, most of our treatments, the only drugs that can get through that are novel chemical drugs, so synthetic chemicals that have a patent. So like in our lifetimes, so everyone watching this, I don't care how old or young you are, with the exception of one drug that was sponsored by government, the only drugs that have been approved for serious health conditions are drugs that had a patent. They're synthetic chemicals. And this is by design, and it's been this way for over 100 years. And then the federal government intrudes into provincial healthcare. So it's provincial jurisdiction, but we had Trudeau Sr. in the early 70s, Pierre Trudeau, say, oh, well, but the federal government has all this power to take money from everyone in taxation. So I'm going to take all this money and have this big pot of money, and then I'm going to say to the provinces, I'll give you nosebleed amounts of money for healthcare, but you have to follow the Canada Health Act, which legally then mandates you to provide a certain type of healthcare, which is giving these chemical drugs. And the provinces take this money, and now we have one type of healthcare instead of provinces trying different things. So we'll only approve chemical drugs, and then we'll only fund chemical drugs in a healthcare system with one type of practitioner, the medical doctors, which, you know, have almost near monopoly in giving access to these chemical drugs. I call that a control grid that doesn't bring good health outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's, I think they're going to ride that bus as far as they can. I think they're going to try and destroy a lot of natural health practitioners and companies along the way. But Canadians, because we can't give up our health, we'll just go underground. We'll be unregulated. They're going to lose control, whether it's pretty or ugly. And we're hoping that we'll do it in a civilized, rational way and do things like enact the Charter of Health Freedom. So I think we'll let it go there. I'll let both of you just, you know, if you have any parting comments. I'm optimistic for the first time ever. Whenever there's change, usually it's because there's a need for change. And I think Canadians are much wiser about, we have to start taking responsibility for our health. And that includes protecting our access to the natural health community.
Here, I'm with you on that. And yes, tell the patients to be advocates of their own health. I tell them this every day, and keep searching for support until you find that your system is back to balance.
Yeah, and that seeing the alternative practitioners is a big part of getting better. If they want success, you've got to have a well-rounded picture. And once they see, if they haven't experienced it, they just don't know the side of medicine that is so good, that they can get so much understanding, so much help for. And it's just, and then they tell someone else, and it comes through. You get droves. We had buses of people coming in from Saskatoon, for instance. There's a busload of 8 of them, and we got each one of them better over time. Well, the one guy said, I'm just going to be the only one driving up. And I said, we'll try and get you better. So we fixed him up as well. So right now it's a word of mouth, because, you know, we can't say what we do. And I'm looking forward to the time when we look back, Natasha and I, and say, hey, remember those days back when we couldn't say that we did X, Y, and Z, and that we helped people this way, or people couldn't, you know. And I'm looking forward to those days. That's how I tend to envision the future, is that this is a bump in the road, and that we're going to hit it hard and get on the other side with a huge success, because that's the momentum. The momentum is for our success as alternative healthcare practitioners, and the movement ahead is that everybody wants us.
That's great.
Well, those are good parting words. I enjoyed this conversation. You know, you never know where it's going to go on one of these talk forums, and that's what's kind of fun. We can just go where we went. But I enjoyed the conversation, and I want to thank both of you for attending on NHPPA Talk Forum.
I truly appreciate. Thank you.
So now I want to talk about Section 11 and Section 12. They basically both do the same thing, and that is to protect against adulteration. So these sections actually act as a prohibition, as you cannot manufacture, produce, store things in a way where there would be adulteration or any other harm. And it's an offense to contravene that. And this is just to ensure that natural health products and these other treatment modalities are provided to us in a safe way. So this is now just ensuring, with the Charter of Health Freedom, that no one can act irresponsibly, so that we can have confidence in the products that we've accessed.
Hello, and welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. I'm here today with Donna Kizik, and she's going to be sharing her health story with us today. Donna, would you like to start by just telling us a little bit about yourself?
I was a registered nurse. I was working for about 20 years. And then I had sort of my body kind of decided to quit. So I had a lot of stress going on about 8 years ago. I had to look after my 102-year-old aunt after her 81-year-old son stole all her money, if you can believe that. And I was working like 60 to 70 hours a week routinely for many years. And so I think it was just that it was too much stress. And I just kind of, I got super tired. My hair started falling out and like it fell out. And over just a few months, maybe from October to February, I had more hair than you probably at the beginning, and then this at the end. And so I was diagnosed at that time with chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, osteopenia, which has now progressed to osteoporosis, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, and alopecia universalis. So, and that was all within like a year. So that was quite a lot. I got to the point at work, I was falling asleep at work, which I'd never, ever done. Mm-hmm. I had to send documents to home care after I would discharge a patient. And I was looking at those papers and I didn't even know what to do with them. I couldn't figure out, what do you do with these things? And I've done that, 1,000 times. But it was just the brain fog. I just couldn't figure out what to do. It would take me like twice as long to get anything done as I would originally do. So, and I was just so tired, and I couldn't walk across that hospital one more time. I just couldn't do it. So I thought I would just need a few days off, just to have a rest. And I never went back to work.
Were you diagnosed at that time that you thought just getting a few days off would help resolve the issue? That was before all the diagnoses?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, because I didn't know what is going on. I never had anything like that ever. Like, I was used to working many, many hours. When I was, before I did my RN, I had started off as a nursing home attendant and in Whitehorse. And so then I worked for 4 years in a nursing home. And then they brought the LPN program in. So I wanted to take that. But I couldn't take the time off work. So I switched to night shift and went to school went to work 3/4 time night shift, used my vacation days and stuff and traded things away. And I went to school full time. And so I didn't really know who I was at that time because I was really tired. But I mean, that's how things have always gone for me. And so I was used to it. And I never, ever anticipated that I would not be able to keep doing that because I always did. And so I think it was stress. Nobody has given me like any good reason of why that would have happened. And I had an internal medicine doctor tell me that I should just stop trying to figure out what was wrong with me and go home and accept that this is my new normal. Yeah. So that wasn't going to work.
No, he was telling the wrong person that, I would say.
Yeah. So I just went home. I spent a lot of time in bed. And the rest of the time I was researching, trying to figure out like what's going on. This can't just like all of a sudden you just completely fall apart for no good reason and there's nothing they can do. Mm-hmm. That's just crazy. But they didn't offer much of anything. I had one dermatologist say that, there's nothing we can do. It's alopecia universalis. There's no treatment. There's no anything. You're just going to have to be like that. And then he says, well, would you like to try some prednisone? No, thanks. Actually, you just told me there was nothing that could help and that you'd like to try me some steroids. Yeah, I think he just felt bad and just wanted to like offer me something.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I didn't take those, because if it's not going to help, why would I take it?
How long were you working unwell for? Like, how long was it that this progression happened, you know, before you
Just
actually?
just like
Right.
a couple few months, like really not
Oh,
very long.
wow.
It was fast. Like my aunt, she died in the late spring, and then I probably started noticing my hair getting thinner, like way more thinner than usual, or a lot more hair in your brush than ever.
Mhm.
And maybe in like October, and by January, I was not able to function very well.
So can you
It
explain
was
to us
fast.
some of the other symptoms that you were dealing with during
Well,
this
the
time? Like,
brain fog was
Mhm.
bad. Like even to this day, it's still there, and I often can't think of the words that I want to use, or I'm in the middle of a sentence and I can't figure out where I was going with that. And the fatigue was just incredible. I never could believe you could be so tired, and I just couldn't do anything, like anything. I spent most of the time in bed, and then when I wasn't spent in bed, I was researching. I didn't do housework for I don't even know how long. I couldn't do anything. And it was really, I think, very sudden, actually, when you consider maybe from like October to January, it's not that long. And because I think I was feeling pretty normal before
Mhm.
October, like just normal. And then it would just start, I was just getting a little tired, and then I would nod off at work. Like, what? At work? You know, sitting in the office with the other nurses. And yeah, it's like, oh my goodness, what's happening here? And yeah, so it was really fatigue, extreme fatigue, like just extreme. But I couldn't really do anything. I couldn't walk across, I just could not face walking across that hospital one more time. I just couldn't do it. And so I thought I would just need a few days off. I was just tired, you know, but I guess it was more than just tired, because that was 8 years ago. And I never was able to go back to work.
And did you try medications initially before you ended up using natural health products?
They did give me some, mostly it was like, I guess, like body pain too, because I don't even know if there's such a thing as fibromyalgia, but they say there is.
Mhm.
But you get strange pains in strange places at strange times. They just don't even have any rhyme or reason to anything. They're just random. You could be sitting there totally fine, and then suddenly you have excruciating pain in a spot. Like, it's crazy. And apparently there's like, for the diagnosis of fibromyalgia, if you have tender areas in certain number of spots on your body, that's how they diagnose it. So I guess I passed that test or failed it. I'm not sure which way you look at that. But yeah, so there was the pain. So I think it would give you stuff for pain, but what about this fatigue? Like, there was just nothing that they could offer for fatigue. They give you antidepressants for, like, I guess it was supposed to help with the pain. And well, I was probably a little depressed because holy crap, you know, your hair fell all and you can't move and you can't do anything. And this was not your life, you know? So I guess situational depression, you know, probably. But I mean, I don't think that those pills helped for that, because it wasn't a clinical depression. It was just, you know, a bad situation. So yeah, you're kind of pretty sad about the whole thing.
Mhm.
And so yeah, mostly fatigue and pain, and the brain fog was just really
Very
bad.
debilitating.
Yeah.
So how long did it take for you to find natural health products that helped you? And what was your process for doing that?
I think it probably started probably in the spring of 2017. So a few months later, when I was able to function a little bit better.
Mhm.
And I had a friend who was an herbalist, and she made me some tinctures, and we got some supplements that were kind of directed towards energy and sleep so that we could try and get something better. And then I started learning how to make all these fermented foods, because our food system is really lacking. Like our dirt doesn't have what it needs to have in it for us to get the nutrients out of it that we should.
Mhm.
So, but if you ferment the food, then it increases the nutrients in the food. So we tried that. I started taking some complete protein shakes and some fruit veggie capsules. So we did that for a while. And with everything that I tried, I think I got a little bit better. And then I went and did some colon hydrotherapy. What else did I do there? I did liver flushes, so the whole protocol for the liver flushes. And see what I mean? It's still there. It's still there.
It sounds like most of the therapies, if not all of them, were designed to improve the health of your overall body so that your body could do the work needed to heal your issues, your conditions. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not a lack of pain medication that you have pain. There's a different reason for it. It's not like you can have a nutrient deficiency, but if you can't figure out why you have the nutrient deficiency, you're probably not going to fix it. So you can take like the Band-Aid, you can take the extra nutrients, but if you're not absorbing it, then you could probably take as much as you want, and it's not going to do what it needs to do. So you need to find out what's happening underneath.
Mm-hmm. And that's what you did.
Yeah. And the medical doctors, they do not have any idea about anything like that. They don't think anything like that would work. Like they just, well, if you have pain, you just take pain medication. Like that's it. Why do you have pain? Well, it doesn't matter really. We've got pain medication for you, so that's what they give you. So I have a really good doctor because she's been my doctor for quite a few years, and I was a nurse for all that whole time. And so she just I just suggest what we do, and if she's not totally against it, we do it.
You understand each other.
Yeah.
So would you say that you still have those diagnoses, or have you mostly been able to resolve them, or what is your sense of that?
Well, my osteopenia has progressed to osteoporosis, but there is a supplement that my dad took that he had osteoporosis, and he was able to reverse it by taking this bone builder. And his doctor was very surprised because at his age, he said they don't see any reversals normally. So my doctor asked me if I wanted to take the medication for osteoporosis, and of course I said no. I said I'll get something on my own. I said there's a bone builder supplement that's designed to help your body remineralize and put the stuff where it needs to be. So I'd rather take that than the medication, because there's some pretty bad side effects to some of these medications.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it worked for Dad. So if it worked for him, and I'm 20 years younger than him, it should be able to work for me. So I'm just going to order that. And they have actually a 100% money back guarantee by DEXA scan. So you get your DEXA scan first, you take the medication the supplements for 6 months, and they guarantee that you'll have an increase in bone density on a DEXA scan, or you get all your money back.
Wow, that's
so
impressive.
That's pretty good guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get that with anything the doctor can give you. So yeah. You will guaranteed that you will have an improvement in your bone density, or you don't. You get all of your money back from what you've spent.
So what are you able to do now that you weren't able to do before? Like, before you had the acute stage of the illness, and then now you've addressed a lot of it. So what have you gotten back in your life?
Well, we used to live in the city, and but my husband, he got laryngeal cancer, so he couldn't work after that, and he's retirement age anyhow, and I wasn't able to go back to work, so we decided to move back to the country where I'm from. So we have a little farm now, and I can go out and I can plant things, and I can collect my eggs and feed the chickens and ferment some foods for the pigs and make kefir for the chickens. So I can do like a lot more things. I can spend some time outside with my husband doing little chores and stuff. Whereas before I spent most of my time in bed. And so it's a lot better. Like I feel like I'm alive, not lying there dying like I did before. It was, I couldn't fathom that this was happening to me. Like, people say they're so tired. Well, you don't know what tired is until you have something like this. Being pregnant and having a small baby and working is not even so tiring as what this was. It was just crazy, and just so hard to believe, because my life was never like that. I was always going for my whole life, and I couldn't even believe it. And so it's much better. I'm still not normal, but it's a lot better. I can do things. I'm still very stiff and achy in the mornings, but it takes me a while to get out of bed. And I sleep with my heating pad because that helps with the pain a lot. So I really don't take much for pharmaceuticals anymore. I have been able to wean myself off of just about all of them. I take some pain medication once in a while, but my heating pad works way better. And so I actually sleep with it, and I turn it on a couple times in the night, and it's very helpful. So so my days are, shorter than most people's, but I can still manage and do some things that are enjoyable, way better than before.
You're in a much better place now.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because it was depressing because you couldn't do anything. You had no energy. It's like somebody stuck a syringe in your thigh and sucked the energy out of your muscles. Like they just couldn't work. They were just like, it's very hard to describe, but it was sort of like that. Like you thought you stood up and you had some tone in your muscles, and then suddenly it was gone. And it felt like someone just sucked it right out of your muscles. And so then you just had no energy for anything. Stairs were just murder. And yeah, it was like you had to basically just pull yourself up the stairs. It was just really bad. And I lived in a 2-story house at the time. So when we moved, we didn't look at any 2-story houses. No, it was a bungalow or nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that makes sense.
You have to make some adaptations, but overall it's, I'd say 70% better.
That's amazing. I mean, considering the prognosis where you were given, go home and get used to living this way, right? That's your stubbornness paid off.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way I could have done that. It's not in my DNA to just accept that. It just couldn't happen.
Well, good for you. And it sounds like you're helping your family members do the same.
Yeah, like my mom, she has really bad rheumatoid arthritis, and she's had 3 major back surgeries and both hips replaced, both knees replaced. And she's taking opioid medication, obviously, and she's actually off the biologics now because it was causing her to catch all these other infections and problems. So we had to take her off of that. But so she's even the opioids are not covering it at pretty high doses. So she asked me what we could do about that, and so I did some research, and I've been using essential oils for quite a few years now, probably since maybe a year after this all happened to me. I started using those, and so I looked them all up, and I created a pain cream with magnesium as the base, and a bunch of essential oils that are targeted for pain, and she uses that daily for years now that I've made that for her. And she was in the hospital for 9 months this past year. She had this back pain that they couldn't do anything with, and it was actually because she had broken rods in her back from the previous surgery, and she actually was paralyzed for a few months. And the surgeon went in and fixed it, and he didn't think that she'd ever get any function back. But she can walk now, and like we did physio and all kinds of stuff, and it was slow going. But yeah, she can walk now. Not great, but she can walk with a walker, which is, they never expected her to be able to like move her legs at all. And the doctors would even write orders for the nurses to use this cream that I made for pain on her. And a lot of her nurses tried it and said they got better relief from that than they have from lots of other stuff that they've used. So there's so many things that natural products can do for you. Like I clean my house out of all the chemicals. I don't use anything. I don't have, well, my husband, he uses a little bit in his bathroom, but that's his bathroom. But no, I don't. I use all natural cleaners. I use essential oils. I don't use any toxic anythings, not laundry, not dish soap, not anything. It's all natural, because I think that the toxic load of our world really makes a difference, and it's probably contributed to part of what happened to me. And so we have to be able to clean our environment up so that we can at least stop adding to the insult. And I think that that's made a difference too, because it was after I got sick that I started like getting rid of all the chemicals, all the toxic stuff, and use only natural products. And I don't use any, like mostly it's organic. I'm mostly keto carnivore type diet now. And what I do eat, generally speaking, is organic. We raise our own animals here, and I don't use any medications on them. I don't use antibiotics routinely. I don't vaccinate. Like I said, we don't have any feed that's been sprayed. We don't. All the animals get some sort of fermented foods. So we're trying to be much more natural in how we live, and I think that helps too.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Any last things you want to tell us?
Oh, I didn't tell you about my daughter-in-law. She had ulcerative colitis since she was 16. She's now 25. So when she'd been on Remicade for 8 years, and it wasn't like she wasn't healthy. She wasn't feeling good. She called in sick to work a lot. She just couldn't function very well. And she wanted to go off of it and try something different, because her quality of life was just not that great. So I went with her to her GI doctor appointment, because she tried to get off of it a couple times before, and they would just talk her out of it. So I went with her and I said that she's going to take some time off of this medication. And what else do you have to offer? Because I know there has to be more than one medication that we could try. And so there was another one, and we went over to the nurse. We did the intake stuff for it, but she never actually tried it. We went to the health food store, and there are supplements that are targeted to fix your gut. And so she took that regime for probably like 3 to 6 months. And we changed her diet to like a keto carnivore type diet. And she has never gone back on any of those medications. She had another colonoscopy. Her doctor insisted she have a colonoscopy, even though she had no symptoms, she had no anything. So she told her what she was doing. She says, you can't fix it like that. She says, you just can't. And so she did a colonoscopy and she couldn't find anything. So there's no signs of active disease. But she took a biopsy anyway because she couldn't believe that. So she figured there has to be something somewhere. So she took a biopsy and it came back normal. So she's never had to go back on anything. She's taking like magnesium, vitamin D, vitamin K2.
And then is she still taking the formula that is meant to fix the gut, or she doesn't even take that anymore?
She doesn't even take that anymore. No,
Wow.
She took it for probably just less than 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And no, she hasn't had to
Problem
take it
resolved,
again.
and now she's just maintaining.
Yeah, 8
Wow.
years on that really harsh medication. And they told her that she wouldn't be able to have kids because she would have to be on this medication her whole life. And so now they're thinking about having a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's huge what, if she'd have stayed on that, she would never be able to do that. Well, she wouldn't be able to do what she's doing now for work either. She's the manager at her salon, which she was not before, and she would never have been able to manage that.
Mm-hmm.
As she was, you know, she'd call in sick probably every week. And it was, she just wasn't well on the medication. And so, yeah, she took the supplements for, I think, just less than 6 months. And then she's just mostly been with diet and, yeah.
Well, what a gift she got. That is wonderful.
Yeah, she also had alopecia, and her hair has grown back as well.
And no special treatment for that, just happened because of everything else she was doing for her body.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, so she's done really well. She's much, much better than she was. She's like, there's nothing that she can't do now. You know,
Mm-hmm.
her guts were in pain, and she just wasn't well at all when we first met her. And she's so much better. And she's a hairdresser. So, I mean, I used to be a hairdresser too, like, I don't know, 40 years ago. That sounds really bad when you can say you know something 40 years ago. But yeah, I was a hairdresser way back then. It doesn't bother me anymore that I don't have any hair. When it first fell out, it was very devastating. Like, it was really bad. I cried a lot, and because you would just, like, in the shower, it just was hair everywhere. It was unbelievable. I had really, really thick hair. Most of the hairdressers would complain I had too thick of hair, and to go like that, it was just wow. But I wore wigs for maybe 2 years, a year. And I just don't care anymore. They're not comfortable. They're itchy. They're hot. You know, in the wintertime, they're a little bit better because it gets kind of cold. So I do have a lot of little hats. But no, I just don't care anymore. So if it never came back, that's not a big deal. I'd rather have energy than hair.
Yeah.
And if my body can only do one of them, well, then let's do that one. So, yeah.
Yes, that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah. So
Any
no.
last words then? Anything else you want to share with us? If not, I'd like to know what message would you like to send to Ottawa?
Well, they need to know that the natural health products need to be affordable for people, because there's a lot of things that the medical system can't do for people. And we need another way of looking after ourselves. And if they're going to, triple, quadruple in price, nobody's going to be able to afford that. So we have to have things that actually work. And they do. Like, they really do. There's evidence all over the place that a lot of natural health products work, and we have to have access. We can't take away the access to the regular people, because especially when you're sick, because when you're sick, you're generally not making as much money as you used to make.
Mm-hmm.
So we cannot increase the cost, and it's effective. So, I mean, if you looked at me like 8 years ago, when the doctors told me, well, there's nothing that we can do for you. Here, try these medications, but really they don't work. They're not, I don't know I don't know if they even know what to do for these type of illnesses. I don't know what to call them, situations. But so where was I? So
Where your message to Ottawa, and that
Right.
these things need to be affordable.
Right, they do need to be affordable, because generally speaking, you're not making the money you were making when you were working, and health insurance companies will not pay for natural products, so they'll pay for prescriptions, but we need other things. We need to have a more holistic way of looking at things, so we can't have the cost, or have them just disappear off the shelves, because the companies can't afford to do what the government says they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to keep them.
That's a great message for Ottawa. I truly hope they listen to you. I hope they hear it.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do.
There would be so many people so much sicker than what they are if they go through with the plan for the natural health products.
Yeah.
And that's not good for anything. So they're going to be a bigger burden on the medical system, because they're going to be sicker. And we don't have enough medical system, hospital beds, doctors, nurses, anything even right now to look after the people that we have. So if people are going to be sicker and more of them, then what's going to happen? Where's that going to go?
Yeah, we know what's going to happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
they can't do it. It just can't.
Agreed. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Donna, and sharing your story. I very much appreciate it. And on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I want to thank everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, thanks.
Outro.
You guys done?
Yes.
I'm setting up another room with Eric. While this is happening, everything happens at once. Everyone activates at once. So I'll end the recording. It'll play, and then obviously I'll edit out the dead air.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry for
you.
the rough routine today there, Donna. We appreciate you.
Oh, that's okay.
Let's see. Yeah, so stuff is uploading. So when you leave the studio, after the
So now I want to talk about Section 13, and it's about protecting against significant health risks. So we all know that natural health products have a tremendously safe profile, but to effectively regulate them, when there is a significant health risk, the Ministry of Wellness has to have some tools to protect us. And Section 13 basically allows them to get a court involved to get any type of order that is necessary to protect us. Now, it deliberately involves a court because we've run into problems with Health Canada where they can take some products off of a market without involving any other impartial body. And when they do this without a reasoned risk analysis, they actually create harm. I can give you an example where a court found that they caused deaths by restricting access to a product. Well, that's when they were acting unilaterally. If a court was involved, a court is going to hear both sides and have a balanced risk analysis. And so Section 13 that we're discussing was specifically drafted to ensure that when you're taking a treatment away, that both sides of the risk equation are brought into focus. So it's a very strong section in giving any power that's necessary to protect us, but it also includes an impartial third party. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have as my guest Christine Williams. Christine, welcome to the health show.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks for all you're doing, and it's a privilege to be here.
Well, there's a whole team busily working behind this, and we're excited about getting people's stories out in the public because of all the censorship. People that tend to know about, lives changed can't talk about it. And I'm particularly pleased to have you here because not only are you going to be telling a personal story about a family member, but it's kind of connected to something like your work showed the importance of part of your journey. So you worked for 28 years as a dietitian at Children's Hospital in Calgary. And as part of that, you actually were the primary developer of what's called a ketogenic diet program for children with epilepsy. And I'm wondering if you can kind of share about that program, the results that were seen, and kind of the importance for diet on here. It's a neurological disease or condition, epilepsy, and also the need for supplements when you're on that type of diet, just so that people viewing can understand a connection with, diet and some neurological issues.
Okay, thank you. So the ketogenic diet is a high-fat, low-carb diet. Originally developed in about the 1920s for children with epilepsy, because it was known, and there's actually a biblical reference where somebody's asking Jesus about what to do with somebody who was having seizures, and Jesus said, this is helped by prayer and fasting. So that's kind of the first reference to fasting helping. And in the early 1900s, there were doctors who were aware that when people with epilepsy, say they got sick with, say, a gastro illness and they weren't eating for a few days, their seizures would often get better. But then when the illness resolved and they started eating again, the seizures would come back. So at one point they would admit people to the hospital for serial fasting, like fast them with only water for as long as they could take it. and then discharge them and wait a while and bring them back and fast some more. And at some point, somebody developed a diet, which was a high-fat, low-carb diet to mimic the metabolic state that someone would be in when they were fasting.
Oh, hence the name ketogenic, because after about 48 hours of fasting, you go into a ketogenic state. Okay.
That's right. Yeah. So the high fats get converted into ketones, and that serves as an alternate energy source for the brain. And it changes brain chemistry in quite a few ways that all, it's affecting neurotransmitters, it's affecting DHA levels in the brain. There's quite a few things going on. It's affecting how channels that let ions in and out are operating. So it works on multiple levels. And so that's how the ketogenic diet came into being. And it sort of fell out of favor in around the 1940s when pharmaceutical agents were made available for seizures. And it was in the 90s that a man named the boy was Charlie Abrams. I'm drawing a blank on his dad's name, but his father did some research at UCLA when he found out his son had epilepsy and came across the ketogenic diet in these medical books. And by this time, his son had failed multiple anti-epileptic drugs. And he went to the doctor. He's like, what? There's a dietary treatment? Nobody told me about it. And the doctor's, oh, yeah, it's really hard. Nobody does it. And he found at the Mayo Clinic, they were still offering the ketogenic diet. So he flies his son there, and his son is seizure-free his first week on the diet. And he's like, oh my gosh, here's kids having all these medications that have side effects, and nobody even offered us this dietary treatment. So he started the Charlie Foundation and started promoting the ketogenic diet. And it was right around that time that I started my career.
I hadn't heard of it until, you and I started talking. And it's quite something that Children's Hospital is offering this for, children with epilepsy. What types of results did you see?
So the typical, documented results are about a third of the children who try the diet will stop the diet just because it's so hard it's a really challenging diet. And about a third will have improvement, and about a third won't have improvement. And of the third of the children that have improvement, about 10% will have their seizure. Well, about a third will have seizures reduced by 50% or more. And about 10% of the kids who start the diet will be 5 to 10%, I guess, will become seizure free. And some of those get off medications. So after being on the diet for a period of time, they're gradually weaned off the diet and can maintain those same seizure control results after they're off the diet.
That's quite interesting. So this was part of your professional life, and then something happened in your family that basically you ended up having to use diet as part of the treatment also. Can you share with us that journey?
Yeah, and before I do, I'd just like to say that kids who are on the ketogenic diet, because it's so restrictive, they have to have supplements. So they need multivitamin supplements, they need multi-mineral supplements, they need carnitine, they usually need extra selenium just to support the changes in the diet. So it's like really important for that group of children to have access to affordable supplements, or they cannot safely do the diet. So back to my journey. My first child, who I'll call Danielle, and I'm going to use a pseudonym just to protect the privacy of my child. Danielle had original normal development and actually kind of precocious development, reaching language milestones way above normal, and physical milestones like walking and all that at a typical age, and had good social interaction, just a beautiful, brilliant child, who after the age of 2, I started to see some differences. And it started with some gut dysfunction and kind of progressed gradually, so that by the time Danielle was 5 years old, she had gone from at the age of 18 months, speaking in 12 to 18 word sentences, to being 5 years old, and the language processing taking so long that it was difficult to get a sentence out. So I think language was still there.
Well, you just shared with me actually an amazing sentence that she used when she was 3, the authorized personnel sentence. And I'd like you to share that, just so that people have an appreciation that Danielle was very sophisticated, actually advanced in her language. So when you said precocious, I mean, you're meaning she was ahead of, her peers in language development before the change.
So Danielle said her first 3-word sentence at the age of 14 months, "Daddy, go work," which was pretty amazing because, at that age, children are usually not saying many words at all, but not sentences. And by the time she was 18 months old, she was speaking in 12 to 18 word sentences with proper grammar and syntax. So instead of saying, "Daddy, go work," she'd say, "Oh, Daddy's at work." She wasn't using pronouns improperly. And one time when she was 3, we were at the children's hospital where I worked, and we walked past this area, and Danielle said, "Mommy, look at the bright red electrical outlets." And I said, "Oh yeah, they make them red so they're easy to find when they're in a hurry to plug in emergency equipment." And then we passed by all these IV stick poles, and Danielle said, "I want to plug one of those in." And I said, "Oh, we're not allowed to because we don't work there." And she went, "We're not authorized personnel." And I said, "Yeah, you're right, we're not." But I'm thinking, how do you even know that term? And I racked my brains, and I remembered 6 months earlier, so she was 2.5 years old, and she was riding in the shopping cart, and we were at the back of the store, at the grocery store. And she said, "Mommy, look at those big gray doors. I want to go back there and see what's behind the doors." And at that time I had said, "Oh, we're not allowed to. Do you see that sign? It says authorized personnel only. And that means only people that work here can go back there." So this 2.5-year-old remembers that for 6 months and then uses it appropriately.
Yeah, so basically you have this child who's developing physically and mentally is great, is social, makes eye contact, is advanced in her speech. And so you're actually thinking, I've got this child that's ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And then something happens.
Well, we just began seeing gradual regression where things were lost, and the social skills fell by the wayside. Instead of playing with toys in like an intentional way like kids do, Danielle would just like line up the toys in a certain order and leave them. So she wasn't like having imaginative play anymore. She started having lots of sensitivity to noise and light, and would have tantrums if noises were too loud. If she went outside and didn't have her sunglasses, she would scream because the light was too bright. Lost social skills, so wasn't playing with her brother anymore like she used to. Wasn't making eye contact. If you're taking pictures, we have a whole kind of time frame where we couldn't take pictures because if the flash went off, she would scream and she wouldn't look at the camera anyways. So she just wasn't interacting with the world. And then started, because of all this, honestly, the world became a place where there was too much overstimulation. So she started having like 5 45-minute tantrums a day. in between tantrums, just to calm her nervous system, she would flap her hands and spin and spin. And there was one song that she liked to hear, so she wanted to hear it over and over again. And if it stopped playing, she would start screaming. So we actually recorded it on a loop and play the whole time. And she would just spin around and flap her hands listening to this song for hours at a time.
Can I just slow us down so people really understand what you're saying? So when you're talking about spinning and flapping her hands, I mean, this isn't a positive activity.
No, that's stimming.
And it's spinning, like literally it's showing that there's something wrong happening in her mind at the time, right?
Yeah.
And am I correct? This would go on for hours a day, like every day.
Yeah.
She'd basically be locked in this loop where she's spinning and flapping.
Yeah, typical characteristics of a child on the autism spectrum.
Okay. And when you're talking about these tantrums, like you said, 5 45-minute tantrums.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that 4 hours and 15 minutes a day?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you mean temper tantrums, right?
Screaming, kicking, crying, like yelling. Yeah. Full on tantrums because the light is too bright. There was a noise that scared her. She wasn't expecting. We're walking down the street. She sees a dog half a block away, starts screaming out of fear.
And just couldn't be calmed down.
Yeah.
Right.
Couldn't find a toy, frustration, the toys aren't lined up right. Anything could set off a tantrum.
No, we had emphasized her ability to have sophisticated speech. Can you describe, you had started saying, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, that basically her speech slowed down to where she wouldn't even finish sentences. Can you describe what the speech became like?
Yeah, so if she was sitting on a chair, like she wouldn't even be sitting upright anymore. She'd be kind of slumped over and it would be like, I would like, and sometimes it would take so long to get to that point that she would forget what it was she was trying to ask for. Like I think the language was still there, but the processing time was so long that she would often just lose track of her sentence after a few words.
And she would actually be leaned over, like, so her posture, her body posture changed completely.
Yeah, and one of the things that happened is it was like she didn't know where her body was in space. So sometimes she'd start leaning and then lean some more. And sometimes she'd just fall on the floor and be mad, like, who pushed me? And it was really that as she's shifting, her vestibular apparatus isn't speaking to her nervous system properly. She doesn't know she's shifting. And next thing she knows she's falling off the chair and doesn't know why. So she didn't really know where her body was in space either.
Right. And so probably like activities that she had been involved with before and friendships before, it all ended.
Yep. Yeah.
As a mother, like I can't imagine like how grieved you would be because you have this normal child that now, and I'm not trying to be I'm harsh or anything, but literally totally disabled.
Yeah. And it's like incrementally, I watch my child disappearing into some kind of world that is totally disconnected from what's going on. So when
right, like before she would make eye contact with you, she'd have conversations. I imagined lots of hugs and cuddles and interaction and fun activities. And you saw that just be taken away from not just her, but from you.
Yeah. It was heartbreaking.
So what do you do? Like, how does the family cope? Because I can't imagine, even like 3 hours and 15 minutes of screaming a day. let alone this flapping and skinning, or spinning, and let alone a child not being able to communicate and interact with me. Like I can't imagine that stress. What's the family going through?
Oh boy, it was tough. So by this time, like I was working part-time, and we had a kind of a disastrous event happen with a babysitter, and it just wasn't feasible to have me working during the day and have a babysitter. So at the time, I had just fabulous managers, and my husband and I came up with an idea that because what I did was mostly over the phone and by computer, and for parents who also had children with a disability, it actually worked well if I could work in the evenings, because, you know, I could talk to them when their kids were in bed and things were quiet. And so I talked to my managers, and I was able to start working in the evenings. I had to give up part of my job. I used to work in diabetes as well as the ketogenic diet program. So I gave up the diabetes portion, and I just continued with the ketogenic diet. So my husband would go to work in the day, and then he would come home and we would have supper together. And then I would go to work in the evenings, 3 days a week. And the job that I had, there wasn't really enough time allotted to it for how it was growing. Over time, we were able to get more funding for that program. But I just used to stay and do the job until it was done. So it was nothing for me to be there at still 1 or 2 in the morning. And then I would come home, and not that I got paid for all that overtime, but I would come home and then I would go to bed and get up at 6 in the morning and start getting ready for the day. So my husband and I were kind of like two ships passing in the night on the days that I worked. And the days that I wasn't working, I was researching, like, what am I going to do about this? Because when we had the assessment done, there was agreement that she met the DSM-4, that was the diagnostic criteria manual that was used at that time. She met the DSM-4 criteria for both autism and Asperger's, but they had seen sometimes when she had a bit more focus and talked a little bit better, so they didn't want to give a diagnosis. And so I said, okay, well, she meets this criteria, like, what do we do about it? And they're like, oh, we're an assessment only service, so there is no treatment. And I had even asked, like, is there anyone to help with managing the tantrums? And they're like, yeah, no, we don't have any resources for that. So you're on your own, which was kind of devastating at the time, because, like, I had also worked in the oncology department, and I knew that there were 2.5 psychologists in the oncology department. And then for this neurodevelopmental program, there was nothing. Like, and that's where you have all the behavioral issues is with autism. It just wasn't funded the same way. So it was kind of a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, it was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm on my own to manage this. But on the other hand, it forced me to do a lot of research, and I prayed. So it was when I prayed, sorry, I'm going to tear up a bit here, but it was when I prayed I started getting answers. And people would send me things out of the blue. The first thing was somebody had sent me a link to a conference that was happening in Calgary about kids with autism. And it was like 2 days after I'd said this prayer, like, what, God, what am I going to do? So I went to this conference and found out there were things that people were doing that were helping. So we started with a gluten-free, casein-free diet because I was a dietitian. That was easy for me to do. And I figured out recipes. I made, back in the day, you couldn't get gluten-free flours. So I made my own gluten-free flours by grinding up nuts and gluten-free oats and millet, and mixed my own stuff. we ordered coconut flour from the US at that time because you couldn't get it in Canada. So we started with a ketogenic or a gluten-free diet. When we pulled the gluten out, we did that over the Christmas holidays because the theory is that the proteins in the gluten and the casein turn into morphine-like compounds, which cross the blood-brain barrier, and the children are kind of like stoned and they're addicted to the gluten and the casein. So we decided to do the gluten over the Christmas holidays just to, you know, if you take drugs away from someone who's addicted, they can have like bad reactions to it. And so we wanted, if there was going to be a bad, like a withdrawal type reaction from these gluteomorphines, that it would happen at home and not at school. And we actually did see an improvement in focus and attention. So we did that over the Christmas holidays, and then we waited for the Easter holidays and we took out the casein, and we saw another development, like another level up in development. So before
I just want to slow you down, Christine, because some people might not have ever heard before of actually, you know, behavioral issues being helped. I mean, not solved, but you're seeing it's a lot of work for you guys to do that diet. And if you weren't seeing benefits, you wouldn't have kept up with it.
No.
So you do a dietary change with a child that is suffering terribly with autism, and you're not out of the woods, but it's better.
It's better.
It's a step forward, right?
Yeah.
And then in April, you change the diet again and you see a step forward. I mean, you still have behavioral, but you've seen a change. And I think it's important. Some people watching this might have never heard of, you know, a positive change, a step forward because of a dietary change. And I know because the diets are so hard that a parent's not going to stick with it unless they see a benefit.
Yeah, that's true. So we did see some improvement. But one thing, you know, the brochures that they'll give parents, like how to tell signs if your child is using drugs. One of the signs is dilated pupils. And Danielle had really dilated pupils, like so dilated that you couldn't see her irises. It was just one big black pupil. And I remember speaking to a neurologist that I worked with who did an assessment. And I said, you know, she couldn't use the light to check reflexes in her eyes because it was just like blinding for someone with fully dilated pupils. And I said to the neurologist, like, what do you think that is? She goes, I have no idea. So the dilated pupils got a little bit better when we pulled out the gluten and the casein. But later I found out that soy protein also has a similar morphine-like compound that does the same as the gluten and the casein. And when we pulled that out, it took a couple months, but her pupils normalized. So the dilation was like her being stoned from these morphine-like compounds in the food that were crossing the blood-brain barrier and binding to morphine receptors in the brain.
So she had these dilated pupils, literally, I expect by then, for a year or more.
Oh, yeah.
And so after years of having dilated pupils, another diet change and her pupils become normal, which probably helped with the light sensitivity.
It absolutely did. That's right.
So what else did you do? And I know in advance that there's more, but do you want to tell those watching kind of what other steps you took on your journey?
So kids on the autism spectrum are notoriously picky eaters. They're very selective, and it's probably because they experience, their senses function quite differently, and they experience food a lot differently. And foods would make Danielle gag. So she was only eating gluten and casein because those were foods that were comforting, kind of making her a little bit stoned and able to cope with the world. But other foods like fruits and vegetables that she eagerly ate when she was younger, she wouldn't eat anymore because they didn't taste very well. And so when I pulled out the gluten and the casein, I'm doing my best to make sure, you know, her dietary needs were met. And that included using vitamin and mineral supplements. So pulling out the casein, which comes from dairy, meant that she needed calcium supplements. So we were using calcium, magnesium supplements, and vitamin D, and just a multivitamin, because she wasn't eating any kind of vegetables. She wasn't eating fruit. She was just a very selective eater. So we relied on vitamin and mineral supplements to ensure that she was meeting her nutritional requirements. And that in itself is helpful for brain function for someone who's like a really picky eater. Like I think you're familiar with the work of Dr. Bonnie Kaplan. She's done work with supplements and brain function. She worked at the Children's Hospital where I worked, so I knew her. And she's done a lot of research on various mental health issues and nutrition supplements. So for sure, with a child with very selective eating patterns, they're going to have nutritional deficiencies. So we definitely relied on that. And I had alluded earlier to this gut dysfunction. So I believe my child had a type of gut dysbiosis that was causing severe, severe constipation. And so I introduced probiotics, and I wouldn't say I saw any like immediate improvements with that, but there's such a huge connection between the gut and brain function that I know it actually helped, and it did actually help with the constipation as well. So we used that. We used cod liver oil for essential fatty acids, but we also gave DHA and EPA supplements. Those are essential fatty acids to help with brain function. And then I think one of the most powerful things we did was homeopathy. So I prayed a lot through this journey, and people would phone me up out of the blue.
And can you actually expand on this? Because between you and me, Christine, I think that often, when somebody is suffering or their child is suffering and we pray about it, we're actually given very specific directions. And when you were sharing with me earlier, I just thought, okay, God's giving Christine some confirmation here. So can you not gloss over this part, just because I actually think it's important for people to hear that part of your journey?
Okay. So when I started praying, like, God, how are we going to deal with this? I got an email from one of my colleagues, and it was this conference where I found out about the gluten-free, casein-free diet. And I went home and I was feeling a little defeated, like, oh my gosh, that's all my kid eats is like bread and cheese and milk. Like, how am I going to pull this out when that's all my child eats? So I was in the shower and I was praying about it. And God, can you please show me if there really is a connection between my child's gut and the brain and what's going on with this autism diagnosis? Please confirm that for me and show me what I can do about it. And I got out of the shower, and we had advertised something on Kijiji for sale. And this woman showed up to buy this patio set that we were selling. And she noticed that my child had some sort of neurodevelopmental issue. And she said, by the way, I'm a homeopath. So I noticed there's something going on with your child, and I just wanted to give you this coupon for a free initial assessment. And I said, oh, okay, well, tell me more about this. And she said, well, I start looking at the gut because I find there's such a connection between the gut and how the brain functions. And I'm like, oh my gosh, were you in the shower with me? Because she almost said identically what I had prayed. And so we started using that homeopath, and she gave us a remedy, which was, I believe it was belladonna. She said, we're going to start with this severe constipation. And so we started with this remedy, and literally the stools that, there's kids when they have really severe constipation, they sometimes look like they're trying to have a bowel movement, but they have such a big stool. Like, imagine a 3-year-old or a 2-year-old having a stool that's like 3 inches in diameter. It hurts to pass that stool. And kids might look like they're straining to pass a stool, but they're actually doing their hardest to keep it in because they know it's going to hurt so much when they pass it because it's so huge. So that's what we were experiencing. And we started with this belladonna, and Danielle got this first remedy, and all of a sudden she's having normal bowel movements without them being so huge she doesn't want to go to the bathroom. So that's when I went, wow, this really works. But on the other hand, I wasn't sure, like, how can this work? Because I'm kind of looking into it, and, you know, I'm trained in the medical system. Like, homeopathy is so diluted that there's no original molecules from what you're made it from. So how can that possibly work? So I said a prayer again, and I said, God, if homeopathy really works, can you show me that and confirm that for me? So a couple days later, I'm driving home from work because I'm working evenings by now in CBC, which I won't say anything about CBC, but I used to listen to the CBC regularly. And there was this program called Ideas, and they would interview really interesting people. And, you know, 2 days after I pray about does homeopathy work, they're interviewing a quantum physicist who's talking about how homeopathy, he believes, works because the water becomes entangled with the compounds that you make the remedies out of. So it works through quantum entanglement. And I'm like, okay, that sounds kind of scientific to me. And I prayed about it, and I had a homeopath, so I'm going to go with the homeopath. And then I saw the results with the severe constipation. So that was very encouraging. And then I came to realize that she was coming up with her remedies by using kind of like a wheel and a pendulum over top. And because
Right.
I'm a
So
Christian,
you didn't like that. So
I didn't. I thought that was divination. And so I don't know. I leave that to God, but I wasn't sure if that was divination. So I prayed. I think homeopathy works, but I need a different homeopath. And then a couple days later, I kid you not, I get a call from a woman I haven't spoken to for probably 6 years. And her child had been on the ketogenic diet years before, and he was off the ketogenic diet. And she phones me up and she said, you know, Christine, I don't really know why I'm phoning you, but I wanted to phone you and tell you about this homeopath. And so she tells me about this homeopath, and I went to this homeopath, and we switched to her instead. So literally every time I prayed for a specific question, people would phone me up out of the blue. And 3 people for sure, when they phoned me, said, I don't really know why I'm calling you, but I wanted to tell you this. And it would be an answer to my prayers.
it almost became a code word. So you would know it. I don't know why I'm calling, but it's just, can I share? It's just funny. Like, I was interviewing a medical doctor for the health show, who is a medical doctor for 45 years. But for the last 25 years of his medical practice, also was using homeopathic medicine.
Is that Dr. Malthouse?
Yeah, and I was, so, you know, people watching this, you want to watch this, you want to watch Stephen Malthouse, what he has to say. But what I found interesting is I raised the issue, like, because conceptually the logical part of my mind, like, and I fully believe homeopathic medicine works. And you're going to share another example, but I just had him explain, like, because it's diluted and diluted and diluted. So there's something else going on. But what he said is he said, but I see it work, and I see it work, and I see it work. And one of the questions I asked was, okay, so for the last 25 years of your practice, you're using both the pharmaceutical chemical drugs, and you're using homeopathic remedies. And he's saying, like, my patients get a choice. Like, some people come in and they just want the chemical pharmaceutical drugs. In fact, they have that expectation, right? So, but some are using the homeopathic remedies, and he would see way better results.
I
And there've
believe
just
it.
been conditions that there's no answer for in the, the chemical drug model, but homeopathic medicine has an answer for. So it's just interesting that, you were kind of raising, you yourself, you weren't, how can this work? But you get clear direction, press ahead. And so what did you experience with, you've already shared this constipation, which I assume was a problem for years.
Yeah.
Right? And the medical doctors have no answer for it.
Well, mineral oil, which isn't good.
But it didn't work.
Not great, no.
And then you take a homeopathic remedy and it works.
Yeah.
Solve the problem.
Yeah. So our original homeopath, like not the one that used the pendulum, but the other one, she was really expensive. We had multiple medications and they all had to be given 20 minutes apart. So before Danielle started grade 1, we could do that because she was only at kindergarten for a few hours a day. And then, I had all the rest of the day, and it had to be at least half an hour before meals or an hour after. And then every 20 minutes, I'm giving another set of remedies. And at that point, I decided to read Samuel Hahnemann's book because he was the developer of homeopathy. And he wrote a book called Organon of Medicine. And so I read that, and I learned in that book that he viewed illness, like healing, as like peeling back the layers of an onion. So you start on the outside, the most recent illness or trauma or insult, whatever you're dealing with. And then you deal with that, and then you go down gradually deeper and deeper layers. And the homeopath we were using wasn't doing that. But also when Danielle was going to go to grade 1, we weren't going to be able to like keep on the clock and be administering something every 20 minutes. So I prayed again, like, God, I can't keep doing this. And so if homeopathy really is going to help heal my child, please help us find a new homeopath. And then I was at a lecture, and I ran into someone who I knew from the homeopath I was going to. And I said hi to her at the lecture. And I said, like, your son's going into grade 1. She goes, yeah. And I said, so are you going to still do all these like, how are you going to do the homeopathy? And she goes, I found a new homeopath. I want to tell you about it. So she tells me about this new homeopath, and I contacted her. She was in Ontario. We only worked over the phone and by internet. She never met my kids, so she just went on my reports. And she did use it was Heilkunst homeopathy, and she did use the method where they start with the most recent thing. I had to do a big timeline of every illness, every bump on the head, everything I could think of, and any kind of medications, and she did the timeline. And when we got to the, like, my kids both had chicken pox. And when we got on the timeline to the time when they had chicken pox, we got the remedy for chicken pox. And I gave the kids the remedy for chicken pox, and they each got like one chicken pox on their body. It's been years since they'd had chicken pox, but they each got a chicken pox on their body, and they had a fever overnight. And Danielle actually threw up. So it was like a healing reaction. And then in the morning, the chicken pox was gone. And it was like we were taken to a new level of healing or development, because she looked at me in the eyes for the first time in years.
So this is another step forward. So this specific remedy, which was just to address, a previous sickness and make sure the body was, had fully healed and got through that, actually was a marker. She made eye contact for the first time in years.
Yeah. And that homeopath that I dealt with, when I told her that, she said, one of the things about childhood illnesses is, pediatricians used to say, before we had vaccines to prevent them, that after a child had like chickenpox or what we think of as childhood illnesses, that there would often be a developmental leap after they recovered from that illness. So that was my homeopath's explanation for that, that it helped her to get to that next level that maybe the chickenpox would have. I'm not sure, but honestly, that's when I was at that point, I was really starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
And what was the next thing? It involved a friend at school, right?
Oh yeah. So when Danielle was in kindergarten, because she just couldn't cope with all that stimulation going on, she would find a corner at the back of the room and sit facing the corner and not interact at all. If she was like forced to transition, she might have a temper tantrum. She just didn't engage socially at all. She couldn't make eye contact with the kids. Like, she just didn't interact at all. She didn't even interact with her own toys. There was no imaginative play. So she didn't have any friends. And, when she was at school and having tantrums, the other kids are probably kind of scared. Like, I don't understand that child. I don't want to be near them. So she was pretty socially isolated. And she was in grade 4. So by this time, we've gone through all these homeopathic treatments. We've gone right through time to her birth, which was a pretty traumatic birth. And then the homeopath started working on what she called miasms, which I understand is kind of genetic inheritance to disease and that sort of thing. So we were at that phase. And Danielle had an appointment at the hospital, and she didn't want to go because there was a field trip, and she wanted to go on the field trip. And I said, well, I'll take you right to the field trip after. And she said that her friend was going to be waiting for her. And I'm thinking, well, it's probably one of those really sweet, nice kids that's just nice to Danielle because, she can see that Danielle needs someone to be nice to her. So
You're not thinking it can be a real friendship because for your years, your daughter had been unable to be in a position to have a real friendship.
That's right.
Okay.
So we get to the location where the field trip is at, and we pull up in the parking lot, and there's this little girl standing on the edge of the group, and she keeps looking at the parking lot, and we pull up, and Danielle gets out of the car, and this little girl comes running with her arms outstretched, and she's like, Danielle, you're finally here. I'm so glad. And the two embrace each other, and then they hold hands and they skip off and go and join the crowd.
Boy, that must have just made your heart skip.
There's no words. I was just so full of gratitude. So from there, they were like best friends for a few years. And by the time Danielle was in grade 8, she had a whole circle of friends that, when she was, in grade 1 and 2 and never got invited to birthday parties, never had friends, was all alone in the playground. I prayed for that. And then when it actually happened, I was just so full of gratitude.
No.
Sorry, I'm pretty emotional.
No, don't you dare be sorry about expressing human joy and love. So, like, I know they're tears, but they're tears because your heart's joyful about what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm holding it back too. So you can't not hear a story and feel that way. So it gets better and better, doesn't it? The story.
Oh, well, yeah, it does. So when Danielle first had the assessment at the Children's Hospital, where, they looked at cognitive stuff and social stuff and motor skills, we were told that her motor skills were so delayed, she would never even be able to hold a pen or pencil. Like, just get her on a keyboard and hopefully she can type, and don't even try and get her writing using her hands. And I thought, well, that seems ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. I went out and I bought all kinds of like fancy hole punches and construction paper and staples and glitter, like glue on rhinestones and all kinds of craft materials. And Danielle used to use them all. So getting all like using the fancy scissors and hole punches and staplers and everything, like don't give up on a kid's motor skills. Do things that will engage them, and because the brain is very plastic, and I think sometimes some practitioners don't think that way. So instead of giving up on a child's motor skills, try and find ways to engage them so that they'll develop those motor skills. So the child who, when assessed at the age of 5, was never going to be able to hold a pen or pencil, actually graduated from the Alberta University of the Arts with a fine arts degree with honors, a brilliant artist. So.
And she's living a normal life today.
Yeah. Lives in California. Always said, I hate winter. When I grow up, I'm going to move someplace warm. So living in Hawaii, and is married now.
And working, right? She's a care aide and she's an artist.
A care aide and does art on the side. Yeah.
And when she, had regressed and basically the medical system gave up on her, you must have thought she's going to be disabled her whole life and actually require the resources of care for her whole life.
I did think that, especially because at the age of 5, I was still seeing more regression. Like it wasn't like, okay, we're stable now and we're getting better. Like it was continued regression from, for sure, age 3 to 5, where, it started with some behavioral stuff and then gradually the language and the tantrums. And yeah, I did not think that my child was going to be able to function in the world at times.
Let alone graduate from university with an honors degree.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. But a couple of people had different ideas.
Yeah.
So one of them being God.
I give a lot of glory to God, because when I answered prayers, I just had amazing results. That I would ask a question and I would encounter someone who had the answer or who would point me in the right direction. So for sure, all the natural health products were keys in healing, but it was all divinely guided.
And I actually imagine just the strength for the family to go on.
Yeah.
Well, Christine, I'm certainly appreciating you sharing with us. Do you think it's possible that, Danielle would have been able to get through this? And I appreciate God could just heal, but he chose a specific path for you and your family that involved natural health products and involved homeopathic remedies. Do you think she would be in the same place today without having access to those?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. For sure, the vitamin and mineral supplements, everybody needs that kind of nutrition for their brain to operate properly. And when you have a child who's like super picky, which is so common with kids on the autism spectrum and kids with other neurodevelopmental disorders, any kind of sensory processing disorders as well. Supplements are needed for children who can't get the nutrition from their food. And because Dr. Kaplan, that she's got research showing that the way our modern agricultural farming operates, we're depleting our soils. So the soils don't have the nutrients to fully support the plants to uptake those nutrients and then make the vitamins and the vitamins that we get from the plants, as well as the minerals that they took up from the soil. So our food isn't as nutritious as it used to be either. So just from that perspective, access to multivitamin supplements or individual vitamin supplements and minerals is, I think, crucial, especially like anybody with a mental health issue, depression, anxiety, all kinds of those issues. I think there's good evidence to show that supplements can be helpful for that. So then in addition to that, what happens to a child who's developing brilliantly and then starts regressing? Obviously, there's some kind of an environmental factor, like whether it's the toxins that are just, we're all exposed to toxins in our environment. Pesticides on food, even if you're going organic, like in the US, I don't know if they do it in Canada, but in the US, they can water organic crops with used frack water. So what's in that? Like cesium, like heavy metals, all kinds of stuff. So even people who are trying to avoid environmental toxins are still getting exposed. So we have that going on. And one of the things we did homeopathically was homeopathic chelation. I used to have 13 mercury amalgam fillings in my mouth while I was pregnant. So, I think my children were exposed to mercury in the womb. That can't be helpful. So one of the things we did was homeopathic chelation. And I believe that was also one of the things that really helped recover. And then, however homeopathy works, doing that process with the timeline and all those illnesses and traumas and everything going back to before birth, and then doing what they call the miasms and clearing that out of, my homeopath referred to it as genetic baggage. All of that made a huge difference. And I'll just share one other anecdote. Because things were starting to get better, we were kind of slacking off the homeopathy, even though we hadn't completed all the miasms. So we did one round of miasms, and then the homeopath would go in and do it at a higher potency. And we kind of slacked off. And then Danielle started having this emotional stuff going on, and she would write a suicide note and then go hide in her closet or under her bed. So, I'm seeing this note and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, like hit me like a ton of bricks. And I contacted the homeopath and she said, well, you guys haven't done any of the miasms for a long time. Let me just see where we're at. And she said, oh, you're ready to do this next one. And she said, it's associated with suicide, suicidal ideology, depression, all this stuff. She said, let's continue. So we gave the remedy for what was next on this miasm list. And Danielle had a healing reaction, a high fever and vomiting. And then the next morning she was fine. And we never saw that behavior again. So even like on a spiritual, emotional level, homeopathy, in my opinion, is very healing.
It's interesting because some people, watching this might go, well, that makes no sense at all. That homeopathic remedy might help with really what's an emotional issue. You need to watch the interview of Dr. Stephen Malthouse, medical doctor who also used homeopathic remedies for the last 25 of his 45 years of medical practice. And it involved things like that. And he would see result after result. So it's opening my eyes, Christine, I have to say, actually doing these interviews. I'm just learning so much. And I have to say, it's just been an honor to, interview you beforehand so that, I could make this meaningful on the video, help you along with that. And just hearing the story, I feel changed, and I really appreciate you sharing the story. So I do have a final question I asked everyone, and that's just, you were marching this Charter of Health Freedom petition to Ottawa to try and get a better regulatory environment where our access to things that your daughter used are protected. Do you have a message for Ottawa as we, march across to, deliver these petitions in Ottawa?
I actually do. From my experience, both professionally as a clinical dietitian working for 28 years with children with neurodevelopmental disorders and epilepsy, I absolutely know that children need access to these supplements. Children cannot be safely on a ketogenic diet unless we have supplements, and they have to be affordable because families who are impacted by children with disabilities, often one parent has to stay home to look after the child. So if it was a 2-income family, they're down to 1 income, and they have a lot of expenses looking after a child with disabilities. So if the ketogenic diet can help heal kids, and there's a brilliant story of a young man that I worked with. He was a 3-year-old at the time with a seizure disorder called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which at one time, if you Googled that because you got that diagnosis, it would say a catastrophic epilepsy. And so he went on the ketogenic diet. He was able to get off all of his medications. He stayed on the diet and gradually weaned it. And then he came off the diet. He's on a normal diet. He eats junk food even sometimes, and he does not have any seizures. And, most children with a diagnosis of Lennox-Gastaut are going to have quite profound developmental delays. He's going to university. He's in his 3rd year of university. He's a brilliant kid. So he wouldn't have been able to do that without the ketogenic diet. And my child, without access to the vitamin and mineral supplements, the probiotics, and the homeopathy, I think would not be a functioning member of society. So that would be, and it's societal impacts, like who looks after those people when they become adults? What is the financial impact on society if you have people that have disabilities when they're adults? And personally, what is the cost to that family? What is the cost to that child? Children on the autism spectrum know that they're different. They might have problems communicating, but they know that they're different. They long for social contact. They just don't know how to do it. And so it's like a real heartbreak for families as well. So because I had the resources that I could do the dietary and natural health product treatments, I have a child who recovered from autism. And I'm profoundly grateful for that. But there's no evidence that these natural health products are causing harm to people. There's other products like pharmaceuticals that we accept side effects for, and the government's happy to give access to that, and yet they seem to be cracking down on harmless natural health products that can bring healing where the medical system has no answers. So we need access, and it's a benefit to society, both society at large economically, but to society at the family level as well. That's my message.
Well, Christine, that is an amazing message. Thank you for sharing that. And we, we've alerted MPs to this event, and we're continuing to contact them to be watching, presentations like yours so that they come to understand how important this is. And so thank you on behalf of the Health Show for sharing your story. It's touching and it's changed me. So I thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you and your team for everything you're doing. I really appreciate you spearheading this fight.
Thanks, Christine. Section 14 is codifying a principle in enforcement, because the Charter of Health Freedom gives the Ministry of Wellness some very significant powers and gives courts very significant powers to basically make almost any order necessary to protect us. Well, this has to be reasoned. Remember, I have spoken previously, we need balanced risk analysis. Section 14 codifies that. So a court, in protecting us, is to make the least restrictive order necessary to protect us, and is not to take a treatment away if actually taking a treatment away will be more dangerous and cause more harm than leaving it on the market. Sometimes we should be mitigating risk in other ways. And so Section 14 is a big protection for us, because a court is required to be doing a balanced risk analysis when deciding what is best for us to protect us. Because the goal here is the best health outcomes. And so we don't want to thwart that with going too far in enforcement. And that's what Section 14 is all about. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us today Nick Mancuso. Nick, welcome to the world's greatest health show.
Thank you so much, Sean. Nice to be here.
And Nick, I just want to introduce you because you have quite the background. You're an Italian-Canadian actor, artist, playwright, director. Back in 1981, you won the Genie Award for Best Leading Actor in the drama Ticket to Heaven. You have over 200 film and television credits to your name. You had the leading role in the NBC TV series Stingray. You had a leading role in the Apocalypse film series. A lot of people recognize you from your role in the movie Under Siege, in the movie Rapid Fire. We could go on and on and on, but it's a pleasure to have you. You're an incredibly accomplished actor and artist, and we're pleased to have you here. And you're here to share your health journey. So I'm just going to ask you to start, because it's quite a journey, and I think people are going to be very surprised to hear kind of what you went through. And then at the end, telling us why you went through it. That's even more surprising.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Certainly, this is an important subject for me. It's affected me very, very deeply. My life is totally transformed by my many, many illnesses. I should be dead. In fact, about 8 years ago, I was given less than a month to live. I've gone through this process of recovery and the journey back to health, literally from the doors of death. And so when you invited me to talk about this and the whole nature of the healing process, I wanted to talk about it because I have more or less healed. All my blood tests are now normal. My eyesight is back. I started going blind at one particular point. I have diabetes, Hashimoto disease, circulatory problems. I've had vascular surgery, almost lost my legs, almost lost my toes, my feet, and so forth. Just about everything that you can go through other than cancer, I've gone through. And I've gotten to the other side of it. more or less. I'm not 100% yet. I broke my ankle about a year ago, and it hasn't quite healed yet. With diabetes, it's very, very slow to heal, but it is healing. I have a pacemaker, and my life, I'm 77, and it's basically I'm have come back to life, and I expect to live for a while. And one of the reasons for that, and I think the main thing I want to talk about, is the fact that I have used many forms of holistic systems, not just the allopathic, which I don't put down, but the naturopathic systems, the homeopathic systems, Chinese, Ayurvedic, acupuncture, shiatsu, etc., yoga, tai chi, and food in order to heal. It is possible to come back from the so-called chronic ailments, but people unfortunately don't know that. They're put into the hands of the doctors. They turn everything over to them, and the doctors do the best they can under the circumstances. But the reality is, healing is a holistic, broad-based reality. Every aspect has to be used, including food, including exercise, including fresh air and clean water and toxic-free foods and clean environments. All of these are essential to health. And nowadays, that's very, very difficult. So naturopathic medicine has been very much a part, so-called, of my healing process, as has homeopathy and so forth. And my concern and my interest has been to try to get that message out to people because they can heal, and it is possible to heal. But knowledge is what's important.
So
I'm
Nick,
glad
Nick,
you're doing the show.
can I stop you for a second? So
Sure.
I like your comment, because you're basically trying to give people hope. We're in this show where we're having people like you share their stories.
Yeah.
And their stories have good endings. Like they're, in some cases, people are quite candid. They'd be dead if they hadn't found these remedies. But we're finding, even though the stories are positive, that there's a lot of grief on this end, because we understand, because they explain how hopeless they were before they found answers, and there's so many people out there that they're just stuck in one treatment system, and they don't know. Keep looking, you'll find the answers. And what I like about your story is once people will come to understand by the end of this interview, like, you really went through some health challenges.
Oh, yeah.
And with the help of other treatment modalities, like you mentioned, homeopath medicine, naturopathic medicine, Ayurvedic, with the help of those, you've come through it. And so I just like your point. Like, you're telling people, don't give up hope.
No, don't. Absolutely do not. I mean, I went through my first heart attack. I went through my second heart attack. I went through my third heart attack. I went through open heart surgery. I went through all that, and finally congestive heart failure. At which point it's game over. My ejection fraction was under 12. That's game over. The blood, the body, the heart no longer has the strength to pump the blood through your body, and your legs swell up, and water gets into your abdomen, gets into the lungs, and you basically suffocate to death. I was at that point. I can honestly say it was all reversed through a combination of many, many, many things, including the allopathic systems. For example, I do have a pacemaker, and various other drugs, all of which are very helpful. But compounded with that was the use of many, many forms of naturopathic and allopathic and homeopathic remedies. I mean, what people don't know, for example, is that, for example, with the heart, there was a book by a doctor. Yes, his name is Sinatra, believe it or not, a Dr. Sinatra in the United States, wrote a book called Metabolic Cardiology. One of the things heart patients are never told is the importance of taking CoQ10 or taking D-ribose, L-carnitine, and many other substances that can heal the body in herbal systems as well. like hawthorn and so forth. These things are essential for full healing. Unfortunately, most people are just given the one way. You say you take your beta blockers, you take your ACE inhibitors, and you take your statin drugs. It's not enough just simply to be doing those. They work to a certain extent, but most of these things are basically they're symptomatic in nature. That is to say, they deal with symptoms, and unfortunately, most of them are palliative in the sense that they don't really cure the body. It is possible to cure the body. You know, the founder of modern medicine, Hippocrates, said, "Let food be thy medicine." And he also said, above all, do no harm. You know, doctors are supposed to take an oath at the very beginning, and they swear to do no harm. Well, let's talk about that, because there's a tremendous amount of harm being done. Well, not the least of which is the fact that people are not given the kind of information necessary for their healing, such as the many, many kind of healing substances that are out there in the form of natural remedies, and have been around for a very, very long time. Without getting political on it, but I can't help it. Unfortunately, there's been a war, and there has been a war for a long time against all naturopathic and homeopathic and so-called alternative systems. That's been in place going back to the 1920s and 1930s. You know, when the Rockefeller Foundation basically decided they were going to use just petroleum to make all their drugs, and they literally launched a campaign against homeopathic medicine that had been used for a long time, incredibly effective, and they almost destroyed it 100%, as they have tried to destroy the naturopathic systems as well. That's just a fact. But the main thing is the fact that people don't know this, is that this information can't get to them. They don't understand that hawthorn can help them with their heart, or bilberry with their eyes, or et cetera, et cetera. The dandelion, for example, simple dandelion, which grows in your backyard. Every aspect of that plant can be used to help the body. It's been very effective in many different kinds of illnesses and diseases, even chronic ones. So, you know, the answer, as they say, is out there, but it's a question of trying to get to it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. It's interesting, Nick. We've been interviewing naturopathic doctors, homeopathic doctors, you know, medical doctors who have then also included homeopathic practice in their medical practice. And they can't share their success stories. And we've had manufacturers who, you know, and practitioners that I was excited about inviting onto the show, and they're afraid of getting shut down by Health Canada.
Of
I
course
think that
they are,
Canadians,
because Health Canada, yes. Well, sorry, it's wrong, but the fact of the matter is, you and I both know, Health Canada has literally attacked the naturopathic doctors of Canada and the homeopaths and so forth, and has for a long time. We also know for a fact that Health Canada is a signatory to what is known as the Codex Alimentarius, Canada being part of the consortium, and that has definitely declared war on anything other than the standard pharmaceutical companies that control the system. Basically, that's just a fact. There's a war on, and Health Canada is very actively participated in that, attacked many doctors. You and I both know who they are, and won't bring up names, but we know who they are, who literally have been attacked by SWAT teams for carrying something like wild yam extract. Boy, isn't that dangerous? And total utter insanity. You know, at one particular point, I know they were even trying to ban things like garlic or oregano. Yes, garlic actually does have antiviral properties and is a natural antibiotic, just the way it is. Oregano does the same thing. Oh, so we have to give it a number and give it a licensing, and you won't be able to grow it in your backyard because it's illegal. I mean, this kind of nonsense has literally disintegrated the brain of the health industry. And the politicals have played along with it because they don't know any better. They just don't know. Unless you yourself go through something like this, like I had to, how would you know? Until you get really, really sick, you don't know. And by that particular point, basically, you're too weak to do anything other than take whatever you're told to do, and and you can barely breathe. Like I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. I was finished. And
Meaning you were finished in the mainstream medical system, like you'd be dead.
I was finished. Period. Yeah. Of course I was. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was finished in the mainstream course. It was game over. And in fact, my sister was in the hospital with me about 9 years ago, and I was in the fourth or fifth time I was there, and I collapsed. They wouldn't take me, and finally she got very angry and said, "Can't you see this man is ill?" Anyway, they got me. Went in there. I had kidney failure. I was having kidney failure and so forth. And she privately talked to one of the doctors. What's going on? How long is he going to live? And this was 9 years ago. And they said, well, he won't be seeing his next birthday. Well, guess what? I'm here. That was almost 10 years ago. So, no, you've got to stay awake. You've got to stay attentive. And you've got to understand that there is a solution. But you have to do your own research, your own work. You're on your own, kids. It's not your doctor's fault. Your doctor has got 1 million patients that he's only got 2 minutes with, and of course he's going to prescribe the beta blocker, and here's the ACE inhibitor, and take the statin drug for your cholesterol, and do all those sort of standard stuff. Now you could say, well, listen, doc, for example, I'll give you an example. When I developed diabetes, I went down the diabetic line. So the first thing they do is they put you on glyburide. In those days, I don't know if they do that anymore. And I was very wary of the allopathic stuff because I knew about the quote side effects. If you read at all, you'll understand every one of these drugs. The third killer in emergency is prescription drugs taken as directed.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was very I can do very high blood pressure, sugars. What am I going to do? And finally, my doctor said, well, you're going to have to take metformin, which is not bad, not too bad. That was before I took the metformin. But first, it was that glyburide drug, and I was still working at the time, doing a lot of films, and I was in Russia, in Moscow at that time, shooting a film, and I was taking the glyburides, and I decided to go for it. I was a jogger in those days. I was always doing yoga, jogging, food, trying to keep myself healthy. Very important. Exercise, food, the right food. And not the kind of brainwashed food, but the right food. And all that stuff. Anyway, I didn't know the effect of glyburides. I hadn't had any breakfast. I went for a long, long walk, and thank God I was I was in gym clothes and with a friend of mine who and all of a sudden I start like reeling around, and I can barely stand up, and I'm going, what the fuck? I'm going to pass out, use the language, and the next thing I know, I'm just barely conscious, and I'm going like, I say to the guy, get me a Coke, sugar. My blood sugars had dropped precipitously. When diabetics have sudden blood sugar drops, they start sweating, they start shaking, and all that. They need sugar immediately. That's why it's recommended keep a candy bar with you if you're shooting insulin. But also, if you're taking glyburides, I was not informed that glyburides could do that. Well, they did. And I almost what would normally happen to a diabetic under those circumstances is they pass out, they go into a coma, and have a heart attack and die. In the old days, diabetics would be wandering around, and they'd start, acting like drunks. And in fact, they do act like drunks because inositol, which is alcohol, is produced in the stomach of the diabetic in massive quantities, which is why they have a certain smell. And in the old days, you used to think they were drunks. So they'd be thrown into the drunk tank and they would die. That's why it was diabetics had to carry in the old days a wrist, a bracelet saying you're diabetic. And I was at that point, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. And thank God my neighbor was able to get me a Coca-Cola, which was very expensive in Moscow in those days. And immediately I came back to life. And I went, what the hell's going on? What's going on? So I went back to Toronto and I looked up the doctor and I said, Doc, listen, something's going screwy with this drug. I mean, he says, well, I almost passed out. I said, and you know what? I said, I'm getting these weird stabbing pains and all over my body. I don't know what's going on, like somebody stabbing me with a knife. And he said, well, he looks in his book, a very nice man, well, there's no evidence of any kind of side effect, stabbing pains. And the next day, I had a heart attack. It was my first heart attack. Now, at that particular point, and I almost died. And thank God for that aspect of allopathic medicine, the ambulance and the shocks and the blood thinners and et cetera, the usual drill. And I survived, although my heart was damaged. And I thought, well, what's going on here? So I began to do research, and then bit by bit, I discovered, hey, guess what? Glycerides, type 2 diabetics die at a rate of 500% higher rate than normal insulin-dependent diabetics in general population. I said, well, that's interesting. Well, why are type 2 diabetics on glycerides dying at a rate of 500% higher and insulin-dependent diabetics, et cetera? Now, you go to your doctor and you say, hey, doc, what's causing these heart attacks? And the doctor will say, diabetes. And you go, well, if it's diabetes, then why do insulin-dependent diabetics die at the same rate and don't get heart attacks? Clearly, it's not diabetes. Clearly, it's the glycerides. Now, are they going to admit to that? No. So I started doing the research, discovered University of Miami back in 1978. And yes, my brain does work thanks to products like neurotransmitter support, which I take, which is produced by Dr. Dahl. Just throwing that out there if you're having memory problems. I no longer have memory problems. Because I take things like neurotransmitter support and so forth. Anyway, so the University of Miami had done research, discovered that in fact glycerides prevent oxygen from bonding with the heart muscle. Hey, guess what? What's a heart attack? What causes a heart attack? We don't know. Well, yes, we do. Lack of oxygen to the heart. If your heart doesn't get enough oxygen, it starts to fibrillate. It gasps. It needs more air. That's why you get a heart attack if your arteries are compressed, because the blood carrying oxygen can't get into the heart. So I'm going like, wait a sec. University shows that, but it's still in the market. Yeah, it's still in the market. Still is. What they do over the years is what they'll do is they wait till about 50,000 people die of heart attack, and then they change a molecule or two, and then they re-release it as a brand new drug for the treatment of diabetes. For diabetes.
And then reset for the safety data so they can get another 50,000 deaths.
Of course.
Before,
and Gone, hey, nothing wrong with that, man. It's called profit, right? Got to make money.
Well,
yeah, I can't tell you how disturbing it is to actually have to deal with this. And I'm talking this way because I want people to know there are solutions. It's the only reason. There are solutions. You can heal. It's possible. but you've got to wake up. One of the things certainly you should be taking is, of course, I can't say what and so forth because I could get into trouble.
You won't
This is
get
the
into trouble.
insanity of it.
Hmm.
I mean, this is insane that we live in a society where people cannot have free flow of information and communication about this. Oh, it's anecdotal. Yeah, okay, fine, it's anecdotal. That's my story, and I'll stick to it. That's what happened to me. Through that process, I began to take so-called naturopathic and herbal systems, such things as hawthorn and CoQ10 and G-ribose and yes, occasionally an ACE inhibitor and I take a bit of beta blockers. I those things are me anyway. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is, and exercise and training and the right food. There's so much misunderstanding as to about all this because people are, especially since they started advertising drugs on on TV, which I think is a huge mistake because of course they then get total power and control on the so-called narrative, and you can't get the information. But the fact of the matter is, the healing is out there again. And how insane is it that we live in an age where you can't speak the truth about anything, and you can't really say what's going on. But people have to have courage, and it's important to stand up for this stuff because your life is at stake here. The lives of many, 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 many people is at stake. It's the responsibility of Ottawa and the responsibility of all politicians to educate themselves about this stuff.
Nick, can I just break in for a sec so that people understand what you're talking about when you're saying that they can't talk? So in Canada, just so that the audience understands, is the people that know health stories like Nick's health journey, they can't share that information with you. So people like Nick can tell their own stories, but unless they're given a forum, there's total censorship that of the fact that the natural health community is helping people and keeping people alive. That's what you're talking about, Nick.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. And laws and regulations have been put through, by the way, extending all the way here to Europe, the Codex Alimentarius, et cetera, that makes it almost impossible for information to be communicated. This was pushed through by the lobbyists and by Big Pharma, and that's just a fact. Just the way it is. They do it, of course, under the basis that they're doing it all for you and for your safety and well-being, because you don't want to get the wrong information out there. Yeah, well, if you don't have all the information out there, then you don't have the information you need. The old Socratic statement really rings true here, which is the only difference between me and that man is he thinks he knows, and I neither know nor think that I know. Well, we live in an age where everybody knows, follow the science, follow the experts. Well, if you follow science and really follow it, and I have a scientific background, even though I'm an actor, my interest was science, and I was going to be a research psychologist, and I know what it means when a double-blind study is done, and all that stuff, and what a placebo effect is, and all the things that can twist, shall we say, the truth. If you have a 0.001 correlation, i.e., between two things, right, where one thing causes the other, and there's a probability of 1 in 4 that it does work, you can pass that on as a drug. Meaning, if you have some impact, if I give you a placebo, i.e. milk sugar, and I give you a drug or something, and you see an effect, and it's within a certain limit, within a certain number, you can say, oh, the drug, cures it. Oh, take an aspirin, you've got a headache. Chances are your headache will go away. Aspirin is what? It's willow bark. It's a derivative of willow bark. It was an Indian remedy from the willow tree, the bark of a willow tree, put in water, and you drank the water, and guess what? It had something called acetylsalicylic acid in it. They derive the acetylsalicylic acid. Bang, Bayer aspirin comes into existence. Great, that's wonderful. You've got something to get rid of headaches. Doesn't cure the cause of the headache, but hey, guess what? Works. It takes off. And then Bayer aspirin decides that, we've got some competition with the homeopathic remedies, which also work. You can take things like belladonna, or you can take, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can take. And it's only molecular amounts of the stuff. It's not a drug. Homeopathic medicine is not a drug. You don't need a prescription for it, and it works. So they had a problem with that Bayer aspirin, and they began this huge campaign in Washington, around the world, to get rid of homeopathic medicine, and they pretty well succeeded. Canada had some of the top homeopathic colleges in the world at one time. It was more or less done in, and the United States had a lot. So, there's a battle on out there, kids, and, you're going to have the courage to stand up and fight. And nothing like a good chronic ailment to take you to the doors of death to wake you up. That's what it did to me.
So, Nick, would it be fair to say that you would not be alive at all,
No, it's
but
absolutely
for?
Listen. I mean, look, I'm in Toronto. What was it, 10 years ago, whatever? The doctors are discovering that my legs are going. The vascular problems because of my condition. I may need vascular surgery. Okay, so I go and they wait. Well, take this drug, we'll wait. Okay, take this other drug, we'll wait. And I go, well, okay, fine, all right. So at that time, just by chance, I was trying to make this film. I had this condition, and I was working with this director, and I just had enough to get. He was in Taiwan, and to go to Taiwan to work on it, and I'm feeling really badly, and I get on the plane, and something is really seriously wrong with me, and the stewardesses are starting to look at me strangely, and get to Vancouver, and then fly out to Taiwan, land in Taiwan. I could barely move. Director picks me up. He go off. He leaves me at the hotel. Next thing I know, I'm projectile vomiting. My legs have totally swollen up. They freak out. Get me to emergency. And Dr. Stu, God bless Dr. Stu at the McKay Hospital in Taiwan, wonderful people, shows up and he says to me, "You've got less than 6 hours to live. You're going into septic shock. If we don't operate immediately, you will die." And so I said, "Well, what do you want us to do?" I said, "Operate." And thank God they operated on me for 3 days. They saved my life. I was 6 hours away from death. That time. Then years later, I'm in Toronto and I go through the whole kidney breakdown, et cetera. So yeah, I've been there many times, and I've come back from the dead, and now it's like I've been reborn and totally resurrected. I may even go back to work as an actor, and so it's possible to heal. That's all I can say. But yes, I've been to the doors of death and back.
So how did
you're out there? Yeah.
What did you do to get, so here you're basically talking about a decade ago, you're on death's door and you've got complication after complication. You got vascular problems, and we see you're in Paris, France today walking around. What was it that basically has brought you back to health
Well, like
from
I
being
said,
on death's door?
I had a whole slew of doctors that were not just naturopaths, homeopaths, but also I had a wonderful doctor in Germany, a Dr. Flotzheim, who knew every aspect of medicine, who literally saved my life. It's one of the men that saved my life. And he used many, many supplements and many kinds of homeopathic remedies and many kinds of herbs and all kinds of stuff. Also, Dr. Whitaker at the Whitaker Institute in California, who we use things, all sorts of things I knew nothing about. Hyperbaric chambers, IV chelation therapy, IV drips. I had a Dr. Radulescu in Toronto, Romanian biologists, we used EDTA chelation, which are IV intravenous, where things like vitamin C and many other kinds of supplements are put directly into the bloodstream. And I even went into at one particular point various kinds of electromagnetic systems, because those were the, you know, pulse electromagnetic frequencies. There's energy medicine that is out there now, which is astounding. All these forms of medicine exist, but the problem is you can't get access to them. Either they're too expensive because you know, because this stuff takes money, or unless you know about them, how would you know about them? Well, you wouldn't. So you've got to, as they say, you've really got to open your eyes, go on the internet, look up the information. The information's out there. Now they are starting to work on that as well, so you can't get the right kind of information. But, you know, so shows like yours, Sean, and the reason I'm doing this show is to try to get that information out. You know, many years ago, I did a radio show called Power Health Radio, where I did somewhat like what you're doing, where I interviewed doctors and celebrities and so forth, and people that have gone through and healed using all these systems. So.
Nick, I'm wondering, you had an experience. You started getting sick when you were in your early 20s. Can you share with us?
Yeah, right. The story. Yeah. So what happened was this: I was a young actor in Toronto back in the '60s, and the Canadian theater movement had just started, and we started doing plays. We got money from the government at that time, the LIP grants, and a whole bunch of us started writing plays and putting on shows. But there were no spaces to put on these shows, so we, you know, it was either church basements or abandoned warehouses. And I ended up in this one place that had been an abandoned factory, which became known as Toronto Free Theatre on Berkeley Street. Toronto Free Theatre was an abandoned factory from the 1880s, 1890s. We went in there, put in the seats, the lights. It is now known as Pan Stage. Back in 1970, in the first year of the creation of Pan Stage, now Toronto, then Toronto Free Theatre, I had the great good fortune of working with some brilliant young people, people like Michael Ondaatje, you know, who went on to become one of Canada's top, you know, novelists, winning the Booker Award, and many successful actors like R.H. Thompson and Saul Rubinek, and even Des McAnuff, who went off to direct Jersey Boys on Broadway. These are brilliant people. And at this particular theater that had been started by Martin Kinch and a group of people, they got the theater for a few bucks a year from the city of Toronto. The place had been abandoned. And because of the LIP grants that had been set up and the agenda to create theaters in Canada, we started this thing. We started putting on plays, and everything was going fine, except that during production of Collected Works of Billy the Kid by Michael Ondaatje, I was playing Billy. I started getting really screwed up, and my joints started getting all fucked up. I was 21. And my knees and back and this and that. And the next thing I know, I'm getting headaches, and then pretty soon I'm, you know, I'm starting to get stomach problems, and then hey, guess what? I got colitis, and it's getting worse and worse, and I could barely move. And then during the show, one particular performance, I passed out, and I wasn't able to finish the season. I went to the doctor. The doctor started examining me, and they said, "Gee, we don't know what's going on. Your liver's all over the place, and your blood is doing this." And I said, "Well, what's going on? Am I going to die?" "Well, we don't know what's going on. And we don't know. We don't know. Something's seriously wrong. What's the cause of it? We don't know." So I was very lucky, because I started at that particular point to start looking into medicine, alternative medicine, and I walked into the office of a Dr. McLaren. God rest his soul. He was at that time almost 90. an old homeopathic doctor in Toronto. The moment I walked into his office, he took one look at me and he said, "Do you have diabetes in your family?" And I said, "Yes, my father." He said, "You're pre-diabetic. Sit down." Gave me some homeopathic remedies, and 3 months later, I was more or less okay, normal. That was my beginning into the so-called alternative systems. Then during that period of time, I also discovered acupuncture and shiatsu and so forth and so on. And then I got into healthy food and yoga and all that kind of stuff. But I was never quite the same. I was always something was I started getting progressively. I was sensitive to chemicals of any kind. I couldn't. I got to a point where I couldn't even stay in hotel rooms because my allergies. I had all these allergies. Anyway, it was about 20 years ago that I guess when I first, or 25 years, 20, about 30 years ago, that it's raining. I was doing a show, as I said, in Czechoslovakia, in an old castle, and I got while I was doing the show, I started getting really, really sick. It was really bad flu, couldn't breathe, and this and that, and got sicker and sicker. And I went, went back to LA, and hey, doctor examines me. Hey, you're 100% diabetic. And the next thing I know, I've got Hashimoto disease, and the next thing I know, circulatory problems, et cetera, et cetera. And it was a gradual, non-stop continuation of one thing after another. Thank God I ended up at the Whitaker Institute, Dr. Julian Whitaker in California. All the blood tests were done, and that's where they discovered not just PCPs and dioxins, heavy metals, but hey, guess what? Uranium-235. Yes, bomb grade uranium-235. I was called to the office of Dr. Whitaker, and he said to me, "Do you work in the nuclear industry?" And I said, "No, why?" He said, "We found uranium-235 in your bloodstream, bomb grade. Where in God's name would you get that?" I don't have a clue. He then gave me a protocol. I had to do chelation therapy for almost 3 years, which is an IV drip, where they put in something called EDTA chelation to pull out heavy metals. And then I had to do something called a sweat protocol, where I had to sweat nonstop, 5 hours a day for 60 days with massive doses of niacin and many, many other vitamins, exercise, and bit by bit, the poison in my system began to come out. It took 65 days. And that's what saved my life, because once the poison was out, the beginning of the healing could take place, because as long as you've got toxicity in your system, it's going to be very, very difficult to heal. And you've got to chelate, you've got to clear the toxins. There are many methodologies for that in naturopathic systems that will clear it. Anyway, so that's when it was during that period of time that, by coincidence, I guess God connected the dots. I don't know exactly how it happened, but once that was discovered,
and can you just adjust the camera a little bit, Nick? Yeah, thank you. We're just getting only part of you.
Oh,
Thanks.
okay. Yeah, I've got an umbrella, and I'm holding this umbrella and the camera. Anyway, it's always showbiz, ain't it? There we are. Camera. Anyway, so that I was invited by coincidence during that period of time by the Governor General of Canada to do an anniversary reading, collector works of Billy the Kid, and at the old Toronto Free Theatre, Can State, walked in and discovered a palace. And I said to the Martin Bragg, the artistic director, "Places is a palace. It was a dump when we were here." And he said, "When you guys were here, it was a toxic dump." He then explained to me that the city of Toronto, 4 years after we had left, had closed it down for 4 years, discovered barrels of PCP, dioxins, mercury, all that hidden in underground, and the soil was radioactive. So the papers reported the radioactivity as that it had been a watch factory for a while where they used like a little radium stuff. And then another amazing fortuitous coincidence occurred where I met Professor Van Wyck of Concordia University, who wrote a book called Highway of the Atom, who happened to be the brother of an old girlfriend of mine. And he had written this book about how the atom bomb had actually been created in Canada, and that the uranium had come from Great Slave Lake, British Columbia, in the form of pitchblende, was shipped across the country to Port Hope, Ontario, secret sites in Toronto, where it was secretly, during the Cold War, processed into uranium-235, shipped to Los Alamos and Hiroshima. The very first bomb was Canadian uranium. And there was the mystery. That's what I was exposed to. Now, the group that I was with, there were about 47 of us. There's about, most are dead with an average lifespan of 59 years. I actually started doing a film about this before my collapse, my complete collapse, which was about 8 years ago, when I couldn't move and I was dying. So I stopped doing it, but I wanted to finish it at some particular point and tell this story. And there was the mystery. So that's what happened to us. And you know what? It's still around, the uranium, the radiation in Toronto, in different sites. People don't know about that, but it's still there. If you look at cancer rates as you approach Lake Ontario, you will see an exponential rise. Now, this kind of information, of course, is the kind of information and that governments should be aware of. And I mean, the environmental protection agencies and so forth. Now, why don't people know about this? Well, I mean, what can I tell you? What can I tell you? I mean, I met a couple of guys in Toronto at one particular point. They were telling me they were dumping stuff in the woods. They were doing all kinds of stuff. There was all kinds of corruption involved, and that's the problem. Is that
Well, and now we're publicly spraying glyphosate in the woods.
What's that?
So we're now publicly spraying glyphosate in the woods.
The life is what?
Glyphosate, the herbicide glyphosate. We're spraying that in the
lovely,
woods now.
oh, it's absolutely fair. Oh, yes, lovely, absolutely. Marvelous stuff. You know, the benefits outweigh the risk.
Right.
Don't forget that. Don't forget the benefits outweigh the risk. And don't forget, follow the science. I don't mean to be sarcastic about this, but, you know, having gone through this kind of stuff, I don't give a shit. You know, it's like we're all going to die. And the reality is, if we don't stand up for what is right and what is correct and what is ethical, we got no point being on this planet. The truth just sets you free. And that's what you're trying to do, Sean. And by the way, I admire your work. I followed you for many years.
Well, that's kind, Nick. So I just want to make sure everyone is 100% sure before I move on to the next question. So you basically have heavy metal and radiation poison. The mainstream medical system didn't diagnose it and couldn't treat it. So it was the alternative, or I should say, natural health community that solved your problem.
The holistic systems, that are out there, which the government of Canada has tried to destroy for the last 40 years, or the last 30 years anyway.
No,
I mean, it's consciously tried to destroy it. That Health Canada has done its best to destroy people like Dr. Dahl, people like Anthony Stephan, many other naturopathic doctors throughout the country. That's a known fact. They've gone after them. Health Canada has spent taxpayers' money not dealing with the fact that many of the so-called pharmaceutical drugs are incredibly dangerous, and dealing with that, such as, for example, when the famous Vanessa bill, Terrence Young MP,
Chiang,
whose daughter was given a particular drug for, quote, indigestion, like Rolate, and it killed her. And he began to do investigation into this drug, discovered it had been killing people, and they'd taken off the market, changed a molecule or two, and re-released. And then they passed the Vanessa bill to make sure that Canadians are protected. And then the Vanessa bill itself was actually used against natural remedies. And there's absolutely zero evidence of any side effects from chamomile tea. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absurd. There has to be an awakening in Health Canada. There has to be an awakening, period. And there has to be an awakening. There won't be any change until this awakening does take place. And so I'm hoping that more will be revealed, and that people will start waking up to the fact, and the changes will come about. Maybe in this new era that we're heading towards, if we don't blow ourselves up for the World War III, anyway.
Well, I think we're getting there, Nick. I mean, I think, and that's what this is part of. So I really appreciate you sharing, and we're not done yet, so don't, but it's just the idea is Canadians don't understand that Health Canada is not protecting them and is actually preventing them from, they're preventing them from being shared truthful health information that's vital for them.
Absolutely essential. I mean, I know that, I don't want to name names about people that, I have named some names because there's so much, it's such nonsense that when the Canadian people can actually, really wake up to the fact that this is going on, and that responsibility, and that there has to be accountability, and that people have to wake up, and people have to be held accountable for this. You cannot have a government institution working on behalf, not of the Canadian people, but of the Codex Alimentarius or a corporation or vested interest. You can't have a system like that.
Can I share something with you, Nick? So
yeah.
So you mentioned Tony Stefan. And can you watch your camera so that you stay in the picture?
Yeah.
So I was counsel for Tony Stefan, and in that trial, the True Hope trial, the court found as a fact. So they're charged by Health Canada in an effort to take this product that was saving lives away. And the court found as a fact and acquitted them on the defense of necessity, found as a fact if they had listened to Health Canada, more people would have died. And no one can read that court transcript and not conclude that Health Canada knew before they killed people. And you can't convince me they didn't cause a number of deaths. And you can't read those transcripts and not agree with me. So here we have a court case with evidence under oath clearly showing, and Health Canada documents clearly showing, oh my gosh, don't take this product away or people will die. You have psychiatrists begging for their patients' lives. You have medical doctors begging for their patients' lives. They take the product away, people die. The court concludes people died. Thank goodness you didn't listen to Health Canada defendant. No one in Health Canada is charged with culpable homicide or criminal negligence causing death, Nick. Nobody in Health Canada is held accountable when they cause deaths. And I'm getting excited now.
You're absolutely right. There is no accountability. Just like this recent bonanza that occurred with the COVID. The bonanza clearly shows the unbelievable number of deaths directly caused by the various vaccines. Directly caused. Cause direct. And endless amounts of side effects and so forth. No accountability whatsoever. There's no accountability for the government for having passed regulations forcing them to take a shot that could kill them and certainly damage them. This is all clear. This is all out in the open now. There's no accountability whatsoever, and that's a problem. That's a big problem, because it basically means that whoever they can get away with it, basically. And why shouldn't you get away with it? It's like taking the drug that is killing people, changing a couple of molecules, re-releasing it under a different name and saying, hey, it's a brand new drug. And that drug will then kill another 50,000 people, and they keep doing it. I mean, this is what is happening. So, yes, accountability, responsibility, ethics, period.
Yeah, and I mean, Vioxx came to mind. Like you'll never see a pharmaceutical board member or management or scientist held accountable for having drugs on the market where they know they should be pulled. And, you know, if there's no accountability, then people don't act responsibly. And I think we've lost our moral way, Nick. Like
We've
it's
lost the
almost
moral
like
compass,
we
no
don't,
question about it.
you know,
We've
like
totally lost the moral compass.
I
The
love the
very-
second commandment, because whether you believe in that or not, the
Yes.
principle that we have to live so that we treat others like ourselves. That's
Yes.
how we have a reasonable society. And in the drug world, we're so far from that.
Yeah, there's no accountability of any kind, and the problem, of course, is the whole thing is geared around money, and that's all there is to it. You know the story of the Chinese emperor several thousand years ago. I forget which one it was, the Yellow Emperor or whatever. He passed a law in China that everybody in China had to pay a few cents to their doctors per year. And the moment they got sick, they stopped payment and they had to be treated. Until you take the profit motive out of it, and that's a problem in our system, then basically there is only money in disease. There's no money in health. The more disease, the more money. And that's just the way it works. That's just a fact. So it's geared within the very system itself. You got to take the profit motive out of it. When you have health, you don't need medicine. You know, when you're healthy, you don't need a doctor. Just that simple.
That's an that's an interesting story, because just so people understand what you're saying. So then once you were sick, you're a liability to the doctor until the doctor makes you well.
Well, exactly. I mean, so I know that a lot of doctors become doctors because, they actually do want to help people. Not all. A lot of doctors become doctors because it can be a very, lucrative profession. And there's always work because there's always sickness. So, we have to look at this stuff as human beings. You know what I mean? People have to sit down and think it through and say, how do we develop a system whereby, it is profitable to heal people and not keep them sick or make them sicker? That's really what the issue is.
Yeah, so the whole philosophical foundation is off in how we're doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Nick, I usually close with the question, what's your message to Ottawa? But I want to ask you a question before that.
I have a question to Ottawa is simply wake up, guys. That's all. Just wake up.
Yeah, I guess your message to Ottawa. But what's your message to people watching this? Because, you've been really clear that you have to pay attention and you have to find your own answers. And so what would be your message to people watching this?
Well, my first message is there is hope. It is possible to heal. And my second message is do your own research, do your own work, do your own investigation. Kind of difficult to do when you're sick. You know what I mean? By the time you're sick, you're really not in a position to do your own work, do your own research. So my message is do your own work and research while you're healthy, and realize that it is possible to heal, and that it's very important to keep an open mind, and really stay open to all aspects of it, not just follow the established course. And that, you know, it is possible. There is hope. So that's my message to your audience. I hope I've helped in some way, and that my story has given you some hope. It is possible to come back and to heal. So there you go. My battery, I think, however, on this phone, because I'm outside, has gone dark. I think it's dying.
Okay,
So,
well, we'll end the call. Stay on for a second after I end the recording. But
all right.
Nick, on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show and the NHPPA, I sincerely thank you for sharing. It's just been wonderful. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name's Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have as our next speaker, Dr. Marion Ladderette. Marion, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
And I wanted to start just by having you introduce yourself to those watching. One of the things that I find really super interesting is that you have a history of working, part of your background's with Health Canada. Do you mind just kind of going through the education and professional experience that you have?
Sure. I started my career with medical lab technology and supplemented that with advanced certification in immunohematology, a fancy word for blood banking. I then attained a PhD in immunology at the University of Alberta. And for my postdoctoral experience, I studied at the Cross Cancer Institute in Molecular Carcinogenesis, also in Edmonton. Thereafter, I worked for the government on the experimental farm. And then I was hired by Health Canada actually in response to the Creever report on the interim report on the tainted blood scandal. So I was.
So I'll just interrupt you so that those watching know what you're referring to. So years ago, it was in the news that the blood supply had been tainted with both, if I recall correctly, HIV, and then also it wasn't just that.
It was hepatitis C.
Oh, hepatitis, right. Yeah, and so, in fact, I think the Red Cross, stopped collecting blood for us, and then we got Canadian Blood Services. So you're actually working for Health Canada then, in their biologics department.
Correct.
Working on basically guidelines to assist us having a safe blood supply.
Well, not just guidelines, but I was actually in the blood and tissues division, meaning I was reviewing products that were made from blood.
Right. Hence the term biologics. So, and then where did you move on from there? Because you ended up doing a stint at a place that morphed into the Public Health Agency of Canada.
Yes. So what happened was part of my experience with the Bureau of Biologics was to organize and carry out actually a very famous forum now on xenotransplantation, which is the implantation of pig tissues and organs into humans. And so we brought together all the world experts to Ottawa, and we had that meeting. So as a result of that, I edited the report, and it's actually available online. But as a result of that, I was then hired by the Public Health Agency of Canada, who was called the LCDC at the time. So the Laboratory Centre for Disease Control hired me as a research manager for blood zoonotics. In other words, if there was a xenotransplantation clinical trial, how are we going to monitor any zoonotic agents or virus infections coming from the animals into the human population? How are we going to monitor that? And what are we going to do when we do find that it's unleashed? So there was a lot of pressure on me to devise ways to mitigate the risk in the event that there was a xenozoonosis that started a new pandemic.
And I'm going to try and settle that down to terms people can understand. So tell me if I get it wrong. But basically, they were seriously considering the idea of transplanting pig organs into humans. But the danger is animals have different viruses than humans. And so the danger is then some of these animal viruses could become basically in the human body and able to transmit to other humans. And we could basically create a pandemic with viruses that we haven't had to deal with before. And so you are trying to work on how do we measure that risk and prevent that risk as best as possible. Did I kind of get that in using, smaller words?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. However, a few years into my new position, there was a public consultation, and Canadians emphatically stated that they did not want any xenotransplantation clinical trials in Canada, and so it was actually abandoned. The whole approval process was abandoned in Canada at the time. So there was a moratorium announced.
So why I wanted to go into your background is you're basically a research scientist. You got a PhD in immunology, and you've worked for Health Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada. You're the type of person that understands medical research, and you do medical research, and you're able to analyze things. But you yourself became disabled, and you've got quite a health journey. And do you want to share that with us? And where your background's important is it's not like you didn't understand medical science and what could be available, but you found yourself, literally disabled. Do you want to share your journey with us, your personal journey?
Sure. Yes, it's a bit ironic, my story, because at Health Canada and at the Public Health Agency of Canada, I actually worked as for risk assessment of infectious diseases, viruses, and it turns out that the illness that I got was actually from a biologic that at the time, unfortunately, it wasn't reviewed by the Bureau of Biologics. It was reviewed by the drug group, and they did not consider the importance of infectious disease transmission. So in my case, what happened was I was injected with human chorionic gonadotropin, HCG, which is used to help promote fertility. So I got this injection, and then 4 months later, I suffered a case of hemolytic uremic syndrome, where I was actually bleeding from all parts of the body, and due to 30% of my red blood cells being fragmented, I was having problems breathing. Nevertheless, I did recover in a few days. However, about a week later, I had a mini stroke and lost my reflexes in my left arm. At that point, my doctor sent me, this is in Alberta, sent me for physiotherapy. The reflux didn't come back until about 2.5 months later, which was the day before my appointment with the neurologist. So when I did see the neurologist, he said that he could still see some of the damage that had been done, but that I had had some kind of viral infection, and but it was over, so not to worry about anything. And my reflex came back, and I could use my arm as normal. But later on, it actually took a couple of years. Later on, I was developing insomnia, brain fog, fatigue, post-exercise malaise, etc. And it worsened in 1997. So at that point, I tried to book an appointment with an international chronic fatigue syndrome specialist, Dr. Anil Jain, who actually lived in Ottawa, where I was at the time.
Can I slow you down, Marion? Just because you and I have had an interview before, and I understand this really impacted you personally. So am I right that, like, when you say you couldn't sleep at night, we're talking the whole night you would be completely unable to sleep?
That's right. Like I could never, I mean, I would close my eyes and probably go into alpha waves, but that was about the extent of it. Unfortunately, I didn't have the BioWatches weren't available at the time, but I can tell you at no time did I ever wake up in the morning feeling rested. I felt as groggy and as lack of energy as the night before. So,
and can I just slow you down some more? Because I just want people to really understand. So my understanding is when you went to work, you would actually have to nap on coffee breaks and nap during the lunch break just to be able to stay awake for the workday.
That's correct. And I often, at meetings, I would often hide behind papers as I was yawning, because it's a reflex and I couldn't stop it. So I'd be yawning all day, and I would, I obviously wasn't thinking too clearly either at the time. But overall, my life was a living hell because no matter what I did, I just could not sleep. And I would doze off spontaneously during any kind of event. So, for example, in the middle of supper, my face would hit the plate because I would just fall asleep because I never slept. And this went on for almost 2 years. And
so can I just again slow you down? Because I want people to understand. So you literally would be eating supper. You could be eating supper with somebody else.
Yes.
And you're so tired, you'd like face down into the plate. You'd literally fall asleep. Was it safe for you to drive? Because you told me a story, like basically a pattern you had even to get home from work. And this is going to shock people.
Yes, so it was so bad, this thing about spontaneously falling asleep, that in order to, I don't know how I kept my job, but I did. And aside from sleeping throughout the daytime, for example, for breaks or for lunch or what have you, and sometimes I just couldn't help it. I had to go and take a nap. But every day, after the work day was over, I would go to the room and I would sleep for 20 or try to nap for 20 minutes, so that in order that I could I could stay awake in order to drive home, which was a 30-minute drive. So in other words, I had to nap for 20 minutes. If I didn't nap, there was a risk of me losing consciousness and having an accident. So
I want to slow that down, because I want people to really appreciate where you were, how disabled. So you would have to nap for like 20, 30 minutes before you were safe to, and even then you probably weren't safe, but before you dare getting in your car to drive 30 minutes home, because you'd have no control. You'd just fall asleep. You were so fatigued, like you'd literally lose consciousness.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to say you weren't able to do any personal activities?
Well, yes, absolutely. Fortunately, I had a roommate who was cooking and would make supper, but I couldn't make supper. I didn't have the energy, and I had absolutely no social activities. I used to be very active physically. I couldn't do any sports that I loved, and it was a nightmare. It wasn't a life at all. I couldn't do anything because I knew I would always fall asleep. So even driving anywhere was a huge risk, which I often wouldn't take. Nevertheless, one time I forced myself to go out to dinner with my best friend and to go to a concert after a classical music concert. And in order to do that, I had to take the whole day off of work in order to sleep prior to going out for supper. So I thought I was doing pretty good, except, just even driving was a big challenge for me. So I was quite surprised. I did do a face plant during supper, and my best friend was rather upset with me, but it was all spontaneous. And then when we did get to the concert, and I know my eyes would have been drooping by then, but we were there, and of course I napped all during the whole concert. So after that, I didn't try to force myself to do anything because I knew it was impossible. So I had no life. And I have no idea how I managed to keep working at the time, but I did. I don't know. But anyway, after this incident where I really forced myself to go out and do something and I couldn't do it, I got very depressed. And at that point, I have to say, suicide looked rather attractive to me.
Isn't that so? Your life is just so awful that you start at least thinking that, I understand why people commit suicide, right?
Yes, absolutely. But I am a strong person, and I am a fighter, so I managed to hang on. In the meantime,
sorry, I was just going to ask, what's happening medically? Because I imagine you're reaching out for help from your doctor to try and find a solution to this.
Oh, absolutely. I was referred to one of the world specialists in chronic fatigue syndrome who is in Ottawa. Actually, we had two in Ottawa. And but I had to, in order to see him, I had to go through the sleep lab, which is 2 nights of overnight stay in the sleep lab. Unfortunately, it was brand new and the room was not ventilated. And to stick the electrodes on your head, they would use about 1 inch of glue for each spot, and there were about 6 spots. So there I was trying to get a sleep recording, and I was high on the glue. So, of course, I didn't sleep for 4 hours. So 4 hours into the first cycle, they got on the PA system and said to me, "Mary, you're not sleeping." And I said, "Yes, because I'm high on the glue. My head is spinning around." Anyway, so the next, they do it 2 nights in a row because I guess they know that the glue is upsetting the ability to get a proper scan. So the second night, I was still dizzy from the glue, but nevertheless, the two nights were accomplished, and trust me, the recording would not have been informative whatsoever. But the problem there was they had put the same date on the 2 nights recording, and my doctor was waiting for the 2 nights of recording, not 1 night. And so, so I got delayed by at least 9 months. I was delayed before I got to see the specialist.
Okay, and you're disabled the whole time.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Now, but something happened before you got to see the specialist, right?
Yes. So, of course, being a scientist and loving to experiment, I experimented on myself. I tried many different things that were rumored or were apparently in the literature at the time for treatment of chronic fatigue or insomnia. And so I tried various things, but nothing worked. And then one day I just happened to be somewhere, and a friend of a friend I was talking to at a gathering, I think it was a picnic, and this lady said to me, well, why don't you try St. John's wort? And she wasn't an MD or an ND, but she was convinced it would help me. So I tried it. And the first night that I tried it, which was 600 milligrams of St. John's wort from Jamieson's Labs, which is a Canadian company, I actually had my first night of sleep in 2 years. And I woke up refreshed. And it was just an amazing, wonderful feeling that my dreaded life was over. I knew I could carry on and have a normal life, which I did do.
So what year was that when you came across this St. John's wort?
It would have been fall of 1998. So just before I got to see the specialist.
Okay. So, and can you tell the viewers, what is St. John's wort?
Okay, well, St. John's wort it's a plant, and it flowers a beautiful, I grew some in my backyard for a while. It flowers around St. John's Day, St. John's Day in St. Jean Baptiste on June the 24th of every year. So that's where it got its name.
Okay.
But it's a source of a whole pile of really good polyphenols, which are good for you. So the flavonoids, and in this case with St. John's wort, it has a couple of special ingredients. Hypericum is one, and hyperfluorin is the other. But it does have. So it has a lot of different things that are good for your body.
Right. So when you say you're taking St. John's wort, you're not chewing the plant. It's basically you were buying Jamieson's product, and they would basically extract, whatever's in the plant from the plant. Like it was just, I'm not familiar with their product, but likely they did an alcohol extraction or something.
Sure, and they standardize it based on the level of hypericum in the sample. So while it contains, we'll say, hundreds of ingredients, it's all based on what is the level of hypericum in that sample.
Okay, and I just wanted people to understand when you say, well, I'm taking St. John's wort, that so you're taking a standardized, extract from a single plant. And you were saying the first night you took it, you slept.
Yes, it was a miracle. It was a miracle. I can't express the feelings I got when I woke up the next morning and I was refreshed. It was God gave me my life back.
So you kept taking it, and you basically, your life became normal.
Yes, of course it did, and because I could do sports, I actually, lost weight, got in shape, and what have you. But I have since read that the hypericum or the St. John's wort can actually help one lose weight because it has beneficial effects against diabetes. And I'm not diabetic, but it's
right.
So fortunately, not only did I get my life back, but I was no longer depressed. And St. John's wort happens to be noted for treating mild or moderate depression. I was able to play sports, so all the fatigue went away. I lost weight without dieting. I thought it was because I was doing sports, but it's probably other benefits of St. John's wort. My acne disappeared. I have what's called genetic hypercholesterolemia, which means I have genetic high levels of cholesterol. So my skin is very oily, and I was never able to suntan because of the sun protection from all that oil all over my body. So now I could actually probably maintain my vitamin D levels simply by taking St. John's wort, because now I could suntan. And so there were all these benefits that I didn't even have before for my genetic condition. It never bothered me, my genetic condition, but it just seems to help all around.
Can I just flesh this out? So when you're talking about acne, my understanding is literally you would have on any given day as an adult, like 5 or 6, big pimples on your face. Like it was a chronic problem. It was a daily problem for you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I used a lot of makeup.
Right. Yeah. And so that's even, it's just a self-esteem thing. I'm not ashamed to say I'd feel self-conscious with 5 or 6 big pimples on my face all the time as an adult. So that was like another benefit that just happened to you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to get back to just the main thing allowing you to sleep, because you had described to us literally being disabled, like you couldn't go out at all. You couldn't even make supper. You had to have a nap before you could drive home from work because you'd literally be afraid of losing consciousness. Am I right? All that just went away and you became normal.
Yes, overnight. It wasn't even 24 hours.
Yeah, and you were becoming depressed and suicidal because you had no life. So, but you did go to the sleep expert eventually. You've already cured yourself basically with St. John's wort. What the medical expert had some interesting things to say about what treatments were available medically, and I want you to share that with us.
Sure. So when I went to see Dr. Anil Jain in Ottawa at his clinic, I was so happy to get there because I knew he was the international expert, and he had helped to write the Canadian consensus statement for the definition of chronic fatigue syndrome, MECFS. So I was very excited to see him. But when I got there, after telling him my story and what had happened and clarifying that I had found not a cure, but a treatment that worked day in, day out, 24/7, he told me that I didn't have chronic fatigue syndrome. He told me I had, and I said, well, what do I have? And he said, well, you have chronic fatigue. And I said, oh, I'm so happy that you were able to distinguish the two. What is the difference in treatment? To which he said, there's no difference. And I said, oh, okay, well then what is the treatment for chronic fatigue syndrome or chronic fatigue? And he looked at me straight in the eye and said, there's no treatment.
And this is a Canadian expert who helped actually, establish the definition for these conditions.
That's correct. And then, which disappointed me to no avail, because I knew I had chronic fatigue syndrome. In fact, later on, because I was associated with the Dr. Diaz Matoma, who ran the virology group at the Children's Hospital in Ottawa. So he was a virologist who was actually studying chronic fatigue. And at first he wouldn't believe me either, because I didn't look like I had chronic fatigue because I had been under treatment. So I volunteered to go off the hypericum for over the weekend. And trust me, driving to the hospital on the Monday was a challenge, because I was ready to fall asleep at any moment.
And I'm just going to stop you. You said go off the hypericum. You mean the St. John's wort.
St. John's wort,
You're just citing an active ingredient that.
That's correct, yes.
Right.
So when I went and I did all the studies, all my parameters for the blood tests to confirm the chronic fatigue syndrome, I was right smack on the median of everyone that he had studied. In other words, I was a perfect alignment with what he had established for chronic fatigue syndrome. So in fact, Dr. Anil Jain was wrong. I do have chronic fatigue syndrome, and I still have it to this day.
Yeah. So, but you have a normal life now, and you've had a normal life since you started taking St. John's wort. Now, I actually find this really interesting because we're doing this health show so that, every Canadian can learn that there are other ways to treat ourselves, and that there's real value in natural remedies. And your story is interesting because if I understand it correctly, if you were relying just on the medical system, and literally Canada's sleep expert for chronic fatigue at the time, you were told there is no medical treatment to solve the problem. Did I get that right?
That's correct. And I think that still stands today.
And do you think, like, that was a long time ago? Like you've been well for decades, literally now. Do you think you'd still be alive if you hadn't come across a solution?
I hate to admit it, but I seriously really do not think I would be here today if it hadn't been for me trying St. John's wort.
And that's because you likely would have the depression would have spiraled down and you likely would have committed suicide.
I would think so, because I didn't have any life whatsoever to speak of.
And in the very least, you would be totally disabled.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, this is really interesting. Now, is there anything else on your journey? And then I'm going to, that sticks out. And then I'm going to segue to the question, what would your message be for Ottawa, for, our MPs that we're asking to, let's bring some reason to here and protect our access to these products. Message to Health Canada, we're kind of bunching that into Ottawa. Do you have a message for Ottawa, and is there anything else you'd want to add to your story before we get there?
Well, I think one thing I kind of didn't go into that I missed, and I think it's important to realize, the HCG that started this whole process, it probably transmitted a virus from the preparation. Now, HCG is made from the urine of pregnant ladies. Now, because I worked at Health Canada, of course, I looked into the viral inactivation studies and the screening of the donors for the urine samples that were going into to make this blood product. So when you think about it, urine is just a filtered blood. So all the blood regulations should have applied to this product at the time that I was injected, but it didn't. So as a consequence, and the pool size was extraordinary. It was, I think it was,
and I'm just going to bring you down because we're totally going somewhere else now.
Okay.
Like the regulation of biologics.
Well, what I'm saying is that there may be lots of other people out there who were 38 years old and diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome. Okay, and of course they're mostly females, so I suspect I was not the only person on the planet who ended up with chronic fatigue transmitted through HCG. So that's one message I'd like to give to Health Canada, that they let us down by allowing this product on the market without screening the donors for various viruses, or they didn't even screen the products themselves. So that's one thing. But the other message is the following, especially in my case, because it was a life-threatening condition actually caused by by Health Canada regulated products. This condition was serious enough that, like I said, I don't believe I would be here today if it wasn't for St. John's Wort. So here's my message to Health Canada, and I'm going to read it because I want to make sure it's correct. Health Canada must stop and reverse these regulatory efforts that are an existential threat to the health of Canadians and the viability of Canada. Instead, they must ensure that the natural health products are regulated as foods, and they must enact the Charter of Health Freedoms to guarantee Canadians the right to bodily autonomy, the freedom to make their own health care decisions, and the freedom to publicly discuss our health care choices.
Well, I thank you for sharing that. We ask everyone, and as you know, everyone's free to just say whatever the message is. But one thing that's frustrated me, and it's one of the reasons we're putting on this show, is it's one thing to say let's manage risk, but if we want good health outcomes, we also have to understand people are getting benefits from these products. And Marion, I've really enjoyed you sharing your story because it's interesting. Like, you're super credentialed, and you're in the health field, and you've worked for the regulatory bodies trying to protect people. And you're basically only alive, and you're not disabled because of a natural health product. And if we're going to regulate them properly, we also have to take into account the benefits that people are receiving. Like, let's not look at the risk of St. John's Wort, which is absolutely minimal. So thank you for sharing with us on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show. I sincerely thank you for sharing your story with us.
My pleasure.
You can't give your kids Good evening. Welcome to the Health Charter Tour and the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association. For those of you watching online, the audience here has just started clapping. And I have to say, so this is our second, live event as we do this tour. And we were in Victoria on October 4th. That was our first one. We thought, well, we better start in Victoria if we're starting on the West Coast. And it was a similar experience. There's something about people getting together in person and having an experience, it all being live, gaffes and all. And there's something about this experience that we're having. I want to share with you about the Health Charter. I want to share with you about this tour, what we're trying to accomplish. But so basically the Natural Health Product Protection Association, we formed in 2008 with a single purpose at that time, to protect our access to natural remedies. And for those of you who have not been watching the online health show, so we are for 4 days a week broadcasting online all day. We start at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we do an opening. I do an opening. This morning I spoke about our drug model, and it will shock you. Like, we're going to be sharing things with you that you'll think you're in the Twilight Zone. You think, what? Like, what? Did he just say, like, is this true? It will absolutely shake your confidence in the drug model that we have. So for example, we define everything as a drug. So by design, Parliament has made everything a drug. If I said to this gentleman here, you look dehydrated, can you drink some water? I've made water a drug. So anything used to prevent illness or to treat illness or health condition is a drug. Even water is a drug. So what this means is our vital nutrients are a drug. And then the next thing that Parliament did in its wisdom to protect us was it made all drugs illegal by requiring a license to sell a drug. So in Canada, everything's a drug. Anything that you're going to take for a therapeutic purpose is a drug, and all drugs are illegal. So you can't give your kids water if they're dehydrated. You can't do anything legally unless Health Canada's granted you a license. You have to have Health Canada's permission. Now, isn't that interesting from a legal philosophical perspective, that everything's a drug? It used to be just the chemicals, the synthetic chemicals were drugs, but not anything natural, not things in our food supply, not vital nutrients. And it was in the 40s that they changed the definition to make it so broad. And then they later on made all drugs illegal. So we are basically like farm animals. The government gets to decide what we can use to prevent illness or to treat illness. And then the next thing that the government did, well, now that we have to get their approval, for serious health conditions, let's just stop there, but for anything but the most minor of health conditions, it is so expensive to get approval. It is so expensive to get approval. For a serious health condition, a complicated application, the fee to Health Canada alone is $250,000. I had a drug approval expert under oath on the stand about 12 years ago, and I said, well, what does it cost to get through the new drug approval process? Without blinking, he said $1 billion. Now, on a simple application, you can do it for several $100 million, but it's so expensive that the reality is the only drugs that have been approved, except for one, which is made from horse urine, had a patent. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So the drugs that are approved to treat conditions are all chemical drugs that had a patent. And do you think that's by mistake for an instant? And so then the federal government takes all this money from the provinces and says, well, I'll give it back to you, but you have to spend it according to the Canada Health Act. And now we have government-funded health care, which, let's not criticize that in Canada. You'll get drawn and quartered. But shouldn't we ask the question, isn't it interesting that and I know there are exceptions, but by and large, the only treatments that you're going to be offered when you enter the government-funded healthcare system are chemical drugs. Do you think that's a mistake? No, this is all absolutely by design. And then we're in this situation, and this is why we can change this, because it's just so ridiculous it has to change. So the government has control over our food supply. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada, they have control over our food supply. They have all these requirements. And they allow things into our food supply. You see, we've all trust them to make sure our food's safe. But everyone in this room and everyone watching, you have a toxic load. If you were analyzed, they would find chemical after chemical after chemical after chemical that we know as a fact are toxic to you. And you're suffering because of it. It's like you have a knapsack on your back with a heavy weight, and you don't even know that you should be feeling completely different. We all have this toxic load. Well, how is it that we've allowed the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada to allow all these chemicals that are dangerous into our food supply? And do you think this is by mistake? And then, and this will shock many of you, do you know that the human body needs vital nutrition to be healthy? Who knew? Like, who knew? And you know, the United States Department of Agriculture, they've been measuring this for like 100 years. They measure how much nutrients are in our fruits and our vegetables and our grains and the like, and it's been going down and down and down and down and down. So like long ago, you could actually get the nutrients that you needed to be healthy from your food. You can't now. For most of us, even if you're trying to eat healthy, you cannot get the nutrients that you need to be healthy in our food. This is by design. Why isn't Health Canada requiring our foods to have the nutrients that it had in it before, which would require a whole different type of fertilizing? But they could say, you can't sell a carrot unless it's got this, 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 and this. You can't sell a potato unless it has this, 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 and this. And then we would have to be having healthy soil that has all of these things. We can do it, but we're choosing not to do it. And in fact, we're using things like glyphosate so extensively, and that actually takes the minerals out of the plants. That's how it kills plants. And Health Canada, everyone in this room, if we got tested, every single person in this room, if we got tested, even if you're eating organic, you have glyphosate in you, which is leaching vital minerals from your body and destroying your gut flora. So we're in this place now where our health outcomes, we're all getting sicker. I believe that actually chronic illness in children now is about 20%. That's unheard of, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse. So what are we doing? And here we are, Health Canada's in the process of trying to take away our vitamins and minerals. They've already made them so costly with unnecessary regulations that low-income Canadians can't afford them. So it means that there's a group of disadvantaged Canadians that can't be healthy. And this has to end. It's literally become intolerable. So the Health Charter Tour, we drafted years ago a piece of legislation called the Health Charter. And its purpose was to end this madness, basically ensure that the government we don't have to fight the government to get our vital nutrients. So what the Health Charter does is it takes the health rights that courts say we already have, and it says, here they are. And it lists them, and it says, government, we have these rights, you have to respect our health rights, and your legislation has to bend to these health rights, and your decisions have to bend to these health rights. You don't have a right unless the government has to adhere to it. Well, that's pretty unobjectionable, isn't it? There's not a single right in there that the government can come back and say, oh no, you've created something new. So surely it shouldn't be an objection to anyone in Parliament to just pass a law saying we have rights that the courts say we already have. Why do you have to pay a lawyer 10 grand to research the case law and present cases to the judge for like a day and a half while the Department of Justice machine is arguing against you? The court will agree you have these rights, but why do we have to go through that? And it creates some presumptions. Now, these are new. So it creates the presumption that the best source of information as to whether a treatment works for a person is, surprise, surprise, the person. Because what happens is, if you tried all the chemical drugs, which are the only legal drugs, right? Because they're the only ones Health Canada approves to treat anything serious. So if you've tried all of the synthetic chemicals and they don't work, and then you're trying something else, something natural, and it is working, well, it's illegal. It's because they don't approve natural. You can't get approved for a natural product. You don't have a patent. And there have been cases where Health Canada then has they've taken away natural treatments that people relied on for their life. I don't have time tonight to talk about the True Hope file, but Health Canada killed a whole bunch of people by restricting access to a vitamin mineral supplement, and the court acquitted them, saying it was legally necessary, or more people would have died, like it was legally necessary for you to keep trying to sell the product. So, but when you go to court saying, I actually need this product for my life, this, these little regulations need to yield, you've got to give me this product, the Department of Justice machine, because they'll never concede, they'll never give you access to the product unless a court requires them. So this Department of Justice machine that we pay for kicks into gear, and they'll have like a number of experts who will then say, well, no, actually, there's these approved treatments for your condition. Here's the research, they work. The treatment that you say works doesn't work, it's not proven, it's snake oil, and you can lose in court. Even if you have the resources to fight the experts, because most of us would run out of cash at this point. We don't have the resources to go against the Department of Justice machine. It's a very small minority, but you can actually lose. Well, that's nonsense. Let's just put in there common sense presumptions, like the best source of information of whether treatment works for a person is a person. And then it creates a new ministry with the obligation to actually protect and promote our access to vital nutrients. It's funny that that's necessary, but it's necessary because Health Canada, it's been a battle. I've been at this for 30 years as a lawyer. It's a battle. We actually have to fight regularly, like we are now with the self-care framework. We have to fight regularly just to protect our access to nutrients that we need to be healthy and stay alive. Let's end this with a piece of legislation. And that's what the Charter of Health Freedom is. Now, to try and get Parliament to pass this law, we started a paper petition. And we now have 150,000 signatures on a paper petition, which makes us the third largest paper petition in Canadian history. What a story, eh? So that's pretty cool. So we are marching that across Canada. So Victoria was our first, this is our second. Thank you, Vancouver, for having us. And it's to create awareness. And so we're going to keep going across Canada all the way to Ottawa. We're going to have a group start in Charlottetown in about 10 days and drive to Ottawa, a group start in Quebec City and drive to Ottawa, and a group in Whitehorse who, they wimped out. They said, we're not driving to Ottawa. So, well, they can't in the time. So they get to fly, that group. But, and so on October 25th, 1 o'clock, Parliament Hill, I expect to see everyone here. I'm photographic memory, we know your address. So, no, but if you can, come. This is a historic event. We're going to be presenting our petition to MP Blaine Culkins, and then he will give it to the Clerk of Petitions, and, it will get entered into Parliament. But we want people there to send a message that Canadians are demanding that we have to have access to vital nutrients, and we're tired of fighting about this. This is nonsense. We're not going to tolerate this. And we have to start having an honest dialogue about health policy. Our health policies and law have to respond to one thing, and that is to get the best health outcomes. That's it. This is simple. This is simple. The government has no right restricting our nutrition, and our policies have to be directed towards good health outcomes. And so you guys start watching the online health show, especially the openings at 7 o'clock Pacific, and it will start, I promise you, there will be things that you know that can't be true. And of course, it is true because we just live in that type of world. Now, we're going to do something really, well, it's outrageous really because of the censorship that we have in Canada. We're going to have some ordinary Canadians, I should say extraordinary Canadians, come up and share their stories. Now, you have to know that we have censorship of almost all health information in Canada. So remember, all drugs are illegal, and you have to get Health Canada's permission in the form of a license. And so once Health Canada grants a license, so let's say a company applies to get an antidepressant approved, well, and it gets approved, well, it's approved as an antidepressant. So all they can say is it's an antidepressant. It's actually illegal for them to share anything else with you. And just to give you an idea of how outrageous this is, I'm in a Health Canada court case. It's a federal court case. And Health Canada has brought in this big expert who's a psychiatrist that runs a company that gets psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. And under oath, this psychiatrist starts complaining to me, and anyone can get the transcript and read it. He starts complaining how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved by Health Canada. And he says, Health Canada needs, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug, which we pretend means the drug works. Now, he didn't say that, but it's true. We pretend that means that the drug works in a clinical trial, that it will be short-term with an extremely healthy population and will be measuring symptom reduction. So an antidepressant gets approved because it, for a short period of time in a healthy population, apparently reduces symptoms. So we pretend that means the drug works. But what he says to me under oath is, well, I run 8 double-blind clinical trials right out of the gate. I got to give Health Canada 2 that show the drug works. I run 8 to get those 2. Now, but we're talking about censorship. Now, some of those trials could be inconclusive. Some of them could show that the sugar pill works better than the drug. Some of them could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals are too bad. They don't want to give it to Health Canada. He doesn't have to tell Health, he doesn't give those other 6 to Health Canada. But here's the shocking part, if that's not shocking enough. It's illegal. It is illegal for the drug company to share those 6 failed clinical trials with you. All they can say is it's antidepressant. They can't share the positive trials with you. Now, the researchers can publish whatever research they want. And researchers do publish. For some unknown reason, they tend to publish, when they're paid by the pharmaceutical companies, they tend to publish the research that shows the drug works. I don't know why, but But do you understand it's illegal for the pharmaceutical company to share with you the failed clinical trials? Let's say they're getting report after report of death or injury, it's illegal for them to share that with you. Now, you're a parent and they want to put your child on an antidepressant. Do you think you would make better health decisions if the law was that if you're providing a treatment, you have to provide all information you have, the good, the bad, and the ugly? So this is what we're talking about. And when treatments work for people, like natural remedies, we're on this health show having story after story after story with Canadians telling you that they're only alive or they're only healthy because of natural health products. Well, it's illegal for the people that know, the practitioners and the companies, to share that with you. Just like the chemical drug company can't share with you the failed research or the danger signals. In the natural health community, we don't have the danger signals, but we've got lots of positive stories. It's illegal for those to be shared. And that's why we're having the online health show, because we're not selling anything. We're not in the industry. So we can have people come and share their stories. So Maria, can I have you come up and share your story? So please welcome for me Maria Epano.
seat, Maria. So Maria, I'd like to welcome you to the Health Show.
Thank you.
And you have to hold the mic to your mouth.
Thank you.
So we have good sound. Now, Maria, can you share with us,
Yes.
You basically had a career for like 40 years, I think it was.
Yeah, my story started about my health about 30 years ago when at that time my health was really very, very bad. I was really ill, feeling many symptoms that it was very hard to keep going for anything. So I was having terrible fatigue and no energy, insomnia, problems with digestion, palpitations, hard to breathe sometimes, and skin problems and brain problems because I couldn't concentrate. It was very hard to think. My memory was gone. Sometimes I was not able to remember just very basic things.
Maria, how old were you when this was happening? What was your age when this started?
I was 30 years ago. Now I'm 87, so I was 57 at that time. Yes.
So you're basically becoming disabled at age 57.
Practically, yes. Yes.
Now, something happened at work. You actually passed out. Can you share about that?
Yes, sure. One day I was at work and then I felt like I was going. I just lost my consciousness. And one of my co-workers saw me going back. He held me from the back and just let me down. And then I recuperate quite easily and quick because my blood went back to my head, my brain again. And so I was relaxing for a while. And then I just was okay after that. So I recuperate my consciousness. That was okay. But after that experience, I thought, but something really wrong is with me. I'm feeling completely ill, and now even lose my consciousness. Then I was talking with one of my friends.
And I'm just going to slow you down. Emotionally, what was the experience
like?
Oh,
emotionally, very sensitive, yes. Very, because I was feeling like everything was like a drama in my life at that moment. Even minimal things were affecting me in in all aspects of my life. So
now you had been going to medical doctors, right, to try and figure out what was going on. Can you share us about that journey with the medical doctors?
Sure. Then, of course, because I was going to many medical doctors for quite a long time. When I feeling that way, I was going from one doctor to other doctor, and none of them, they were telling me something like they found something. They were saying to me, you are healthy. You are no problem with your health. They were showing me the results of my blood and urine test, and they were saying, look, this is completely normal. At one time I told one of the doctors, you see it normal, but I'm dying. I tell you the truth. You don't see that I'm telling all these symptoms that I have. Maybe he didn't believe me, or he thought maybe that I was just crazy or something. But so that was the way I was treated by the medical doctors. The thing that I realized after a few years, they couldn't see my problem because the way, because the way they couldn't see it because they didn't know how to look for my problem. First of all, they didn't have an idea what was my problem. They didn't know how to look for it. But I knew it after when I went to see a naturopathic doctor that my friend recommended me. She said, "Do you want to see a naturopathic doctor?" And I said, "Yes, please." And she said, "I know one that is very good in North Vancouver, Dr. John Madsen." And then I went to see that naturopathic doctor. And in the first visit, it was completely different way of looking at my problem. So he gave me a big form with many, many questions. One of the questions was, "What is your occupation?" And I put my occupation for many, many years is in dentistry. And many other questions I responded. Also, he took a little bit of blood from my finger and did a live blood analysis. And then he started asking me in-person questions. And he said to me, "Just tell me all your complaints." And I numbered one by one all my complaints. And he said, "I think I know what your problem is. You have mercury in your body, and you have mercury intoxication." Quite sure, but we are going to send it for a test. So the test that he recommends was, it's called it's a challenge test, urine test with the agent, chelation agent, and he told me, "Just make an appointment, we're going to do it." I went in, he put a chelation agent in my venous, so an intravenous, and he said, "Okay, just now collect your urine for 24 hours, come back tomorrow, and then we are going to send the sample to a special lab."
Can I just slow you down, Maria, just so people understand? So a regular blood test doesn't really show whether you have mercury in your system.
Exactly.
So you have to put an agent that causes it to leave your organs into your urine.
Yes. That's why the medical doctors, that's why I say they didn't know how to do it. So they were doing the standard analysis for blood and urine, and they didn't see anything. But the way the naturopathic doctor did it with the chelation agent, because the chelation agent binds with the mercury, and then it goes just eliminated through the urine. That's why they could see it.
And what did your test show?
And the graphic that he showed me was the mercury was so high, and also I have lead and arsenic too. And I said, "No wonder you were feeling the way you were feeling. You are feeling."
So just to back up, so you're working in dentistry,
Yes.
and at that time they're using mercury, lead amalgam fillings.
Yes, not only in the amalgam fillings, because the mercury is what affects the mercury is not the metal itself, it's just the vapors, because the mercury emanates some fumes, kind of fumes or vapors that we don't see, we don't smell it, we don't really realize that is present. But I work in dentistry for 42 years. So many years, and also manipulating, we create a little bit more vapors. And so that's why I was just intoxicated. And the mercury, doesn't really go into your bloodstream, because if you get mercury in your bloodstream, you just die immediately. The mercury vapors, they go directly into your organs, and it stays there. And it goes, that's why it went to my brain and my liver and my heart. I was seeing a cardiologist for quite a few years because of my palpitation and short of breath and feeling very bad and about that. And that's why.
You're no longer seeing a cardiologist 30 years later.
Cardiologist for many years.
Right, but you're no longer having
No longer, no.
And you haven't had a bypass or anything like that.
Not
So
anymore.
you solved your problem. Can you share with the audience
Exactly.
how did you get rid of this heavy metal poisoning?
Oh, that was a long way. Then Dr. Madsen did all the plan, what to do, what you're going to do from now on. And he gave me a chelation, oral chelation, and recommended me many other therapies. And he told me from the beginning, we are going to go very slow, because if not, maybe you're going to feel too bad if we go too fast. So we are going to take the time to go slow, to detoxify your body slowly, because from every organ has to just be elimination. So he recommended me a diet, special diet, saunas, different kind of sauna, hydrotherapy, and yes, and also send me for special exercises. And he said, he wrote it down, what kind of exercises I have to do. And you say, you go with this to a personal trainer and do these exercises. So I was doing everything he recommended me to do. And also I included prayer, meditation, and really just put myself in his hands and in God's hands. So. And
then slowly, ever so slowly, you got better.
Sorry.
Slowly and slowly, you got better.
Slowly, I started to feel better, very slowly better. So that took me 10 years of treatment until finally. Another thing that Dr. Madsen gave me, homeopathic medicine, and it also helped me a lot. And slowly, until after 10 years, I was feeling quite normal. So that was a big difference since I started. And he told me just, you know how to take care of yourself, just keep going that way. And that's the way I kept doing, with my life, with good habits of good health, and it was good. Once in a while was for some consultations, but it was good.
Okay. Now, you told us you stopped seeing your cardiologist, but about 10 years ago, something else happened, which is related to mercury poisoning.
Exactly.
Can you share with us what happened there?
Yeah. 10 years ago, one day going to the allopathic doctor, he found out that I have a low kidney function. And I said to myself, this is very serious. And I asked him, what can I do for this problem? And he said, no, you don't have to do anything. Every year is going to get worse, until you go to just for the
dialysis.
The dialysis, and which is the normal thing that you can go when you get that disease. And I said, oh no, I'm sorry, I don't accept that. So please tell me, what can I do? Even send me to a dietitian, something. I know that for the kidneys you cannot use drugs, because it really is much worse if you use drugs for the kidneys. But So after I insisted many times, he sent me to a renal clinic. But in the meantime, I just went to the internet and started doing my for myself diets, and I bought books and I followed the diet and other recommendations that the book were giving me. So I started the treatment by myself, and then finally I saw a nephrologist, and then since then on, I went to a renal clinic where they, every 4 months, they send me for blood and urine test, and a nurse and a dietitian phone me once in a while to check how I am doing. But what happened lately is something very, very important for this course of health changing. So after I started my diet and I was followed by the clinic, I went to the traditional Chinese doctor. She gave me a herbal formula that I have to boil and boil for many hours and do it every day, take that tea. And I did that for almost 10 years until in last May, one of the tests that came back from the clinic were showing that my kidneys, they were low, quite low, functionless. And then I went back to that Chinese doctor, and she said, okay, I'm going to give you a stronger formula. So she gave me a stronger formula from May to September last month. I was taking that strong formula, and my diet, I restricted even more my diet and other things, and that I was concentrating in the treatment more like specifically. And then this last September, when the results came back, at this point, it's hard to believe, but my kidneys are working better than ever, even before I was diagnosed, and it's practically normal.
So I just want to understand what you're saying. So you had said allopathic doctor, but you meant medical doctor, was basically sharing, well, there's nothing we can do. It's going to get worse and worse and worse, and eventually you're going to need dialysis to stay alive. But you were able to find, through seeing this Chinese medical doctor and by researching what diet you should be on, basically your kidneys are now better than ever.
Better than ever. They consider normal for my age at this point. So.
Wow. Okay. So Maria, clearly you think it's important that people like you continue to be able to have access to naturopathic doctors and traditional Chinese practitioners. What do you, or I should say traditional Chinese doctors. Do you know why I say practitioner? It's just that they always correct me, the traditional Chinese, because they get into trouble if they use the word doctor. But they are doctors, and you watch them on the health show, they have as much training or more training than the medical doctors. So I'm getting in the habit of calling them what they should be called, doctors. Yeah. But what do you think would happen if they lost the ability to treat us, if they could no longer use these herbs?
Oh yeah, can you imagine in my case, it's very hard to think that I was going to go to dialysis. I don't know, but it's really, as I told you at one point, I put my health in God's hands. Maybe that's because I didn't need the dialysis and all the contrary and much better. But if I didn't have that opportunity to go to that doctor, I couldn't be in the condition that I am now also.
Now, one thing that I'm learning, because for the health show I'm having to interview naturopathic doctors and homeopathic doctors and the like, and they're sharing with me that they look at the whole person, and part of that is spiritual, because we are spiritual also. How was that important for you?
Very important.
The spiritual end.
Very important. The spiritual part of my journey was very important. I remember when I was feeling so bad, just every morning when I was getting up, sitting at my bedside, I was thinking, I don't know how I'm going to work today. It's almost impossible. And I was saying, Jesus, please come with me. And I had the faith, and I kept going, even though I wasn't feeling well at all. And in my prayers always just, and meditations also, I was just hoping that one day I was better, that I have the strength to keep going and take care of myself, and always under the sight of God.
So you were praying that God would bring healing into your life.
Yes.
Did he answer that prayer?
I was praying, and
Did he answer your prayer?
oh yes, always, and everything in always. I have not only for these health problems, but in all the aspects of my life. I am sure always when I pray that I get the answer, always, because he always listened to my prayers. And yeah.
Okay, Maria, it's just been a pleasure. I think everyone can agree it's been a pleasure to get to know Maria, and it's been a pleasure to hear her story. So Maria, thank you for coming and sharing with us.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jim. Jim, do you want to come up and share with us? Jim, welcome to the health show. This is Jim Irvin. So,
yeah. Well, it's a little difficult for me to tell my story without getting a little sidetracked onto other issues, such as being banned from my local drop-in clinic.
Well, okay, let's back up though, because we haven't gotten to your journey yet. Can you share with us? You were actually basically at basically it was kind of like a car show, right?
Our annual automotive swap meet.
Yeah, and you were out in the rain, and you basically got caught a cold.
Yes, as a volunteer, I learned the truth of the words "never volunteer."
Now, those, except for the Natural Health Product Protection Association. So, so you're out there, and you basically, it's raining, it's cold, you didn't prepare for that, and you get that deep chill, right?
And I wasn't even given an umbrella out there. And I got pretty darn soaked. And I knew I was getting a bad cold even before I left there. And despite my efforts to cure myself, I didn't realize it. I was getting pneumonia, and that, before I knew it, I found that it can lead to straight to your heart and give you something called atrial fibrillation, shortness of breath, especially first thing in the morning when I would wake up. I was so short of breath and couldn't.
Can I just, so atrial fibrillation, that's where you get water around your heart, right?
Yes,
so
because
it's tough for your heart to beat.
Yes. So, of course, I started going to the drop-in clinic first to get some medication, and as soon as I criticized them for their method of requiring you to have a computer to make an appointment, then I was banned from that clinic.
Okay, but let's just slow that down for a second. So you did you have a computer at home?
Yes, I did.
But it was difficult to make the appointment. So.
Even with doing it online, there's still no guarantee, I found, that you'd get an appointment. And still long waits to see a doctor, which I complained about also. I'm still banned from that local clinic.
So they you couldn't just show up and book an appointment down the road?
No.
Okay.
Nobody can.
This atrial fibrillation, this water around the heart, you were sharing that you'd have trouble breathing in the morning?
Yes.
Did it affect you in other ways, like you were able to walk, were you able to do normal things?
No, like I said, my God, I couldn't even walk a block. I remember one time a friend of mine dropped me off from a visit to another drop-in clinic further away I went to, and but when he drove me there, but he couldn't drive me home. And my God, after I got off the bus and started walking home, I had to stop about halfway and wait, I don't know how long, till I could catch my breath before I could make it home.
I imagine that was very scary.
Yes, almost like climbing a mountain. I sure never would have made it here tonight if I'd been like that, I'll tell you.
And you ended up in the Burnaby Hospital. Can you share with us about that?
Yes. I think I was referred there twice. First from the one clinic and then from the second clinic. I thought I wasn't breathing properly, but no, I felt ignored at that hospital. The guy next to me was sent to have a stent, I believe they call it, put in his heart. And the doctors didn't say anything to me about what was going on. And finally, I got so sick of that place, I got up and signed myself out and took a taxi over to Vancouver General. Tried it there for a while, which is, I can safely say you're much better served at Vancouver General.
Did they, were they able to solve the problem? You have this atrial fibrillation.
No, they were following the same routine of just drain the water off, and then you'll feel better for a while. But that's only a temporary solution. As well as I had a pill prescription I was taking. I'm not sure just what that is or what that was I was taking right now. But I started doing some of my own research.
Let's not rush this. So Burnaby Hospital, they're draining the fluid, but that only gives you temporary relief.
Yes.
Vancouver General Hospital, they're draining the fluid, but that only gives you temporary relief.
Yeah.
My understanding is something happened. You went to St. Paul's Hospital. Can you share with us that story?
Yes. I think I just read the ratings of. I found a site where all the hospitals are rated, for patient satisfaction, and I found St. Paul's came out on top. So I thought next time I have an attack like this, I should try St. Paul's. And I had this friend who would come by often and take me out for coffee and dinner. And then one time when he took me out to an A&W, I could not finish my burger, and I knew something was wrong because one thing I've always had is an appetite. So I got him to drive me to St. Paul's. And so I guess I owe him something for that one. But as soon as I got in there, I must have blacked out or something, because next thing I knew, when I woke up, I was strapped to a gurney with a breathing tube in my nose, and that other urination tube, whatever they call it, up your penis. Oh my God.
Catheter, I think.
Ah, yes. And very sore ribs, let me tell you, because they had to perform artificial respiration.
The CPR, right? Yeah.
So I owe another big vote of thanks to the paramedics who did that. But I sure had some sore ribs for the next 3 weeks I was in there.
And are they doing the same thing? Are they draining the fluid and giving you temporary relief?
I'm not sure now. I believe they must have been doing some of that. But my condition was improving, at least enough to let me go after 3 weeks there. And just a few days after I got out of there, I remember the COVID situation hit. This was February of 2020. But somewhere along the line, I had discovered CoQ10. And whether or not any medical doctor would say, oh, you would have recovered without it, of course, I can't say that for sure, but I do believe it really helped me a lot. And finally, I was sent to this nurse practitioner for a follow-up visit, And I thought she was going to ask me how I was feeling now. But instead, she was telling me that I'd better get my affairs in order because she knew all about these conditions and how long I would have on this earth. But all I can say now is I believe she was wrong.
So, so Jim, you learn about CoQ10, you start taking CoQ10.
Yes.
You start getting better, and you actually never have to go back to the hospital and get the fluid drained after that.
That's right,
And
but only after taking the full strength CoQ10. I believe that's 40 milligrams. It's not cheap. Sells for about $50 a bottle at the Shoppers Drug Mart, but I only buy it when it's on sale, mind you, for $26.
I want to circle back because I want people to understand what the experience was like. You're telling about this public health nurse.
Yes.
And you're already starting to feel better with the CoQ10, and you're trying to share that with her.
Yes.
But she basically communicates that you're going to die. And that's really upset you. Can you share a little more just so people understand what that was like, to having somebody in the medical profession tell you you were going to die?
That was stressful as hell, I can tell you that. I could only think to myself that that's not the way I see my story ending. And but she knew absolutely nothing about vitamins. I do not believe that any of those doctors that I talked to knew the first thing about CoQ10 or even vitamin D or anything like that. So I think they need to have some education in regard to natural cures as well.
And Jim, how many years ago was it that the public health nurse told you to put your affairs in order?
That would be 5 years ago now.
And how are you doing now?
At least as good as ever, if not better. Yeah. So,
Well, that's an important story. And
I hope so, because
yeah,
I've gotten into singing.
I'm not going to ask you to sing.
Well, you sure can't sing if you're short of breath, I'll tell you that much.
Okay, well, maybe I will ask you to sing. So your point is when you had this atrial fibrillation, there's no way you could have sung.
Could what?
You couldn't have sang when you had this atrial fibrillation.
No, my God. It was, I couldn't do much of anything.
And now you can sing.
Yes, and if I dare say, I'm considered one of their best singers at karaoke.
I think we have to ask Jim. Jim, can you sing a little bit for us?
La da da dee, la da 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 da. that's the intro to one of my favorite comedy songs called Speedy Gonzales by Pat Boone.
Jim, it's just been an absolute pleasure. And I can speak for everyone in the room that it's been a pleasure to hear your story and just get to know you. Yeah.
And my message to Ottawa would be to ask the government who benefits from these new laws governing natural food products. Who benefits except Big Pharma?
Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Let me shake your hand. Thank you. Sonia, can I have you come up? So our next speaker is Sonia McLeod. And Sonia, you have a health journey also. Do you want to share with us your health journey?
Yeah, actually, it was a little while ago now. I was just thinking back on that, 2004. So I was actually a young mother. I just had my second child, and I was going through a lot of hormonal stuff, a lot of stress, I would say, in terms of, you know, kind of trying to get my body back into balance. Had these two kids fairly close together. They're 17 months apart. They're now 21 and 22, but they were my little babies then. And at the time, I didn't really know what was happening. I started getting these allergic reactions. I got hives. I had food allergies, low energy, and some of my story kind of echoes Maria's, I think, that I went to doctors and they said, you know, all your tests are normal and your blood tests are fine, but in the meantime, I couldn't care for my kids. And it was really, really scary at the time.
Can we just slow this down a little bit? Like, so you mentioned food allergies.
Yeah.
What were you experiencing?
So I would eat different foods, and the thing is, for me, it changed every day or day by day. Like, for example, I had soy milk, and I thought that, you know, maybe last week I was fine with soy, but for some reason this week I had a bunch of soy milk and I started getting hives on different parts of my body, like my arms. And then, you know, the next week I would eat some pasta, and previous to that, maybe a week ago, I had been eating pasta and it was fine, but all of a sudden I was getting this reaction to maybe the gluten, or I didn't even really know what it was that I was reacting to in the pasta, but for some reason at that time I started getting these hives. So I found it really confusing because I did actually go to a doctor and was asking them what's going on, and they said I was fine, that I think I did actually end up going to an allergist at some point, but that was frustrating as well because I think there was like maybe a 3 or 4 month waiting list, and in the meantime I was actions and I wasn't sure to what. I ended up going to a naturopath at one point and they did some tests.
But I just want to slow you down.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, but I just, sometimes people, they gloss over and we don't understand actually what it was
Sure.
like. So, you know, you'd mentioned fatigue, but then you'd also volunteered you actually couldn't care for your children.
Yeah,
So
because of the fatigue.
You're a young mom with 2 young children, which is demanding. Can you kind of share with us a little more about what that experience was like?
Yeah, so thankfully my husband was able to do a lot of the daily tasks around the house and help. But for example, where previously I was able to, you know, care for the household, do the cleaning, I wasn't able to do that. It was hard for me to, carry the kids. I could do some breastfeeding, which I was doing. It was hard to cook. I just didn't have the energy to do basic things, and I was often on the couch, lying on the couch, which is not my normal. I'm actually usually a pretty high energy person, and I like to do a lot of different tasks. So that was hard for me just to be forced to. That's one thing, if you kind of want to lay low and take some time to yourself and chill out. But I would say that was not the case for me. I actually couldn't physically do the different things that I was used to doing as a mother and just as a wife and all of that.
How was the family doing with you basically being so fatigued and suffering with the allergies?
Yeah, it was really hard on my husband. The kids, of course, were too young to really know what was going on. They were babies at the time. Of course, they were, a little bit concerned, I could tell, but they didn't have that awareness. But my husband had a lot of the burden on him, and it was really difficult for him to see what I was going through. And of course, he was helpless, and he was very supportive of me, and we were both really confused about what was going on, and trying to find answers for that as well.
And how are you doing emotionally and with this experience?
I think I was depressed. I also, had to deal with, I think, some of the hormones of having had kids recently, and I think I probably did have postpartum depression at the time. And just with the low energy too, I was very low.
Right. So the medical doctor doesn't really have an answer for you?
No, they did the tests and said that I was fine. And there wasn't really, I felt anyway, like there wasn't really many answers coming from them at all. And at the time I found it really frustrating. I felt like that was a dead end, and which is why I did end up going to a naturopath.
And what happened?
With the naturopath, like for me, although I know a lot of people that have had good experiences with naturopaths, it just didn't seem like the answer for me. I had kind of a longer journey with my health. They actually diagnosed me with candida, and I got put on the candida diet, and that didn't really help me that much. It really limited my food choices, and in some ways made my energy lower, because part of the candida diet is to eliminate a lot of different foods.
Okay, so that doesn't work, but that doesn't end your journey. You keep looking. And eventually you came across a homeopathic doctor.
Yeah, so, this is after kind of months of searching and having gone to a couple naturopaths and not really getting that many answers. And then actually a friend of my mom, who had been seeing a homeopath for many years, got on the phone and talked to me and said, look, you've got to try this person. And I honestly had no idea who they were or what they were doing. I didn't know what homeopathy was. But at that point, I just kind of went to the appointment, made the appointment, went, and they asked me a whole bunch of questions. And I just took what they had given me, and later on kind of found out that they had given me something to balance my hormones. So, in hindsight, I'm wondering maybe, there's still questions that I have about what I was going through, because I never really got a diagnosis with what was going on. But I wonder if maybe it was partly a hormonal imbalance, but that was not, the doctors never really mentioned that as a cause for what I was going through.
Okay, so the homeopathic doctor is very thorough in asking you questions to try and sort out what's going on, and then gives you some remedies.
what happened when you took those remedies?
I would say it was a gradual process. I noticed, first of all, that the rashes started getting less. So I was able to handle more foods and my energy kind of picked up. So I just noticed that overall things felt better. It wasn't, I would say, a miracle cure for me. It did take quite a few years for me to feel more balanced, but I would say that there was some noticeable difference that I felt, enough that I, of course, continued to see the homeopath.
Right. So, it didn't take you years to feel a difference. It just took you years to get. So you feel a difference right away. Am I right about that?
Yeah, the rashes definitely decreased, and I felt a difference in what I could tolerate with foods, although I did have to be careful about eating a healthier diet in general. When around the time that I had my kids, I was eating a lot of junk food. So I would say that I did also have to look at eating a healthier diet as well. So I wouldn't say it was all the homeopathy, but it's also like maybe a lifestyle change and a change in point of view as well, more holistic point of view.
Okay, and then you actually make a decision to change life paths in what you did.
Yeah, that was part of my journey, I would say, to healing, is I felt that maybe I needed to kind of reevaluate what I was doing as a career. And of course, I'd just had my kids, so it seemed like a good time to do that as well. I was on maternity leave. And then the homeopath that was treating me at the time actually was the admin for the homeopathic school. So it was easy for me to put in my application with her, and I was able to go on that path. So that was definitely part of my healing journey, I feel like.
Yeah, like it seems to me that you were putting kind of your money where your mouth was. So you had had a positive experience, enough that you thought you would actually commit a significant amount of time. Can you share with us the training that a homeopathic doctor needs before they can practice?
Yeah, so for us, I went to the Vancouver Homeopathic Academy, and unfortunately, it's no longer operational, but at the time